Volume 4. Chapter 301, Monster Siege Again. Chapter 301, Monster Siege Again. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Icy, let's go, it's time to leave. After getting his hands on the monster attack order, Zhang naturally felt contented. You go on ahead, I am going to slaughter some more Japanese pigs. Looking at her excited eyes, Zhang could not help but to feel riled up, and he suggested, fine. Let's go kill some more of them piggies. Just let me activate this monster attack order first. With a gentle tap on the monster attack order, a three-dimensional projection of a map appeared right in front of his eyes. On the left-hand side of the map were the names of the 8 main regions, while the right-hand side of the map was empty. Ding! You have used the monster attack order. First, please confirm the region. Zhang reached out his finger and gently touched the China region on the map. Then, the projection on the right side instantly began to shift and a complete map of the China region appeared. Within the map, the Thunderstorm Castle and the Imperial Castle were both highlighted. Ding! You have selected the China region. In this region, there are 2 territories available for attacking, known as Thunderstorm Castle and Imperial Castle. Please select your specific target. Zhang revealed a wicked grin on his face and gave a gentle, steady tap on Imperial Castle. Ding! You have selected your target as China region, Imperial Castle. The monster attack order can only be used once. Once it is used, you cannot recover it anymore. Proceed? Poof! The monster attack order instantly turned into a piece of scrap, breaking up in Zhang palm and dispersing into the air. Let's go! Time to slay some shorty Japs. Zhang summoned his regular mount and rode for the valley together with Sun Xinu. Not long after they departed, Zhang received a private message from a fuming mad one swordstroke. Zhang, you ruthless son of the beach. Zhang shook his head without any pause and said, Hey you used the monster attack order on my territory back then. I didn't make much fuss about it then. What, I'm not allowed to do the same back to you? How shameless. You just wait, I'm definitely not going to let this go. I'm decreasing the fare for my territory teleportation fees. Even if it means I'm not earning anymore, I'll deprive you of your income. By all means, if you succeed in keeping your territory. Oh right, I'm very busy right now, no time to chat now, bye. After ending the conversation with one sword stroke, Zhang and Sun Xinu began their conquest on hunting down the players in the Japan and Korea regions. When they came across a large number of enemies, they would stay hidden and not engage. When they came across a small number of enemies, they would simply engage and slaughter them all. Since the level 60 maps are all so large, all they had to do was to hide, and the enemies would never find them unless they dispatched tens of thousands of players to sniff them out. At that moment, the players in Korea and Japan regions were throwing all sorts of curses. Other than the parties of at least 20 or 30 players, any other small parties would not dare to set foot on the leveling grounds of Kalajar Highlands. Both of them continued sweeping the area clean, day and night. However, as the real-world time was already close to dawn, and Sun Xinu needed to go to work, both of them tore their own teleportation scrolls and made their way straight back to Thunderstorm Castle. Some well-informed news transporters were posting the news about their deeds on the game forums. Slaughtering within the land of Shorty Japan and Gali Bangzi, boosting the morale of Republic of China. This person used an exaggerated title which instantly attracted a large number of clicks and replies. At first, many players thought that he was simply trolling, but later on, a bunch of players from Japan and China regions started replying furiously on the thread. They were calling them bullies, and challenging them to face the professional players from their own region. Looks like it wasn't fake news after all. In just a short moment, the reputation of Zhang and Sun Xinu were escalated high up into the sky, even being called heroes of the race. Zhang could not help but frown. He only intended to get the monster attack order. Those players were simply collateral. The enemies of the Lone Desert Smoke such as Imperial Sky and the Dominators also revealed themselves one after another on the forum page, trying to defame Zhang by saying that he was only asking for attention. However, they ended up being drowned in the saliva of the online water army one to the point where they started being insulted. Instead, it was an act that boosted the morale of the entirety of China, so do it yourselves if you are capable of doing it. If not, just drown yourselves by the drains at the side. January 5, 7 p.m. The moment where the monsters would attack the Imperial Castle was finally here. Zhang and the gang abandoned the thoughts of grinding their levels, and instead, they went to the Metaflatlands. Although they could not join the battle Imperial Castle, but they could still at least watch the scene from afar. It was not a bad idea at all. A few days back when they were defending their own territory, they were always hoping that the monsters were weak. But now, they could only hope that the monsters were all stronger than average bosses. It would be ideal if the first wave of the assault can level down Imperial Castle. Apparently, Lone Desert Smoke weren't the only ones who came by to enjoy the scene. Guild masters of the other large guilds such as Crimson Rage, Sky High, Sunset Amber, Radiance and others, along their own core players were showing up one after another to enjoy the scene as well. First wave, second wave, third wave. The main gate of the Imperial Castle was already been broken through. The battle was invading into the inner side of the territory. Boom! A flash of white light passed, the magic cannons had been fired. They have already activated their magic cannon in the fourth wave. Lone Desert Smoke could not help themselves but to compare their own experience, as they only activated their magic cannon on the fifth wave. The monsters who spawn starting from the second half of the fourth wave are all elite grade. It was indeed very challenging to handle. Zhang was happily retelling his experience to the other guild leaders. Snowseeker revealed a smile on her face and said, "From the looks of it, looks like Imperial Sky won't make it through the day." Indeed, the Lone Desert Smoke had relied on Zhang Yang's Friendship Jade to survive the assault, and even so, their territory was almost destroyed by the end of the assault. After defending against the assault of the fourth wave, the monsters of the fifth wave began to arrive. The magic cannons on the upside of the wall were emitting out a series of blinding white blasts, wiping the invasive monsters away. However, as those cannons had limited shots, they were quickly used up. A large number of elite monsters gushed into the Imperial Castle. The spectators from afar could not see the events that were happening within the castle, but all they could see were wave after wave of monsters gushing, in like water going through a ruptured dam. The boss of the fifth wave finally appeared. It was that farting boy Moriarty, the Wind Surfer. His appearance was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Server announcement: the territory, Imperial Castle, was destroyed by the monsters. Oh yeah! Fatty Han and the other spectators were cheering and clapping, celebrating. Meanwhile, the people from Sunset Amber, Radiance were smiling from the bottom of their hearts. Previously, they were sabotaged by the Imperial Sky during the soaring sword competition. Since then, they had bore deep grudges towards Imperial Sky. Nothing pleased them more than to witness the loss of their territory. Zhang Yang was also receiving tons of cursing and scoldings from the members of Imperial Sky through private messages. One sword stroke knew that there was no point in any of it, so he chose to let Zhang Yang walk away with a smile, without saying a word. Setting the status to not accepting private message from strangers, Zhang Yang found his tranquility without trouble. After logging out from the game, Zhang Yang confirmed with Sun Xanu on their dinner with her before he began to prepare to go out. Walking beside a pretty police officer whose militaristic uniform did nothing to hide her voluptuous body, brought lots of envious looks from the street. After having dinner, he forcefully brought Sun Xinu to a movie, Heart of the Night, which was shot in the God's Miracle. This movie was in high demand, and a lot of people were watching it, making the tickets hard to purchase. However, the movie itself was not that good. The storyline was a little dull and old-fashioned, but the special effects, on the other hand, were off the charts. However, Rome was not built in one day. To melt the ice frost of Sun Xanu and see her blooming with joy and laughter wasn't going to be easy. The amount of effort to do so must be tremendous. After the movie, Zhang Yang escorted Sun Xinu back to her house before taking a cab back to his own apartment. When he went online, Zhang Yang received a message sent by Sun Xinu, saying thank you. He could not help but smile. Then he began to sweet talk. "Am I not your boyfriend? It's my obligation to do so. Don't think I had no idea about it. You were only saying it to save yourself from getting shot in the face. Then, why didn't you call me out? Did you really want to die so badly?" "No, not at all. So let's stop playing pretend now. I officially declare that I am dumping you." Although he had previously been trying to rid himself of that boyfriend title, now that his dream had come true, Zhang Yang suddenly felt a little heavy-hearted. Sun Xinu may be icy cold and all, but she was a beauty nevertheless. Her body was out of this world. Pooey. Zhang Yang could not imagine who would be picking away such delicate flower in the future. As the Imperial Castle had been destroyed by the monster's assault, there was once again only one territory in the whole of the China region. Players who would link their teleportation scrolls to Imperial Castle would have to rush all the way to Thunderstorm Castle to link teleportation scrolls there. Players who knew about the story from the beginning to the end could not help themselves but to laugh at the Imperial Sky for writing their own death sentence. Initially, they were planning to use the monster assault on the castle to get rid of Lone Desert Smoke's Thunderstorm Castle. Not only did Lone Desert Smoke manage to defend themselves, they had replied with a monster attack order of their own. Unable to hold out against the exact same assault, they had lost their own Imperial Castle instead. Lifting a rock up only to drop it on their own feet. In the modern age of the internet, secrets no longer existed. The Imperial Sky had become the public joke. pushing them to go low profile ever since, rarely even appearing on the forums. Since the level 70 dungeon, Vestibule of Stones was for a party of 5, Zhang Yang waited for the 4 ladies, Han Shui, Daffodil Daydream, Sun Xinu and Wei Yin to reach level 70 for starters. Only then did he make his move to acquire the first clear of the dungeon. Currently, only the party who won the Soaring Sword Competition Championship had crossed over the threshold of level 70. Therefore, there was no stress at all for Zhang Yang and his party in acquiring the first clear of the dungeon. All of them easily acquired 1 skill point for themselves. Guild Master, Guild Master. There are 2 shorty Japs calling out for you and Ms. Sun Xinu on the official forums. Zhang Yang was looking for good stuff in the auction house when he received a private message from a member of his own guild. He could not help but to smile, and he replied, if they want to challenge us, why not? Just let them come over here if they are capable of doing so. But they mentioned saying that they want a match on the hovering amphitheater. Guild Master, what is a hovering amphitheater? Zhang Yang was shocked for a moment. That's right. He knew very well what a hovering amphitheater was. Hovering amphitheater was some sort of an arena which exists for players to challenge each other. But to activate the hovering amphitheater, a player must pay a large sum of gold pieces first. Once the hovering amphitheater is activated, the player can simply challenge another player to battle. No restriction on regions. However, the challenged player can choose to accept the challenge or decline the challenge. The battle mode on hovering amphitheater had the level drop penalty. There was a total of 3 grades. In a C grade challenge, the loser will lose 1 level, in B grade challenge, the loser will lose 2 levels, and finally in the A grade challenge, the loser will lose 3 levels. TL notes. 1. Online Water Army, a group of internet ghostwriters paid by either enterprises or companies to post online comments with particular content that affects the flow of the situations. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 302, Hovering Amphitheater. Chapter 302, Hovering Amphitheater. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The Japanese players were trying to wash away their humiliation, and they were really putting in a lot of effort and money into doing so. It was actually unbelievable that they actually managed to dig out something such as this hovering amphitheater. Zhang Yang gave it some thoughts and replied, since they are willing to spend money to buy more humiliation, then I shall grant them their wish. He quit the game and looked up the official forum page where the Japanese posted their challenge invitation. By looking at it, he found out that the post was already been replied over tens of thousands of times. Some were summoning Zhang Yang and Sun Xinu to stand out and accept their challenge, while some other were cursing and scolding these 2 Japanese players for not knowing their own boundaries. However, someone exposed that these 2 challengers actually belonged to the runner-up party of the Soaring Sword competition held in the Japan and Korea regions, one being a tanker and the other being a thief. They definitely shouldn't be underestimated, but why didn't they get the first place in the competition then? It was unfortunate that they shared the same server as Korea, and Korea had always been a strong force in the world of online games. Naturally, they had a powerful presence in God's Miracle as well, constantly oppressing the players from Japan. Zhang Yang used his ID that had already been verified by the officials to comment, and he accepted the challenge of the 2 shorty Japs. In just a short period of time, the 2 Japanese players replied. The duel matches were set to happen on the next day on 7th of January by 9 p.m. It will be tanker versus tanker and thief versus thief, and the duels would answer all questions. The 2 Japanese players were shouting out like madmen, claiming that they would give a good beat down on Zhang Yang and Sun Xinu until they were on their knees, begging for mercy. Faced with the provocation from the Japanese players, the players in China region were also agitated. One by one, they were posting their supports for Zhang Yang and Sun Xinu. Before the real duel had even begun, the battle of words had already reached the peak. The officials of the game even took the opportunity to sell tickets for the duel matches, and whoever wished to watch the matches must pay for it. And it's not expensive too, just 2 gold pieces. But think about it, how many players are there in China and Japan, that amount of profit? One day had passed quickly, and the time to duel had come. Noob Tank, you better not lose. Wei Yin stared up at them as if she was the one in charge. Han Shui threw a flirty wink and said, silly you, I shall give you a sweet kiss as the reward of winning the match. Zhang Yang felt a shiver down his spine for one brief moment and said, are you trying to make things hard for me? I have to consider whether to win or not now. Don't worry, I shall solve your problem and accept the kiss on behalf of you. Fatty Han thumped his chest and said, Sister Sun, do you best. We are rooting for you. Wei Yin also cheered for Sun Xinu. Zhang Yu, now that you are representing the entire China region into this battle, if you dare to lose this to these shorty Japs, I shall slaughter you with my own bare hands. Greensleeves Prince of Sunset Amber said. Zhang Yu, if you win against those shorty Japs, I will stay with you for a night. That was from Perfumed Water. Ding. Player Kajetsu Zan, Japan Korea server, has sent you an A-rank hovering amphitheater challenge, accept or decline. Zhang Yang heard a voice notification from the system right by his ears, and almost at the same instant, Sun Xinu had also received a A-rank hovering amphitheater challenge from player Kichiku Michi as well. Accept. Zhang Yang and Sun Xinu both vanished in an instant and they were teleported into a virtual arena. Ding. The duel will commence in 5 minutes, please make preparations for it. Meanwhile, the players from both China and Japan Korea were tossing in their gold pieces to enter the spectator area, and the number of the audience was increasing rapidly as time passes. Unfortunately, the two matches were held at the same time, so everyone had to choose. Zhang Yang did not summon his whitey out, and on the contrary, he took off every single piece of his equipment and only kept the dark enigmatic sword and the Titan wall on him, but if he was on a battlefield, he would do anything necessary to kill all his enemies. But this was a highly prolific match, and it involved the name of their countries, their races. So, he had to win, and he had to leave the opponent with no excuses for it. Seeing Zhang Yang taking off almost everything, most of the audiences were puzzled by his act. What is going on? Was Zhang Yang trying to let go of the winning chance of this match? But those who knew Zhang Yang well, began to smile. Fatty Han cheered, little Yang is about to get real. Those Japs are going to drop their pants to the ground, and then they'll have to bow down and sniff them. These shorty Japs really need to be taught a good lesson. Lost Dream was tossing his fists around and said, unfortunately I can't go to the Japan-Korea server, or else I will kill them myself. Guildmaster, do your best. Go go go. The entire guild cheered for him. Ding. The match of Zhang Yang vs Kajetsu Zan will commence in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. 3, 2, 1. Zhang Yang raised up his dark enigmatic sword and Titan wall and walked towards his opponent slowly. Two opposition sides. Zhang Yang. HP, 9,520. Attack, 1,178 to 1,378. Defense, 800. Damage absorb attribute, 300. Level, 71. Kajetsu Zan. HP, 19,840. Attack, 1,576 to 1,776. Defense, 730. Damage absorb attribute, 820. Level, 69. Judging from the attributes from both sides, the regular attack of Zhang Yang could not even penetrate the defense of Kajetsu Zan, not at all. So how would this carry out then? Kajetsu Zan stared at Zhang Yang, full of rage and said, are you trying to humiliate me? Zhang Yang shrugged and said, don't get me wrong, now that we are evenly matched with this current situation, people won't say anything about me picking on you. You mother of... Arg. Kajetsu Zan pulled out his battle axe with murderous intent and said, I shall make you regret your actions. The two dashed towards each other and used charge. As the two of them clashed into each other, both of them were stunned almost at the same instant. But why almost? Zhang Yang had initiated his charge by just a few fractions of a second earlier. That had caused him to recover from stun a tiny bit earlier than his opponent. It was enough to determine the results of the battle. Zhang Yang swiftly circled to the back of Kajetsu Zan and activated his Blood Rage, instantly boosting his rage points up to 42 points, and he swung his sword at his opponent. 136. The damage was so low that the audience went awe, and the rage points accumulated from that hit was just 5 points. Kajetsu Zan had also recovered from stun, and he turned around trying to face Zhang Yang. However, Zhang Yang had predicted his movement by observing all the micro-movements of his body, and with a swift slip again, he stayed on the back of his opponent for about 3 seconds, and he gave another hit that inflicted about 73 points of damage. Poor Kajetsu Zan continued to make attempts to face himself towards Zhang Yang, trying his very best to shake Zhang Yang off his back, but he never succeeded. All he could ever do was to let Zhang Yang continue to poke his ass from his back. His health points was around 20,000 points. To kill him by inflicting these small amount of damages that Zhang Yang is doing to him right now requires at least 3 minutes, enough for his Berserker's Heal to cool down, but the main point was the indignity. This time around, it was them who invited Sun Xinu and Zhang Yang for this match to stand up for the dignity and the pride of their Imperial Japan, isn't it? Allowing Zhang Yang and Sun Xinu to travel into their lands just like that was already an insult. Things were worse now. The fact that a near-naked player could toy with him like that. This, nobody would be able to swallow in this kind of humiliation. Destructive smash. Zhang Yang had finally accumulated enough rage points. With a flash from his dark enigmatic sword, he finally inflicted Kagetsu Zan with more decent damage. -1, 340. Kagetsu Zan was moving left and right trying to turn around, and as he began to realize that he could not shake off Zhang Yang, he began to run forward in a straight line. Zhang Yang almost had no equipment on him, so his agility attribute must be very low now. His movement speed would definitely be no match to Kagetsu Zan's, but after Kagetsu Zan ran forward for some distance, he turned his head around, only to get even more enraged. Apparently, Zhang Yang was resting his dark enigmatic sword on his shoulder while staring at him nonchalantly. He had not even tried to pursue Kagetsu Zan. Bastard! Bastard! Kagetsu Zan had lost it and began to curse continuously. He ran all the way back to Zhang Yang. Swinging his axe up into the sky, he tried to cleave Zhang Yang's head. Approach, activate skill. Zhang Yang dodged the slash from Kagetsu Zan without much effort, and then he raised his shield up to engage, and used his block to block the following wave blast from his opponent. With another swift glide, he went right to the back of Kagetsu Zan once again. -204. As the dark enigmatic sword struck by, another damage value appeared right on Kagetsu Zan. The battle progressed with Zhang Yang continuously staying behind Kagetsu Zan and poking Kagetsu Zan's ass with his sword, and every time when Zhang Yang's block was completely cooled down, he would create a chance for Kagetsu Zan to attack him, accumulating 30 rage point with his skill block. The rest of the time, he would just focus staying on behind Kagetsu Zan to poke his ass with his dark enigmatic sword, and activate destructive smash whenever he had enough rage points to reduce the healing effects on Kagetsu Zan. The battle was absolutely one-sided, took a lot of time, but within 2 minutes, Kagetsu Zan was already close to death. But what humiliated him the most was that he was not even be able to touch his opponent yet. Kagetsu Zan was drowned with his shame. He was running forwards, attempting to gain distance between himself and Zhang Yang while waiting for the reduction effect on his healing effects to fade, planning to use Berserker's Heal to heal himself back to his full health. But Zhang Yang had already predicted his moves, and with a stomp on the ground, he activated Thunderstrike and reduced the movement speed of Kagetsu Zan. Kagetsu Zan quickly used his Thunderstrike as well, leaving both of them moving slowly. At least he had the higher agility value still. The logic was right. Initially, the agility attribute of both parties were different. The agility attribute of Kagetsu Zan was 110 points, which was 10 points higher than Zhang Yang's 100 points of agility attribute. But after the speed reduction was applied on both of them, the difference between the two agility attribute points was shortened. It became a situation where the agility attribute of Kagetsu Zan became only 55 points, which was only 5 points higher than Zhang Yang's 50 points of agility. As the movement speed was reduced, the difference between their speed was shortened quite much. Both of them were moving like snails. -229. -1420. Zhang Yang was still poking Kagetsu Zan's ass with his dark enigmatic sword. Left with no choice, Kagetsu Zan grit his teeth and activated his Berserker's Heal. +4960. It was a pitiful healing value, because of the 75% reduction on healing effect by Destructive Smash. The Berserker's Heal could only heal Kagetsu Zan not more than 5,000 health points. It was a tragedy that was too cruel to even look at. Kagetsu Zan was tearing up. What a menace! To actually toy with people to this point. Having activated his Shield Wall, his other life-saving skills, and his Berserker's Heal, Kagetsu Zan had nothing left to defend himself in the arena. Time to slaughter. -3022. Zhang Yang had finally emptied out Kagetsu Zan's last drop of health points with a fatal blow using his sword. It was a total torture and slaughter. Kagetsu did not only suffer the loss physically and mentally, he also received the penalty of the A-grade challenge, being downgraded by 3 levels. He was definitely going to be cursed upon after this, a tragedy that he will never forget in this life. Everyone on the audience area was speechless with what they had just witnessed. Previously, they thought that the butterfly steps that Zhang Yang invented during the soaring sword competition was already the best creation in the world of player versus player. But no one had thought that Zhang Yang would pull off a performance that far transcended that. But quite a large number of people were stunned to see that it was actually not that difficult to bring a guardian down to the ground. After witnessing Zhang Yang taking off almost all of his equipment and defeating the fully equipped Kagetsu Kan, it seemed that the officials were right all along. No profession was stronger than the other, only players. Meanwhile, somewhere in a corner, one sword stroke could only frown. He knew that Zhang Yang was a skillful player, but he had considered himself close to that level as well. But he knew that he would never have been able to defeat Kagetsu Zan after taking off his equipment like Zhang Yang did. And Zhang Yang had not taken a single damage from it. That would require skills that go far beyond one's imagination. One must also have an incredible motor nerve system and also a very sensitive feeling towards the situation of battles. These all three criteria are a must for a player to be so good, But as Zhang Yang grew stronger, one sword stroke only grew more determined. It would be a true achievement to defeat Zhang Yang at his top form. He couldn't wait for the Professional League Championship to begin. He was very eager to have a battle of the century with Zhang Yang in the arena. After Zhang Yang was teleported out from the arena, Sun Xinu was already waiting outside. The real battle between her and her opponent merely took 17 seconds, the rest of the time was spent on playing hide-and-seek in the arena. In the end, Sun Xinu was far more superior in terms of skills. She successfully caught her opponent, which sealed her victory. Little Yang, good job. You've tortured that Jap well enough to entertain me. I feel so much happier now. Fatty Han was smiling very happily. Let's go, we shall go and have a good drink together. Zhang Yang re-equipped himself and replied, no go. Not unless it's on you. You always leave the bill to me, Han Shui and the rest of his gang had rounded up on him. One by one, they congratulated him, and after some idle chatter, they finally left. Time to grind for experience points. Zhang Yang recruited Han Shui, Sun Xinu, Wei Yin Air and Daffodil Daydream into his party, and they departed to the level 70 map, the Kingdom of Oz. The five of them rode on their mounts. The crimson red mythical Tyrannosaurus that Sun Xinu was riding had leveled up to level 63. It had grown up from a mini Tyrannosaurus to a 3-meter tall Tyrannosaurus. Its body is completely covered in crimson red skin. It was very attractive. From afar, it looked like a gigantic ruby. Han Shui was envious of it, so she said, silly you really are biased. I don't care, you must take the responsibility and find me a pet mount too, and it should at least be a yellow gold grade. I want it too. Me too. Wei Yin Air quickly took the opportunity to beg as well, raising her hands high up to the sky. Sigh. Zhang Yang let out a breath of sigh and said, you two should be more like Daffodil Daydream. Look at her, when did she ever demand for anything like this before? Daffodil Daydream, you can't be like this forever. It is the fate of a mistress to demand for everything from her man. Han Shui continued with a straight face, furthermore, even if you become the main wife, you'll have to throw more tantrums. You need to keep him in check. Sooner or later, you will be replaced by another mistress out there. Zhang Yang dripped cold sweat all over his head, and he said, what the heck are you talking about? Oh yeah, the 23rd of January is upon us, I'm about to become an adult, and finally, I will be claiming the company back. Wei Yin Air did a fist pump. Zhang Yang could not help himself but to laugh, what an ungrateful daughter you are, to actually want to kick your dad off the company so urgently, but... What choice do I have? If dad does not step down, those bloodthirsty relatives of mine shall suck the company dry. By then, it will be too late to chase them out of the company. If I leave the company to them, they will definitely taint everything that my mother and my aunt worked on for so many years. For once, Wei Yin Air was dead serious. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 303, The Ravine of Coyotes. Chapter 303, The Ravine of Coyotes. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Zhang Yang gave it some thoughts and then he said, you two young ladies should be more careful about this. They may be your relatives, but you will be taking a load of money off their hands. Who knows what may happen, In his previous life, he had not heard about Han Shui and Wei Yin Air. Was it because they had an accident before he knew about them? Some people would kill for tens of $1,000s. Silky Soft Holdings was a large-scale company, worth tens of millions. That kind of profit would drive people into the madness of greed and kill for it. The Kingdom of Oz was just located by the north side of the Forest of Tanilla, being the nearest map from Thunderstorm Castle among the 6 level 70 maps. Of course, it would naturally become their first choice to grind their levels. After rushing for a distance, they arrived at a narrow valley. Looking at the valley side, the place was crawling with demons. There were small-sized demons with crimson red bodies, there were also blue apparitions, and also a bunch of scantily clad succubi. Let's begin our work here. Zhang Yang tapped on the head of Whitey. Whitey immediately let out a roar and began to charge into the valley. The 5 of them were so powerful that they quickly wiped out the monsters, providing Zhang Yang and his party a sea of experience points. After grinding for more than 3 hours, Zhang Yang had finally achieved a level up, reaching level 72, bringing him one step closer to equipping the Titan armor set. The 5 of them were slaughtering their way through, forcing their way through to the other end of the valley. Before them was a small camping site with only 10 tents being set up there. The surroundings were set up with defensive fences, built with sharpened woods. There were also 2 heavily armored soldiers guarding by the entrance of the campsite. The armors on the 2 soldiers were heavily weathered, and they were stained in aquamarine blood. It seemed that they did not even have the time to fix their equipment, or even wipe them clean. Ravines of Coyotes, Soldier, Elite, Humanoid Creature. Level, 74. HP, 74,000. Defense, 400. The information of these NPCs were shown in green words. It also meant that this entire campsite was a friendly station. To find a camp in such a desolated place, Zhang was 90% sure that such places would have quests to complete. Hold it right there, who are you people? The 2 soldiers instantly drew their swords after catching sight of Zhang party. They did not sound friendly at all. Zhang smiled and said, "We are adventurers." Adventurers? God damn it, I knew it. That goddamn state of empire abandoned us and left us for dead. Alright, fellow adventurers, you may enter our campsite. Maybe our chief will give you some small errands to run. One of the soldier informed them. As the 5 of them entered the campsite, they saw a pergola, set right in the middle of the entire campsite. There was an officer with the name Captain Kong Na shown right above his head, standing right in front of a table, revealing a worried frown on his face. Beside Kong Na, there was a warrior equipped in a full body of armor, with the name Quartermaster Putna right on top of his head. Captain Kong Na, Grey Silver, Humanoid Creature. Level, 75. HP, 3,750,000. Defense, 800. Quartermaster Putna, Grey Silver, Humanoid Creature. Level, 73. HP, 3,650,000. Defense, 800. D*MN, a captain and a quartermaster Grey Silver bosses. Ever since they entered the high-level maps, Grey Silver bosses had been all over the places, meaning that they were certainly losing their prestige over time. Adventurer? Kong Na raised his head up and glanced Zhang and his party, before scowling, "Just the 5 of you? What can you do?" Zhang smiled and said, "If the 5 of us were able to clear a path and arrive at your campsite, does that not speak for our strength?" Kong Na blinked in surprise and said, "That is true, this valley is crawled with demons in all corners. You making it here should mean that you really have some skills. However, our camp is now facing a crisis that cannot be solved with skills alone." He then stared at the 5 of them and said, "Alright, rookies, I shall give you a chance. Our camp is seriously lacking of supplies, and our soldiers are required to stay and guard this campsite. So, you rookies go ahead and get us something to eat. Preferably meat, large pieces of meat. We have not been eating fresh meat for weeks." Ding. Captain Kong Na has given you a quest, supply for the camp, accept or decline? Accepted. Zhang approached the Quartermaster Putna and asked, "Quartermaster, anything here for sale?" Putna gave a good laugh and said, "Adventurer, you have good intuition, knowing that I have some here. Here, feast your eyes upon them." The NPC revealed his interface for sales. Holy God, there were really plenty of good stuffs in there. Alchemist recipes, a variety of blueprints for different professions such as blacksmiths, and also a variety of skill books for different professions. However, these items could not be bought with gold pieces, but a type of item called the demonic stone. These so-called demonic stones can be bought from the NPC, but the price is 1,000 pieces of demonic stone shards for each stone. Zhang tapped on the description of the demonic stone with his finger and immediately the information popped right out. You must be equipped with the soldier's badge to be eligible to collect demonic stones or demonic stone shards from the dead bodies of the demonic monsters within the ravines of Coyotes. The higher the grade of the demon, the higher the rate of dropping a demonic stone. Zhang was curious, so he asked, "Quartermaster, how do we get soldier's badges, then?" Only brave warriors who have earned our approval will be eligible to wear the soldier's badge. So, rookies, get the quests done well and you might gain the captain's approval. Patner explained. Silly you, are the stuffs here good? Han Shui asked. The descriptions of skill books and recipes were not visible to people who have not learned them yet. Therefore, the 4 ladies on his party could only stare at the names of those skill books and recipes dumbly. Zhang nodded and told them, "It's worth the shot." The warrior profession skill book was named Heroic Leap. In his previous life, he did not acquire this skill book through any quests in this location, but he had acquired it through slaying a boss. This skill allowed a warrior to leap from one place to another. The effect was basically similar to charge, but the only difference was that charge could not travel through obstacles, while leap could. Of course, the obstacle must not be too tall. Let's go and get these NPCs some food to eat. Zhang Yang flipped on his mount. Although each skill book was sold at only one piece of demonic stone, but judging from the fact that 1,000 demonic stone shards were required to exchange for only one demonic stone, Zhang Yang knew that it was not going to be easy at all, and they had no clue on the drop rates of those demonic stone shards. Han Shui and the girls once again summoned their mounts as well and rode out of the campsite with Zhang Yang. Supply for the camp, difficulty, D rank. Description: the captain of the Ravine of Coyotes, Kong Na, would like you to collect 200 pieces of ironback rhinoceros leg meat. Humph, it's been so long since we have tasted good meat, the thought of it is making us drool. You can find ironback rhinoceroses by the Swan Lake in the Ravine of Coyotes. Completion: collect the thigh meat of ironback rhinoceros 0/200. Quest reward: Soldier's Badge. As the 5 of them came out from the valley, they arrived at the Swan Lake. Along the lake, there were many white rhinoceros chewing on the grass and drinking from the lake. Although their numbers weren't small, they were scattered across the entire area, making it difficult to round them up. The quest says that each of us must collect 200 pieces of thigh meats of the rhinoceros. I think it's best we split up. So they went out into the area in 4 different directions. Han Shui, as always, tagged along with Wei Yan. Although the ironback rhinoceroses were quite large in size, but they were just regular level 73 monsters, posing no threat at all to Zhang Yang. But as the number of monsters around was low, the effect of the dark enigmatic sword could not be triggered often. It could only function as a regular level 60 yellow gold weapon. Although the number of monsters in the area were abundant, the drop rate of the quest item was not high at all. It took about an hour for Zhang Yang to complete collecting all 200 pieces of thigh meat of the ironback rhinoceros. On the other hand, Sun Xinu and Daffodil Daydream were almost done with the quest as well, but Wei Yan and Han Shui still had a certain number to collect in order for them to catch up. Zhang Yang went on to help the 2 ladies finish up, and after another 20 minutes, everyone in the party had finally collected all 200 pieces of the meat. Then they headed back to the campsite ready to turn their quests. Very good, you are more capable than I thought, after all. But don't get ahead of yourselves, you people are just a tiny bit better than those rookies. Compared to my soldiers, you are still far behind. Captain Kong Na had a holier-than-thou look on his face. Ding! You have completed a quest, supplies for the camp, obtained 200,000 experience points. Ding! You have acquired an item, Soldier's Badge. Soldier's Badge, accessory, white. Equip, allows you to collect demonic stone shards and demonic stone from the demons you slay within the Ravine of Coyotes. Level required, 70. Rookies, you have completed one simple quest. Now, here's another. The reason remains unknown for the sudden increase of these foul demons around this area. Go and investigate. Captain Kong Na still had that arrogant look pasted on his face, ordering Zhang Yang and the others around with his loud, annoying voice. Ding! Captain Kong Na has given you a quest, investigate the demon's territory, accept of decline? Wei Yan began to complain, this NPC is so full of himself. I really want to beat the crap out of him. It's just an NPC, it's all part of the script. If you want to beat someone, beat the designers from Dream Technology. Investigate the demon's territory, difficulty, B rank. Description: the Captain Kong Na of the Ravine of Coyotes wants you to investigate the demon's territory, and find out the reason behind the increasing number of demons lurking around. The demon's territory is located approximately 20 kilometers from the Ravine of Coyotes. Completion: investigate any anomaly within the demon's territory 0/1. The 5 of them rode out on their own mounts towards the west. After traveling through a forest, a large campsite was spotted right in front of them. The campsite was about 7 to 8 kilometers in radius. The previous campsite was more like a hut compared to this. Around the campsite, there was a large number of demons wandering around. Succubi prowled around the outside, showcasing their scantily clad, seductive bodies, with nothing but a piece of leather around their ample chests and tight spats that barely covered their butt cheeks. At their lower spines, devilish tails sprouted out. More importantly, compared to the previous succubi that they encountered before, these succubi were all elite monsters. Succubus, Elite, Demon. Level, 75. HP, 75,000. Defense, 400. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 304, Investigation in the Demon's Territory. Chapter 304, Investigation in the Demon's Territory. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Why aren't there any male succubi? Wei Yan asked. Are they even called male succubi to begin with? I think they are called incubuses. Daffodil Daydream whispered to herself quietly. In that case, could they just give birth to male succubus? Persistent till the end, Wei Yan'er refused to let the topic die off without getting a satisfied answer. Zhang Yang rustled his hair furiously. If he did not answer her question, it would only be hell for him, as she will continue bugging the party with more and more stupid questions. He gave it serious thought and finally came up with a suitable answer. I believe that this race is a peculiar, special one. I think that if the succubi gave birth to male offspring, they will inherit the father's race. The female offspring will the succubi by default. Whoa! Wei Yan'er's eyes glinted with joy at the newly acquired knowledge. However, she cocked her head and asked, why is that? How the hell would I know? What do I look like? The father of all succubi? Ask the game developers yourself. Zhang Yang snapped impatiently. Han Ningxue patted Zhang Yang's shoulder and said, my sweet stupid you, now you know my pain. Zhang Yang pondered for a brief second and realized what she meant. She must have had to endure Wei Yan'er's insanely huge curiosity for several years. Zhang Yang smiled weakly as he understood her. Perhaps, the reason that Han Ningxue went to England for her studies was not all because of Luo Yangming. Could it be that she was also running away from her precious, demonic little cousin sister? Zhang Yang clapped his hands together and cried out. All right guys. Let's start the fight. He then patted the white bear's head in a light, yet decisive manner. The party now had a total of 3 battle mounts. Their total battle power had increased to a whole other level, especially with the Ye-Gold-Eared Bear King, and Crimson-Red Mythical Tyrannosaurus. Both of the battle mounts were yellow-gold tier. Their battle power were about the same as similarly leveled players with gray-silver equipment. Human male. Play with me. One of the succubus immediately engaged with the party and lashed the whip in her hand. She licked her red lips seductively, moaning at the same time as she gyrated her hips. Who pishh? The whip landed on Zhang Yang's head, even though he thought that he actually dodged it. You sly minx. Taste my axe. Wei Yan'er leaped forward and swung the giant axe in her hand. With the combined attack from 5 players and 3 battle mounts, the succubus only fought for a few minutes before moaning in a great, loud ecstatic cry as she collapsed. Just as she fell defeated, a few silk cloth and copper coins burst out. There was even a piece of demonic stone fragment, which was swiftly looted by Wei Yan'er by her lightning speed snatching. Sigh. You girls don't know how to take care of your own image. At least make an effort to do so. Zhang Yang sighed heavily and laughed. I knew it, women are the brutal ones. Excuse me. I'm not a woman. I'm still a girl, said Wei Yan'er as she stuck her tongue out. Han Ningxue, on the other hand, blew a kiss at Zhang Yang and winked. I'm not a girl, but I'm not yet a woman. A maiden, I would say at best. A cold sweat dripped down from Zhang Yang's forehead. What a woman. If the little girl does not what she's saying, it's best to leave it that way. Why can't you just keep your lecherous mouth shut for just a good d*mn minute? There were many monsters in the camp. As the party proceeded in deeper, they had killed so many monsters that they had already lost count of them. After a while, they finally arrived at a small castle. This was the central point of the entire demon territory. Instead of a regular, medieval-like castle structure, this was more of a gigantic round pillar. With only 1 floor, it was not all that tall in height. Outside the entrance of the castle were 4 large flags that represented various demonic races. Under the flags were 8 elite-tiered Flame Hell's Devil. Flame Hell's Devil, Elite, Demon. Level, 76. HP, 76,000. Defense, 600. These stone-like beings were naturally high in defense. The average level 70 plus elite-tier monster would have only roughly 400 defense. Yet, they had 50% more than that. In addition to that, these devils had the burning aura, dealing 1000 fire damage to every target within 40 meters of their vicinity. Luckily, the same aura effect would not stack upon each other. I think, that's where we're supposed to investigate, said Zhang Yang. Han Ningxue cast a holy shield on Zhang Yang and winked at him. Go on, said Han Ningxue with the expression that says go, be the meat shield. Reading the expression on her face like a book, Zhang Yang rolled his eyes and said, You're already so brutal to me as a maiden. I wonder how orc-like you'll become when you become someone's woman. As soon as he said that, he rode off to the monsters, leaving Han Ningxue behind, sulking. Ki. One after the other, the monster reacted violently as Zhang Yang entered their aggro. Zhang Yang had only engaged one of them, but the other 7 of them were also triggered. Stomping their stone feet into the ground, they fired flaming green emerald projectiles at Zhang Yang. If Zhang Yang were to fight these monsters alone, like he always did, he would have evaded the attacks with a quick sidestep. However, now that he had brought the devilish little snow along, he would not let her have it her way, knowing that the woman was lazy and would definitely slack if given the opportunity. With that thought in mind, he took the hit head-on, without dodging it. Burning Aura could have only done minuscule damage to him. Even though the monsters had 1,400 physical attack damage, all 8 of them combined would only damage Zhang Yang by around 10,000 damage. At most, if Han Shui could not keep up the healing, he would only need to activate Berserker's Heal, since it had only 2 minutes of cooldown time. Might as well use it, or it will be wasted there in his hotkeys, collecting dust. As expected of Zhan Yu. Only the guild master could do something as brave as tanking all 8 monsters at the same time. I believe that no other tanks could stand up to those monsters like the way Zhan Yu did. Daffodil Daydream praised Zhang Yang. Hearing what she said, Han Shui budged in and laughed manically. Oh, please. If you have a crush on our precious dummy there, just say it. We're all practically family now. You don't have to act all shy and bashful. Be straight. Be firm. Say it to his face. And then no. Stopping her attacks, Daffodil Daydream crouched down and hid her vermilion-colored cheeks. Zhang Yang frowned. Woman. Control your words. Would it kill you to not be a Jack-SS for just one day? Why? Feeling heartbroken? Han Shui provoked Zhang Yang. Oh. Sister. You're such a thug. Thug life, cried Wei Yan Air. Zhang Yang let out a loud sigh and turned back to focus on engaging the monster. After a brief moment of silence, Zhang Yang spoke. You know, when we were fighting the rhinoceros back there, I heard a male and female rhinoceros chatting about something. It went like this. The male rhinoceros said, "My love. Run away. The devilish snow has arrived," and then the female rhinoceros said, "Who the hell does she think she is? I will stab her myself," and before the female rhinoceros could do anything, the male rhinoceros quickly said, "No. You must run. That devilish snow loves to blow the horns." Hearing that, the female rhinoceros ran away. Before Zhang Yang could continue on, Sun Xinu and Daffodil Daydream were already snickering away. Wei Yan looked at Zhang Yang with her dumbfounded expression on her face. Why did the female rhinoceros ran away? Dummy. Shut up. Don't you dare. Said Han Shui. She shook her fist at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang put up a smug and said, well, after the female rhinoceros ran for a while, she turned back only to see that the male rhinoceros from before had caught up with the female rhinoceros. Surprised, she asked the male rhinoceros, "Dearest, why did you run away?" The male rhinoceros stared at the female rhinoceros with wide, unblinking eyes and said, "Not only does she love to blow horns, she also loves to squish the eggs." Finished with his joke, Zhang Yang could not help but started laughing manically. It was a joke that he had read in the forums from a few days before. Sun Xinu and Daffodil Daydream could not stop snickering madly, as they fought to hold back their laughter. Han Shui, on the other hand, was all flushed with anger. Only Wei Yan was the only person who had no reaction whatsoever. She only stared with a poker face at everyone else, wondering what Zhang Yang meant by blowing the horns and squishing the eggs. At a monstrous speed, the party cleared all 8 of the Flame Hell's Devil and proceeded to enter the weird, pillar-shaped castle. Once they entered, they were greeted with 2 dividing pathways. One led to the right, and the other to the left. There was no direct path that led ahead. So, which one? Zhang Yang answered nonchalantly. It's just a round-shaped pathway. I'm sure we'll be heading to the exit at the end of the pathway. So, guys to the left, girls to the right. Let's go to the left, then. Right, said all the girls at the same time. Just when they realized that. Jinx, and a laughter broke out. Going by the majority, Zhang Yang followed the ladies and took the right pathway. Regardless, the pathway was not as clear as he thought it would be. Every 20 to 30 meters, there will always be a blue, round, and fat floating apparition. Well, there was nothing else that could be done besides killing it. Nai hee hee. That blue bum is cute. I want one, said Wei Yan excitingly. Boom. Just as the last drop of HP was drained from the blue floating apparition, it exploded and dealt 10,000 shadow damage to everyone around. Wiping away his sweat, Zhang Yang turned over and cocked his head. Still think it's cute? No. Wei Yan sulked. Following the pathway, the party killed each and every single floating apparition and collected a large number, demonic stone fragments. However, the monsters here did not have a 100% chance of dropping the stone. The fragments had only a 10% drop rate from elite monsters. It was expected, as the normal monster only had less than a 1% demonic stone fragment drop rate. On the side note, the complete demonic stone was nowhere to be seen. Zhang guessed that only the bosses would drop that. After following the pathway, the party arrived at a narrow, straight, and short pathway that was only 10 meters long. After the narrow pathway ended, the party came up to another dividing pathway. It was like there was another circle leading to another smaller circle. With no choice but to move down the semi-spherical pathway, the party hacked their way through and arrived at the end of the second pathway, only to find another pathway. Wei Yan'er sulked and said, "I'm betting that after this route, there will be another circular pathway." She guessed right. After walking for 10 meters, they had arrived at yet another circular pathway. The circular pathway got smaller and shorter after every end, and the party was getting impatient. After repeating the same path for 7 times, they had finally arrived at a hall. On each of the walls in the rectangular hall had lit torches that illuminated the entire hall. The place was extremely clean and spotless. On the floor, there was a gigantic magic circle and radiated with black rays in the shape of a hexagon. The light converged together and formed a black-colored portal which spawned 1 elite-tier monster and 10 normal-tier monsters. At the other end from where Zhang and the party were standing, there was a humanoid creature that seemed to be made of a dark, gaseous substance. Though it was slightly dark, Zhang could easily see that the aforementioned monster did not have any legs and was floating in the air, a few centimeters from the ground. Every time monsters walked out of the portal, the creature reached out with its right arm and engulfed the group of monsters in a black gas. The clump of cloud, carrying the monsters inside, floated away and flew out of the hall, from a hole in the ceiling. Dream Demon, Nightmare, Yellow Gold, Demon. Level, 78. HP, 7,800,000. Defense, 1,400. Han Shui gritted her teeth angrily and screamed. Here we are, walking around in circles for the entire day, and yet the monsters could just fly out of here that easily. The actual distance from the entrance to the center was only a few hundred meters. But by circling around endlessly, Zhang and the party had traveled for at least 1.5 kilometers. Ding! Quest, Investigate the Demon's Territory has been completed. Please head back to Captain Kong now to report your findings. The 5 of them exchanged a look after receiving the system notification. Should we, I don't know, try to whack the boss for a bit, said Wei Yan'er. It might be a little tricky since there will be monsters spawning continuously, said Daffodil Daydream. Zhang scratched his chin and said, I think we should give it a try anyways. Alright, when the monsters spawn, clear all of them. You guys take on the elite monster. I'll kill all of the normal tier. I can easily wipe them all with horizontal sweep if my dark enigmatic sword triggers. Let's go. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 305, Summon Soldiers. Chapter 305, Summon Soldiers. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Zhang rushed to the front and entered the boss attack range. The moment the boss reacted in a hostile manner, the battle started promptly. With nothing with his bare fist, Nightmare thrusts his massive knuckles towards Zhang. The massive fist cast a huge shadow that enveloped Zhang. He quickly used block. As per the usual battle strategy, Wei Yan'er and Sun Xianyu went behind the boss and attacked from there. Daffodil Daydream and Han Shui stood behind Zhang, attacking with fire spells and healing. Nightmare shared the standard attack interval of around 2 seconds. After the first strike, the second attack came 2 seconds later. This time, Zhang could not use block, and he could not evade the lightning speed fist coming at him. Zhang had to take the fist, fully undefended. 7, 8, 12. A massive, painful attack landed, taking away a significant amount of HP and leaving a debuff on him at the same time. Shadow Radiation, cause 1000 shadow damage to all targets 10 meters around. Last for 10 seconds. Zhang screamed. Get away from me. At least 10 meters. Wei Yan'er and Sun Xianyu immediately kept their distance from him. During their escape, Wei Yan'er had slipped in an insult, calling Zhang something that meant Swine King, leaving Zhang madly infuriated. Although Zhang had responded fairly quick, and Wei Yan'er and Sun Shui had escaped swiftly, they had still sustained 2 damage ticks from the shadow radiation. Daffodil Daydream and Han Shui only needed to step back a little and were still able to attack and heal. As for Sun Xianyu and Wei Yan'er, unless they were willing to take on the damage of shadow radiation, they would have to wait until the debuff on Zhang expires. Nevertheless, the damage from shadow radiation was quite painful. Zhang Yang felt something was odd, and checked the battle log. Nightmare's physical damage had dealt 7,812 shadow damage to you. 2,201 damage reduced, 994 damage absorbed. The moment a physical attack deals shadow damage instead of the usual physical damage, Zhang Yang's ultra-high defense would lose its meaning. The boss attack was similar to Night class players. Night class players would always deal holy damage. That was why Zhang Yang felt that the boss attack was odd. It would be wrong to say that it was a magic attack since it could be blocked. However, it could not be considered a physical attack either since it had shadow damage. That aside, Zhang Yang could not spend too long dwelling on this ridiculous mental argument. 2 seconds later, Nightmare punched Zhang Yang again. The shadow radiation on Zhang Yang had been refreshed to 10 seconds again. With him constantly radiating shadow damage, there was literally nothing that Sun Xianu and Wei Yan could do. Hey! Newbie tank! We can't fight like this. Wei Yan complained bitterly. Then sit down and grow a tree or whatsoever. Didn't you learn Spear of Obliteration? Start using that to attack then. Zhang Yang scolded. Sulking, Wei Yan quietly complied, and started hurling spears, 10 seconds at a time. 7 to 8 seconds into the battle, the magic circle on the floor glowed brightly and a magic portal appeared. A group of demons walked out of the portal. The strongest monster from the group of demons was the level 76, elite tier Flame Hell's Devil. The other weaker ones were just 10 normal demons such as imps, floating apparition, and even succubi. Right this time, Nightmare should be casting a bubble to transport the demons outside of the hall. However, since the boss was engaging Zhang Yang and his party, the demons were immediately sent into battle with Zhang Yang. The problem was, Haning Shui was currently generating the second largest aggro value as she was healing vigorously, prompting the demons to target her first. Horizontal Sweep. Since the beginning, Zhang Yang had reserved Horizontal Sweep for the sole purpose to dealing with the group of demons. With a good swing of the dark enigmatic sword, the blade shone brightly and dealt more than 4,000 damage to all. Shirring. The sword's effect was triggered and another blast of Horizontal Sweep was cast, killing all the normal tiered demons, leaving the elite Flame Hell's Devil alone standing. With the huge aggro value generated by Zhang Yang, the Hell's Devil shifted its target from Haning Shui to Zhang Yang. Stomping violently, the Flame Hell's Devil thrust its stone fist at Zhang Yang. With burning flame enveloping the fist, the heat of it was felt even before it touched Zhang Yang. Ice. Brat. Get the devil. Daffy. Deal with the boss. Zhang Yang cried out. Sun Xianu and Wei Yan nodded their heads and did what Zhang Yang has asked. Ignoring the damage from Zhang Yang's shadow radiation, they took the damage and attacked the Hell's Devil. Instantly, the stress on Haning Shui skyrocketed to a point where she was swiveling from side to side so quickly that her boobs were slapping against themselves. She was moaning as if she was both in pain and ecstasy. Zhang Yang sighed to himself. This woman was a treasure. One of a kind. There's no one else like her. Her moans were so loud and indecent. She sounded like she was climaxing all the way, in both pain and pleasure. Zhang Yang was trying his utmost best to keep his shaft from standing at attention, while Daffodil Daydream and Sun Xianu were blushing so furiously that both their heads looked like oversized peaches. The only person not reacting to Haning Shui's moans was the innocent Wei Yan. At most, she had stopped to look at her sister, cocking her head like a curious dog. After a microsecond, she went back to cleaving the devil, having lost interest in her cousin's sister. The fact that Haning Shui continued moaning without pause, finally blew off what remained of Zhang Yang's patience. He roared, "Hey! *TCHY Snow. Shut your mouth for just a second." Haning Shui grinned. Zhang Yang facepalmed himself and finally sent fire against fire. One more moan, and I'll personally put my pokey in your hokey. Zhang Yang's funny euphemism worked like charm, which instantly silenced Haning Shui. She rolled her eyes at him. With only around 150,000 HP, the Flame Hell's Devil was unable to endure the focus fire from Zhang Yang, Sun Xianu, and Wei Yan. After 20 seconds, it was defeated. Promptly after killing the devil, Sun Xianu and Wei Yan leaped away from Zhang Yang to reduce the pressure on Haning Shui. The calm did not last for long. Since the portal will summon another wave of demons in just 30 seconds, the peace only lasted for just 7 to 8 seconds before another wave spawned. Zhang Yang resorted to the same tactic as before. Zhang Yang used Horizontal Sweep and Blast Wave to clear the weaker monsters, while Sun Xianu and Wei Yan dealt with the devil. Though it may seem effective, Haning Shui was the only one who seemed to be having the short end of the stick. Without a break, She had jiggled her mounts here and there in order to cast all sorts of healing spells just to keep the team alive. In the end, her efforts had caused her to moan again. The team was forced to deal with her constant moaning. Overall, the battle was extremely tough. Luckily, Han Yingshui had good equipment, along with unparalleled management of her skills. Even though she had been constantly healing several members at once, her MP was far from dropping. On the side, Daffodil Daydream was having a tough time dealing with the boss. Alone, she was slowly pricking the boss with her spells. By the time the boss HP reached 80%, the summon group of demons had been upgraded. From just one, the summon group of demon had 2 elite-tiered monsters now. The party could handle 1 elite monster in 30 seconds. But with 2 of them at the same time, things might be turned sour for the party. Every time they killed 1 elite, the portal would send out another wave, leaving them with an extra elite to deal with. They would eventually be overwhelmed. Without second thoughts, Zhang Yang spoke up. I'll kite all the monsters. All of you, take this chance to use the teleportation scroll. That portal is ridiculous. We're not here to kill the boss. The boss is here to kill us. But what about you? Everyone asked. Well, it was good to know that they cared about him. Zhang Yang smiled and explained. I have the Shadow of the Void. After you guys teleport away to safety, I'll activate the skill and escape as well. Okay. Everyone nodded and prepared their teleportation scroll. Zhang Yang swiftly used Shield Wall to buy some time for the girls to teleport away. After everyone had vanished from the battlefield, Zhang Yang activated Shadow of the Void and escaped as well. 20 seconds of invisibility gave him time to run to absolute safety. There, he used his own teleportation scroll and went back to Thunderstorm Castle. How are we gonna kill the boss with the portal there? Cried Wei Yen bitterly. Looks like the only way for us to kill the boss is to rely on the quest. Perhaps there is a way, said Zhang Yang. The poor white bear had sacrificed itself in the battlefield. He could only summon his old skeletal horse and rode with the girls through Oz and into the ravine of coyotes. Within the hour, the party stood in front of Captain Kong Na. Ding! You have completed the quest, investigate the demon's territory, obtain 200,000 experience points. Ha ha! Greenhorns! You did well. The demon territory is a dreadful place. Not a single one from my troops was able to handle the quest at such speed. Well done indeed. Your strength is worth acknowledging. Adventurer. You now have the qualifications to be one of us, said Captain Kong Na with a warm smile on his face. Zhang Yang gave an adventurer salute and said, Respected Captain. We will put our bodies and souls to protect the future of humanity. Han Yingshui cringed. Dummy. That was too corny. Yeah. That lame **SS speech is so cringy, said Wei Yen as she dramatically flailed around, as if her whole body was itching. Though that sort of speech was indeed a little too inappropriate in the real world, Captain Kong Na was greatly moved by Zhang Yang. That's the kind of response I wanted to hear, great warrior. You have the heart of a true fighter, brave and full of justice. Alright, based on the information you have collected, that magic circle has to be the transportation mechanism that the demons had constructed. No wonder the number of monsters will never go down. They would keep replenishing their numbers. The captain wavered a little. This would be too dangerous. The situation has escalated to a whole other level. If the demons had set their base here, they could easily transport a large army and plunge us into a never-ending chaos. We have to move out now. We have to destroy the portal. Ding! Captain Kong Na has a quest for you, Sortie. Will you accept it? Without a second thought, Zhang Yang and his fellow members accepted the quest. They were all left dissatisfied, however, not being able to kill the boss. Sortie, difficulty level A. Quest description: assist Captain Kong Na in destroying the demon's portal. Time waits for no man. The longer you wait, the stronger the demons will be. You have to make haste. Progress: destroy the demon's teleportation circle 0 to 1. Quest reward: summon soldier. Summon soldier, usable. Use, summons one elite soldier of the Ravine of Chaos to assist you in battle. Last for 10 minutes. Cost 1,000 gold piece for every summon. Charges left, 3/3. Level requirement, 70. Bound upon acquire. No wonder they could not defeat the boss earlier. Nightmare was the guardian of the magic circle. It was a quest-based boss. If the boss could be killed without accepting the quest, there would have been no point making a quest all around it. Captain Kong now lead 4-foot soldiers out of the camp and call out to Zhang and his party. Adventurer! It's now or never. He then summoned a grey horse for himself. The other foot soldier followed and summoned their own horses. When his followers were ready, Captain Kong Na gave a hiya and rode off. Zhang and his party did the same and followed Captain Kong Na with their own specific mounts. The party rode for 20 minutes and arrived at the demon's territory. Unlike Zhang, Captain Kong Na did not choose to hide himself and had barged into the large encampment. With his huge battle axe in hand, the captain went on a killing spree like a true war general. D*MN. This grey-silver NPC is so violent. The party did not stop for even a second. With haste, the party had arrived at the center point of the camp and proceeded into the pillar-like castle. Since it had not been 5 hours, all the elite monster inside the castle had not yet respawned, providing the party a free flow to the center of the castle and to the stone hall with the magic circle. Captain Kong Na stopped the party from proceeding and spoke to Zhang. Adventurer, I need your help in dealing with the demons. My soldiers and I will need some time to destroy the magic circle. Roger. Leave the demons to us. Zhang thumped his chest. Let's go. Zhang led the 4 ladies to face Nightmare for the second time. Without wasting a second, Captain Kong Na and his soldier went around the magic circle to do something that Zhang had no clue about. His only wish was that they could, at the very least, stop the monsters from appearing from the portal. Zhang turned to Sun Xinu and Wei Yin Air. I need the both of you to fight together. Don't waste time, leave that snowbee *TCH to the healing, Han Shui immediately rolled her eyes and sighed heavily. Dummy! Do you really want to work me to death? In truth, it was not too difficult for Han Shui to heal 2 more players in the same time. Priests always excelled at mass healing. Still, it was a troublesome situation. On the other side of the battle, Captain Kong Na and his soldier had seemed to stop the portal from summoning monsters. It helped them wonders. 90%, 80%, with everyone chipping in their strength, the boss HP was dropping down at a tremendous speed. In the heat of battle, Zhang had received a sudden call from 100 Shots. Zhan Yu. There's a problem with the mining cave. What's wrong? Zhang asked. The mining cave was one of the guild's gold mine. With a large number of excavation going on in these few days, the amount of mineral mined from the mining cave was able to accommodate the guild members' request, and had increased the territory defense level to level 2. There was so much surplus that it was all placed in the little merchandise shop to be sold. The profits were never as lucrative as the territory itself, as it required players to constantly mine the minerals in the cave. However, it couldn't be dismissed, since they could at least farm close to 1 million gold coins worth of mining every day. That was the reason why Zhang had paid close attention to mining caves. There's this guy who claims to be Yin Air's cousin brother. He said that he deserves to mine in the cave and wants to send some players in, said 100 Shots, with great uncertainty. Zhang was stunned. Is that guy's IGN I love Han Shui? That's right. What a loser. That F*King* Shoal actually dared to show his face at the mining cave. If his face could get any thicker, he would be asking for a share in the Thunderstorm Castle. Ignore that wanker. If he dares to do anything, kill his sorry *SS. Understood, said 100 Shots without any objection. He sounded eager. Perhaps, Luo Yangming had went overboard with his arrogance and had pissed off 100 Shots. Since he had claimed to be someone from Wei Yin Air family tree, 100 Shots had been holding back. However, now that he had gained the approval from Zhang himself, 100 Shots could unleash his arrows. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 306, Heroic Leap. Chapter 306, Heroic Leap. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The battle between Nightmare continued on. This time, however, the party stayed strong, while the boss was close to death. 10%. Sure ma le sure too. The boss suddenly cried out in a loud screech. Its body suddenly expanded out like a balloon. Ding! Nightmare has entered berserk state. All damage increased by 50%. The boss has gone berserk. Kill it quick. Upon entering the berserk state, Nightmare had gained immeasurable strength. With a single punch, Nightmare could deal more than 12,000 damage on Zhang. Not even Han Shui, the super healer, could balance out the damage. As a resort, Zhang had to unleash all his ultimate skills. Shield Wall, Berserker's Heal, Rearm, Clear Lotuses, Substitute, and the set equipment set effect were all used, and only then, Zhang Yang was able to survive and kill Nightmare. By then, Captain Kong Na and his soldier had just finished with the portal. It looked like the quest's secret completion requirement was to kill the boss. Crack, dot. With a thundering crack, the magic circle on the ground shattered into millions of particles and dispersed into the air. Well done, adventurers. You have performed splendidly, said Captain Kong Na as he clapped his hands to congratulate the party. Ding! You have completed the quest, Sortie. Obtained 500,000 experience points. Ding! You have obtained the reward, Summon Soldier. Adventurers. Though the magic circle may have been destroyed, this place still remains dangerous. I urge you all to leave this place immediately, said Captain Kong Na. He then turned around and left Zhang Yang all by themselves. Humph. What a useless NPC. Look at how he left us here after completing the quest, said Zhang Yang with a laugh. Let's take a look at the loots. Loots, said Wei Yan'er as she went on to pick up the battle loots. Poison Flame Chestplate, Yellow Gold, Leather Armor. Defense, plus 24. Vitality, plus 235. Strength, plus 94. Dexterity, plus 217. Unidentified. Level requirement, 70. Hey Ice Cube, you want this? It doesn't have any set equipment effect, at least it's better than the one you're wearing now, said Zhang Yang. No, said Sun Xian coldly without glancing at him. Noob tank. What are you planning to buy for me as a birthday present, said Wei Yan'er out of the blue. Zhang Yang pointedly turned away. Present. Birthday. Present, said Wei Yan'er. Ah, that. Well, it's a present after all. If I tell you what it is, it would not be a present anymore. It should always be a mystery until you receive it. Wei Yan'er clicked her tongue disgruntledly. TCH. Well then, what sort of mystery would it be? Zhang Yang kept quiet and sighed heavily. Energy Crystal, Yellow Gold, Necklace. Vitality, plus 59. Strength, plus 24. Unidentified. Equip effect, absorbs 4/6 damage on attack. Equip effect, creates a 1% chance to cast an energy shield when an attack is received. Energy shield will disappear after 30 seconds, or after absorbing 5,000 damage. Level requirement, 70. This *T is good. Finally, I can change my 100-year-old necklace. Zhang Yang helped himself and kept the necklace for himself. Boots of the Crimson Gem, Yellow Gold, Cloth Armor. Defense, plus 8. Vitality, plus 118. Intelligence, plus 108. Spirit, plus 47. Unidentified. Level requirement, 70. Both Han Ningxue and Daffodil Daydream insisted on maintaining their set effects, so the boots would be placed for sale in the little merchandise shop. So far, the shop had been supplying 60% of all yellow gold equipment in the market. In other words, almost 60% of every player's yellow gold equipment had come from Zhang Yang and his guild members. In a way, it was an extremely efficient way of building a good reputation in the market and obtaining a good, long-term profit. After clearing all 3 yellow gold equipment, the rest of the remaining equipment were gray-silver, which were all ignored by the party and went in straight into Zhang Yang's inventory. What remained were 2 other items that were not equipment. They were 2 solid, black, glowing stones. The complete, demonic stones. In total, they had 2 completed, demonic stones, and 1,892 demonic stone fragments. With that amount, they could only purchase 3 skill books. With no intention of purchasing the skill books just yet, Zhang Yang said, we should now head out of this place and grind at the camp area. No matter what, we should farm at least 3,000 demonic stone fragment, to allow everyone here to get themselves a skill book. Okay. The 5 of them then went their separate ways and took 3 hours to farm a total of 3,000 demonic stone fragment. After trading them for 3 completed, demonic stone, they went back to the Ravine of Coyote to purchase 5 skill books for everyone. Heroic Leap, leap far and high into the air, across all obstacles and towards the distant enemy. With great force, you can land on the ground and stun the target, and everyone 5 meters around it for 3 seconds. Attack range, 20 meters. Cost, 50 rage. Cooldown time, 2 minutes. Compared to Charge, Heroic Leap could not only stun the target for a longer duration, but was an AoE skill. The only disadvantage was that the skill would cost a large amount of rage instead of generating it. Wei Yan'er had also selected Heroic Leap as well. Everyone was extremely pleased after purchasing their respective class skills. Just when Zhang Yang wanted to ask the ladies to farm for more demonic stone, to purchase a few more recipes, he received a distress call from 100 Shots. Zhan Yu. That guy, I love Hanning Shui, brought his own people to raid the mining cave. At first, Zhang Yang was stunned. But then, he started laughing. Did he really think that it would be a great idea to raise his sword against Lone Desert Smoke? He shook his head and said, kill them all. Leave no survivors. Will do. Hey dummy, what's going on? Asked Hanning Shui. Zhang Yang thought about it, and decided to inform Hanning Shui about the situation in the mining cave. Your precious Luo Yangming wants a share of our mining cave. This time, Wei Yan Air frowned. Annoyed and disgruntled, she broke out into a rant. What a greedy bastard. Just when I thought he was already taking up too much of the company, he also wanted to sully his hands in God's miracle. I cannot let him continue any longer. I will personally go back and give him a piece of my mind. Without waiting for any response, Wei Yan Air tore a piece of teleportation scroll and went away. With her gone, the party had no interest to continue grinding and followed her back to Thunderstorm Castle. The mining cave was located at the west of Tanilla Forest. It would take roughly 30 minutes by mount. By the time Zhang Yang had arrived to the location, the area outside the mining cave was filled with dead bodies of random players. 100 Shots and a few more Lone Desert Smoke players' name tag were dyed in red. So red won, that they would already be winning the lottery. Ah! You had finally came, my beloved cousin sister. Just when Wei Yan Air showed herself in the mining cave, Luo Yangming had appeared out of nowhere and approached Wei Yan Air with an enraged, infuriated expression on his face. He pointed at 100 Shots angrily and yelled, Yan Air! Expel that wanker out of the guild. Just who does he thinks he is? Doesn't he knows that I'm your cousin brother? How dare he raise his voice at me? He even stopped me from going into the mining cave to mine some minerals. Pooey. Sound of spitting, just which dog pound did he crawl out from? How dared he did not recognize a man from the same house, Instead of explaining, Wei Yan Air puffed her cheeks angrily and screamed at Luo Yangming from the top of her lungs. You're the one who crawled out from the dog pound. I have told you a gazillion times. Zhan Yu is the guild master of Lone Desert Smoke now. Not me. Don't ever use my name to justify your nefarious actions. Cousin sister? Luo Yangming was genuinely surprised, though only for a second. He then smiled, or rather grinned evilly and said, don't coy with me. I know that Lone Desert Smoke is being sponsored by us, the Silky Soft Holdings, and you were the guild master before that anyway, no? I know that you're only using Zhan Yu as a puppet. Honestly, you're just using him. The real mastermind behind all of this is you. You control everything from behind the scenes. Am I right? Even a pig would be smarter than this idiotic swine. No, calling him one would be a disgrace to all swine in the world. It does not take a rocket scientist to correctly figure out how lucrative the profits from a territory were. In truth, Zhang Yang was holding to a mother hen that would only lay platinum golden eggs. However, how much was it worth, exactly? No one had clearly calculated. It was one of the uncertainties that a territory had. Other factors like an attack from other guild, a raid from a wave of monsters, or perhaps the shutting down of God's miracle itself, could affect it. However, as long as Zhang Yang possessed a territory in his hands, the profit will be on par, or higher than a multi-million-dollar company. Unable to hold down his anger, Zhang Yang rode his white bear and went forward. To the man named Luo, your mother is summoning you back for dinner. Oh please, my mother. Luo Yangming turned around and bit his tongue. He wanted to return the insult until he saw it was Zhang Yang. He opened his eyes wide and glared at Zhang Yang. You rotting, stinking barbarian. This is not a place for you to talk. No you place, peasant. F***ck off. He then turned to Wei Yan Air and switched to a politer tone to talk to her. Yan Air, we are cousins. Relatives. That guy? He's nothing but a stranger. How could you let a stranger manage something important like a territory? This brother does not fear hardship. Just let Zhan Yu transfer all the ownership of all the territories to me. I'll personally handle all the management. Only blood relatives can be trusted. Other than Zhang Yang, almost everyone present at the scene were frowning furiously. This man's face was so thick that no digger in the world could get to his epidermis layer in a lifetime. His narcissistic, self-praising, arrogant, shameless, and egoistical behavior was off the charts. It was already beyond human comprehension and could be framed as a work of art. A talent worthy to be recorded in the Guinness World Book of Records. I ain't got time for you. Humph. With such level of greed and egoism, Wei Yan'er had nothing to say to him and turned to 100 shots. Uncle 100. Next time you see this douchebag, feel free to kill him. Do not mind me. You do not have to worry about me. With that, she turned away and got some distance between the two of them. Wait. Wait, cried Luo Yangming. He then turned to Han Shui and begged for her help. Please, Little Snow, help me get some sense into little Yan'er's head. Without even responding to his plea, Han Shui dragged Zhang Yang and said, let's go. Let's go grind some levels. Zhang Yang nodded and the whole party went away. Luo Yangming started to give chase, but 100 Shots shot a volley of arrows and killed the man. By the time he revived and came back, Wei Yan'er, Han Shui and the rest of them were already long gone. His expression gradually turned sour. He knew that Wei Yan'er's 18th birthday was just around the corner. This little brat was always threatening that she would reset the main company's accountings after inheriting the company at her coming of age. No doubt, she would wipe these parasites off the board. Luo Yangming was not as stupid as played out to be. At the very least, he knew that when Judgment Day comes, his own family's little factory will be forced to close down. After so long, Luo Mingyang had already gotten used to the high life. It would cost him his entire integrity to go back to where he crawled from. He had always mingled along with his foxy minx and bastardic cheese, and each and every one of them had been addressing him as the boss. Without the factory backing him, how could he continue living the same lifestyle? He would never allow such things to happen to him. Never. TL note. 1 Red, according to Chinese culture. The color red signifies prosperity and good luck. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 307, At Her Doorstep. Chapter 307, At Her Doorstep. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. A few days went by, and Fatty Han and Lost Dream had managed to get themselves to level 70. Zhang Yang then proceeded to recruit them into his small team to make 9 men and venture throughout us to search for every available quest. The problem was that they could not find any quests that rewarded them handsomely. Most of the quests they found were the repetitive types that required them to kill monsters and submit items. A few days went by like this, and by January the 16th, Zhang Yang was the first to reach level 73. As expected, no matter how fast his killing speed was, it would take him roughly 8 days to gain a level. To get to level 80 would take another 2 months. By then, the professional league would already have started. For the past 2 days, Han Shui and Wei Yan'er were not acting as themselves. After enduring the urge to ask, Zhang Yang finally caved in and broke the ice. Hey! What's with the two of you? Usually you're all so noisy and chirpy like a broken piano. What's gotten into you two? Zhang Yang asked. It's nothing. Just not feeling too happy, said Wei Yan'er lazily. Why are you feeling down? Fatty Han started to stick his nose. You wanna know? Yeah. You really wanna know? Yeah. Not telling. Fatty Han facepalmed himself. Fatty Han tried his best to coax Wei Yan'er to reveal the reason. She did eventually, only after she had her fun messing with Fatty Han. After sulking for a long time, she finally smiled a little. She smiled sadly and said, lately, there's this problem going on with the silky soft holdings. Rumors were spreading about the quality of the material that we use for our products. The rumors went on about how we have no quality control and so on. They are basically saying that we are cutting corners and cheating on our customers. So, how do you, as the capitalist of the company, justify yourself, said Lost Dream as he posed like a person leading a revolution. Poof. Please, we do not need to justify ourselves. Without us, people would already be losing their jobs, snorted Wei Yan'er, disgruntled. Zhang Yang interjected. What's the damage? Bad. Said Han Shui. There were simultaneous reports stating defects in the products from all over the places. Either we really do have problems, or someone is out there trying to slander our company. What will all of this lead to? Asked Fatty Han. Han Shui raised a finger and said, firstly, once there are too many negative rumors spreading out in the public, markets, retailers, direct sales, and distributors will reject our product and will refuse to sell our product in the market. Once there are too many stagnant sales, the company will suffer from a great loss, since we could not reach the product turnover sales. All of these will probably stop us from getting financial support from the banks. She then raised a second finger. Second. When the sales goes south, our company stock will plummet. If the numbers goes down too much, parties will be trying to get their hands on our company. Without the help from the banks, the company ownership might fall to others. Is there a countermeasure for this? Asked Zhang Yang. The office is already cracking their heads trying to solve this. Gra. It's so frustrating, said Wei Yan as she ruffled her long hair. Damn it. I was about to take over the company and all these problems are popping up. Damn it all. If the topic was anything about the gaming world, all of them, except for Fatty Han, would definitely have something up their sleeves. However, when it's about business in the real world, none of them had any clue. Terms and jargon like revenue, turnover rate would definitely be confusing to them. Even with 9 brains in the party, there was nothing that they could do to help solve the problem. In the end, they had to push this matter to the back of their heads and continue on grinding. The team split up, having completed the quests. It was much more efficient this way. Just when Zhang Yang started grinding monsters alone, he received a call from Yuli. Zhang Yang, please come over to my house tonight. Ah, right. I found myself a new home. Everything will be moved over in just 2 more days. Hey. Why didn't you tell me sooner? I could always come over and help out. There's no need for you to work up a sweat. There are always people to hire for this kind of job. Oh, and one more thing. My mother wants to meet you. Zhang Yang gulped. Does your mother know about us? Yeah, it's my fault. I misplaced the pills and my mother found them. You know what? It's your fault to begin with. Why can't you just use rubbers like everyone else? Oh, come on. Teacher. Using a rubber would only get in between the 2 of us. There's a third party getting in between us. No. Trojan can find himself another B*TCH to get inside. I ain't wearing one. Oh please, you just love it raw, don't you? And you love to finish it inside. Inside. Humph. Nee hee hee. Jokes aside, what time do you want me to come over? 7 p.m. in the evening should be fine. Come earlier if you can. We'll be waiting for you to start dinner together. Get a pen and write down my new address. Don't end up at the old house. Okay. Zhang Yang continued to game until it was 5 p.m. before logging off. Usually, Zhang Yang and Yuli would always do it in a hotel. He had never has the chance to meet and greet her mother in person. Since this was going to be his first time stepping up to her front door to meet her mother, he started to grow anxious and nervous, wondering if he was just meeting Yuli's mother, or his future mother-in-law. Before heading to Yuli's new home, Zhang Yang took some time to buy some expensive healthcare products as a gift. Taking the chance, Yuli had not spared any expenses in buying a new home. She had found herself a good neighborhood in the uptown. There, the security of the new estate was tight. They did not allow taxis to enter the premises and Zhang Yang has to reveal Yuli's home address and the security had to make a call to Yuli herself to confirm his identity, before allowing Zhang Yang to enter. As expected of the higher-end apartments, even the elevators were all pimped out, with music and fancy decoration going all out. After enjoying the ride up to the highest, 19th floor, Zhang Yang walked for a little before ringing Yuli's doorbell. The person welcoming him in was Yuli herself. Curiously staring after seeing the bags that Zhang Yang carried, she giggled and asked, "What's with those?" More gifts, better impression. Yuli laughed at his logic and pulled him in. She then closed the door behind Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang was already impressed by the apartment itself, but he was even more impressed to see her new home. Compared to her old home, this was a huge upgrade from the small trailer-size home to a massive palace. Her house was 180 square meters. The apartment had 3 bedrooms and 2 toilets. Compared to her old home, this was a luxurious mansion. A true home for a princess. Still, the emptiness of the home had given the illusion that the place was gigantic, since they had just moved in and had not brought in the furniture. After getting himself ready, he entered the house and saw a middle-aged woman leaving a room. When she saw Zhang Yang, she immediately scowled, gazing at him up and down. Zhang Yang did not respond much, since it was a typical response of a mother seeing a man taking the hands of her daughter. He then proceeded to address her in a polite manner. However, to his surprise, Yuli's mother did not acknowledge him. During dinner, she only had a plain, sulky face. After only 5 minutes into dinner, she pushed her chair away and went to her bedroom, leaving Zhang Yang in an extremely awkward situation. Yuli entered her own room and came out and sat beside Zhang Yang. Annoyed, Zhang Yang asked, "What's wrong with your mother? Why was she so cold towards me?" Yuli laughed and scooted closer to Zhang Yang. In an extremely seductive voice, she said, "If you knew that your own daughter was under the care of a sugar daddy, what would you think of the man?" Zhang Yang's heart sank. "You even told your mother about that? Hey, think about it. With that expensive medical cost in this house, how could I make up an excuse like that? Before my mother found out about the pills, I actually lied that it was all sponsored by the university," said Julie as she gave him a certain condescending look. Zhang Yang could not help but dripped cold sweat. If he knew any bastard would actually take in his own daughter like that, he would take up the kitchen knife and fight with him to the death. Zhang Yang scratched his hair and cocked his head. "Well, you have a point there. At least I got off lightly, since your mother didn't kick me out of the house." "Oof. At least you're smart enough to know that." Yuli pushed herself close to Zhang Yang and picked at his earlobe. "I've yet to mention that you were once my student. I bet that she'll be raging on if she knew about it." Aroused, Zhang Yang had to push Yuli aside and said, "Hey, stop it. Don't go too far. It's not just me who would be in trouble. This is your own house. Relax. My mom has been having trouble sleeping lately and will always take sleeping pills before going to bed. Don't worry. I made sure she had taken her pills just now." Sneaky as a snake, Yuli's other hand had slithered under the table and had made its way to Zhang Yang's pants. There, with a gentle caress, she unzipped his pants, pulled down his underpants and let loose his rattlesnake. A mature woman always had her ways. After the two of them have experienced their world-rocking, heaven-thundering moments, Yuli had fully embraced her nature and was behaving like a true, passionate lover. With a naughty expression on her face, she placed both her hands and played with his hardening shaft in her soft, gentle hands. He. Looks like little Zhang Yang is being more honest than Zhang Yang himself. Yuli teased. Zhang Yang had to suck in a deep breath. Her movements were so gentle yet, they had lit a vigorous flame in his heart and had stolen his breath. The woman beside him was truly breathtaking. Her red, burning lips looked like they craved for his. Her eyes expressed the loneliness she felt when Zhang Yang was not with her. As her body burned with the desire for his touch, Zhang Yang could no longer tame the fire in him and reached out with his arms around Yuli. He then pulled her closer to him and said, "Teacher, you will always belong to me. I will always be yours." Yuli bent down. She pulled her hair back and lowered her head, taking his member into her supple lips, playfully toying with her tongue. Zhang Yang pulled his head back at the sheer impulse that hit him. With a forceful push, Zhang Yang cupped her head closer to him, and watched as his prideful organ disappeared between her lips. After a passionate lick, Yuli pushed herself away and looked into Zhang Yang's eyes. Zhang Yang helped her to her feet and he planted his lips onto her burning lips. Satisfied, Zhang Yang was ready to take this loving action to the next stage. However, Yuli stopped him. "Shower," said Yuli as she stopped him from unbuckling her own pants. With a hand around the hilt of his sword, she pulled him to the bathroom like a dog by its leash. Zhang Yang kicked open the bathroom door and the two of them started to kiss each other frantically as if they were long-lost lovers. In an instant, the two of them rushed to help each other remove any fabric that remained on them. Clothes, pants, undergarments were flying everywhere, and until the last two pieces of clothing were removed, the two lovers embraced each other tightly. Zhang Yang struggled, but eventually managed to turn the shower on with a foot. Shush. Oh. As the warm water ran down their bare backs, mixing with their bodily fluids, both Zhang Yang and Yuli gave out the most satisfied moans as they embraced. Hugging her from behind, he placed his large hand on her chin and pulled Yuli to face him. Like a puppy that had finally saw her master, there was the burning desire flaming in her eyes. Zhang Yang planted a kiss and stroked her wet hair over her ears. After ravaging each other for some time, they heard a loud thump of the door and the figure of a person entering the toilet. While running, she was struggling to remove her jeans and said, "Lily, why would you take a shower before finishing your dinner?" "Why, today, The person that had just barged into the bathroom was none other than Yin Fei Fei. Before she could finish her sentence, she had already caught sight of the other two, who were locked together in the shower room, firmly connected at the hips. Stunned and abashed, she quickly stood up from the toilet seat and rushed to pick up her jeans. She quickly realized it was a bad idea, so Yin Fei Fei tried her utmost best to remain calm as she squeezed her thick thighs back into the extremely slim-fitting jeans. All three of them were completely silent. Neither one of them had anything to say. Abashed and ashamed, Zhang Yang was flushed red. Yuli, on the other hand, had sneakily, silently, pulled herself out of Zhang Yang, and had turned around to hide her face in Zhang Yang's chest. After what seemed to be an eternity, Yin Fei Fei had successfully pulled her pants up and had scurried out of the bathroom as if it was on fire. Still, having her leaving the room, Zhang Yang regained his composure and the mood to continue. Being a man, it was not big of a deal if he was seen in the act. It's not like he would lose anything else. He lifted her face up and whispered. Teacher, I think she has left the bathroom, let's continue. Continue? Are you daft? Yuli rolled her eyes. She quickly turned off the shower and left the room to wipe herself dry. Still wet, Zhang Yan laughed. Hey! It was you who wanted to do it in the first place. I wanted to have dinner and you wanted to have Zhang Yang Jr. Picking up the clothes on the floor, Yuli ignored Zhang Yang and continued to put on her own clothes. Why is she here? Said Zhang Yang curiously. Yan Fei Fei did live together with Yuli previously, but what was the reason for her to also live with Yuli here? Oh. That. Well, I had an extra room. Might as well let her stay in it. Fei Fei is a good girl. I can't have her staying alone. Did she know about us? Well, she does now. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 308, Something is Amiss? Chapter 308, Something is Amiss? Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. What on earth are the both of you? Yan Fei Fei shook her head in disappointment and disgust. You just can't keep it in your pants, could you? Said Yan Fei Fei to Zhang Yang. He shrugged. And you? Some dry spell, huh? You'll literally impale yourself on any guy you see. I couldn't, you should be ashamed of yourself. I am ashamed for you. Get it together, girl. Hey. You came in without knocking. I should be the one going off on you, said Yuli, refusing to back down. Zhang Yang wanted no part of this. He was feeling famished. He left the scene and went to the dinner table to help himself. Fei Fei, I remember you saying that you're going to shoot a video or something. Why are you back so early? Asked Yuli. TCH. Yan Fei Fei clicked her tongue disgruntledly. Well, sorry for disturbing you two lovebirds in your precious moments. Video? Zhang Yang grinned playfully. You aren't doing those cheap, amateur kind of, how do I put this delicately, French-style, adult, action romance video? Well, not the way you said it. At least you got one part right. It's definitely not for kids. Yan Fei Fei nodded. Sigh. Yuli sighed and quickly spoke up before Zhang Yang got misled. Fei Fei is currently working for an undergarment company. She's the model for their latest products. Oh. Said Zhang Yang. But as he thought of it, Yan Fei Fei did have an excellent body of a woman. She was definitely more than qualified to be a model for an undergarment company. Her voluptuous body would showcase the fabric wholesomely. Naturally, if it was Yuli dressed in a black, laced bra, coupled with tiny thongs, she would be looking badahonkas. He could already picture her, walking down the runway in high heels, jiggling her semi-nude body all around. It would definitely be a super erotic scene that would send every man covering their bleeding noses with tissues. In truth, Zhang Yang had already seen her in it. It was back when they were having a role-playing session in the hotel room. Putting the blissful memory aside, Zhang Yang had a sudden realization. Didn't you used to work in a bank? Why did you run off to be an underwear model? Is the pay better, there? Sigh. Yan Fei Fei let out a long and tiresome sigh. It was all because of that D*net robbery case back then. After that incident, my colleagues had been giving me strange looks. They thought that I was already violated by that robber. They think that I am a used woman. An old abalone, a spoiled oyster. We get what you mean. Said Yuli. It's a rich area so, anyway. Since they thought I was that kind of woman, men were actually trying to get a little something from me, said Yan Fei Fei as she gestured furiously at her groin. There's this time when the bank manager himself asked me for a quickie. What the hell? If I didn't reject him forcefully, I would really be a rotten fish, a broken doll, eh? Oh. Come on. Yuli stopped her again. So, here I am now. I just couldn't take all the harassment in the bank. I left no sooner after the manager himself rejected my application to be reassigned to another branch. Zhang Yang understood immediately. Perhaps, the time she quit the job was when Yan Fei Fei came back late at night when she encountered them in the bedroom, putting pussy in the playpen. You still haven't explained why did you came back so early? Yuli came back to the topic. Oh. There was a problem in the company. The shooting was postponed and I had to call it early. Yan Fei Fei facepalmed herself. I'll be D*net if my eyes grow something one. I am both shock and disgust. Just today alone, I had witnessed 2 unwanted scene. The first one was really, disgustingly, shocking. You little minx. Are you begging to be smacked? Zhang Yang was curious about that and asked. Whom? What, or whom did you saw? What's so surprising about going 20 toes with someone, nut? Earlier today, when I received the notice about the shooting's cancellation, I went to the dressing room, and was ready to pack up and leave. Who knew, when I was halfway changing, I heard the moans of a pervert. What could I do? The only thing I could do there was to hide in the locker, said Yin Fei Fei excitedly. Whom? Let me guess, was it the same guy that you have been complaining about peeping at you with that perverted glare, asked Yuli? Bingo! Yin Fei Fei snapped her fingers. That Luo guy was someone remotely related to the company's boss, and he's been treating the place like his own home. That SOB is always hiding at some corner, seizing every chance to disturb us models. And I kid you not, there are so many gullible ones, like you said, Zhang Yang, putting their pussies in the playpen. There was a sudden tick in his brain. Undergarment company, relative of the boss, Luo? Zhang Yang could not just dive into the pool. He tried to test it out before going all cannonball with it. Could you, perhaps be, and I'm just speculating here, working for a company called Silky Soft Holdings? Yes. Oh my god. You didn't strike me as the man who would know about Silky Soft. Well, aren't you a swell guy? You must be taking my girl Yuli to shop for high-quality bras, said Yin Fei Fei, both curiously and surprised. It was a bullseye. She was talking about Luo Yangming. Yin Fei Fei continued her story. That Luo guy was always bugging me as well. I really can't stand him. That's why I hid in the locker. In the end, I saw something that I shouldn't have seen. The man had his arms around the manager herself. And my god, the two of them were so close and passionate. I had to look away. I was so shocked that I couldn't say a word. Zhang Yang snickered under his breath. That's perfectly normal. You said it yourself. That man is a huge, raging pervert, Dut. That's not the main point. Do you know who was the manager? Yin Fei Fei rolled her eyes before continuing. She was also a relative of the boss. They don't share the same surname, she's Lu and he's Luo. Even though they were not from the same family, they are still cousins. Both Zhang Yang and Yuli were shocked. Yuli gasped and Zhang Yang twitched a little. Zhang Yang had never expected Luo Yangming to be so ruthless that he would lay hands on his own cousin's sister. Those two cousins were kissing and hugging so passionately, and then I overheard something that I shouldn't. This is so much like those dramas on TV. They were saying something about splitting the property when the boss passes away. I was so afraid that my knees went weak. I couldn't even breathe properly then. I had to cover my mouth. I was so scared that they might do something to keep me silent if they found out I overheard it all, said Yin Fei Fei. Zhang Yang immediately noticed that she was trembling. Correct me if I'm wrong. But you're saying that they were planning to seize the family property? From the tone of their conversation, I'd say, yes. Zhang Yang was highly intrigued. What exactly did they say? I'm sorry. They were too busy talking about it that I couldn't hear much from their conversation. Those guys were doing it so hard that the Lu girl was already crying for the Lord's name that even he was getting annoyed by it. How could I bear to continue listening after that? Zhang Yang was already busy thinking about this sudden news. Were the recent rumors about Silky Soft Holdings all Luo Yangming's doing? But Luo Yangming's ultimate goal was to seize Silky Soft Holdings, so why would he cause it to lose its stock value? It did not make any sense. After thinking of many ways to make the connections, he got lazy and decided to relay the news to Hanning Xue and Wei Yin Air and remind them to be extra cautious about that Luo Yangming. Coincidentally, Yin Fei Fei had not had her dinner and the three of them grabbed more plates and cutlery. After filling their tummies with food and alcohol, Zhang Yang prepared to leave, but was quickly tugged on by Yuli to stay over. Hey, Mr. Zhang, could you have me as your lover as well? Hick Yin Fei Fei was already drunk. Her face was flustered red and her eyes were unfocused. Zhang Yang not paying attention to Yin Fei Fei. However, he felt a sudden pain in his wrist. It was sudden and painful since she was digging in with her nails. He quickly replied, "Calm down, woman, how could you blatantly steal someone's husband right in the face of your own sister? *Hick Lily is your second roomie, I could be your third." Yin Fei Fei was so intoxicated that she ignored the killing glare of Yuli and continued. Do you know why during ancient times, they called their wives by their room numbers instead? That's because, one wife, one room, get it? Yeah, I get that. My answer is no. I may not be the prime example of a man, but when I want a woman, I want a woman. Uno. At least, if I wanted more, it has to be someone I really like. That, or she would just be like someone from the red light district. Zhang Yang waved his hands a big no, as if signaling to a plane that it was a no landing zone, and dragged Yuli into her bedroom and locked the door. Who knows, when they were asleep, some other woman might crawl in, or perhaps, slither into the room and make things a whole lot worse. Humph. Yuli smirked. But behind that fake smile, lay an authentic joyful smile. At least you're a good man. To reward you for your loyalty, I shall see what I can do about this. Zhang Yang smiled like a baby and tackled Yuli onto the bed. You may not know the inside of my head. But you can go ahead and enjoy yourself as I wrestle with a man's instinct. It did not take long for the room to be filled with the cries and moans of Yuli. The next morning, when Zhang Yang was about to leave Yuli's house, he saw Yuli's mother in the living room. The moment he stepped out, she was staring, or rather, glaring at him as if she was wishing him death. It was as if he was an abomination, the worst crock of the entire nation. After hastily returning to his home, Zhang Yang immediately logged into the game and was immediately bombarded with a gazillion of questions to why did he not log into the game yesterday night. He simply could not. After wrestling in Yuli's bed for a good time, he was too tired to do anything else and went straight to chase after Peter Pan, let alone log into the game. After dodging questions and getting a scolding from the gang, the party went on to grind their levels. Mostly all the quests in Oz had been cleared, and the team then proceeded on to a new map and came to a place known as the Black Moss Wilderness. Unlike the Kingdom of Oz, which was filled with harmless citizens, Black Moss Wilderness was how you would describe a place that had yet to receive the touch of society. The place was covered with wild beasts. It was eerie and gloomy. Even during the daytime, the place was covered in thick mist and dark clouds, giving them poor visibility, even during daytime. Zhang Yang had vaguely recalled that a group of elves that had set up a camp in this map. Since he could not remember their precise location, Zhang Yang was blindly groping about. However, it did not take long before they encountered an overly large encampment. The camping grounds were so huge. There were camps and tents that were set up, with flags soaring high in the sky. Zhang Yang frowned. According to his memories, he did not remember this camp being so huge. In the past, when he reached this place, the camp was only located under the cover of a hill, with only 7 to 8 camps. Yet, here there were hundreds, even thousands of camps, being set up in this massive flatland. Within the campgrounds, there were hundreds of female elven warriors sparring with each other. Elves were famous for their prowess in archery. However, those female warriors carried both a bow and a sword, making them capable of engaging in both ranged and melee fights. Wei Yan'er asked, "Why can't we equip a bow?" Zhang Yang laughed. "You can. Go and get yourself a god of bow inheritance." When the female warrior noticed the arrival of Zhang Yang's party, they got into their combat stances and were on guard. The frontmost female warriors unsheathed their swords while the female warriors behind them drew their bows, ready to let their arrows fly. Zhang Yang swiftly jumped down from the white bear and did an adventurer's salutation to them. "We are adventurers from White Jade Castle. We mean you no harm." "Adventurer?" A voice ranged loudly as a female elven priestess stepped out from among them. It was quite obvious that this NPC was a prominent one among the NPCs here. When she walked over, the warrior opened a pathway for her. The warriors bowed respectfully to her. Priestess Thea, Moon Glory, Grey Silver, Humanoid. Level, 75. HP, 3,750,000. Defense, 800. Thea gazed at everyone and observed the mark of the White Jade Castle on their chest. "By the moon gods, for he had guided me in my dreams. These guests will help us to rescue the Priestess of the Moon. Bless the gods, bless us all. You came. You have fulfilled the prophecy." The priestess gestured and the warriors lowered their weapons. "Bingo, a quest." Zhang Yang spoke, "To serve the proud elven race would be our honor, but..." Thea nodded and gracefully spoke, "Dear adventurers, we face an imminent threat. Our beloved Priestess of the Moon has been kidnapped by the red-skinned beastman of the Blood Moon Castle. We must to rescue the Priestess of the Moon as soon as we can." That said, the Blood Moon Castle defenses were too strong. At our current strength, we can never breach their castle wall. Zhang Yang responded, "O respected priestess, how may we assist you?" "I can use my alchemy and smithing skills to forge a teleportation device that could transport troops to inside the castle itself. However, the teleportation device requires many materials and ingredients. I will require your assistance to gather said materials and ingredients," said Thea. "But first, the one item I need most would be a large quantity of the tooth of the quad-winged saber-toothed tiger." Ding! "Thea, Moon Glory has a quest for you, collecting the tooth of the quad-winged saber-toothed tiger. Would you accept it? It was a necessary quest for the party to enter the castle to rescue the Priestess of the Moon. Be it S or A ranked, it would only be a collection quest. Though it might be a little annoying, it was necessary to proceed with the quest. Tooth of the Quad-Winged Saber-Toothed Tiger, difficulty level, C. Quest description: Thea, Moon Glory has instructed you to collect 200 counts of the tooth of the Quad-Winged Saber-Toothed Tiger. You can find the monster at the Valley of the Ent, west of Black Moss Wilderness. Progress: collect tooth of the Quad-Winged Saber-Toothed Tiger 0/200. The party took the quest and rode to the designated destination. Hey! Did you guys notice that there were no males in the entire camp? Said Fatty Han suddenly. Elves in this game are more like Amazons. Their culture and beliefs are in the moon goddess, and their leader will always be a priestess of the moon. No male has ever taken that position. That is why, I think, the males are at home, nursing the kids or something, said Zhang. Endless Starlight eyes glinted. If I could live in such a world, that would be just great. Zhang snickered. Elven races would actually support polygamy, meaning, one woman could have many husbands. You better think again. Both Fatty Han and Endless Starlight kept their mouths shut. Oh right. Snowby *TCH, little brat, I advise you to stay clear of that Luo guy. I'm guessing that bastard will be incredibly jealous of the little brat for taking over the company and will do something nasty about that, said Zhang. Him? He's all teddy bears and cotton candies inside, how could someone like him come up with anything, said Han Shui. Zhang turned to Wei Yan'er and said, do you have a cousin named Lu? How did you know about that? Wei Yan'er widened her eyes. She puffed her cheeks and grinned evilly. Hee, could it be that you have eyes on her? You sneaky little bastard. You shouldn't be looking at other women besides my cousin's sister. Please, cut the crap. I got hold of some bad news about her. That Luo guy and your cousin Lu are secretly planning to take over Silky Soft Holdings behind your back. Wei Yan'er scratched her head. Lu Shuyan might be a little sneaky sometimes. But if she ever wanted to take over Silky Soft Holdings, she wouldn't be able to. As long as Sister Han and me are in the company, there is no way anyone could take over. Not even my father could stop me, legally. Zhang frowned. Worriedly, he said, but what if something happens to you guys? What do you mean by that? I mean, say, both of you had encountered a bad accident and went missing, . Hey! Touch wood. You nasty noob tank. You dare to curse me and my cousin's sister. I'll summon the great power of the Super Science and pull every single strand of hair on your head, said Wei Yan'er fiercely. On one side, Han Shui was already seriously thinking about it. So, you're saying, someone is out there trying to do something to me and Yan'er? There is that possibility. Han Shui remained quiet for a while. If something happens to me, the company ownership will automatically be given to Yan'er. But, if something happened to the both of us, that will be bad. The entire company's property will fall into the hands of that bunch of leeches. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 309, Collecting the Dragon Crystals. Chapter 309, Collecting the Dragon Crystals. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The crowd arrived to the Valley of the Ent and was greeted by a mountain full of ancient trees that soared up to the sky. In the mountain, there were many of those forementioned quad-winged saber-toothed tiger roaming freely. As their names suggested, they had wings sticking out of their backs, and razor-sharp fangs that could pierce even the toughest armor. Quad-winged saber-toothed tiger, normal, beast. Level, 73. HP, 7,300. Defense, 70. Let's split up. To have the team farm a total of 200 teeth would be troublesome. It would be for the best to have them split up and farm for their own parts. Han Shui had quietly remained by Zhang Yang's side as they started going their own paths. Naturally, Zhang Yang had to farm her parts too since she was a priest with low attacking power. Dummy. Did you really mean it, when you said that the Lu and Luo couple were planning to harm Yan'er and me, said Han Shui. No wonder she was so serious. Zhang Yang shrugged. I'm not too sure about that either. But, at least, now you know about it, and you can take some precautions. With the bear under him, Zhang Yang kite 20 to 30 monster in one shot and killed them all. Though they may have wings sticking out from their backs, they could not fly. They could only hover in the air after running at great speed and attack Zhang Yang like levitating bulls. Han Shui bashfully asked. I heard from that perverted fatty that you could fight, like, in real life? But of course. Zhang Yang thumped his chest and proudly gloated. While I can't possibly fight 100 at a time, I could at least take on more than 10 men at the same time. Han Yingshui turned away and glared somewhere else. Then, you should be our bodyguard. Woman, I'm sure there are plenty of such services out there. You could at least do yourself a favor and hire the professionals. I don't trust strangers. Zhang Yang's heart fluttered a little. Han Yingshui had her full faith in him. Zhang Yang still shook his head. That Luo might have some hidden plans that might exceed my calculations. I'm one man. If I were to be your bodyguard, that would mean that I would have to stay by your side for a good deal of time. We would probably end up annoying the shit out of each other, me before you. You silly dummy. This lady here is a wonder of the world. If you were to take a picture of me, that picture would be a masterpiece. Why are you complaining when I'm allowing you to remain by my side? Just shut up and do your job, will you? It was always harder to complete a collection quest. Unlike the regular killing quest, these quests required luck, since the drops were determined by random number generator. People like Sun Xian were so lucky that she had collected 200 teeth on her own in just 30 minutes. On the far end of the scale, Lost Dream had rotten luck. He had already spent close to 1 hour and had yet to finish collecting. When everyone had already finished with their quests, they had to go assist him. The luckiest of them all was Daffodil Daydream. She had managed to capture herself a gray-silver battle mount. It was a quad-winged saber-toothed tiger cub. Her capture had brought the total number of battle mounts in the party to 4. Zhang Yang said, as the difficulty of the map gets higher, so will the rate of appearance of battle mounts. However, the higher-tiered battle mounts will get even harder to capture. Take the current standards as example. When players were carrying yellow gold equipments, the yellow gold mounts will be rare. Until players reach the point where violet platinum equipment becomes a norm, they will try to make violet platinum tier battle mounts the bare minimum, snuffing out the gray silvers. That means, we don't really have to rush for battle mounts at this stage? Zhang Yang nodded. You are correct. The party returned to the elven camp and submitted their quests, one at a time. Ding! You have completed the quest, collect tooth of the quad-winged saber-toothed tiger. Obtain 100,000 experience points. Wonderful! Now, I trust you to collect the second ingredient, said Thea to her free laborers. The next ingredient that I require would be the burning amber of the Ash Wanderer. Please make haste, dear adventurers. Endless Starlight started to complain, D*MN. I haven't even caught my breath yet and yet we have to run off again. Stop whining and start running. Burning Amber, difficulty level, C. Quest description, Thea, Moonglory requires you to collect 200 counts of burning amber. You can find Ash Wanderers at the lava pits, west of the Black Moss Wilderness. Progress, collect, burning amber, 0/200. The team took 20 minutes to reach the new farming ground and started killing their way to complete the quest. The monsters called Ash Wanderers were just a new kind of fire elementals. All of them carried the burning aura, even when they were only normal tier monsters. Still, the damage was unbelievably low. The problem was not the difficulty in killing the monsters, like all of other collection quests, the problem lay in their drop rates. The team spent a long time completing the quest. After returning to the campground and submitting the quest, they were only rewarded with a measly 300,000 experience points. One last thing now. We are almost there, said Thea happily. The last ingredient that I require to complete the teleportation device is the Dragon Crystal. I need you to visit the Dragon Slumber Temple and collect a Dragon Crystal. Collect Dragon Crystal, difficulty level, C. Quest description, Thea, Moonglory had requested you to collect a piece of Dragon Crystal. You may collect the Dragon Crystal from the corpse of a dragon in the Dragon Slumber Temple, north of the Black Moss Wilderness. Be cautioned, there are hidden dangers lurking on the area. Progress, collect Dragon Crystal, 0/1. No choice. They would have to run around again. The party made their way through the Black Moss Wilderness and towards the Dragon Slumber Temple. Half an hour later, they could already see their destination from a long distance. Standing there was an emerald blue tower, so huge, and it had actually scraped the dark, grayish sky. The team rode on and on. The tower made no sign of getting closer. It was like traveling in a car, and not seeing the moon and mountains moving even after traveling a distance. The team had actually traveled for another 30 minutes before actually reaching their destination. From afar, the building looked like a tower, however, when they stood at the bottom of the tower, it looked more like a huge stadium. The entire construct was oval in shape, with a diameter of more than 1,000 meters. Due to the mega-towering structure and the weight it seemed to bear, its base somehow looked fragile in comparison. The temple had an entrance at every 4 points of the tower base floor. There were a total of 30 floors to the top, with each floor sharing the exact same design. Each floor measured at least hundreds of meters tall. The problem was that the structure was extremely puzzling. There was a huge gap between them with no visible stairs or pathway to get to the next floor. That said, it would seem like players would have to have flying mounts to get across each floor. Without delay, the party rode their mounts and the others walked, all into the towering megastructure's first floor. Inside, there were nothing but gigantic corpses laying around. Each corpse was so huge that Zhang Yang's group were like ants to a huge elephant's. Didn't they say that dragons were extremely rare? Look at this place. It's filled with dragon bones. It looked like someone had a huge asterisk SS party with dragon ribs. Fatty Han joked. Isn't this quest A-classed? Why aren't there any monsters for us to kill? Said Lost Dream suspiciously. Just be careful. Let's not split up for now. Stick together and search for the dragon. Wei Yan'er lazily scanned the area and said, Where are you, Dragon Crystal? Dragon Crystal, huh? I think it means something like the essence of a dragon. Perhaps it would be at somewhere the heart would be. Lost Dream tried to explain. Fatty Han snickered. Essence? That would be at the heart, it should be somewhere, for a dragon? 3 meters below their waist. Endless Starlight claps his hand and praised. D*MN bro. Well said. They say that the essence of a man lies deep within one's manhood one. Fatty Han, you're a genius. Almost everyone else beside the 2 perverts rolled their eyes as they started to initiate their dirty talk. The quest item should be glowing. It'd be easy to spot it. Take your time, and be careful, said Zhang Yang. The party took their time to search around each corpse but found nothing. The area didn't even seem to have any hostile monsters. The only thing was the deafening silence. It's taking too long. Let's split up. Everyone nodded. They were all getting annoyed. Each of them took a direction and followed it till the end and came back to the center to regroup. After 20 minutes, the party regrouped, empty-handed. We have searched everything. At the center of the temple, there was a huge skeleton that measured approximately 200 meters in length. Hoping that they would find the quest item, the party proceeded to search from the tail and slowly move up the torso. After just a few seconds, Fatty Han's loud voice was heard howling. Ooey! Come to me, . Everyone came around and gathered to where Fatty Han was and saw the huge, football-sized ruby-red crystal, glowing violently as if there was a raging fire inside. Smiling from ear to ear, Fatty Han bellowed. I knew that it would be somewhere below the waist. Fatty Han actually was standing at the pelvic region of the skeleton. Such a big crystal, I think it should be enough for everyone if I break it up, said Wei Yan'er as she picked it up. 2. Just as Wei Yan'er picked the dragon crystal up, the loud, cracking sound of the wind blew up, sending a howling gale through the vicinity. What's happening? Wei Yan'er was shocked. This is an A-class quest. Do you really think that it was going to be so easy? Zhang Yang unsheathed his sword and said, Get ready to fight. During their conversation, shadows of dragons were emerging out from the skeletons. Red, black, green, blue, and even copper-colored shadows flying around. The different types of dragon merged together, turning into something menacing, and even worse, solid. Ancient Dragon Soul, Yellow Gold, summoned. Level, 75. HP, 7,500,000. Defense, 1,400. Boom! This dragon that was formed from many other the different dragons had a multicolored outer shell, and stood a few hundred meters tall, stomped the ground. It growled angrily, cursed intruders. You have tainted the grounds of Dragon's Slumber Temple. Your sins will be forgiven only by your death. Zhang Yang quickly turned around and screamed at the little brat. Hey! Take the crystal and keep it. I can't. There's the system notification telling me that it cannot be looted. F***ck it. That means we'll have to kill this boss first. Boom! Boom! Bam! The earth exploded with each step the dragon took. Zhang Yang did not waste even a second and rushed towards the dragon with charge. Zhang Yang sliced the dragon for 1,683 damage and quickly stacked up as much, crippled defense. The rest of the party immediately moved into action. Each of them got into position and started to attack. After a while, a bright blue light glowed around the dragon, only to blast out in all directions. The light blast radius was so wide that it had even managed to hit ranged players such as Han Shui, Daffodil Daydream, and 100 shots. Ding! You have received the effect, the Blue Dragon's Curse. Dexterity has been reduced by 20%. Last for 1 minute. Everyone received the debuff. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 310, The Ancient Dragon Soul. Chapter 310, The Ancient Dragon Soul. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Once the skill effect was released, Fatty Han, 100 shots, Lost Dream started whining. Also affected is Sun Xinu, as classes that highly depended on dexterity were the ones that were affected the most. After 15 seconds, there was a green hue glowed brightly and everyone received another debuff. Ding! You have received Curse of the Green Dragon. Vitality has been reduced by 20%. 100 shots immediately cried out to exclaim. I think there were green, blue, red, black, and also copper-colored dragons merging into that big dragon. I think the boss dragon will have 5 types of curses. Zhang Yang laughed. Hey, little brat. That dragon's much better at cursing than you ever will be. Humph. So what? That thing is still going down, either way, said Wei Yin Air. Following the predictions, every 15 seconds, there would be a blast of light, followed with a curse. The black dragon curse would reduce 20% strength. The red dragon would reduce 20% intelligence, the copper dragon curse would reduce 20% spirit. Although the curse would wear off after 15 seconds, the boss would always be right on time to renew its effects with another one. Warrior's Will, Ice Barrier, and Holy Shield could dispel the curse. However, they had much longer cooldowns. The rate at which the boss would cast the curse was just too quick. Having had their main attributes reduced, the party's total attack power had suffered a massive reduction. Luckily, the boss's curse did not include a defense reduction, and even though Zhang Yang had suffered a 20% HP reduction, his attack power did not suffer much. Fussara, the dragon spoke in a twisted dragon tongue and stomped the ground with its massive foot. Everyone was instantly afflicted with a curse that had made their body to move involuntary. They gripped their heads tightly and cowered down. Ding! You have received Dragon's Intimidation. You have fallen into the state of fear for 10 seconds. The boss flung its massive claw and sliced Zhang Yang. 790. Being in the Jaifir state, Zhang Yang was unable to control his body and had to take the hit. Unfortunately, the attack landed on his back and had bypassed his shield defense value. With them vulnerable, the boss moved forward to chase after and attack them with a clean sweep. 10 seconds felt like an eternity. With an average attack speed of 2 seconds, the boss had already dealt more than 5 attacks. With no healing, and completely exposed, it would be enough to kill Zhang Yang. Sensing that danger was imminent, Zhang Yang quickly used Warrior's Will and removed the state of fear. He activated Block to shield himself from an attack and consumed a bottle of level 3 healing potion. There was a problem. The boss's Dragon's Intimidation was a little complex. Just after 1 minute after the initial cast, the boss had once again placed everyone into the same state. This time, Zhang Yang countered the skill with a shield wall. The third cast, he had summoned Clear Lotus and used Substitute to remove the debuff. Rearm was used immediately to reset all the cooldown time for all his skills. The fourth cast was removed by Warrior's Will. The fifth cast was countered with Shield Wall. At this point, the boss had still over 3 million HP. The party would have to endure another 3 casts of Dragon's Intimidation to finish off the boss. That said, all of Zhang Yang's life-preserving skill had been used. How would he survive another 3 counts of Dragon Intimidation? Zhang Yang speedily opened the aggro list. If Endless Starlight could position himself as the second aggro target, he could use Shadow of the Void to escape from the area and allow Endless Starlight to tank the boss. A defender has Sacred Protection and Sacred Healing that could prolong his survival. That could at least hold the boss off for another 2 castings of Dragon's Intimidation. On the side note, Sun Xinu, Wei Yin Air, Lost Dream were attacking like madmen, pushing their aggro beyond the capabilities of any other skill tank. Still, hunters and thieves had skills that could remove their aggro value on them. Zhang Yang himself could use Shadow of the Void to leave the battlefield. The only one who would be in real danger would be Wei Yin Air and Daffodil Daydream. Zhang Yang braced himself and cast Provoke on the boss. Hoping that the skill was effective on the boss, it should make things easier. Immune. Disappointed, but not unexpected. If Provoke worked on the boss, it wouldn't be much of a yellow gold. Ice Cube, Old Dream, get ready to use Vanish, Fatty, 100 shots, get ready to use Fake Death, but the moment before the boss uses Dragon's Intimidation, I'll activate Shadow of the Void to leave the battlefield. Let Endless Starlight take on the boss, said Zhang Yang. Wei Yan'er suddenly realized that she had no role in Zhang Yang's improvised plan. Her eyes widened, and she said, "Hey, noob tank, what about me? You, prepare to take one for the team? Die a glorious death? Why you, little ungrateful tank? How dare you not take responsibility," cried Wei Yan'er. Zhang Yang wiped away a cold drop sweat. "Little brat. I think you should dial back a little on the television dramas. They would do you more harm than good." Humph. Zhang Yang calculated the timing, and when there was only 2 seconds left before the boss activated Dragon's Intimidation, Zhang Yang yelled, "Vanish, now! Fake death, now! I'll use Shadow of the Void." Poof. Poof, dot. 2 smoke puff burst out from where Lost Dream and Sun Xianyu were standing, as the two of them disappeared from the battlefield. Fatty Han and 100 Shots had triggered their own skill and were laying perfectly still on the ground. Only when Zhang Yang had made sure that the 4 of them had cleared all their aggro, only did he activate Shadow of the Void and enter the other realm, removing himself from the battlefield. 1 second, 2 second. Just then, the boss activated Dragon's Intimidation. He prematurely ended Shadow of the Void and returned to the battlefield. The boss was already chasing after Wei Yan'er and had killed her in just 2 strikes. After dealing with her, the ancient dragon soul turned around and had set Daffodil Daydream as its next target. Ice Barrier. It was a shame that skill would only provide a small window of invincibility and not clear the character's aggro. Still, it was still able to draw the boss' attention, and she could last for a short duration of 10 seconds, buying Endless Starlight more time. However, as the Ice Barrier ended, Daffodil Daydream 2 succumbed to the boss in just 2 hits. This time, the boss had set Endless Starlight as its next target. Frantically, Zhang Yang went all Rambo on the boss, rebuilding his aggro so that the boss wouldn't target Han Ningxue when Endless Starlight goes down. Wu Wei Yan'er cried. "Noob tank, why I can't release my soul from the body," she whined. Zhang Yang turned to Daffodil Daydream and asked, "What's going on? The system has prevented us from releasing our souls. It says, unable to release the soul during a battle. I think it's just for this occasion. It must be because of the boss fight. You guys go ahead and rest while we wrap this up." The battle continued on, as the firepower had only affected a little since only Wei Yan'er and Daffodil Daydream were out of the fight. 3 minutes into the battle and Endless Starlight had used up all of his survival skills. After the 3rd, Dragon's Intimidation, Endless Starlight was crushed to death. Fortunately, Zhang Yang had managed to overtake Han Ningxue in the aggro table and was in control once again. When the boss had over 1,200,000 HP left, Zhang Yang's Warrior's Will was ready once again. So far, the skill was already raised to level 8, having only 3 minutes of cooldown time. Shield Wall, on the other hand, still had a 30-second cooldown time, allowing him to stand his ground for another 2 more Dragon's Intimidations. 1,800,000. 400,000. 100,000. Full Rage. Killing Cleave. -9016. It was just enough to finish the boss. Upon its death, the boss wailed and cursed the party, saying, "Sinners! You have tainted the sacred temple of the dragons. You're hereby cursed to face the full wrath of all dragons." Boom! The humongous dragon burst open, scattering all the merged souls into the air and disperse into the corner of the temple, leaving no bodies behind. With no bodies, there were no battle loots. Fatty Han frowned furiously. What at hashtag dollar system. What the actual F***CK? We just busted our butts killing this sorry piece of sh**t and it didn't give us anything? Zhang Yang laughed and pointed at the spot where the red crystal was supposed to be. Look there. A golden treasure chest sat right there, waiting for the party to open it. Whoa. Sis. Quick, revive me. I want to open that chest. Wei Yan'er urged. Han Ningxue nodded and revived Wei Yan'er, and without saying anything, the little girl dashed over to the chest, without bothering to recover her health. The greedy little girl was practically molesting the chest, while the rest of the party was highly amused at her comical acts. Finally satisfied with her groping, Wei Yan'er proceeded to open the chest. At that moment, a black puff of smoke spewed out from the chest and damaged the little girl for 10,000 damage, instantly killing her. Whoa, what kind of idiot would place a trap in a treasure box? D**MNU, dragons, cried Wei Yan'er. That's on you. Who told you to run off like a monkey without restoring your HP? Zhang Yang teased. Sis. Revive me. Revive would have to wait for 5 minutes. Sit tight and wait if you don't want to run. Daffodil Daydream and Endless Starlight had already left the place and were already running back to their bodies. With no choice, Wei Yan'er immediately released her soul and ran back to her body from the graveyard. Being good sports, the party had waited for the little girl to come back and let her to open the chest. There were a total of 3 counts of yellow gold equipment, 7 counts of grey silver, and 1 quest item, the Dragon Crystal. There was only one, but everyone's quest had been fulfilled. The 3 yellow gold equipment were a leather armor glove, a cloth armor boots, and a defensive ring. Since everyone wanted to preserve their set equipment effects, none of them wanted the glove and the boots. Eventually, the equipment was placed in Zhang possession to be sold off in the little merchandise shop. The ring, however, was taken by Zhang Yang. After completing the quest, Zhang Yang used a teleportation scroll to go back to Thunderstorm Castle and back to White Jade Castle to have the ring identified. Undying Hero's Ring, Yellow Gold, Ring. Vitality, plus 84. Strength, plus 34. Equip effect, absorbs 66 damage upon being attacked. Equip effect, grants a 1% chance to summon the Undying Hero, to deal 1000 shadow damage to a target on every attack. Level requirement, 70. So far, Zhang Yang had 2 level 50 yellow gold rings. Merlinda's Appreciation Ring, and the Ring of Raging Blaze. After consideration, Zhang Yang decided to keep the Merlinda's Appreciation Ring. Even now, healing 10,000 HP every 3 minutes was still rather OP, far stronger and better than a 50 damage absorption skill. Zhang Yang put on the new ring and teleported back to the party via the Lover's Charm. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 311, Rescuing the Priestess of the Moon. Chapter 311, Rescuing the Priestess of the Moon. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Ding! You have completed the quest, collect the Dragon Crystal. Obtain 500,000 experience points. After submitting the Dragon Crystal, everyone obtained only a little experience. It was only about the same as killing monsters. After the level 70 threshold, the amount of experience points required to gain another level was a headache. This is wonderful. Now, I can create a teleportation device. Thea the priestess took out a bunch of tiger teeth and burning ambers from somewhere on the back of her body. She then placed the ingredients on the ground and the dragon crystal on top of the pile. She then proceeded to pour vials of potion-like stuff on the pile. Say, little young. Where do you think that this lady kept all the tiger tooth, said Fatty Han as he stared pointedly at Thea's voluptuous butt. His question was completely rhetorical. Zhang Yang kept quiet for a while and finally facepalmed when Fatty Han would not stop staring at Thea's butt. Fatty, how dry are you? Are you so desperate for some that you would stare at a virtual character's rear? Please find yourself another girlfriend to help you solve your loneliness at night. Fatty Han laughed. Oh please, little Yang. Don't be saying stuff like that. Don't tell me that all the people in the movies and television were fake, and you can't hug, touch, or even take them to bed? That's a whole other story. At least you know that the person behind the camera is a real human. Ah. You cannot deny the fact that those characters were also the products of fiction. The only difference between the one in front of us and the one in the movies is that one was an image captured by a camera while the other has been created by data. How could you guarantee that this lovely lady right here was not created based off a real female model? Artists are not magicians who could create something out of nothing. Technically, they draw inspiration from their real-life experiences. Zhang Yang gasped. Whoa! Fatty! Since when did you become so wise? You must have created such a viewpoint on life after all those hardships and heartbreaks from the ladies. Hey! Fatty Han started to put up airs like a philosopher that was lost in his thoughts. We are the sum of all our past experiences. I am but a sword hidden in a sheath. For someone to discover the real me, one would need to dig deep into my soul and discover a youthful man of artistic sense. Zhang Yang laughed. I have known you for close to 20 years and just only managed to discover this part of you now. Everyone grinned, some were almost at the point of laughing out loud. Endless Starlight snickered and said, Fatty bro, what the big boss had just said, what was too true. Oh, *CK off you little prick. Little Yen and I have a friendship as strong as the steel that was forged from the brutal fights in the streets. The kind of bond we have could withstand anything you throw at us. We drank beer together, broke bread together, found the same girls in the clubs. *CK you fatty, who would want to go to the club with you? Please do not tarnish my name here. As the crowd laughed and joked, Thea was finally ready to craft the teleportation device. With a sudden blast of light ray, a weird, awfully similar gadget appeared in her hand. It was black, but it looked awfully similar to that of a hairdryer. Lost Dream frowned. I think the designing department of Dream Tech was too lazy. Look at that bloody contraption. It's hideous. Adventurers, I have but one last request of you, said Thea with a stoic expression. The next candidate of the Priestess of the Moon is being held at the Blood Moon Castle. You have to make haste in order to save her. You have proved your strength to us and show us that no one other than you are perfect for this mission. On behalf of the Moon Elf race, I beg of you, please head towards the Blood Moon Castle and rescue our priestess. Candidate for the Priestess of the Moon? Zhang Yang repeated, seemingly coming to an epiphany. The Priestess of the Moon is the highest rank, and served as the leader of the Elven race. Theoretically, she would be at least the same rank as the king of the White Jade Kingdom. An ascended tier boss. However, how could such a boss could be trapped in a level 70 map? Either that, or she was in a similar circumstance as Princess Serena. Now that Thea had explained the situation, the priestess that was kidnapped had yet to inherit the throne. It was only natural that someone like her would be targeted. That's right. There hasn't been a priestess of the moon guiding the moon elves for at least 300 years. Bless the moon god, for she had not forsaken us. For she had even elected a successor for our race, said Thea. Please. Adventurer. I beg of you. Ding. Thea, Moon Glory has a quest for you, rescue the Priestess of the Moon. Will you accept it? This quest will be linked to a part of the main story quest. Complete the quest for a luxurious reward. A main story quest. Everyone exchanged a look, nodded their heads in unison and accepted the quest without saying a word. Rescue the Priestess of the Moon, difficulty level, S. Quest description: the Priestess of the Moon of the Elven race has been kidnapped by the red-skinned orcs of the Blood Moon Castle. You have to rescue her as soon as possible. The Elven race requires a new leader. Godspeed. Who knows what the orcs will do to the Priestess of the Moon? Blood Moon Castle is located at the east of the Black Moss Wilderness. Progress: rescue Priestess of the Moon 0/1. Please take this with you. Thea passed the hairdryer to Zhang Yang and said, this device can only be activated when you're 500 meters away from the Blood Moon Castle. It can directly transport you into the castle. However, since I forged the device in a hurry, the device can only be used once. Carelessly made teleportation device, quest item. Use, teleports you and your teammates into the Blood Moon Castle. Can only be used within 500 meters away from the Blood Moon Castle. Transports a maximum of 10 persons. Let's go. Let's save the world. Again, said Zhang Yang as he summoned his white bear. The party rode like the wind towards the west. They reached their destination about 30 minutes later. Unlike the topography of the Thunderstorm Castle, the Blood Moon Castle was built on a flatland. The castle was fully exposed and surrounded by a vast empty field and could be attacked from all directions. That being said, the castle was impregnable, with thick castle walls and an uncountable number of magical cannons. The defense of the castle was astonishing. Zhang Yang took out the hairdryer and said, let's fly. However, when Zhang Yang clicked on the machine, it responded with a message. Ding. You can only use this device within 500 meters from Blood Moon Castle. What's wrong? My bad. We have to walk a little up front. The party had to move a little further. As they moved, the device did not prompt anything but shone brightly, enclosing the party in a large light cage. With a loud crack, the party disappeared. When vision returned to their eyes, they had found out that they had indeed been teleported into the castle. Judging from the surroundings, they were in the kitchen. The 9 of them were unfortunately trapped behind a stone oven and an invisible chain fastened them to the wall, rendering them immobile. Hey! I can't move. How about you guys? I can't move either. Me too. What the hell is going on? The party channel was instantly rowdy. Tesmo, you'd better be putting some effort in your back, eh? Our great Lord Pilo is going to marry that elven babe. He ordered us to make him good meal. If we screw this up, we be losing our heads. During the commotion, 2 red-skinned orcs entered the kitchen. One was tall, and the other was much shorter. It was the shorter one that had just spoke. The taller orc said, I'd say PG, but our Lord Pilo has the purest blood flowing in his veins. I'm curious at the fact that he would marry to a female elf? I must say that those puny little minxes are too skinny for us orcs. My word, how could they bear to give birth to great warriors in the future? What say you, my good orc? You moron, the shorter orc shook his head. Heard from Lord Shaylin, dem elf babe was a saint. She be the priestess of the moon. Think of it, if she be bearing me kids, it surely be a godly kid in it? He be carry in some of dem godly powers, eh? I comprehend your speculation, my dear friend. What you're yapping like that for, eh? Put em plates out now. As the shorter one finished with their conversation, the two of them exited the kitchen. Just then, Zhang Yang and the team regained their mobility and were surprised by a sudden notification. Ding! You have obtained a sudden news. The red-skinned orc leader Pilo wants to marry the priestess of the moon. You have to move faster to save the priestess of the moon. Ding! Main quest, rescue the priestess of the moon. A time limit has been added. You now have 10 hours to rescue the priestess of the moon. The quest shall be permanently terminated upon failure. The normal quest could be retaken again if the party fails to meet a certain criteria of the quest by visiting the NPC and start over again. However, main story and hidden quests were different. With only one's chance, it's either win it or pack it. Comrades, let's hurry. We must save that priestess of the moon. Fatty Han cried. Could you be more civilized, pervy fatty? What are you talking about? I'm merely stating the obvious. Fatty Han raised an eyebrow. Enough. Let's work. Zhang Yang unsheathed his sword and headed to the exit of the kitchen. Did you guys feel that the tall orc was very polite, ... and that shorter one was savage as F***ck? Would you guys please focus? Just when the party left the kitchen, a pair of orc guards spotted them and charged at them. Intruder! They swung their weapons in the air like lassos and aimed to bash the living hell out of Zhang Yang. Red-skinned berserk soldier, elite, humanoid. Level, 76. HP, 76,000. Defense, 400. Aren't all orc green in color? Why are they all red here? Asked not by Wei Yen Air, surprisingly, but Daffodil Daydream. Since it was Daffodil Daydream instead of the annoying little brat, Zhang Yang had no qualms explaining. These red-skinned orcs were once a faction of the main orc race. Their ancestors were tempted by the demons and had succumbed to the demonic force. Their bodies were infected with the demonic power, turning them into a blood-red color. Zhang Yang and Endless Starlight each engaged one orc, and with the party laying waste to them, the elite monsters were killed in a matter of seconds. The obtainable loots were just a few pieces of silk and coins. Coins were to be expected, but the quantity of the silks was just too scarce. Be it tailoring or first aid, player would need a large volume of these silks. Even though they are relatively cheap in the auction house, the supply in the market is always on shortage. Players would have to farm on their own to supply themselves. As the party continued venturing into the deeper parts of the castle, they had encountered and killed a number of red-skinned orcs. After 30 minutes, the party came into a large hall. At the entrance of the hall were two humongous red-skinned orcs. With its top half naked, and a small loincloth covering its lower half, the muscular body of the orc was greatly emphasized, bringing out their destructive power and intimidation. They were both carrying huge morning stars made of wolf fangs. Imagine getting your head bashed in with those spiky balls. Red Skin Crusher, elite, humanoid. Level, 76. HP, 760,000. Defense, 600. They were also elite tier, but these two brothers had 10 times more HP than the regular monsters around. They even had 50% more defense. With these types of stats, they could be the equivalent as a gray-silver boss. Endless Starlight felt a sudden rush of goosebumps when he saw their weapons. Hey, fatty bro, how would it feel if you were pricked in the *SS by those weapons? He. I'm telling you. These two monsters are actually called the Butt Crackers. Zhang Yang slid towards Endless Starlight and lightly kicked his butt. In that case, you should try and solo tank the boss this time. Try and let the monster rip you a new one. Wah! Mamma mia! No, cried Endless Starlight, covering his butt with his hands. However, he went on forward and tossed his shield from afar, triggering the fight. Intruders? Such brilliant timing. I was just lacking a cup. I shall make do with your skull and fashion it into my drinking cup, said one of the orc as they charged towards Endless Starlight. Wham! Bam! 10 seconds into the battle, one of the Red Skin Crusher's morning star glowed as it smashed Endless Starlight. He was then immediately sent lying on the floor motionless. Unable to get up, he was stunned for 6 seconds and was beaten like a flat pancake by the two orcs. -10 524. -10 248. The two devastating damages had nearly killed him off when Endless Starlight frantically activated Sacred Protection. Why did the damage suddenly spike up? Endless Starlight answered hurriedly while attacking. The stun carried another effect that will increase all received damage by 100%. Naya haha. Now that what I call is but cracker. Zhang effortlessly activated Provoke to draw one of the Red Skin Crusher to lessen the burden on Endless Starlight. No wonder the monsters were named Crusher. Their stunning capability was heightened to a point that it could even cause additional damage to their target. Luckily, both Zhang and Endless Starlight were well equipped. Though the battle was slightly nerve-wracking, the party managed to take down the two monsters without any casualties. Phew! If all the monsters from now on are as strong as these crushers, I'd better prepare myself, wailed Endless Starlight. Zhang reached out with his hands and uncovered the loots. Bloodied Staff, Green Copper, Magic Staff. Magic Attack, 446 to 646. Equip Effect, increase 1% critical rate. Level Requirement, 70. Note, there were weird bloodstains on the tip of the staff. Wonder where did that come from? Noticing the equipment description, both Fatty Han and Endless Starlight started to grin evilly. The entrance of the hall was shut tight but was easily pushed open by the combined force of everyone in the party. Inside, there was a huge empty space. Deep inside, there was a huge, approximately 3 meters tall red-skinned orc lying motionless. At his side, there was a 5 meters long battle axe with fresh blood still dripping at the blade. Deloka the Butcher, Grey Silver. Level, 76. HP, 3,800,000. Defense, 800. Just a Grey Silver? What a letdown. It's better this way. The easier the boss, the faster we can complete the main story quest, said Daffodil Daydream with her chest held up high. Endless Starlight, go and tank it. I'll be the attacker this round. Zhang unequipped his shield to reduce the extra generated aggro. Endless Starlight nodded and wielded his battle hammer and shield and charged to the boss. Within 30 meters, his toss out his shield and started the fight. Once triggered, the boss bellowed. Muahahaha. Another bunch of rats for me to kill. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 312, A Sneaky Business. Chapter 312, A Sneaky Business. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Grey Silver? It had nothing on Zhang. Deloka the Butcher was immediately flattened like a pancake. That being said, how could a pancake fill your stomach when you break fasting? The equipment that the boss dropped was nothing but scraps. All the Grey Silver and Green Copper equipment were swept into Zhang inventory, ready to be sold in the shop. Right now, the current market value of Green Copper equipment was worth peanuts. On the other hand, Grey Silvers proved to be slightly better and were worth a couple of beer, with some snacks on the side. That being said, Yellow Gold bosses were still as rare as the blue moon. The end of the hall was another large door which led to a long winding stairway that led to the second floor. Almost all of the monsters in the second floor were the same berserk soldiers. The group went on a killing spree and obtained a large quantity of silk. 30 minutes into the second floor, the party came to another large hall, and another red skin crusher, with the same morning star similarly made from wolf fangs. This turn, Endless Starlight was not brave enough to go on alone. Instead, the battle started with both Zhang and Endless Starlight each taking on one. After killing the door guards, the party entered the hall of the second floor. Deep inside the hall, there was an orc, draped in full fashionable accessories, with gold and silver blinks hanging all over his body. He looked like a walking chandelier. He did look like an orc, neither did he really resemble a human. With a face that read money, business, and trade, his eyes went up and down the surroundings, as if he was frantically trying to find something, or someone. The Honest Floric, Yellow Gold, Humanoid. Level, 78. HP, 7,800,000. Defense, 1,400. Note, the one and only, world's most honest being alive. This boss had a yellow name tag on him, which meant that he will not promptly attack anyone. Where did you guys sneak in from, said Floric when he had noticed Zhang from afar. Without any visible change in stance, he did not have any hostility towards them and gestured the party to approach him. Could it be that you have heard about the famous Floric and decided to pay him a visit? He quickly laid down a large sack and opened it to show the party a bag full of colorful shiny equipment. Count yourselves lucky. This batch of stock had only arrived today. If you want to buy, make it quick. I'm about to leave to meet with an old client. Everyone was immediately weirded out, for since when could a boss turn into a merchant? However, when Florek took out the equipment and displayed it to them, they were immediately entranced by the gleaming luster. Like cats drawn to light, the party swarmed around the weapons only to find themselves gasping for air. They were all celestial tiered weapons. All of them. The sword of the sky. The heaven's helm. The opal chest plate. The hands of the god of war. The sky-scraping heavenly pillar. Everyone started to drool like deranged gods. What was going on? Could a celestial weapon be sold off? If this fate? NN newbie tank. Look at the battle axe, said Wei Yin, stuttering. She lifted the gigantic axe and showed it to Zhang. Nova Breaker, Aguilo's heavenly axe, celestial, two-handed axe. Weapon attack, 98,038 to 118,038. Attack interval, 3.8 seconds. DPS, 28,431. Level 10 Socket 1. Level 10 Socket 2. Equip effect, grants a chance to summon the Great Aguilo's soul, giving the attack a fixed chance to cause a critical strike. Level requirement, 0. Am I going blind? Do all of these celestial weapons cost only 1,000 gold, said Endless Starlight. I think I'm going blind as well, because I'm sure that they are sold for only 1,000 gold. JJ Jackpot. Zhang Yang sensed that something was incredibly off. How could a celestial weapon be sold? Furthermore, there was no level requirement and they only cost 1,000 gold coins each. That meant that a character could equip this celestial equipment from head to toe. If that was the case, how would the game be balanced? Besides, he had not heard anyone from his past life owning a celestial tier equipment. Zhang Yang hurriedly tried to stop the party. Don't buy them. Something has got to be off. Dude. I'm already wearing them. Look at me, said Fatty Han as he pat his chest proudly. He then spun around to show everyone how fabulous he was, wearing a complete set of equipment from top to bottom. Tempted, the rest of the party started buying equipment as well. It was a euphoric feeling, as if you had just stepped up from a 1986 Toyota Sprinter Trueno, AE86, to the latest model of the Mitsubishi Evo series. The feeling of owning a bad *SS weapon was surreal. Slim and Handsome, HP 2150. Lost Dream, HP 2850. Those who were wearing complete celestial tier equipment had only over than 3000 HP. They were basically naked. Technically, to wear a full set of celestial equipment, your HP should have been boosted to close to 1,000,000. However, their HPs were less than 10,000. They were all fakes. What the? Kya! Both Han Shui and Wei Yin shrieked in horror. We've been had. There was a hidden note under the properties of the equipment description that stated, 1. This is a product of imitation. 2. Item will disappear after 15 minutes. Those two sentences were so small to begin with, and they were only visible after a player had made the purchase, but everyone frantically swapped back to their original equipment and glared at Florek. Especially the two girls, who were basically misers. The two of them grabbed Florek by the collar and screamed in his face. You cheater! Give me back my money. Sorry. Goods sold are not refundable, said Florek with a straight face. What goods? They're all fakes. That's preposterous. I am Florek. The one and only, the world's most honest merchant. You shall not slander me, women. Or, I will sue you in court, said Florek, as he hurriedly packed up his wares and made ready to leave. I have another client to meet. Please leave. You cheater. You refuse to return my money, said Wei Yin with a pain in her voice. Wei Yin had spent more than 10,000 gold coins just to purchase a full set of celestial equipment. How was she going to let the man go? You want your money back? Well then, I shall see to it. Defeat me if you can. Florek growled and took out a large axe. He then took out 4 weird-looking sticks and struck the ground with it at 4 corners around him. The sticks were round on the top and had slim shafts, like pins. Florek's name tag had changed from yellow to red, indicating that he was a hostile target. With a flash, Zhang Yang scraped the floor with charge to rush towards Florek, while Endless Starlight tossed his shield. Stupid boss. Give me back my hard-earned money. Wei Yin gritted her teeth as she cleaved the boss over and over again, her fury off the charts. Until the moment Wei Yin gets her money back, she would probably never sleep again. Phew! One of the pins on the ground had blasted a wave of fire and dealt around 2,000 damage to the party. 2 seconds later, it released another wave of fire. What sort of plaything is this? Everyone was intrigued by the pins and checked on its properties. Flame Totem, HP, 1000, Defense, 0. Deal 2000 fire damage every 2 seconds, to all targets within a 10 meters radius. Squall Totem, HP, 1000, Defense, 0, increases 10% dexterity to all ally within 30 meters of the totem. Great Earth Totem, HP, 1000, Defense, 0, grants ally the ability to absorb 20% incoming damage on attack. Vitality Totem, HP, 1000, Defense, 0, restore 1000 HP every 3 seconds to all allies within 30 meters of the totem. Dummy, what class is this boss supposed to be? How, and why did he stab that many sticks into the ground? Han Shui asked. HM. That is called a poke master, said Zhang Yang with a straight face. Please. Zhang Yang laughed. All right. The boss class is called a totem master. This class plays with the natural elements of fire, wind, earth, and water. That being said, they are pretty good in melee combat as well. In the future, whoever who gets to become a totem master after the inheritance patch would have strong DPS power, and also a strong supporting capability. Still, the totems are rather fragile and can be easily destroyed. However, they can only be struck by targeted skills, not AoE. In my opinion, that's pretty useless. I mean, just look at the totem's HP. People will simply wipe them out, said Wei Yin Air. It's not that simple. You can place 4 totems at the same time, while others can only destroy them one at a time. Think of it this way, while others spend some time being delayed by the shared cooldown to destroy one totem, you have already summoned 4. You still have the advantage, said Zhang Yang. That being said, unlike the aura skill, the totems were immobile and had a limited range, whereas the aura skill is basically permanent and always moved with the player. The party destroyed the 4 totems and proceeded to target the boss. Once the totems were destroyed, the boss attack and defense were no different compared to a regular yellow gold tier boss. He posed no threat to the party, but when all the totems were destroyed, the boss would always immediately summon them again. It was getting annoying. Cheater! Liar! Give me back my money! Wei Yin Air cried endlessly. A bunch of gullible pricks. I will kill you all and take all your money, said Floric, displaying the same manner of greed as Wei Yin Air. Wham! The boss cleaved Zhang Yang for 6,974 damage. Suddenly, a dark gust of wind blasted out of the back of the axe, propelling it further and causing more damage. -7021. As the second damage text popped, Zhang Yang quickly referred to the battle log to get a better understanding on what just happened. Floric used Force Strike and dealt 6,974 damage, 3,000 damage reduced, 1,026 damage absorbed. Floric's Force Strike had triggered an echo effect and dealt 7,201 damage, 3,000 damage reduced, 1,026 damage absorbed. What a complicated attack pattern. What was more important was that the boss could actually use a warrior's Force Strike. After the axe cleaved through Zhang Yang, the boss pulled back the axe and waved his hands. A blot of white lightning blasted out and struck Zhang Yang. The bolt of lightning leaped off and struck Sun Xinu, Wei Yin Air, and Lost Dream. All of the melee attackers had suffered close to 10,000 damage except for Zhang Yang. He had only taken 6,974 damage. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 313, The Darkness. Chapter 313, The Darkness. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. According to the battle record, it was Floric's Chain Lightning skill. After striking the current target, it would jump to the next target for a total of 3 times. Each strike caused 10,000 nature damage. Damn it, is this boss a physical type or a spellcaster? Why does it know all kinds of skill? Lost Dream complained. Floric's Chain Lightning undoubtedly increased the workload for Han Shui. This time, the bewitching queen did not have time to joke around and tease them with any of her obscene moans, but instead shouted in desperation, "Hurry up, kill the boss, I'm exhausted." Ha ha. Your money is mine. Is mine. Floric laughed cynically. Zhang Yang could not help it, but laughed and said, "*tchy Snow, I think this boss, Floric, and you make a good match. If both of your greediness were combined, nothing can possibly match up to it." Exactly, cousin is very greedy. Wei Yin Air nodded her head again and again. Yin Air, do you want to experience what it's like being homeless tonight? Han Shui threatened Wei Yin Air. Wei Yin Air immediately changed her tone and spoke seriously to Zhang Yang, "Noob Tank, how could you insult my lovely cousin? My cousin is so smart, generous, beautiful, honest, kind and cute. Woo woo woo, I can't take this anymore. I'm done. I'm telling the world's biggest lie, I will be going to hell in the future. *TTY brat. Han Shui snapped. In spite of Florik's wide array of skills, Zhang Yang was still able to get a good grip on the boss aggro. Han Shui may be complaining, but it was mostly because she was lazy. Sun Xianyu and the rest of the team had strong attacking power, thus, Florik was quickly overwhelmed. He fell within 7 to 8 minutes. I'm going to whack you to death. Wei Yan air attacks got faster and wilder in the heat of the moment. No! I still have so many treasures and I haven't used up all of them yet. I need to raise my 37 wives and children. Florik uttered a despairing cry. Little brat used Killing Cleave to wipe out Florik's last drop of HP. Florik fell defeated and a copper coin rolled out of his hand. Desperately, he reached out and tried to catch the copper coin, however, his body lost strength as his arm stretched out halfway. My money! Florik breathed his last. Florik dropped 2 pieces of yellow gold equipment, 8 pieces of grey silver equipment, a few pieces of cloth, some coins and etc. Wei Yan air was disappointed and asked, where did Florik hide the money he stole from us? Zhang Yang picked up a bag under the etc category and threw it to Wei Yan air and then grinned, will you be greedy next time? Florik's money bag, all of Frolic's fraudulent claims are hidden in this bag, you are going to be rich. Wei Yan air suddenly burst out with laughter and quickly opened up the money bag. There was actually around 100,000 gold coins in the money bag and it was divided up nicely for the players. However, Zhang Yang did not buy any fake equipment from Florik, so he actually earned an extra 10,000 gold coins or so. Zhang Yang laughed and said, I like this boss. Not us, the rest of the people disagreed in unison. Quickly, distribute the equipment, this is a time-limited quest. 100 shots was always the cautious one. Forsaken Sting, Yellow Gold, Dagger. Weapon attack, 464 to 664. Attack interval, 1.8 seconds. DPS, 314. Equipment, when the target is struck, there is 1% chance of interrupting target spell casting. Level requirement, 70. Although it is even faster than the 1.9 second interval you usually see, it's too small to make a difference. Well, the main point is this is level 70 yellow gold weapon. Zhang Yang turned to the 2 thieves in the party, it is definitely better than your current main attack weapon. Sun Xianyu and Lost Dream rolled. Fortuna 1 had blessed Lost Dream and he won the Forsaken Sting. Before the dagger is identified, its attributes would worse than a level 60 weapon. So, Lost Dream just kept the dagger in his inventory first. Boots of Sorrow, Yellow Gold, Leather Armor. Defense, plus 24. Vitality, plus 235. Strength, plus 94. Dexterity, plus 217. Level requirement, 70. Because of the existence of said equipment, they wouldn't spare any such equipment a second glance unless they were level 80 yellow gold equipment. Therefore, the boots were directly thrown into Zhang Yang's inventory, fated to be sold in Zhang Yang's little merchandise shop. A Grey Silver Servant. Servant, Codger Florik, Grey Silver. Use, summons Codger Florik as your servant in battle. Lasts for 5 minutes. You can only summon one servant at a time. Summoning any servant will cause all other servants to be in cooldown. Cooldown time, 30 minutes. Level requirement, 70. Binds on obtain. This one isn't bad, let's request together. Whoever rolls the highest points will get this. Zhang Yang said. After rolling the dice, Han Shui won the servant. Conveniently, this would help offset her low attack power. Han Shui immediately summoned the servant. It was a red-skinned beastman, which looked like Florik, only smaller in size. It held a big broadaxe in both of its hands. However, one wouldn't feel threatened by him, but rather feel that he's just a sneaky little urchin who's up to no good. Han Shui laughed and posted her servant's skill description in party channel. Stealing, steals from the target. There is 1% chance of stealing 1% of the target's total number of gold coins. Skill range, 3 meters. Cooldown time, 5 minutes. Everyone was speechless. Florik had turned from a con man to thief. After passing through this hall, there was still a corridor, and then a staircase that was connected directly to the 3rd floor. No monsters, everyone came to the castle's 3rd floor but did not see any appearance of monster. All of them were surprised. That's not possible. I'm sure there are bandit types in stealth mode. Zhang Yang said, Starlight, you walk in front. Sigh, am I fated to be the bait each time? Endless Starlight groaned, but otherwise obediently did as he was told. After they walked forwards for a few steps, a red-skinned beastman suddenly emerged from the dark and smacked the back of Endless Starlight's head with the hilt of its sword. Endless Starlight was stunned. The red-skinned beastman wielded its two swords and madly slashed at Endless Starlight. Zhang Yang quickly used Charge and dashed towards the red-skinned beastman without using Provoke. Zhang Yang was able to take over the red-skinned beastman's aggro by just slashing once. Red-skinned Lurker, Elite, Humanoid. Level, 77. HP, 77,000. Defense, 400. Bandit-type monsters were at their most dangerous during the first 10 seconds when emerging from stealth mode. Even so, they were poorly matched against Tank. Zhang Yang pulled the monster, and all of them piled up and wiped the monster out. The massacre proceeded. Because they needed to deal with stealth-type monsters, their progress was slowed down. After about 40 minutes, they reached the hall on the 3rd floor. There were 2 redskin crushers at the doorway. After some thrilling but safe battles, both of the monsters crumpled to the ground. They opened up the 2 heavy doors, and everyone went into the hall. It was all dark in the hall. It was pitch dark in the hall. It was a room that measured to at least thousands of square meters. Other than the light coming out from the doorway, the hall was completely dark. It was completely silent, other than the footsteps. And when they stopped moving, their breaths and heartbeats took over the dead silence. Endless Starlight said, "It's really dark. Oh my god. You scared me." "Shut your mouth. You scared us." The moment Endless Starlight started to talk, everyone had jumped, like dropping a stone into a calm lake. Zhang Yang laughed as he said, "Starlight, you're trying to say that it's so dark that the boss could easily get the jump on us and we won't be able to see a single thing, right?" "Yes. Exactly." Endless Starlight nodded his head again and again. But no one saw it, as it was too dark in the hall. Even if the boss standing in front of us, we wouldn't know any better. 100 Shots agreed. Shush. At this moment, a mass of phosphorescent light suddenly floated across their head. The emerald flame gave them highly limited visibility. The flame was not bright, but it was a like light bulb in this absolutely dark environment. The flame went off once every 10 seconds, flashing on and off, and everyone moved forward by using this weak glowing flame. "Wait a minute." Zhang Yang suddenly stood still and turned around. Han Shui, who was walking behind him, was not prepared and suddenly bumped into Zhang Yang's arms. "Stupid you are such a jerk." Han Shui scolded in embarrassment. My bad. Zhang Yang immediately said, "It should be 9 of us, right? Noob Tank, have you just graduated from primary school? You don't even know how to count? You guys, quick, head count, now? 1, 2, 3. 7, 8, 9. By using the light of floating emerald flame, everyone started to count up. Yes, there are 9 of us, stop being a soccer mom, silly you. Little brat, did you include yourself? Of course, not. Everyone shivered in fear, 10 of us? The boss is among us. Zhang Yang said. Shush. The will-o'-the-wisp flashed right then, revealing the ferocious and horrible face of a complete stranger. Zhang Yang shouted in surprise, and slashed at the boss. -1433. Ugh, a strange sound was uttered and they heard a low and hoarse voice saying, "Damn it, that hurts. I'm not going to play around anymore. I will kill all of you." -3774. -3824. Damage texts floated across Zhang Yang's head. Although the single damage was low, boss attacks were quite frequent and it attacked at almost each second. What a relentless rate of attack. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 314, Sightless Slayer Hazel. Chapter 314, Sightless Slayer Hazel. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Shush. Another flash of light floated across them, and this time, they finally read the monster's information. Sightless Slayer Hazel, Yellow Gold, Humanoid. Level, 78. HP, 7,800,000. Defense, 1,400. Everybody started to attack the boss. However, the hall was too dark. Besides, the doors had automatically closed when they started the battle, so they could see anything in the limitless and eternal darkness, let alone know which way they were facing. The emerald flame flashed again for a brief moment, before the hall became completely dark again. The melee attackers could still slash blindly, as long as the boss was not moving around. However, blind rangers were as good as no rangers. Hunters could still fire randomly in the dark and hope they hit something. However, most of the spellcaster's attack spells required casting time, and in such a dark hall, if the boss disappears from Daffodil Daydream's sight, the spell casting bar would be interrupted. But how do we fight against this boss? We don't even know where the boss position is, the three ranged attackers complained. Zhang was groping in the dark, and when he felt the boss weapon collide with his body, he immediately retaliated. Luckily, the boss did not move around constantly like players would. After Zhang got hold of the boss aggro, the boss wielded its two sharp swords and slashed at Zhang non-stop. If the boss had been controlled by a player, the party would have been wiped out hundreds of times. Shush! The light flashed once again, and 100 shots and the other two ranged attackers quickly launched attacks without wasting the opportunity. Fire arrows and fireballs were randomly launched. Annoyingly, the light would flash for about 3 to 4 seconds only, so everybody was blindly attacking most of the time. Luckily, they were in party attack mode, so they did not have to worry about accidentally hurting their own team members. Although the dark environment had weakened the team's attack power, as long as they had a strong tank and a healer, they still could slowly defeat the boss. It so happened that both Zhang and Han Shui were the strongest tank and healer in the server, respectively. After about a minute, Zhang found himself slashing air. He was shocked and yelled, he disappeared. The party stopped attacking. Everyone was stumped. In total darkness, none dared move, fearing that they would step into a trap, or fall down the abyss if there was a sudden chasm. Zhang immediately said, "Everyone, come closer to me, hurry up." With their full faith in their longtime leader, everyone rallied to the sound of his voice. The boss's bandit-type monster, it must have used Vanish just now. Do you guys still remember the bandit-type bosses we've all fought against? Every time they emerge from Vanish, they will reset their aggro list. Later on, if any of you receive a sudden attack, do not fight back, let me pull the boss first. Zhang commanded. About 5 to 6 seconds later, Han Shui suddenly shouted, "Ah," and they could see the party column. Han Shui's HP was reducing dramatically. Thunder Strike. Zhang was never trained to fight in the dark, it was too difficult for him to rely on his hearing to identify the boss position. But Thunderstrike was an AoE skill, as long as the enemy was within the skill range, it would receive damage. This was the reason why Zhang had told everybody to come closer to him. 756. Although they could not see the boss shadow, a damage text appeared in the dark. Ugh. Damn. Damn you all. I just wanted to play hide and seek with you guys, why you guys are hurting me? Why? Hazel roared angrily, dashed towards Zhang and slashed at Zhang wildly. Hunters, step 3 meters back for your minimum range. Daffodil Daydream, please sticks with the melee attackers so that we can change positions together. Everybody, try to surround him. Zhang assigned tasks as he tanked the boss. Shush. 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 The light flashed across them on occasion, but otherwise, their efficiency was greatly reduced when fighting in such a dark environment. Besides that, the boss used Vanish at random intervals and attack indiscriminately whenever it revealed itself. Fortunately, Zhang always caught hold of it before it could deal serious damage. Besides, everyone had good equipment, so they wouldn't be killed off easily. It wasn't a particularly powerful boss, but it was surely a difficult battle. Ding! Hazel has launched Fan of Blades. A system notification echoed out. Hazel's body suddenly burst out with countless flying sword of lights, which flew towards everyone's directions. Many -7000 damage texts floated across everyone's head. Some of them even got hit twice, but with 17,000 HP being the lowest maximum HP value of the party, none of them were killed. Hazel disappeared once again. Han Shui quickly cast all sorts of healing spells such as Healing Shower, Healing Bond, and Holy Shield. After fighting for so long, Zhang had actually figured out Hazel's battle pattern. Hazel would emerge from Vanish each time, within 3 to 8 seconds. 1, 2. Zhang was counting in his mind, and activated Vanguard's Aggression, Protection Barrier without hesitation. After the skill adjustment, the current Vanguard's Aggression, Protection Barrier acted like an aura which sets Zhang as the center and radiates by a 3 meters radius. Everyone's HP was very low, even with Han Shui's strong healing, it was not possible for her to heal everyone's HP up within such a short time. The boss could most likely kill its next target. Slash. Another 3 seconds later, Hazel emerged from the shadow, and used Ambush on 100 shots. 703. 718. Zhang stomped on the ground and activated Thunderstrike, which caused damage to Hazel and immediately pulled back its aggro. 100 shots let out a sigh of relief and said, "Good thinking, Zhang. I wouldn't have survived that." Endless Starlight quickly said, Uncle 100 Shots, don't forget about me. I'm a strong tank as well. Starlight, you are only slightly less perfect than Zhang Yu. 100 Shots quickly said. How am I not Zhang Yu's equal? Endless Starlight was definitely a competent tank. Whenever the boss disappeared, Endless Starlight would cast Devotion among the crowd as the boss would receive damage whenever it appears nearby. At the same time, Endless Starlight could also pull the boss aggro immediately. Although Devotion's total damage was high and it could last for 10 seconds, it was no match for Thunderstrike, so Zhang Yang always successfully pulled over the boss aggro. Zhang Yang said, my gut feeling is that Endless Starlight would be on the list if there is any China's top 10 tanks or a top 10 list of godly magicians in the future. Endless Starlight immediately laughed happily. Then I must be the king of top 10 berserkers. Wei Yan Air was being boastful. Zhang Yang laughed out loud and said, little brat, I'm not sure whether will you listed in top 10 berserkers, but someone among us must be the queen of top 10 healers. Stupid you. Han Shui was flustered. Luckily, Endless Starlight had also learned Vanguard's aggression, protection barrier, and Zhang Yang's rearm would reset all his skills cooldown times, so they would be able to use 3 count of Vanguard's aggression, protection barrier within a short period time. On the other hand, Hazel launched Fan of Blades at each 20% of HP loss. When Hazel was left with 20% of HP, it finally killed a player with the combo of Fan of Blades, Vanish, and Ambush. However, Hazel was fated to indecently assault afterwards. 14 minutes later, Hazel uttered a horrible scream and fell defeated. You guys are too fierce, I just wanted to play hide and seek with you guys. Hazel breathed its last. The dark hall suddenly brightened after Hazel died. It seemed that he was the source of the darkness. We finally defeated the boss. Everybody let out a sigh of relief, while Han Shui used Redemption spell on the unlucky Fatty Han to save him. How many floors are there? Zhang Yang thought for a while and answered, I think there are 4 levels, we should be on the second last floor already. Let's distribute the equipment. Looting from the boss corpse was still the most exciting part of a boss fight. Wei Yan immediately ran to the corpse to pick up the loot. Immortal Necklace, Yellow Gold, Necklace. Vitality, plus 59. Strength, plus 30. Dexterity, plus 30. Equipment, increases chance of critical by 1%. Unidentified. Level requirement, 70. This is good. Zhang Yang nodded and immediately gave up his role, as this necklace was more suitable for physical-type attackers. The team threw their dices. Fatty Han won the necklace with highest points. Stinger gloves, yellow gold, leather armor. Defense, plus 24. Vitality, plus 118. Strength, plus 47. Dexterity, plus 109. Unidentified. Level requirement, 70. Although this was a level 70 yellow gold equipment, it was definitely the best leather armor for level 70 players. However, the thieves and hunters in the team were unwilling to part with their set equipment effects. Thus, this glove was fated to be sold in Zhang Yang's little merchandise shop. Zhang Yang nodded, and thought to himself, no wonder set equipment in the future would get so scarce. The effects were too strong. For example, this level 60 yellow gold set equipment is actually able to support players up to level 80. Even then, level 80 set effects aren't that much better. As a result, level 70 equipment would be most likely skipped over. By the way, let's go out tomorrow. Fatty Han suddenly sent a private message to Zhang Yang. Why? Speed dating. Zhang Yang almost fell over and asked, are you really seeking for a spouse? I just registered on the website, and coincidentally, there is a big speed dating event. Let's have a look tomorrow. Why ask me then? I feel embarrassed, going alone. Zhang Yang scratched his head and said, you are so thick-skinned, but you are actually scared of going on a speed dating event? I'm really speechless. Damn, we are brothers for life. Are you helping me or not? Alright. Pick me up tomorrow. Tomorrow, 7 o'clock p.m., wait for your highness to drop by. Get lost. Hazel did not drop any great equipment, despite being a yellow gold boss. However, Hazel was merely a mini-boss in Blood Moon Castle. The great equipment should be dropped by the final boss, Red-Skinned Beastman Lord Pilo. Everybody continued moving forward and reached the 4th floor in castle. The type of minions had changed to guards which carried shield. Under the team's strong attack power, the shields hardly made any difference and they were torn apart in no time. There was an iron cage in the middle of the hall in which a female elf with white dress was held prisoner. The female elf had a graceful, slender body shape but had a massive rack, and her soft and silky long hair went straight down to her buttocks. Zhang Yang took a look at the profile on top of the head of female elf, and he nearly burst out laughing. This female elf was Merlinda, Song of the Forest. She was a captive in underground tower and sacred palace of frozen fractal. Here she is now, captive in Blood Moon Castle. This NPC had a knack of getting caught, somehow. She's a specialist. You guys. Zhan Yu. Praise the moon god, she sent a warrior to save me. Merlinda sought everyone, especially after she saw Zhang Yang, and she instantly revealed an extremely relieved expression. The crowd was surprised. Although all of them communicated with NPCs every day, low-grade NPCs did not have memories, and they could only communicate with the players by the pre-programmed script. However, advanced NPCs had such advanced AI that it was difficult to distinguish them from players. Zhang Yang moved forwards and asked, Merlinda, why are you here? I have found the Eld Staff of Treasury Prophecy and assigned my people to deliver it back to Holy Land of the Elfathuran in Chaos Realm. Who knew that our elder unexpectedly believed that I'm the next priestess of the moon appointed by Moon God and told me to go back to Holy Land of the Elf to inherit the position itself. But when I was passing here, I was captured by this bunch of red-skinned beastmen. Merlinda looked at Zhang Yang and said, My warrior, you must save me. Tisk, stupid you, this pretty girl NPC seems to be interested in you. Han Shui seemed to be slightly unhappy. You're jealous of an NPC? Who's jealous? Humph. This pitiful Merlinda, anyhow she should already be upgraded to a yellow gold boss, why is she still getting captured by others? Zhang Yang nodded as he said, Do not worry, we will get you out of here, but... Merlinda trusted Zhang Yang and nodded confidently as she said, The key to unlocking this cage is with Beastman Lord Pilo. You guys must defeat him to get the key. Ding. Your relationship with Merlinda is now improved. Inexplicably, Zhang Yang received a system notification. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 315, Beastman Lord. Chapter 315, Beastman Lord. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Besides Merlinda, there were no other NPCs as Zhang Yang and the gang looked at each other and focused their sight on the grill at the end of the hall. Let's go. There was a long corridor which was connected to staircase after they opened up the grill. Everybody followed the staircase and reached the top of the castle. It was an outdoor environment and the wind was violent. The entire ground on this floor was all flat, and the area was larger than a football field. The 9 of them stood there like insignificant ants. A red-skinned beastman stood magnificently not far from them. Its height was 3 meters tall with ripped abs. Its muscular arms were much thicker than an ordinary people's thighs. The red-skinned beastman was holding a giant axe, where it puffed its chest out in an imposing fashion. Red-skinned beastman Lord Pilo, Violet Platinum, Humanoid. Level, 80. HP, 8 million. Defense, 2,400. It was a Violet Platinum boss. Everybody was astonished, as this was the 3rd Violet Platinum boss they met. The first Violet Platinum boss was defeated by Smog's Phantom, the second Violet Platinum boss was killed by the power of the entirety of Lone Desert Smoke. Now there were only 9 of them, could they defeat this boss? Zhang Yang thought for a while and said, Let's try this once, if it's clearly impossible, I will summon Smog's Phantom as a last resort. Wait a minute, when Zhang Yang wanted to move forwards, but Wei Yenair stopped him suddenly. Wei Yenair suddenly summoned her, Fire Chocobo Chick, and smiled. We are able to use mounts here. Everyone was speechless. No genius would have seen this coming. It was only because the little girl simply felt like peeking at her pet mount at that moment. Still, this meant that 4 of them could use their battle mounts now. It would really make a huge difference to their combat effectiveness. Although Zhang Yang had the beast taming skill and he could use his mount as a battle pet at any place, a combination of their hit points would do wonders for him. Let's fight. Zhang Yang got atop his whitey, lifted his dark enigmatic sword, and at his command, the great bear let out a roar and charged at the boss. Those who had pet mounts also followed him closely. Bold intruders, how dare you step into my domain? Pilo suddenly shouted and it lifted its axe, How did you guys come in? My domain is impregnable and indestructible, how could these stinking little pests come in? Are you guys colluding with spies in this castle? Humph, who is so bold to actually betray me? I'm going to slash that spy into pieces and behead that spy entire bloodline. Could it be Slain, the bastard who wants to overthrow my throne? Damn it, all of you are fools, after this, I'm going to kill Slain, that traitor. This boss was a paranoid one. Zhang Yang and the rest had not uttered a word, but the boss was already coming up with all sorts of presumptions. Slash. The boss swung its axe and Zhang Yang quickly raised his shield and used block. Dang. Zhang Yang and Whitey were knocked 3 steps back. And, this boss is very strong. Just like me in real life. Fatty Han said. Wei Yan'er quickly stuck her tongue out and said, Pervy Fatty, the boss arms are much thicker than your thighs, stop bragging. Fatty Han said serious, I never brag. If I started bragging, the earth would go upside down, the moon would be out of its orbit. Do you know how did Chang'an escape to the moon? I blew her up to the moon with a single breath. Everyone was speechless. Even Endless Starlight also said, Brother Fatty, too much bro, too much. I wanted to help at first, but I don't even know how to carry on. 10-174. Pilo started the second attack with its axe. Zhang Yang had to take the damage head on. Haha, let's have some fun. The boss turned its giant axe the other way round and struck the ground with it, as if he was using a sledgehammer. Suddenly, a countless amount of sharpened spears popped out from the ground. However, the spears did not strike all corners of the map, but instead struck different spots at a time. There were 2 variations, and they were divided by squares. It was as if all the white squares on a chessboard were lighting up, before the black squares followed. Everyone was spread out, so only some of the party members were hit. However, those who were unlucky got hit 4-5,000 damage. The sudden, unpredictable attack startled everyone. Fortunately, everyone's HP was almost 20,000 points. Even if they received another spear attack, they would not be killed. 3 seconds later, the sharpened spears struck out from the ground once again and the chang-chang-chang sound was made as the spears skewered the air. The spears were alternating between the white squares and black squares. These people were not stupid. In fact, all of them were professional. They immediately understood the spear's attack pattern and started moving accordingly. The battle was started and it was totally different compared to their boss fights. This battle required everyone to constantly change position. Otherwise, -5000 of damage texts would appear continuously. Han Yingshui had to cast healing mainly on Zhang Yang, so she did not have enough time to take care of the rest. At most, she could only throw regeneration on them whenever she managed to find the time. Shang! 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 This battle scene was very spectacular. Countless of sharp spears struck towards the sky time and again. Fatty Han and Endless Starlight were so busy counting the timing of the spears and changing position that they did not even have the time to talk nonsense. Otherwise, they would definitely have started a joke about getting their asses impaled or something. Pilo caused about 10,000 points of damage on Zhang Yang for each attack and Pilo attacked every 2 seconds. Zhang Yang could use block every 6 seconds, resulting in him taking 3,000 damage per second. This was close to Han Yingshui's limit. However, Pilo's defense value was too high. Even if Zhang Yang weakened Pilo's defense value by 50%, Pilo still had about 1,200 defense values. Also, as the team had to constantly run about, their damage output had decreased significantly. Like emptying the tank of an oil tanker, 1 drip at a time, they slowly worked on the boss. 7 minutes later, Pilo's HP was down to 80%. Ha, I never thought you guys would last this long. Ha, I will let you guys try something else more powerful now. Pilo laughed madly. Bang! 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 Flames were rapidly spewed out from the left and right, and instantly, the entire ground turned into a sheet of flames. Each flame was 3 meters wide and nearly took up the entire square that the spears sprouted out from. Luckily, there were 3-meter-wide gaps between each flame, which were the safe zones for the players. -8000 damage text appeared above the heads of those who got scorched. F***CK, did this boss come from Circus? What's with all these stage effects? Lost Dream could not help but yelled. Stop complaining, quickly figure out how these flames work. The flames activated every 3 seconds, but with the boss and the spears, they couldn't figure it out. If it was anyone other than the peerless healer, Han Yingshui keeping them alive, they would have been wiped out already. After running about in panic, they finally caught the pattern. But everyone's HP had already been drastically reduced at this point. Han Yingshui could only cast regeneration when she was able. 77%, 74%, 71%. After they were able to stabilize the battle, Pilo's HP resumed with its slow but steady descent. You fools, why you guys are not dead yet? Pilo swung its axe at Zhang Yang's head. Fortunately, due to all the gimmicks from the stage, this boss did not have any powerful skills other than dividing slash. As long as they did not stand in front of this boss, they would not receive damage from dividing slash. Stinky boss, you are the one who should die. Wei Yan'er shot back. Little brat, you are indulging in online games all day long. If you were born 20 years earlier and met Professor Yang and Professor Tao too, then you would have been the one suffering. Who are Professor Yang and Professor Tao? Another 6 to 7 minutes later, Pilo's HP had been reduced to 60%. Damn it, these stinking little pests actually have some skills. It seems like I really need to be very serious this time. Pilo howled loudly, "My courtiers and people, it is the time for all of you to serve your king." Ding! Pilo has released summoned guards. Gore! Suddenly, 9 fully armed red-skinned beastmen spawned 100 meters away from the crowd and uttered a crazy howl before rushed towards Zhang Yang and the gang, swinging various weapons. Pilo's guard, elite, summon. Level, 77. HP, 77,000. Defense, 400. It seemed like the number of the guard boss summoned was based on the number of the players in the battle. This was where a small party would shine. Otherwise, hundreds of thousands of monsters would have spawned and overwhelmed the team. For a small group of elite players, however, it was a different story. Starlight, start kiting the minions and call for us once you have them all. The rest of you, clear them up, then come back to me. Zhang Yang commanded. He paused for a while and looked at surrounding to make sure that there were no more surprises like spears and flames, and then he said, "Also use the summon soldier to show the boss that not only it can summon minions." Noob tank, 1,000 gold coins are required for each summon. Alright, you can apply for reimbursement. That's great. Wei Yenair happily used summon soldier. Pa. 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 More and more human soldiers popped out. As Fatty Han and the rest had also completed the quests of the Coyotes camp and obtained summon soldier, they too started summoning. Veteran of Coyotes camp, elite, summon. Level, 70. HP, 70,000. Defense, 400. Although the veterans of Coyotes camp were slightly weaker than the red-skinned beastman summoned by the boss, they were still very strong. Endless Starlight dashed towards the 9 guards and started to pull the monsters, using devotion. The summoned veterans of Coyotes camp charged at the red-skinned beastmen. Translator notes. One Chang'e or Chang'o, originally known as Hang'e, is the Chinese goddess of the moon. She is the subject of several legends in Chinese mythology. 2 Professor Yang and Professor Tao started the treatments of online gaming addiction by using traditional Chinese medicine, Western medicine, and even electric shock at China in the year of 2004. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 316, The Third Violet Platinum Boss. Chapter 316, The Third Violet Platinum Boss. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. At first, it was a 9 versus 1 fight. Now, it became an all-out chaotic skirmish. In terms of strength, the guards summoned by Pilo were much more powerful, but Endless Starlight was also a top tank with the best equipment, good intuition, and control. Thus, he easily pulled 5 monsters and left another 4 monsters to the summoned soldiers to deal with. Although the summoned soldiers had weaker attack power than players, they had vastly more HP. They would serve as good tanks. Sun Xinu and the rest tentatively switched their targets and attacked the elite guards. With their strong attack power, the elite guards were killed, one after another. The 9 elite guards all fell defeated in less than 3 minutes. Because the guards were summoned, as a result, their corpses quickly disappeared without any loots. While at Zhang Yang's side, the 9 veterans of Coyotes camp had lost most of their HP, but none of them had killed. Besides, Han Yingshui simply threw regeneration on them and their HP started to increase. Unfortunately, these veterans cannot gain levels. How nice if they could gain level up to level 80 or 90. 100 shots lamented. Only 3 charges remaining, it would pointless even if they could. Lost Dream shook his head and ran towards Pilo. Zhang Yang commanded, "Veteran, attack this red-skinned savage." "Yes, sir." Zhang Yang's summoned soldier immediately saluted Zhang Yang and rushed towards Pilo, brandishing his spear. Wow, very impressive. Wei Yenair's eyes shone brightly and pointed at her summoned soldier and then commanded, "Veteran, sing a song." But "Yes, sir." Wei Yenair's summoned soldier raised his chest up and sang, "Sister doesn't open her mouth, sister is not talking, what is sister thinking?" Everybody gaped at the soldier. Zhang Yang felt like fainting on the spot and groaned, "Little brat, stop playing around. Quickly, hit the boss." "Sigh, I see everybody fighting so hard. I thought I could make my veterans sing you guys a song as a morale boost." Wei Yenair shrugged her shoulders and raised her hands, then continued. "Veteran, although I wanted to give you a yes, I have no choice as the rest of the people do not agree. Do not worry, true gold will always shine anywhere, someone out there would appreciate your talents." "This is talent show?" Little brat changed her favorite genre again. After the 9 veterans had joined them, the team's attack power increased significantly. In addition to that, the map no longer spat our spears or flames. As a result, they attacked Pilo with ease. 50%. My fellow courtiers and people, quickly, show yourselves, and fight for your king, the boss yelled loudly once again. Shush, shush, shush. 9 elite guards spawned hundreds of meters away from the crowd once again. 9 elite guards shouted loudly and rushed towards Zhang Yang and the gang. Endless Starlight had already lifted his hammer and shield and had dashed towards the elite guards without Zhang Yang's command. The crowd also sent their veteran NPCs towards the elite guards. The veteran NPCs' HP bars were already full with regeneration. Zhang Yang did not waste any opportunity to fling Spear of Obliterations at the distant elite guards. Every little bit of help would count. Wei Yan also followed suit. Her melee attack was up to about 4,800, so the damage caused was quite significant. After clearing the second wave of minions, all of them turned around and continued attacking the boss. 40%. For the third time, Pilo summoned the 9 elite guards. Everyone thought that the boss would change its attack pattern at every 20% reduction of its HP, but there was no change this time. They had already adapted to these elite guards, and the third wave was taken out even sooner. Pa! 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 Their bodies hit the ground uneventfully. 30%. Stinking little pests, I may have underestimated you guys. Pilo stared them with bloody red eyes, then howled, More! More minions! Crush all these silly intruders! Shush! 18 elite guards appeared. This time, everyone was slightly nervous. If all 18 of these elite monsters surrounded and fought against a player, even Zhang Yang himself would succumb after 2 or 3 rounds of attacks. Send the veterans ahead. Starlight, don't be a hero and just do what you can. Zhang Yang immediately commanded, if the veterans die, summon them again. They have no cooldown periods. Just another 1,000 coins. Noob tank, Apply for reimbursement. Apply for reimbursement. Zhang Yang did not wait for Wei Yan to finish her words. The veterans may be lower in level, but it did not really matter. In God's miracle, levels had a hard bracket at every 10 levels. For example, a level 79 monster would be slightly stronger than a level 70 monster, but they would be outrightly outclassed by level 80 monsters. The disadvantage of Zhang Yang's team was they were outnumbered. Although Endless Starlight had pulled 6 monsters, the other 9 players still had to fight 12 monsters at once. Suddenly, the battle became a lot harder. Luckily, they could use Summon Soldiers 3 times without waiting for a cooldown period. Therefore, they could immediately summon the veteran again when the veterans fell. After 7 veterans were killed, they finally cleared all the 18 elite guards. Still, the veterans had a 10-minute duration. The remaining ones would disappear too, in time to come. 20%. Another 18 elite guards had been spawned again. Ha ha ha, stinking little pests, I have the best soldiers and the strongest war horses, my soldiers are going to kill all of you. Pilo shouted, and the 18 Arhats rapidly rushed towards Zhang Yang's gang. Oh my god, why is it not over yet? Zhang Yang was frowning as he said, perhaps the boss would summon 27 to 36 elite monsters when its HP drops to 10%. That would really be trouble. No time to worry about that, hurry up and clear all these minions first. Han Shui cried. She was already pushing past her limit. Any more pressure, and she might slip up, and someone may die, leading to a cascade failure. Having learned slightly from the previous wave, they only lost 4 veterans this time. 10%. Boss body started to turn into bloody red and its damage output instantly skyrocketed as it roared wildly. Ding! Pilo has entered berserk state, damage output increased by 20%. At first, Han Shui could scarcely heal Zhang Yang's HP, but now she could only panic and stare helplessly as the boss turned into a berserk state. Zhang Yang quickly activated Merlinda's Ring of Grateful, drank health recovery potion and tried to reduce Han Shui's healing pressure. Zhang Yang kept Berserker's Heal and Shield Wall for last. 5%. Warriors of Blood Moon Castle, come and fight for your king. Pilo shouted as it lifted its axe. 36 elite guards appeared 100 meters away. It was not just the normal 36 normal monsters, but the genuine elite monsters. Everyone was instantly astounded. Let's use the veterans to fight the elite monsters, try to hold up against them as long as possible, and we will focus on defeating the boss. Regardless of whether the minions disappear after the boss is killed, at least we complete the quest requirement. Zhang Yang said as he commanded his veteran to rush towards the terrifying wave of elite guards. The rest of the people also sent out their veterans as they attacked the boss without wasting any second. The 9 veterans were able to hold up 18 elite guards for a long time, but these 9 veterans collapsed was faster when they faced the 36 elite guards. Horrible shrieks and bodies fell every 10 seconds. The corresponding players quickly summoned other new veterans to replenish their numbers. In total, they had used their summon soldiers 16 times. After another 11 summons, they ran out of uses. During this time, the boss was left with less than 3% HP, which was a total of 220,000 HP. I will activate Vanguard's Aggression, Protective Barrier. Endless Starlight shouted, immediately lifted his shining blue armor and shrouding all the people within the protection barrier. At the same time, Endless Starlight also used both Strong Hammer and Devotion to pull the 6 elite guards. Endless Starlight waited until the last moment before multiple weapons struck him and activated Sacred Protection, granting him invincibility. Endless Starlight used the 5 seconds of invincibility to its fullest. 3, 2, 1. The moment the effect was over, he took one wave of attacks which almost emptied out his 20,000 HP entirely. He quickly activated Sacred Protection and recovered his HP. However, that would only buy him a second or two at most. At this time, Zhang had activated Vanguard's Aggression's Protective Barrier while also activating Shield Wall at the same time. Endless Starlight's Vanguard's Aggression Protection Barrier was already fading. Quickly, kill the boss. Everyone let out their war cries. 140,000. 110,000. 90,000. 70,000. Vanguard's Aggression Protection Barrier's duration ended. Zhang quickly used Rearm to end all skills cooldown and then activated Vanguard's Aggression Protection Barrier once again. 50,000. 30,000. 10,000. No. When Pilo was left with only 10,000 HP, it actually turned tail and started fleeing. F***CK, what kind of boss is this? It actually wants to escape. Caught off guard by the boss' sudden move, the gang stood rooted to their spots for a moment, before coming to their senses and giving chase. If they dragged the fight any long, they would definitely be overwhelmed by the elite monsters in no time. Zhang and Wei Yan air threw Spear of Obliterations toward the boss, which caused a total of about 6,000 damage. Daffodil Daydream also quickly used Fire Blast, and a -2, 812 damage text appeared above Pilo's head. Just a little bit more. Luckily, they had hunters in the team. When the boss ran out of the 3-meter minimum range, the hunters launched their arrows. -3012. -3 Arg. Pilo got shot in the back of its knees, the final bit of his HP bar fading away. Pilo fell on his face and tried to crawl forward. I'm the Lord of Red-Skinned Beastman. I could have ruled the entire Beastman, conquer the whole continent, but I got an arrow to my knee. Ding. You and the party members around have killed Pilo. Obtained 888,938 experience points. 50 points party bonus. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 317, Alchemist's Intuition. Chapter 317, Alchemist's Intuition. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The instant when Pilo died, the 36 elite guards vanished in a puff of smoke at the same instant, and the assaults were put to an end, leaving everyone with great relief. Quickly, let's see what the boss dropped for us. Anyone would be crazy about the loots of a violet platinum boss, so everyone was a little excited about it. They circled around the dead body of the boss. Poor boss, not only he was shot in the knee, but he also had to bear the humiliation of being studied like an exhibition showpiece after his death. The first thing they managed to recover from the loots was a dark key, known to be used to open up shackles that were specially designed to special characters such as Melinda. The second trophy they recovered from their victory was a piece of recipe for a specific profession. Recipe, Alchemist's Intuition. Usage, teaches you Alchemist's intuition. Require, professional alchemy. Bound upon picking up. Why is it bound upon picking up? Zhang could not help but to grind his teeth, because if not, he could have given this recipe to Yuli for her to learn the skill. But now, only one of his party members could claim it now. And among the entire party, he was the only one that is a professional alchemist. Only he would gain something out of it. Silly you, is that good? Han Shui was asking him while blinking her large eyes. Zhang patted the recipe on his chest and acquired the skill, and then he posted the description of the recipe onto the party channel. Alchemist's Intuition. Every time when you craft a potion, there is a certain rate that the crafted potion will transmute, adding a new effect upon its initial effect. There are 10 levels of transmutation in total. The higher the level of the transmutation, the better the additional effect will be, ranging from 10% to 100%. Wow! This skill is awesome. Everyone was caught by surprise. But Zhang Yang was smiling bitterly, because he initially intended to delete alchemy profession and pick another profession that would be more suitable for PvP. This sudden acquisition got him good, forcing him to abandon his initial thoughts. He shook his head again and complained, "Looks like I'm forced to craft some potions now and then now, generosity will always be rewarded. Holy God, you guys are just going to sit there, waiting to get free potions from me, right?" Zhang Yang gave out a breath of sigh. After he masters Alchemist's intuition, he would instantly become a godlike being in his profession. Not only could he no longer delete his current profession, he would also need herbalism to enhance his profession further. Players who were focused on herbalism tended to be lower leveled, but high-level potions required high-level herbs, so he could only rely on himself. He should just give up on smithing, then, since he picked that profession only for the shield blueprint in the level 10 dungeon in order to be able to earn an initial amount of gold in the beginning of the game. Now that his earnings from his territory and the little merchandise shop are on track, he no longer needed it. Boots of Brutality, Violet Platinum, Heavy Armor. Defense, plus 80. Vitality, plus 282. Strength, plus 189. Agility, plus 81. Unidentified. Required level, 80. Little girl, you just struck jackpot. Zhang Yang threw the pair of boots to Wei Yin-Er. But Wei Yin-Er was shaking her head about and said, "I want armor set." "Armor set, your head." Zhang Yang flicked his finger against the shiny forehead of Wei Yin-Er and said, "Do you think armor sets come raining from the skies? Don't be so D***MN greedy. Plus, these boots are not bound upon equipping, just take it for now and use it first. When you get your new armor set, later, you can sell these boots for money." Wei Yin-Er gave some thoughts about it for a while, and did as he said, with a joyous smile. "I know all of you are waiting for armor sets, but don't get your hopes up too high. After level 80, armor sets come as rare as they go. Violet Platinum grade is one level higher than Yellow Gold grade. One piece alone would already surpass the armor set of your Yellow Gold stuff." Zhang Yang spoke straight to the point. "When we start exploring level 80 maps, you'll find that your level 60 Yellow Gold sets would be good up till Yellow Gold bosses, but once we meet a Violet Platinum boss, it would be doom for us all. The battle with Polo just now was just an appetizer. The defense of the boss was as high as 2,400, so what can those baby Yellow Gold equipment do to it?" The gang nodded in realization. Things had been going too well for them these days, and they had been steamrolling through bosses without a hitch, giving them a sense of misguided invincibility, thinking that they could reach the sky with a single bound and switch all their level 60 Yellow Gold armor set to all level 80 Violet Platinum armor set equipment. Spiky helmet, Violet Platinum, leather armor. Defense, plus 48. Vitality, plus 564. Strength, plus 161. Agility, plus 378. Unidentified. Required level, 80. This time, the two thieves and the two hunters were tossing for points to compete for the equipment, and by the end of it, 100 shots won, with 91 points. Ring of Beastman's Ancestor, Violet Platinum, Ring. Vitality, plus 141. Use, releases the soul of the Beastman's ancestors, inflicting massive damage to the enemies, lasts for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 24 hours. When equipped with this ring, the player will be cursed by the soul of Beastman's ancestor, and cannot remove the ring for 24 hours. Unidentified. Required level, 80. After coming across the ring, everyone was looking into each other's faces. Although the description stated that it could inflict massive damage to enemies, that value was not specified. Other than having the attribute of vitality, there were no other attributes on the ring. Also, the cooldown of the item effect is as long as 24 hours. What's even more unacceptable was that the cooldown and the binding shared the same duration, 24 hours. After the 24-hour cooldown, are you going to take it off or use it again? Dilemma. Lost Dream said, "It better be powerful, or else it's a shitty deal to have it stuck on you for 24 hours. Let's toss for points to decide who has it." Zhang Yang outrolled them all with a total of 89, successfully keeping the ring. As it is, rings that only add vitality points were far more useful for tankers to have. Gauntlets of Peaceful Soul, Violet Platinum, Cloth Armor. Defense, plus 16. Vitality, plus 282. Intelligence, plus 189. Spirit, plus 81. Unidentified. Required level, 80. Daffodil Daydream and Han Ing Shui tossed the dice. However, Han Shui was out of luck this time and the item was taken by Daffodil Daydream. The boss dropping a total of 4 pieces of violet platinum equipment in one shot. It was considered to be a highly generous act already. Other than that, there were also other 9 pieces of yellow gold equipment, and all of the equipment were distributed among them all one by one. The remaining equipment pieces that were not wanted by any one of them were tossed at the little merchandise for sales. Out of it all, Zhang Yang obtained a pair of boots. Blazing defensive boots, yellow gold, heavy armor. Defense, plus 40. Vitality, plus 134. Strength, plus 54. Agility, plus 27. Unidentified. Required level, 80. Let's go, off to rescue the Lady Priestess. The gang went back to the 4th floor of the castle, when Merlinda was pleased to see the return of Zhang Yang, her face lighting up. Zhan Yu, are you holding up fine? What a bias NPC, we had also fought so hard, but she only concerned for Zhang Yang alone. Fatty Han was pouring out his grievance. It was all because Zhang Yang was the one who triggered Merlinda's dialogue in the first place, so she would only have eyes for him. Zhang Yang smiled lightly and said, I'm alright, and we can actually get you out of here, right now. He took out the key and unlocked the prison door, and Merlinda immediately walked right out from the prison chamber with her white dress that looks bright and clear, and she looked just like a goddess of the moon, her beauty unmatched in the entire world. Ding! You have completed a quest, Rescue the Priestess of Moon, acquired 1 million experience points. Quest duration, 4 hours 36 minutes 58 seconds, quest appraisal, perfect. The result has been added into the appraisal of the main story linking quest. Everyone received the voice notification from the system, but they did not receive any rewards immediately after, obviously they had not completed the final part of the quest yet. Now, let us take leave of this forsaken place. Merlinda told the gang. Hairdryer could only be used once, furthermore, it can only teleport players into castle, not out of the castle. So the gang could only fight their way towards the exit of the place. It was actually a good thing since they could actually harvest more experience points on their way out. After another 3 or 4 hours, they arrived at the outside of the castle. But it did not mean that they had escaped yet. The Blood Moon Castle is surrounded by a tall castle wall all around, and there were many magic cannons placed right on the wall. Therefore, one cannot simply climb to the top of the wall and jump over, the fall would kill them. They had to locate the main gate before getting themselves out of there, but... Zhan Yu, we must destroy every single one of the magic cannon if we plan to get out of here in one piece. Or else, these magic cannons will blow us to smithereens. Merlinda turned over to Zhang Yang. Ding! Merlinda has given you a quest, destroy the magic cannons, accept or decline? This quest is linked to the main story linking quest, complete the main story linking quest to acquire luxurious rewards. What else to think about it? Of course they're accepting it. Destroy the magic cannons, quest difficulty, A rank. Description, destroy 32 magic cannons on the wall of Blood Moon Castle, create conditions for a safe escape from Blood Moon Castle. Completion, destroyed magic cannon 0 of 32. Going up along the stairs to the top of the castle wall, the gang began to sweep through the monsters in the clockwise direction. They also hacked the magical cannons to pieces that they encountered along the way. The number of the monsters on castle wall was far more higher than the number of monsters within the castle, and all of them were elite grade, brutal and deadly. But at the same time, they also had the super healer Merlinda at their side, who healed 5% of their health every second. That was totally unbelievable. Furthermore, the higher regeneration of the NPC affected multiple targets at the same time like an AoE effect. With just a gentle lift of her hands up, everyone was buffed with a higher regeneration, healing once in every 30 seconds, and players with higher health points were having the time of their lives, being healed by percentages. Witchy Snow, seems like you need to get a boob job. She's out healing you, out boobing you too. Zhang Yang teased her. Wei Yan'er immediately took the opportunity to tease Han Shui as well, that's right. It's not like yours are really that much bigger than everyone else, so stop feeling happy about yourself all day and night, but... Han Shui obviously took great pride in her perfect pair, so she glared at both Zhang Yang and Wei Yan'er and said, you two are just saying that the grapes are sour because you can't have it, just envy on. I'm not going to fall for it. With the healing support of higher regeneration from Merlinda, Zhang Yang had no fear at all. With a few gentle pats on the whitey's head, he charged right into the horde and began to slash like crazy. Horizontal sweep, blast wave, were activated one after another, activating the special effect of his dark enigmatic sword. Now that he mounted onto his mount, boosting his health points to exceed 60,000, and the higher regeneration healed him by 3,000 health points every time, and with the addition of Han Shui's healing, he had become truly undefeatable. As he basically steamrolled over the monsters, the gang arrived at the position of the first magic cannon without much effort. From there, they began to destroy the cannon. Endless Starlight looked upon Zhang Yang with envious eyes and he said, I must get a mount for myself as well. For a tanker, the damage boost from having a mount was not that important. The real uttermost importance was the massive boost in health points, giving tankers a massive boost on their survival ability. First level magic cannon, item. Level 1. HP 1 million. Defense 1000. Zhang Yang and Wei Yan'er joined hands and stacked their crippled defense onto the cannon to bring down the defense of the magic cannon down to 500 points. Then, the gang laid waste to it. The 1 million health points of the cannon was no match at all with the assaults of the gang. In just a few moments, the magic cannon was turned into a pile of scrap metal. But Zhang Yang could not help but to think, if only these magic cannons could be brought back to the Thunderstorm Castle, they would have been a great addition to the territory's defense. There are only 3 magic cannons on the walls of Thunderstorm Castle, they'll quickly be overrun by a force large enough. If it weren't for Zhang Yang's friendship jade, back then, Thunderstorm Castle would have been completely leveled down to the ground. Never thought that you would be so sensitive towards money and gold. Wei Yan'er patted Zhang Yang's shoulder. It was actually called putting material resources to good use, and the little hypocrite was actually calling him out for something she was known for herself. Zhang Yang shook his head again and finally said, let's keep moving forward. Although there were numerous elite monsters appearing along their way, however, under the terrifying advance of the gang, every single one of the monsters quickly fell. 1 magic cannon, 2 magic cannons, 3 magic cannons. 30 magic cannons, 31 magic cannons. At last, they had arrived in front of the final magic cannon on the wall. They got to work. Intruders, stop it right there. Now, a thunderous roar was heard, and they saw was a large dragon flying over them. A shadow suddenly jumped from the back of the 2-legged dragon, ascending down from the sky. The blazing light behind the shadow was so blinding as if the light was coming out from a raging sun. The party was forced to shield their eyes. Boom! The shadow descended with a loud bang, and a red-skinned, imposing giant of a beastman appeared right by the upside of the magic cannon. The beastman had a shield in its left hand and a long spear in its right, with a set of metallic heavy armor on the entire body, which rattled, due to the aftershock of its violent landing. Soldier Captain Slain, Yellow Gold, humanoid creature. Level 80. HP 8 million. Defense 1500. Who are you people? How bold of you to trespass into the territory of the Blood Moon Castle and have your way there. Slain was shouting in rage. And when his sight was set upon Merlinda, he frowned and asked, how did you get out of there? Pilo, that imbecile, he just wouldn't listen, insisting on having some sort of wedding. What a joke. If it were up to me, I would have simply ended you on the spot and be done with it. All the cubs are born the same. The boss spoke in a very barbaric manner, and the pretty ladies were all blushing in embarrassment. Meanwhile, Fatty Han was left with his jaw slack, and he muttered, well, damn. That's what I call an idol to be looked up upon. Straight to the point, I like it. You barbaric beastman, today you shall pay for all your insolent acts. Merlinda pointed at Slain while talking in a huffed manner. Although she had not yet officially become the priestess of the moon, but she definitely had the stature of being one soon, standing tall and regal. Ha, since you have escaped, that would only mean that imbecile Pilo is already dead. Slain held up his spear with a firm grip and let out a big laugh. Very well, from now on, I am the new king of the red-skinned beastmen. I declare that you intruders must all die. As for you, my noble priestess, you shall become my woman and give birth to a child of God, for me. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 318, Dance of Heaven and Earth. Chapter 318, Dance of Heaven and Earth. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. After a bunch of crap talk, the battle was triggered immediately. It wasn't that Zhang Yang and his gang did not want to initiate the battle, but it was because the game had entered a cutscene, and they could only speak at that point. Shove. Zhang Yang initiated the battle with a charge. Although Slain was only a yellow gold boss, his attacks were extremely brutal, and he constantly activated Tornado Cleave, inflicting high damage to any players around him. Regrettably for the boss, now that Zhang Yang and the gang had Merlinda on their side, her constant healing had turned the tables. Even without Merlinda on their side, Zhang Yang and the gang could just carry out some tactics and bring down Slain. After all, they managed to slay a Violet Platinum boss all by themselves. What could a slightly above average yellow gold boss do to them? Now that Merlinda was supporting them, the battle had become a cakewalk for them. They only remained where they were, ignoring the attacks of the boss, because they could. In the case of Wei Yan'er, where she has to carefully manage the rage points that she has on hand, she simply embraced the damage inflicted upon her. Now, with basically infinite rage points, she could just activate her skills at will, as long they were already cooled down. With all the crazy skills and attacks thrown on him, Slain was slaughtered alive within 8 minutes. Sigh, he could be the king of the beastmen, and he chose to stand his ground and die by our hands. This is called committing suicide. Even the gods and fairies wouldn't be able to save him. Fatty Han put his palms against each other and made a posture of praying to the Buddha. Farewell, my respected idol. He left behind a number of yellow gold equipment, at least. Wei Yenair went up with joy to pick up the loots that were left on the ground by the boss. Boom! 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 The rest of the gang destroyed the last magic cannon with their joint attacks. Ding! You have completed a quest, destroy the magic cannons, acquired 1 million experience points. Slain dropped a total of 4 pieces of yellow gold equipment, 6 pieces of grey silver equipment, all of them being level 80 equipment. The gang were no longer expecting a huge transition to a violet platinum set anymore, so the 4 yellow gold equipment were distributed among them. Of course, they did not spare any of the grey silver equipment a second glance, so the rest of all equipment would be taken back to the little merchandise for sales. Merlinda gazed into the distance and said, Zhang Yu, all magic cannons have been destroyed, we can leave now. Ding! Merlinda has given you a quest, escape from the Blood Moon Castle, accept or decline? This quest is linked to the main story linking quest, complete the main story linking quest to acquire luxurious rewards. Of course they accepted it. Escape from the Blood Moon Castle, difficulty, C rank. Description, you have successfully destroyed the defense of Blood Moon Castle, grab the opportunity to escape now. Completion, escape from the Blood Moon Castle 0/1. This quest is only ranked as C rank, obviously it was a simple one. The gang gave a breath of relief as they stepped out of the walls. No longer in battle, those who were without a battle mount were summoning their mounts, one after another. Merlinda had also summoned a white tiger. Wei Yenair's eyes sparkled and she said, ah, what a cute, massive cat. Little girl, if you are to go to the zoo full of wild animals, I'm sure the tigers would appreciate your attention. The gang headed towards the elvish campsite. Master Thea. Merlinda immediately jumped down from her mount and walked towards Thea. I could never imagine that you would personally come forth. Your noble presence puts me to shame, I am not worthy of it. Merlinda, you are the new priestess of the moon. Soon after, you complete the ritual back in the sacred land of ours, and you will become the leader of the moon elves. Your stature shall be even far greater than mine. Thea smiled gently and turned to Zhang Yang and the gang to thank them. Adventurers, you have completed the quest. I would like to express my gratitude on behalf of the entire race of the moon elves. She bowed gently at Zhang Yang and the gang, and the elvish warriors behind her knelt down on one knee. It was a bone-chilling scene. Ding! You have completed a quest, escape from the Blood Moon Castle, acquired 200,000 experience points. Ding! You have completed the main story linking quest, hope to the race of elves. Appraisal, perfect. Ding! You have acquired luck attribute +1. Ding! You have acquired a skill book, Dance of the Heaven and Earth. Skill book, Dance of the Heaven and Earth. Use, teach you the skill, Dance of the Heaven and Earth. Required profession, none. Required level, 70. Bound upon pickup. This skill can actually be learned by any profession. The gang all found that they had all been rewarded with the same skill book, Dance of the Heaven and Earth. We'll only talk about this after learning it. Everyone tapped the skill books on themselves and learned the skill. Since the skill books are bound to the players who pick them up, they could only learn the skill for themselves. Dance of the Heaven and Earth activates a devastating assault upon the enemy, inflicting chaos damage of 10,000 for every second. Lasts for 10 seconds. Range, 30 meters. Cooldown, 24 hours. That would mean a total damage of 100,000 points in one single activation. Furthermore, chaos attribute damage ignores defense and magic resistance, which meant that 100,000 damage would always be inflicted. Everyone drew a collective breath. This amount of damage is just brutal. Even if Zhang Yang mounted on his battle mount, he would not survive that. The gang was overjoyed except for Zhang Yang. He was the only one who sighed lightly at a side. This, Dance of the Heaven and Earth, is the best skill for the current stage of the game, but the weakness of this skill was that it would soon be phased out in the later stages of the game. It could not be upgraded, and would still deal the same amount of damage upon players reaching level 200. If a tanker stacked up on more damage reduction passives, they could still turn themselves completely immune to the attack. Furthermore, with the improvement of equipment over time, the health points of the players will increase as well. So, this dance of the heaven and earth was only a temporary gimmick, and even then, it could only be used as a final resort in a battle, as it had a long cooldown of 24 hours. In the upcoming Professional League Championship in few days' time, let's just throw our dance of heaven and earth at all of our opponents at the same time, then we shall become the champions. Fatty Han was excited, as his PvP abilities were lacking, but it shouldn't be too difficult to activate one skill, was it? Everyone nodded to express their agreement. If the number of players who learned this skill increased, PvP matches will become meaningless. It would turn into a cowboy match of seeing who pulls the trigger first, and who had more health points to outlast their opponent. In the future, the arena would forbid the use of powerful skills that had a cooldown time of more than 10 minutes. Zhang could only keep this to himself. After all, even the beta players will never be able to foresee this kind of future development, and he cannot leak the future to anyone, so he could only bury this fact deep down in his heart until it happens. Fellow adventurers, please stay for the night and have a good rest. Tomorrow, we shall depart for the sacred land of Chaos Realm. We shall wait until you are strong enough to step into the Chaos Realm. By then, you must not forget to make yourself guests in Arthalan. We, Moon Elves, are forever indebted to you. Thea said. Everyone nodded. Of course, they could not possibly waste one night there, so they mumbled a simple excuse and left the campsite, marking the beginning of their new journey. After earning a large amount of fortune, none of them were up for any other quests. So they just slayed some monsters around the wild to maintain their lead in the leveling board. Meanwhile, Zhang headed back to the White Jade Castle to stock up the little merchandise with their newly acquired loot. From the looks of it, this batch of equipment is bound to generate a large sum of fortune for them. After that, he got rid of his smithing and approached Herbalist Mentor to learn a series of new profession-based skills. Ding! You have chosen to forget your smithing skills. Once forgotten, even if you relearn the art of smithing, the recipes and skills you once learned will not exist anymore, accept or decline? Accept. Ding! You have forgotten smithing, now you can learn a new profession skill, Ding! You have chosen the herbalism as your second profession skill. Ding! You have acquired a new skill, herb search. Ding! You have acquired a new skill, pick and pluck. Herb search, the navigation map will show the location of available herbs around the area. Gather, allows you to collect herbs in good condition. Unfortunately, the newly learned herbalism skill was still at level 1. Left with no choice, Zhang could only summon his Whitey and dashed forward over to the level 10 leveling area. He could only travel to the lowest level map to begin his training on his herbalism skill, because he still cannot gather high-level herbs yet. Attempting to harvest them would only damage the herbs, and garner him no experience points. Ding! You have acquired a new skill, Blood of Life, When the herbalism level of Zhang has reached middle-class level, he automatically obtained a new skill, and this is actually a free gift for all players who practice the art of herbalism. Blood of Life, level 1 recovers 100 health points within 10 seconds. Cool down, 2 minutes. It was really a fortunate thing that they adjusted the ratio of the in-game time and the reality time, plus the leveling up of the herbalism skills took little effort. It took him 2 days and 2 nights to level up his herbalism skills before he achieved the professional grade. The skill, Blood of Life, will level up automatically based on the level of the player's herbalism. So when Zhang had elevated his herbalism skill up to professional grade, the Blood of Life had been leveled up to level 3 as well. Blood of Life, level 3 recovers 2000 health points within 10 seconds. Cool down, 2 minutes. This skill, Blood of Life, was actually quite a handful skill, similar to a regular bottle of red potion. The only weakness was that the cooldown time was a little lengthy, and the healing amount did not come all in one shot. But, what else could you hope for? It is already a good skill that would save you a few bottles of potions in a battle. After all, this is just a free skill that anyone can obtain. It was already almost 6 p.m. the next day when he logged out of the game. Actually, he intended to rank up his profession skills to the specialist grade, but Fatty Han came over to forcefully drag him out on a speed date. Fatty, are you sure you are going on a speed date? Zhang felt that it made no sense whatsoever. Let's just go. Fermenting yourself in your little apartment room every day is not healthy for your both mental and physical state. Little Yang, you must not always live in the virtual world, plus, you are not some kind of isolated hermit. Fatty Han replied seriously for once. Zhang burst into laughter and said, alright, just because you say so, I'll tag along this time, good gentleman. It's accompanying me, brother Fatty, not gentleman. What's in it for a gentleman? Just strings and limitation that binds one person into the mold of an obedient gentleman, there's no fun at all. I'm a man without strings and limitations. Fatty Han pulled open his car door. Hey fatty, haven't you been picking up many pretty girls by driving your sport car around? Why are you attending this sort of speed date then? Hee, I fell in love with one of those pretty girl upon first sight. Entering into a relationship without the aim of marrying her is kind of disrespect towards the lady, an act of indecency, you know? I'm being serious this time. If she is willing to, I am willing to take her over to the Civil Affairs Bureau to register. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 319, Luo Xin Yen. Chapter 319, Luo Xin Yen. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Fatty Han drove Zhang Yang over to a hotel's conference hall. A banner hung over the entrance of the hall, Best Century Major Speed Date Assembly. However, entry was not free. Men were required to pay a sum of $100 to enter, while women could simply walk in. Although Zhang Yang and Fatty Han did not care for that small sum of $100, they were still sighing over the fact that men and women will never be equal, despite all the protests, and slogans, and speeches about true equality. The two of them searched around for a table to sit, and leisurely ate the melon fruits that were served on the table. These melon fruits were free of charge, but if anyone wanted a refill, it would cost some money. Of course, they could order some other food, but they would all cost some money. Don't you have a photo of your beloved lady? Take it out and show me. Let me see the charm that actually got you to keep your balls in check. Zhang Yang was munching on some orange slices to keep his hunger at bay. Thanks to Fatty saying that there would be dinner for him here, he had not yet eaten. Now, he was so hungry that he was beginning to see stars. Of course I do. Have a look. Look. Fatty Han took out his phone and presented it to Zhang Yang as if he was presenting a precious item. It is a pure, sweet-looking girl. She wasn't really that pretty, but she gave people a fresh kind of feeling, and she looked to be about 18 or 19 years old. Not bad at all. Zhang Yang nodded to express his approval. Well, finding a wife is totally different compared to finding a boyfriend or a girlfriend, and a pure-looking girl is far more reliable than a sexy-ass woman. Of course, when have I ever shown a lapse in judgment? Fatty Han was blatantly boasting at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang burst into laughter and said, "Then how does she feel towards you?" "Well, we just had 2 conversations, and I haven't had the chance to ask. Today's the day I find out more, and also, she's a local. So I came all the way here. She should feel quite alright with me, I guess. So after all we have been through, only now you are telling me that it's just your own wishful thinking and feelings. Well, I am not bad on the outside, and as long as she spends some time together with me, she is definitely going to dig me." Fatty Han confidently told Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang passed the phone back to Fatty Han and said, "She is just about to begin her university life and here you are, rushing her into things now? This is called fate." More people were arriving as the time passes, but the lady that Fatty Han had his eyes on had not shown up yet. A little while later, a man, seemingly the official person in charge, went up on stage and gave a few words to the crowd. After that, he announced that the speed date assembly had officially begun and everyone can look for their dates freely. "Let's go, it seems that she had stood you up." Zhang Yang had already eaten up all the melon fruits that were available on the table, leaving the plates spotless. Just a little longer. Fatty Han was not willing to give up, his eyes fixed to the entrance of the hall. Suddenly, he widened his eyes and said, "There she is." They could only see 2 pretty, young ladies walking in from the entrance. Both of them were in their late teens. The lady on the left was slightly shorter than the other one, and she had that pure sweetness around her, looking just like the photo that Fatty Han showed Zhang Yang. The other lady was about 170 centimeters tall, with a tall and thin body, small waist, well-shaped buttocks, with long hair flowing over her shoulders. She was very pretty. The outer corners of her bewitching eyes tilted upwards like a feline, and her lips were thin and red, charming several men at first glance. However, Zhang Yang was startled. Luo Xin Yen. The woman who toyed with his feelings for half a year. In the end, it turned out that she was a mistress sent by Lu Wei to suck the warehouse of clear water dry. She was a woman who had almost succeeded in bringing him down to his knees. He immediately raised his alertness level from his head to toe. If history was repeating itself, Luo Xin Yen should only appear in his life 2 years after. But as he sailed across the sky to be reborn, many events had been altered from the original timeline. It was perfectly possible that Lu Wei had sent her to string him up like a puppet. Zhang Yang quickly shook his head again and again. He only happened to be here by coincidence. Only a god could predict things this far. He buried down all his restless thoughts deep and calmly remained in his seat. On the other side, Luo Xin Yen and the pure lady had spotted Fatty Han thanks to his obvious mass, and were already approaching them. Fatty. Luo Xin Yen snapped, "So you are the one pursuing our Xiao Wei?" Fatty Han is lustful, but he was no fool who would have weak legs whenever gazing upon a pretty woman in front of him. Instead, he immediately took offense and fired back, "What's it got to do with you?" "Humph. Xiao Wei is my roommate, of course I must watch out for her, to prevent her from being played around like a doll." Her tone struck Fatty Han deep down in the gut. He furiously growled, "Hey! Don't you dare make things up off the top of your head. Xin Yen." Xiao Wei pulled the sleeve of Luo Xin Yen and gently said, "Fatty Han is a decent person." PFFF Zhang Yang could not hold it, the milk that he just drank came back gushing right out of his mouth. It was fortunate that his head was laying low and the milk had not struck anyone else. As he coughed repeatedly, he wondered how did Fatty Han manage to butter up that pure lady into believing him so much. She had so much faith in him that she would call him a decent person. It was like calling a tiger a vegan. "You have no quality at all." Luo Xinyan suddenly turned her firepower towards Zhang Yang and began to fire away. "Xiao Wei, people say that the same type of feathers flock together. Looking at the company he keeps, he can't possibly be a nice person. Tonight is the last time you're seeing him. Xin Yen." Xiao Wei pulled Luo Xin Yan's sleeve again, blushing in embarrassment. Zhang Yang stood up and pulled Luo Xin Yan into his seat, which was right beside Fatty Han. "What are you?" Luo Xin Yan was about to reach out to pull Xiao Wei up from her seat. However, right before she could even finish her words and reach Xiao Wei, Zhang Yang had forced her into his seat, and then he sat right on top of her, grabbing her hands to prevent her from getting up. "You hoodlum! Let me go!" Luo Xin Yan screamed. Zhang Yang smiled gently and said, "One would damage 10 temples rather than destroying a marriage. Do you understand? So be quiet, and just sit there, and watch." Luo Xin Yan had lit up like a firecracker, snarling at him furiously. As she struggled to get up from the seat, Zhang Yang overpowered her with his mighty strength and kept her pinned down. "UF** King Hoodlum, let go of me." Zhang Yang turned to Fatty Han and Xiao Wei and he said, "You two, take your time and enjoy your evening, we are not going to interrupt you." Then he turned back at Luo Xin Yan and aimed his lips at her red lips, and it went in for the kill. He kissed her. Luo Xin Yan's eyes widened as she uttered something inaudible. Fatty Han and Xiao Wei were left with their eyes wide open and their jaws hanging wide. Who knew that Zhang Yang would be so bold as to do such extreme actions in public? Fatty Han was giving him a thumbs up behind his back. He thought that Zhang Yang was truly his brother-in-arm, bold enough to strike on the spot like that. At first, Luo Xin Yan still tried to struggle, but under the forceful kiss of Zhang Yang, her strength began to fade and by the end of it, her feline-like eyes grew hazy, and she seemed to sink into the moment. Her nostrils were flared, as she moaned a little. After all, Zhang Yang was most familiar with Luo Xin Yan, even if compared to the experiences of this life. In his previous life, Zhang Yang had shared the same roof with her for about half a year, and he knew what exactly turned her on. Only after a long while, Luo Xin Yan only managed to recover from the attack. She could not help but to feel ashamed of herself for actually beginning to enjoy the forceful kiss performed by a man that she had never met before. The more Luo Xin Yan thought about it, the worse she felt about herself. How could she possibly stay here any longer? So she stood up quickly and tried to leave. However, her legs were already weak, and as she stood up in a swift manner, she almost fell down flat on her face. But as she quickly braced herself against a chair, she met Xiao Wei's curious gaze. Knowing that her face was telling a very strange story, she covered her face and quickly walked out of the hall. Xin Yan. Xiao Wei stood up. "Don't worry, I shall help you escort her back, you and Fatty Han can take your time and chat." Zhang Yang smiled, and then he stood up and followed Xin Yan. After walking out of the hotel, Zhang Yang did not go after Luo Xin Yan, because he did not have the mood to do so. In the previous life, Luo Xin Yan had really done a number to him, not just by breaking his heart, but also sucking dry the entire warehouse of Clear Water Guild, costing a loss of more than tens of millions of dollars. What she left behind for Zhang Yang was a short clip of her, confessing that she only got together with him because she had taken Lu Wei's money and had been told to do so. Everything she had with Zhang Yang was just a lie, a farce. Zhang Yang gazed at the back of Luo Xin Yan slowly fading into the street, as he sneered in satisfaction. After taking a cab back to his apartment, Zhang Yang thought to himself that maybe it was time to give himself a new place to live. Logging onto the game, Zhang Yang summoned his Whitey and went straight to the Black Moss Wilderness. Then, he picked a spot with fewer people and began to grind for experience points by slaying monsters, while collecting herbs to improve his herbalism skills. Ding! You have used Gather on the corrupted grass, your herbalism dexterity has increased by 1 point. Ding! You have obtained Corrupted Grass X2. Ding! You have used Gather on the blackleaf lotus, your herbalism dexterity has increased by 1 point. Ding! You have obtained Black Leaf Lotus, x3. Because in the current stage of the game, the number of players who had managed to reach level 70 and above were so small that they may be counted in one hand, so Zhang had no pressure at all. He claimed all of the herbs on the entire map, and wherever he went, he would just gather, to pick up herbs at his will. The night had arrived, and Zhang had succeeded in elevating his herbalism to the specialist grade, and his Blood of Life had been elevated up to level 4 as well, giving him a healing effect of 8,000 health points within 10 seconds, which was not bad at all. The latest update version of the game helmet had an additional function of a wake-up call, so Zhang had set the alarm at 7 a.m. At 7 in the morning, the helmet brought his brain out of sleep, and automatically logged him out of the game. 1. After a series of serious training, Zhang once again logged into the game and began to craft potions at the alchemist shop in the White Jade Castle. As he just bought a new recipe, Enrage Potion, the use of it was to instantly increase 100 rage points. Because these, Enrage Potions, were not highly in demand, Zhang had kept the recipe to himself instead of passing it over to Yuli. Ding! You have crafted Enrage Potion, x4. Ding! You have crafted Enrage Potion, x4. Ding! You have crafted Enrage Potion, x4. Because of your Alchemist's Intuition, the Furious Potion acquired a transmutation. Furious Potion, Transmutation 3, consumable. Use, instantly gain 100 rage points, while increasing your attack by 30%, lasts for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute. Use of any potions will cause other potions to enter a state of cooldown as well. Level required, 60. Alchemist's Intuition gave potions additional effects other than just their initial effects, and the potions would transmute based on the rate ranging from 10% to 100%. If this Transmutation 3 gives an additional effect of a 30% increase in attack, then a Transmutation 10 should be able to give an additional effect of a 100% increase in attack. Awesome! Zhang was motivated to continue brewing more potions. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 320, Dividing the Power. Chapter 320, Dividing the Power. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Ding! You have crafted Enrage Potion, x4. Ding! You have crafted Enrage Potion, x4. Because of your Alchemist's Intuition, the Furious Potion have acquired a transmutation. Zhang had crafted thousands of Enrage Potion in a single breath. But unfortunately, the rate of Alchemist's Intuition kicking in was extremely low, and less than 100 bottles of potions had acquired transmutation. Furthermore, most of them only acquired grade 1 to grade 3 transmutations. Naturally, the higher the grade, the harder they are to occur. For instance, the number of potions that had undergone grade 7 transmutation or above were only 7 bottles. 3 of them had undergone grade 7 transmutation, 2 of them had undergone grade 8 transmutation, 1 of them had undergone a grade 9 transmutation, while the last bottle undergone a grade 10 transmutation. Even then, most of it was due to his extremely high luck attribute. He then deposited all the non-transmutated potions into the guild's warehouse, waiting for the correct moment to distribute them to the members when necessary. These non-transmutated potions will still have their uses in battle. For example, tankers will not be able to kite monsters if they had no rage points left in them. They could use these potions to gain more aggro. As for those Enrage Potions that had undergone transmutation, he kept them into his own backpack. One frustrating fact was that if the potions had different grades of transmutations, they would be categorized as an entirely different item, and they would no longer stack up together. Although there were only 97 transmutated, Enrage Potions, these potions had solidly occupied 10 of his backpack slots. A while later, Fatty Han came online as well. Zhang could not hold his smile and he sent a voice message over and said, "Someone did not even log into the game last night. Is it because someone has been shakalaka-boom-booming with someone else? Sigh, little young, why must your brain always filled with those thoughts? Can't you be a little decent for once?" Zhang almost fell flat on the ground, to be criticized in such manner by a legendary pervert. He did not know whether to cry or to laugh. "Oh, so, you two were just holding hands, leaning against each other's shoulders while looking at the stars in the sky for the whole night? Hee, I'm just going to keep that to myself, it's a secret." Fatty Han paused for a while and said, "Oh yeah, you were really savage last night. To kiss that B*TCH by force, that really left me stunned. Worthy of being my brother. Even when you're acting all gangster on her, you look awesome." Xiaowei said she had never seen that B*TCH run away, all flustered like that before, Zhang smiled vaguely and said, "You sure about this real love?" Yes, and yes, unless it's Xiaowei, I'm not getting married, ever." To show my determination, I have decided to deposit all the educational discs of Ms. Aoi and Ms. Matsushima over at your place, and I will turn over a new leaf. You can just throw them away. Well, they have been with me for so many years, they do hold a special place in my heart, you know? Fatty Han was feeling regrettable and said, all these years, you have no idea how much I have sacrificed as offerings to them, all the sweat, all the jizz. Stop. Hold it right there, I haven't had my lunch yet. Zhang Yang felt a cold shiver down his spine as his mind automatically started picturing how Fatty Han would juice himself out, in front of the computer while doing it. It was just too much for Zhang Yang to bear, and he was feeling ill, just thinking of it, but... After more idle chatter, Fatty Han set out to grind for experience points. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang had realized that his herbs had almost been used up, so he too set foot in the Black Moss Wilderness. He kept going back there, because despite not having much minerals and ores, the entire land was rich with herbs. Just as he was sunken into the joy of collecting herbs, suddenly, Zhang Yang received a voice message from 100 Shots. Zhan Yu, the number of players applying to join our guild is getting out of hand, and many of them are actually highly skilled. But we have reached the population cap for level 2 guild. We'll be missing out on some good recruits. I would like to suggest that you elevate our guild to level 3 guild with a level 3 guild upgrade order, but... Ever since Zhang Yang and Sun Xianyu had made a mess in the Japan-Korea server, and the incident of the 2 Japanese players challenging them, Lone Desert Smoke was becoming even more famous, turning their guild into a national symbol. Other guilds were struggling to recruit players, while Lone Desert Smoke was having a shortage of space. All bosses that are higher than level 80 had the possibility of dropping a level 3 guild upgrade order, but unfortunately, for Zhang Yang and gang, there was no sign of a level 3 guild upgrade order, even after they had slain a few Violet Platinum bosses. However, when players have attained level 80 and above, the chance of encountering a level 80 plus boss would increase, as with the rate of getting a level 3 guild upgrade order. After all, Zhang Yang and all his gang members were currently around level 70 plus, so they could only wander around the map of level 70. Therefore, it would be really difficult for them to encounter a level 80 boss. Zhang Yang gave it some thought and said, it is really difficult to suddenly obtain a level 3 guild upgrade order, how about we establish a sub-guild then? Sub-guild? 100 Shots frowned vaguely. They discussed about this before, but because they were really worried about juggling the standards between the 2 guilds and the inconvenience that it would cause, they had not implemented it until now. Furthermore, if the sub-guild is not being managed well enough, discord might be sowed among the members, with the guildmaster himself being dragged into the mud in a worst-case scenario. If the sub-guild was managed too poorly, some ambitious players would try to take over, and cause them shame in public. Zhang Yang laughed and said, if heaven wishes it to rain or your mother to remarry, there is no way in stopping them one. If there really are people who would try to make a scene, the guildmaster will cause an even bigger scene. Then, who shall manage the sub-guild then? Let Fatty Han and Endless Starlight go over to manage it. With them both there managing and supporting, the progression in dungeon of the sub-guild should be able to keep up, they won't look too awkward. Alright. Establishing a sub-guild was a very short process which required only a short period of time. Firstly, Fatty Han and the appointed members would leave the guild, and then they would register a new guild, with a new name at the reception of guild establishment. When there were 30 players responding to this establishment, then Lone Desert Smoke first subguild would be established. Zhang Yang broadcasted the announcements in White Jade Castle, informing everyone about this new development. Those players who wish to join Lone Desert Smoke will be placed in the subguild for a certain amount of time. If they performed outstandingly, then they will be promoted to the main guild. Fatty Han went over to the subguild in great delight, shamelessly asking for the guildmaster spot. His main aim was to be a fox, assuming the majesty of the tiger, to experience the joy of barking orders left and right for his own pleasure. Meanwhile, Endless Starlight was hugging onto the leg of Zhang Yang while bawling madly, giving everyone the impression that he could not bear the sorrow of leaving Lone Desert Smoke. But, at the end of it, Zhang Yang solved the situation with only one sentence: the subguild is full of pretty ladies. The little brat actually bought it and disappeared in just a second. Everyone only found out that Endless Starlight was actually unwilling to leave the pretty ladies in Lone Desert Smoke, not Lone Desert Smoke itself. Zhang Yang then summoned all the higher-ranking players in the guild for a discussion, where they temporarily came up with a few guidelines. 1. Members in the subguild who perform well are eligible to be promoted to join the main guild. While members in the main guild who underperforms will be demoted to the subguild for further observation. 2. Although there are differences in the names of main guild and subguild, everyone should be considered as full-fledged members of Lone Desert Smoke, like a family. The subguild must be treated as equals by all means. 3. The resources of the main guild and the subguild would be shared equally, as with the loots and earnings. Therefore, the points accumulated in the subguild can be spent in the main guild. At that moment, the reputation of Lone Desert Smoke was reflected. After only 3 hours, the number of applications to join the newly founded subguild had already reached the maximum capacity of level 1 guild. Although the level 2 guild upgrade order was not that difficult to come by these days, elevating a level 1 guild to level 2 guild required the accumulation of experience points, other than just the guild upgrade order. They'll have to take it in stride. Zhang irresponsibly threw all the responsibilities to 100 Shots and Daffodil Daydream, and then he went on to collect herbs and grinding on his own. After going offline to have his dinner, Zhang logged back into the game and managed to secure a new alchemy recipe, level 4 intelligent potion. Level 4 intelligent potion, consumable. Use, increase 100 intelligent points, last for 1 hour. Required level, 60. Coincidentally, he had a few hundred sets of the materials for crafting this potion, so he got to crafting. Ding! You have crafted, level 4 intelligent potion, X4. Ding! You have crafted, level 4 intelligent potion, X4. Because of your alchemist's intuition, the level 4 intelligent potion acquired a transmutation. Level 4 intelligent potion, transmutation 2, consumable. Use, increase 100 intelligent points, magic attack increased by 20 points, last for 1 hour. Required level, 60. After 5 to 6 minutes, all of the materials had been crafted into level 4 intelligent potion, but only 19 of the potions were transmuted potions, and there was no sign of potions that had undergone grade 7 transmutation, not even one. Even his 10 points of luck did not seem to be near enough. Only if he could reach 30 to 40 of luck attribute points, he should have a 10% rate of transmutation. Daffodil, come back to White Jade Castle, I'm passing you some potions. Zhang sent a private message over to Daffodil Daydream. Alright, coming, Traveling back to White Jade Castle was easy, and within just a couple of minutes, Daffodil Daydream had arrived back at the castle, riding on her mount. Although her mount was only a gray-silver grade, it looked magnificently appealing. Its pair of dual wings allowed it to glide in the air, looking significantly stunning. It was the image of a pretty lady riding on her mount. Along her way, Daffodil Daydream had attracted the attention of countless players from below. Guildmaster Daffodil Daydream jumped down from her mount and realized that only Zhang was there. Her oval, olive-skinned face instantly turned a little red, as she fidgeted around with her sleeves in her fingers and asked, "You call me over for something?" "Yeah, I just crafted some potions, here are some for you." Zhang traded a bunch of intelligent potions over to Daffodil Daydream, and among those potions were some good stuff like grade 4 and grade 5 transmuted potions, but Daffodil Daydream immediately widened her bright eyes and said, "You're too good, Guildmaster." Is she treating him more than a friend? It was getting awkward. Zhang was feeling uneasy about the situation, so he let out a sudden "oh," and asked, "Oh yeah, I haven't seen Witch Snow and that little girl online yet, have you seen them?" Daffodil Daydream thought for a while and said, "Yeah, I haven't seen them for a while now, either." Zhang felt puzzled. If Wei Yan'er did not come online during the day, it might be because she had gone for school, but she had never ever missed a night before. What could be the reason? Daffodil Daydream went on to grind again. Meanwhile, Zhang went on to the mailbox and sent a portion of the potions that he had crafted to the second party, including Fantasy Sweetheart. A portion of the potions were reserved for Han Shui. However, the entire night passed without them logging in. On the next morning, Zhang could not beat it anymore, so he gave Han Shui a call. Tut. Tut. The phone rang for a while before it was being picked up. Hello, it was a weak voice coming from Han Shui. I'm Zhang. Anything happened to you and Wei Yan'er? Zhang was worried. Wei Yan'er's father ran into an accident and passed away yesterday. Han Shui only replied Zhang after a pause. Zhang was shocked, then he asked, how did it happen? Her father left a suicide note, saying that he would want to take responsibility for all the negative news about the company, and he apologized to Yan'er's mother. So he decided to end his life to make up for it. The voice of Han Shui indicated her tiredness. It was probably because she did not have a good rest at all. How is little girl holding up? She cried for the whole night, and she just fell asleep just now. Zhang thought to himself for a while and said, I'm coming over right now. All right. We are at her place, just take down the address. After taking down the address, Zhang immediately departed out and took a cab to the destination. Wei Yan'er's house was located at a high-class villa area. After going through a security check by the guards, he finally arrived at the doorstep of Wei Yan'er's house. It was a 3-story high house, with a large garden by the entrance, and also a series of facilities like a swimming pool, a tennis court and the likes of it. Han Shui personally came out to invite him into the house. The body of Wei Yan'er's father had not yet been recovered from the police. After all, the deceased was the CEO of a multi-billionaire company. A thorough autopsy was required to ensure that there was no foul play. There were a number of people gathered in the middle hall of the house, and the only person that Zhang Yang recognized was Luo Yangming, so all of them were probably relatives. After seeing Zhang Yang, Luo Yangming immediately jumped over and asked, "Little Snow, who is he? Is he qualified to be here at all?" "Oh, buzz off." Han Ningxue spoke to him coldly and dragged Zhang Yang up to the second floor. Luo Mingyang was so furious that he tightened his grips on both hands, but when a pretty-faced, frivolous girl tapped his shoulder gently, he was back at ease, a cold grin on his lips. Zhang Yang and Han Ningxue entered a study room, and both of them sat down facing at each other. Did the little girl's father really commit suicide? Zhang Yang began to ask. Han Ningxue shook her head and said, "Who knows? I don't know. We just received an email." His so-called death wish note was sent from his email address. So in theory, only he himself could have access to the account, but she did not have to finish her words for Zhang Yang to understand. No matter how good the firewall of the company was designed to prevent hackers, according to Wei Yan'er, her dad was a flirtatious person. God only knows if there were any secretaries under his care as he logged into his email. Zhang Yang let out a breath of sigh and said, "I am genuinely worried for your safety, for both of you." Han Ningxue set her sight upon the floor, and it was as if she was gazing through the floor at the people downstairs, and she asked vaguely, "Can people really be that ruthless when it comes to money?" But Zhang Yang solemnly said, "The numerous negative news about Silky Soft Holdings back in the days could have been staged for this, I guess. Setting up a good reason for Yan'er's father's death. They could just say Yan'er's father could not bear the enormous stress from the company, and to prevent himself from seeing his own company fall, he committed suicide. How much could a fallen company get them? 2 billion, or only 1 billion, in fact. There are so many of them, each of them can only get, at most, 100 million to 200 million. Han Ningxue was muttered dejected. Zhang Yang said, "Even if it is only 1 or 200 million, it is definitely better than not getting anything at all. Furthermore, maybe 1 to 200 million isn't much to you, but for regular folk, this amount of money is no small matter for them. People die for money, birds die for food, the ancient idioms used to say that, but Zhang Yang, I need your help." Han Ningxue stood up and looked at him with renewed hope. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 321, Beat Down. Chapter 321, Beat Down. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The Han Ningxue at that moment seemed very weak, her lovely and gentle eyes were lost in despair. Zhang Yang nodded and said, "I will do my best." "Thank you." Han Ningxue frowned and said, "I do not know who to trust anymore. If Yan'er's father has been murdered, then their fangs must have found their way into the inner circle of the company's management. No one in the entire company can be trusted. Too much thought had been put into this already. Luo Mingyang had a simple thought, and that was to make sure Han Ningxue, Wei Yan'er and Wei Yan'er's father stay dead, then the entire Silky Soft Holdings will become theirs to claim. They did not care how bad will the company becomes in the future, as long as they could get their hands on the profit, they were already satisfied. Wei Yan'er slept all the way until 3 p.m. before she woke up. When she saw that Zhang Yang was present, she tried to pout at him like she always did, but quickly broke down into tears again. Then, she sobbed, "My dad is gone." Zhang Yang sighed gently and patted her shoulder, and he said, "Everything will pass. You still have your cousin's sister, and you still have us, your friends. You are not alone." Of course, Wei Yan'er did not stay in her own house after that. Instead, she went to stay with Han Ningxue at her warm house. Zhang Yang insisted on becoming their driver to send them both back to their place safe and sound. "Silly you are welcome to stay here for the next few days," Han Ningxue suggested. She glanced at Wei Yan'er's house, which had been flooded by those animals, and said, "I'm very worried that Luo Yangming and his goons will knock on our door to make a scene." Her worries were not based on nothing, and Zhang Yang had always wondered why he had never heard of Han Ningxue and Wei Yan'er before, in his previous life. Anyone could see that Han Ningxue and Wei Yan'er were extremely good-looking, and they were highly skilled. They also had the heart and grit to match up to everything else. So according to all these facts right in front of him, there is no doubt that these two girls should have become famous players in the game, like Snowseeker. But somehow, he had never heard of them in his past life, and the most suitable explanation was that they had already quit the game before the Professional League Championship had even begun. If Zhang Yang had not intervened, they would just believe that Wei Yan'er's father died of car accident, and they would definitely have let their guards down. By then, it would be possible that they would also suffer similar accidents, and their names would just disappear from society for good. Zhang Yang felt a chill from head to toe, and he knew, no matter what, he must not let that kind of thing happen to these two ladies. "Alright, I will be your personal bodyguard for these few days. You can use Yan'er's game helmet to log in, and I will order a new one. Also, I don't think she will log into the game for these few days. Han Shui said mournfully. Han Shui's house had 3 rooms, 2 living rooms and 2 bathrooms. So the 3 of them could have their own personal rooms. As for the use of bathrooms, they had to be strict in the sharing part, so Zhang Yang would only use the one on the west side while the 2 ladies would be sharing the one on the east side of the house. Silly you are not going to release your foul beastie attitude and go gangster on me and Wei Yan Air in the middle of the night, are you? If Han Shui could say such things, it only meant that she was getting back to her usual self. Zhang Yang could only shake his head again and said, no worries, I will never take opportunity on others. You better be, and I am telling you now, I have a taser, a pepper spray and all other sort of stuffs that can prevent perverts, all lying there in my room. It would only mean death for you if you try something funny. Han Shui warned Zhang Yang. Fine. Fine. Zhang Yang took the game helmet over from Han Shui, then he walked into the guest room and began to log into the game. He then informed Fatty Han and the rest of the gang about the horrible things that had happened to Han Shui and Wei Yan Air. Everyone felt so sorry to hear about it. Fatty Han said that he would go visit them, while Daffodil Daydream and the rest who were living afar expressed that they were going to fly over to Jiuzhou City to attend the funeral of Wei Yan Air's father. On the next day, Fatty Han and Sun Xianyu came by to Han Shui's house. Little Yang, you stayed overnight over here? Fatty Han asked Zhang Yang pointedly. What are you thinking? Well, there are 2 pretty ladies in there, and they're nicely spread over multiple preferences of men, if you get what I mean. One mature, one young, and they are both feeling hurt, being in a state of void. It is extremely easy for you get in. Little Yang, I approve and give my utmost support on you having a double kill. Fatty Han patted Zhang Yang's shoulder gently, expressing an expression that said, I know, Shut up. Zhang Yang then turned towards Sun Xianyu and asked, anything suspicious? Sun Xianyu gave Zhang Yang an intense stare before she began to speak. After the investigation, it appears that Mr. Wei ingested some alcohol before he drove. However, the amount of alcohol in his bloodstream wasn't high. However, there were also traces of high dosages of sleeping pills inside his system, which caused him to be disoriented while driving. As a result, he died in a crash. Zhang Yang felt uneasy under her intense gaze, and he was shocked to hear about the result as well. He paused for a while and said, no suspicion at all? If, let's say that the death wish email from Mr. Wei is real, then his suicide is most likely true. But if the email was forged by someone else, then the police will take in account on the possibility that someone was drugging him on purpose. Sun Xianyu explained coldly. Doesn't Mr. Wei have his own personal driver? Zhang Yang was curious. A big boss of a large-scale company like Mr. Wei wouldn't drive by himself. Plus, he was not some youngster, so he wouldn't simply race around for the thrill of it. Han Shui smiled coldly and said, I guess he was on his way to meet his mistress, his driver could not know. Although she treated Wei Yan Air like her real sister, but she obviously did not share the same respect towards Mr. Wei. I see, didn't I tell you that the biggest suspect is that annoying guy Luo Yangming? Why didn't you guys bring him in for questioning yet? That guy is definitely the spineless type. A few good scares will definitely crack him up. Zhang Yang told Sun Xianyu. Police work requires solid evidence. Sun Xianyu was still speaking coldly to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang could only smile and he turned to Fatty Han. Fatty, let's go and have a chat with that guy. Sun Xianyu frowned her pretty-looking eyebrows and asked, what do you guys intend to do? Did you say police work requires solid evidence? We are gangsters, hoodlums. As long as we suspect someone, it's enough reason to shake them up. Zhang Yang replied. Personal torture to extract confession is illegal. Then arrest me. Zhang Yang put out both of his hands, or just pretend you know nothing about this. Sun Xianyu was enraged, but she only turned her head away after giving some murderous glares at Zhang Yang. Move out. Zhang Yang requested for the contact number of Luo Yangming from Han Shui and he dialed the number. After just a while, he heard a man's voice over the phone saying, Hello? Who are you? How did you get my number? You with the surname Luo, if you did nothing wrong, what are you so afraid of? You're insane. I'm hanging up if you're not telling me who you are. Hang up then. Because if you hang up the phone right now, I shall let loose the recording of the conversation between you and Lu Shuyan, discussing about your conspiracy. Zhang Yang took a wild guess, hoping to strike gold. Zhang Yang assumed that if they really had something to do with the death of Mr. Wei, these two siblings must have had more than one conversation about it. Instantly, the sound of Luo Yangming breathing rapidly was heard over the phone, and after quite a while, Luo Yangming finally began to talk. So what do you really want? Of course it's money. Zhang Yang gave a few sinister laughs and said, Need us alone, drive alone. We shall negotiate the amount of money that you need to pay us to get back the recording. I will only wait for half an hour. Any later, do dress up nicely for the cops, yeah, but. Luo Yangming immediately panicked and said, please don't. Please calm down. I'm coming right now. Please don't go to the police station. Fine, then go to this address. Zhang Yang gave Luo Yangming an address. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Yang let Fatty Han drove him over to the address he gave to that guy. Luo Yangming was really a coward, to cave in so easily. An idiot like him, can they really get the proof on his conspiracy? Zhang Yang could not help himself but to have doubts in his plan. Having the sport car parked at the dark corner side of the bridge, Zhang Yang got down from the car and said, if that guy shows up alone, just ring the phone once, if he brings some muscles along with him, ring the phone twice. You can count on me. Just relax. Fatty Han pounded his chest and told Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang walked down from the bridge alone. It was alright, because the weather was quite cold that day, and there was no sign of hobos around the area. He quietly waited for a while, and then his phone began to ring. And it only rang once before it was cut off. In just a while, a shadow of man was visible within his sight, and under the pale moonlight, he could see that the shadow was indeed that rich bastard, the son of the rich, selfish family. Hello, I'm here, where are you? Luo Mingyang was beginning to feel anxious and began to call out. Although the security in Jiusu City was not bad, there were still cases related to guns and murders happening around the city. It would take a lot for the coward to have come out alone by himself. Zhang Yang was standing by the shadow of the bridge, and under the cover of darkness, he began to talk. You who carries the surname Luo, you really are a bogey, you attempted to rape your cousin, and then you killed your own uncle. Any other dirty things that you haven't done yet? What can I really offer you to stop all this? Luo Mingyang was indeed an idiot. He had not denied anything once, and had already admitted that he indeed was involved in the accident. How much money do you want? You just say it. Zhang Yang shook his head again, and then he walked out of the shadow into the light, and the moonlight instantly shined on his face. You are the guy that went to Wei Yin Air's house yesterday. Luo Mingyang lost his voice while attempting to shout. Zhang Yang was shocked for a while there before he could react. His face is different from his avatar's face in the game, no wonder Luo Yangming could not recognize him. Luo Yangming was sensing that something was not right, so he began to back up slowly. Zhang Yang dashed forward, and it was like an eagle grabbing a chick. With only one hand, he grabbed hold of the back collar of Luo Yangming and lifted that coward up into the air. Although Luo Yangming was an idiot, he knew at once that he was outmatched and outclassed. Instantly he stopped struggling and said, Boss, anything can be settled, just say the price, please don't hurt me. Zhang Yang took out his phone and called Fatty Han. Hey Fatty, come over here for some exercise. Move your bones and muscles for a little bit. The instant Luo Yangming heard what Zhang Yang said over the phone, his face turned pale immediately and said, What are you guys going to do? Crunch! Zhang Yang swung his fist. At the same instant, he let go of the collar and Luo Mingyang staggered back, clutching his jaw. He then spat out some blood and broken teeth from his mouth. Luo Yangming was given a beat down to the point that he could not understand. Anything could be settled with words, right? They could have discussed over it and have a happy ending. But why would he be beaten up without even having the chance to negotiate at all? Crunch. Zhang Yang swung another powerful punch and Luo Yangming let out a horrible and terrified scream. More teeth flew out of his mouth. Fatty Han had also arrived at the scene, and seeing that Zhang Yang was having a hell of a good time beating up that coward, he too rushed forward and said, Allow me to enjoy for a bit. Zhang Yang took a few steps back while Fatty Han cut in and began to do some weird stuff to that guy. Fatty Han let out a few sinister laughs, and pressed Luo Mingyang face down into the ground, and shoof. Fatty Han took off Luo Mingyang's pants. The man was barely conscious, but was instantly shaken out of his stupor. He began making muffled groans, thinking that he was about to be violated by that fat man. The horrific screams coming from Luo Mingyang broke through the night, and his tears were dripping down, like there was no tomorrow. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 322, The Confession. Chapter 322, The Confession. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Fatty Han's hands were fast and deft. With a few seconds, he had unbuckled the rather thick jeans and had pulled the pants down, revealing a pair of floral, Hawaiian-style boxers. Fatty. Are you planning to give him the experience of a woman? Said Zhang Yang with a shiver. Please. Boobies are the only pair I'll take. That and nice, curvy buttocks. Said Fatty Han. This is what I call a real-life cripple defense. Zhang Yang let out a long sigh of relief. Even Luo Yangming, who had been pinned down, was screaming at one point, thinking that his anus was truly in danger. After hearing Fatty Han's explanation, he relaxed and stopped struggling violently. Fatty Han then removed Luo Yangming's leather, hard sole shoes and smacked his unprotected butt with the hard end. "Oh-ee!" Luo Yangming screamed like a woman. His entire body stiffened up like a solid wood, trying his best to struggle. His sudden buckle even shoved off someone as heavy as Fatty Han. "Ha ha ha! That was fun," said Fatty Han, laughing like a hyena. Fatty Han turned Luo Yangming face down and sat on him again. This time, he sat on his lower back and made sure that Luo Yangming could not move again when he continued spanking his butt with the shoe until it was all red and swollen. Zhang Yang groaned. "I've never known that you would be into BDSM. Please. I haven't beaten up anyone for such a long time, I'm starting to get a little crazy. Bear with me a little, yeah? Please stop. Please. Have mercy," cried Luo Yangming. "I'll give you anything you want. Just, please stop hitting me. It hurts. Humph. Fatty, don't stop. Smack some testosterone into him. This sissy needs some manliness smacked into him." "Will do." Being large, Fatty Han had heavy hands. The sheer momentum of his arms, coupled with the hard, rough surface of the shoe sole, had caused the poor Luo Yangming to faint from the pain and was awakened again and again from the same sensation. Both Zhang Yang and Fatty Han knew that the death of Wei Yan'er's father had something to do with Luo Yangming. That was why they were relentless in punishing him for over 30 minutes. It was winter. It was so cold that you can practically freeze a bucket of water in just 10 minutes. Yet, Luo Yangming was smacked to the point where he was drenched in his own sweat. With pools of sweat underneath him, it was clear that the pain he suffered was tremendous. After having their suppressed rage released, Zhang Yang nudged Fatty Han aside and moved into and slapped Luo Yangming's face. "All right, speak up. Was it you who caused your own uncle's death, Adat?" If Zhang Yang had started off with that question, Luo Yangming would surely have denied it. Now that Zhang Yang had given him a good spanking, the only thought in Luo Yangming's mind was to not piss off the two attackers any further. Obediently, Luo Yangming answered. "We have always known that at every Saturday, he will sometimes drive himself to visit his lover and his son. That's why we spiked his wine with a large dose of sleeping medication." Did Lu Shuyan put you up to this?" Lu Shuyan was the mastermind behind all of these. I was the one that carried it out. It's true. I'm no one. I'm just a little guy. Please, let me go. Please. Luo Yangming started to cry like a little girl. I believe you. Only because a little pea-bag like you couldn't have the intelligence to come up with such a plan. Zhang Yang boldly proclaimed. So? What's next in your grand master plan? Do you actually plan to do something to Han Shui and Wei Yan'er? I know that after killing off Wei Zhangtao, you guys would not inherit the family property. The plan was to wait after Uncle's funeral. After that we will plan another accident to have her killed. Zhang Yang slapped him again. Right now, with the problems surrounding Silky Soft Holdings, you plan to use them as a good reason for them to suicide, right? Not bad. Not bad at all. Were all the negative rumors about Silky Soft Holdings spread by you? Yes. Said Luo Yangming, having lost all resistance. Those years where we had taken money out of the company, no one, not even Uncle, knew about it. Uncle was a klutz. The only thing in his mind was to play with women. However, Little Shui played quite a role in office management as well. If she ever found out of the discrepancies, we would be the ones in trouble. I would rather have her die before me. The last sentence took Zhang Yang over the edge. His face hardened up, and he spat on the ground beside the man's face. What a shameless prick, said Fatty Han as he spat directly on Luo Yangming's face. Let's go. We got what we needed, said Zhang Yang as he turned off the phone. His entire confession had been recorded. Hey! Give me the recorder. Please. I'll pay you. I'll pay you a fortune, said Luo Yangming as he started struggling frantically. Zhang Yang scoffed and kicked him in the face before turning away. I don't need your money. Use that pathetic money of yours to visit the doctor, while you still can. The two of them got into the car and left Luo Yangming in the dirt. Back at Han Shui's house, Sun Xinu was still there waiting. Zhang Yang did not even bother to clean himself up and directly dropped the phone into Sun Xinu's fair hands. Take this. It has everything you'll need to prosecute that bastard. You guys, what did you. You don't want to know. I see. Let's just say an anonymous citizen handed this over. You're absolutely right. The police and the citizen should help each other out during hard times. With the confession in hand, the Public Security Bureau had everything they needed. The suicide news was brought up to light and had caused major uproar in the media around Jiangsu City. There were headlines about this investigation all over, in the newspapers, for the next few days. After a thorough investigation, the Bureau had managed to uncover more than 10 suspects that were involved in his homicide case. However, the main culprit, Lu Shuyan, had managed to slip out of trouble, since the only mouth that was tying her to the case was Luo Yangming's. However, there were no proper evidence that stated her involvement in this case. Furthermore, she was backed up with a very efficient lawyer. This sly fox was very good. She was the mastermind, but her hands had never been sullied. Luo Yangming did all the heavy work. Since the two of them had never recorded their conversations, Luo Yangming would only appear to be falsely accusing her. The case was dismissed, and she got off the hook under the premise of false allegations. Zhang Yang and the rest of them were waiting outside the station when Lu Shuyan walked out of the station, free from all charges. When the woman entered her car, she stared coldly at Han Shui. Zhang Yang could have sworn that he saw the woman was smiling. What a completely retard. Why didn't he keep any sort of evidence that he could have used as leverage? What a loser, now he's taking all the heat, said Fatty Han disgruntledly. This woman would not rest until she gets what she wants, said Zhang Yang. Deep down, his instincts were screaming when he saw the smile. It contained such a killing intent, faint, yet so powerful that Zhang Yang would not ever get a good night's sleep. That's why Newbie Tang should continue on protecting me and cousin sister. Wei Yan Air had regained her spirit. Zhang Yang was slightly relieved. In truth, he did not want anything to happen to them. He frowned and said, I'll say, what you really want is to have me to make you more dishes. Isn't that right, you little brat, said Zhang Yang, as he rubbed the little girl's head. Nai he. Both Wei Yan Air and Han Shui grinned happily. Zhang Yang had lost his parents when he was only a little boy. Since childhood, he had learned to cook on his own and had managed to raise his culinary skills to a certain extent. During his stay in her house, Zhang Yang was the one who had been cooking all the meals for Han Shui and Wei Yan Air. With his level of cooking, Han Shui and Wei Yan Air had completely fallen for his cooking. Fatty Han shot him a thumbs up, flashing a wink that practically says, we are a good team. Sun Xin was starting to get agitated. With only Zhang Yang staying over, it would be extremely inappropriate for the both of you. From here on out, I shall take over the role and protect you both. Wei Yan Air walked up to Sun Xinu and cocked her head cutely. Sister Sun? Can you cook? She asked like an innocent little girl. I'll order takeout, said Sun Xinu coldly as she stuttered. Apparently she had zero cooking abilities. No, said Wei Yan Air as she turned her head left and right at a high speed. Takeouts are not as nice as the one that Newbie Tang cooks. Sun Xinu sighed. Helplessly, she blushed with a great deal and walked over to Zhang Yang. Don't you dare agree to them. Huh? Why? There's no why. Just don't, said Sun Xinu. Zhang Yang cocked his head as well and pretended to gasp. Oh. You're jealous. Sun Xinu slid across the floor and went up straight closer to Zhang Yang. Grah. WW who's JJJ jealous? Humph. I'm leaving, . Although she said she was leaving, but Sun Xinu turned around to walk into the station instead. Since Wei Zhangtao, Wei Yan Air's father had just passed away, Wei Yan Air was not in the mood to hold a party for her birthday. In the end, she had only called for Han Shui, Fatty Han, Zhang Yang, and Sun Xinu to have the traditional longevity noodle one. 2 days after the court order, Wei Yan Air was so busy cleaning up the mess in Silky Soft Holdings, and other related matters. After the dinner, made specially by Zhang Yang, everyone took a stroll outside before logging into the game. Since it had been a while since they had logged in, many guild members had missed them. The moment the notification rang, announcing their logins, members started to bombard the girls with greetings. Zhang Yang invited them into his party and took Wei Yan Air and Han Shui to take up some quest and kill monsters for experience points. Gra! Annoying, cried Wei Yan Air. These days, I've finally gone through the accounting. Those parasites have already eaten up a large empty hole inside the company accounts. My god! Even cheese rolls have lesser holes than this. Han Shui was also frowning. The company will be announcing the past year records in just a few days. I have no idea how this issue will affect the stock value. Furthermore, the suppliers will want us to settle the accounts with them as well. I have no idea how to solve this huge gap. Couldn't you just ask for a loan from the bank? After reading the company financial report, I could swear that no bank will be willing to offer us a loan, said Han Shui. She shook her head disappointingly. We might need to lay off a few large departments, tuck in, and hope for the worst to pass by before we can relax. I had never known that those little parasites could really spend that much. No wonder that worm would resort to attempting to kill me and cousin sister off. The amount of money that has been taken out of the company would be enough to have them shot in the head. More than once, cried Wei Yin furiously. Enough with the bad news. There will be a bridge and we'll cross it when we get to it. Until then, let's just focus what's now. Zhang Yang transferred a large number of intelligence potions to Han Shui and said, you guys have been inactive for some time now. You'll need to speed things up a notch and get back on track. That being said, Zhang Yang himself had not been training for the past days. Still, he was at level 74 with 51% experience points, while Wei Yin and Han Shui were still at level 71. After arriving at the usual grinding site, Zhang Yang and the party killed one wave of monster when a figure was seen from afar galloping towards them. Initially, the trio thought they were players. However, when the figure got closer, it was a soldier, fully clad in armor, on a handsome horse. Linger, the messenger, elite, humanoid. Level, 80. HP, 80,000. Defense, 450. Linger stopped the horse when he was close to Zhang Yang. He then got down the horse and saluted Zhang Yang. In the name of Prince Serena, Zhang Yu has been requested to return to the castle immediately. The three of them exchange a surprised look. An NPC could search for a player? How intriguing. What does Princess Serena need of me, said Zhang Yang. My apologies. I was only sent here to summon you back, said Linger as he saluted again. The message has indeed been delivered. Please head back to the castle at once. Fare thee well. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 323, Meteor Sword. Chapter 323, Meteor Sword. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Linger got back on his horse and rode off. Puffing her cheeks out, Han Shui scoffed. Dummy, I'd never known that some kid like you would actually manage to hook up with a princess. That, and the elven priestess of the moon. What a player. Zhang Yang was not paying attention to her, as he was busy thinking about the reason why Princess Serena would actually summon him. Normally, an NPC would only interact with a player via direct communication and interaction. That applies to NPCs with complex AI as well. All things considered, Princess Serena had actually sent someone out to contact him. It was extremely odd. Zhang Yang took out a piece of teleportation scroll and said, you guys, continue your training. I'll head back for a bit. With a flash of bright light, Zhang Yang arrived at Thunderstorm Castle and jumped to White Jade Castle via the teleportation points. He then made his way quickly to the castle doors. Peasants are not allowed into the royal grounds, cried one of the 8 guards who were blocking the castle entrance. Zhang Yang said sternly. I am Zhang Yu. I am here under the order of Princess Serena herself. One of the guards standing closest to Zhang Yang approached him. Are you really Zhang Yu? The one and only. The guard nodded his head and opened a pathway for him. Follow me. The guard led Zhang Yang directly into the royal chamber of Star and Luna. Please wait here. I will notify the princess, said the guard as he entered the chamber. After a moment, he came out of the chamber and allowed Zhang Yang to proceed further. You may enter. Inside the chamber, there were the same 24 gigantic pillars, along with heavily armored soldiers, standing at the side of each pillars. All of them were elite tier soldier with their levels hidden away. The defense of the castle had been upgraded to a whole other level. Serena was sitting at her throne reading a book when he entered. As his heavy footsteps got louder, she closed the book gently and set it aside to welcome Zhang Yang. Ah. Zhang Yu, please sit, said Serena as she gestured to a small chair near her throne. Zhang Yang went up to the chair and made himself comfortable. Princess, I have no idea why you were in a rush to meet me. Is there anything of importance? Serene did not respond to him immediately. Instead, she glanced to the left and right without looking at him and said, Zhang Yu, do you know of the Imperial Heavens Empire? Yes. Imperial Heavens Empire was humanity's first and only empire. It was divided about 1,000 years ago, which was why there were many smaller kingdoms now, said Zhang Yang. It was the background of the game. Serene turned to look directly at him. My ambition is to expand the great kingdom of White Jade to become the next Imperial Heavens Empire, but with no successor to the king, this princess had the heart of a real queen. That being said, it was already expected. If she did not have any intentions of expanding her kingdom, she would not have led the expedition to conquer Tukula Fortress in the first place, and would not have let herself become a hostage. How ambitious. We as thy followers shan't disappoint thee. Zhang Yang continued to kiss her *SS. At least, there was no one around to judge him. Serena nodded her head in satisfaction. You have proven yourself worthy when you planted the flag of White Jade Kingdom in the Tanilla Forest. Your actions have demonstrated the power of my kingdom. Zhang Yang was getting worried, thinking that she would have him surrender his territory back to the kingdom. It was the one food provider of Zhang Yang, and if she wanted it back, he would not be giving it up without a fight. All is well, but that's not enough, said Serena as she stood up suddenly. With a heroic stance, she roared, I had advised my father, the king, to lead an army to enter the territory beyond the fortress, but my father, the king, wishes only to defend and not expand the borders of the kingdom. Before I succeed the throne, I am no position to command a large army in order to fulfill my ambitions. Therefore, I have to find another way. She paused a little. Zhanyu, do you know why the Imperial Heavens Empire could rule over all of humanity and become history's first ever human empire? No. That was not a lie. The game's introduction did not include any further explanation. Serena smiled and crossed her arms as she sat down gracefully back on her throne. Legend has it that Imperial Heavens Empire had obtained a celestial weapon called the Meteor Sword. Only with the sword, humanity had managed to suppress all other beings in the world and built an invincible empire. However, it was also the cause of their downfall. Imperial Heavens Empire was built on military strength, and was able to suppress other races in terms of military power. The following generations grew greedy. A greedy king is never loved by their subjects. They tried to enforce their will over the 7 great generals, but were only brought down in retaliation. Imperial Heavens Empire has long lost its royal bloodline. The original 7 generals of war had expended all their military forces. It was by then, when the officials wanted to take over the military in the name of the emperor. One by one, they rose up to take the lead, but their true intentions were to take control of the Meteor Sword and to rule over the nation. Left with no choice in their hands, the 7 generals had to resort to forbidden magic and banish the entire palace into an alternate dimension. However, they had also created a key that could open the dimensional gateway. The keys have been split into 7 parts. Each general kept a part and their descendants now hold it. To open the gates, one must gather all the parts. One can enter the palace from there and obtain the Meteor Sword. Celestial weapon? Serena continued. After 1,000 years, countless men have tried their best to search for the descendants of these 7 generals, to search for the key parts, to obtain the Meteor Sword, but no one had succeeded. No one in no kingdom had ever been able to search for any clues. 7 years ago, I had sent spies out in various directions. After spending a large amount of gold, I have gathered the information about the location of the descendant of the 7 generals. I know where they are. However, despite my efforts, Father has vehemently disagreed. He thinks that the sword is a bad omen, a cursed weapon. That is why I leave the search to you. Zhanyu, you are my only hope in finding the sword. Ding. Serena had a quest for you, search the Meteor Sword. Will you accept it? This quest will link to the main story quest. Complete the quest for a luxurious reward. A main story quest had just turned up at Zhang Yang doorstep. Now Zhang Yang had finally understood the benefits of getting a good relationship with Princess Serena. To think that she would deliberately seek him out for such a request. Zhang Yang spoke out. My princess, your wish is my command. Serena smiled and gave him a small pamphlet. This is the current location of all the 7 generals' descendants. I cannot disobey my father, the king's command. Therefore, the kingdom cannot support you in any way. You are on your own in this dangerous mission. Please be careful. My princess. Rest assured, I will complete the mission, said Zhang Yang as he took the pamphlet. I will take your word for it. Please, hurry. I am not the only one who knows of this. The other 7 kingdoms have already done the same thing. Please hurry, said Princess Serena agitatedly. Roger. After exiting the royal chamber, Zhang Yang flipped open the pamphlet and read the paper. What a pain, all 7 NPC were all scattered in all different maps. Just traveling alone would be tough. Among the 7 NPC, 3 were located in 3 different level 70 maps. 3 others were located 3 other different level 80 maps. The last NPC is located in a level 90 map. In that case, to finish this quest, Zhang Yang would have to grind his way to level 90. For a start, Zhang Yang could at least gather the 3 key fragments from the level 70 maps. Zhang Yang opened the quest window and read the description to see it could be shared with others. Search the Meteor Sword, difficulty level, S. Quest description: Princess Serena has ordered you to search for the ancient celestial weapon, the Meteor Sword. The celestial sword exists in the treasure vault within the royal palace of the Imperial Heavens Empire. However, the palace, the vault and the sword is currently trapped within an alternate dimension. First, you have to search for the 7 key fragments to form a perfect key. Only then, you can open the dimensional gates to enter the palace. The same key could be used to open the treasure vault. Progress: Meteor Sword 0 to 1. Unable to share. In the lower corner of the quest description, the option button to share the quest was grayed out. Newbie Tank, what did the princess ask you to do? Ask Wei Yen Air in the party channel. Hee, a main story quest, said Zhang Yang with a smile on his face. Whoa! What are you waiting for? Share it! Let's go! Come on! Share it! Nope. The quest cannot be shared. What? Zhang Yang first returned to the Thunderstorm Castle and went to Oz with the white bear panting beneath him. One of the 7 descendants, named Elusus, was located somewhere in the small town of Laguda. The information did not mention his exact position, neither about the exact position of the town Laguda. Riding around like the wind, Zhang Yang had spent over 3 hours and had finally came to a small, ancient-looking town. The entrance of the town had a large clock tower that did not move. The long hand was pointing at 37 minutes while the short hand was pointing at 1. It seems that the clock was broken. Zhang Yang patted the bear's head and the bear slowed down. Slowly, it walked through the streets of the ancient town. The strangest thing about this place was the fact that it was shining brightly outside, yet, the moment Zhang Yang stepped into the town, everything turned dark and gloomy. Even the sky was void of sunlight, yet it did not seem to be nightfall. A cold wind blew by, sending dusts and a few pieces of paper rolling off the floor, giving a ghostly feel. Where are all the people? With a dead silence looming over the place, only the bear's footsteps could be heard. With each step it took, there was nothing else, besides the sound of its footsteps and the echoes it produced. That sort of atmosphere had given Zhang Yang a cold chill down his spine. The place was just too eerie for him to be alone. After a quick search, Zhang Yang arrived at the center plaza of the town. Standing there, Zhang Yang scanned the entire town and could not even find a shadow of a person. The entire place was completely devoid of any sign of human activity. It was as if some form of famine or plague had robbed the town of all life. Clack! 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 Footsteps echoed behind Zhang Yang. Along with it, came the sound of ragged breathing as if someone was breathing through a mask. It was so terrifying that he did not even dare turn around to meet this approach. Shaking, Zhang Yang tried to calm himself and gripped the hilt of the sword tighter. Props to the game developers for such convincing effects. The virtual atmosphere was so real that it could even induce a heart attack for the weak-willed. Young man, came a shady voice from behind. With all the strength he had, Zhang Yang pulled out the sword from the sheath at lightning speed and, ready to slash whoever it was that surprised him. However, before the blade landed on its target, Zhang Yang's quick reflexes saw that the person behind him was an older man with a walking stick, and was hunched back. Zhang Yang stopped the blade immediately with both of his hands, creating a powerful aftershock that blew away some of the dust on the floor. Zhang drew a long breath, calming down when he saw the name tag on the old man. He then slammed the sword back into its scabbard and walked closer to the older man. Elusus, normal, humanoid. Level, 1. HP, 1/50th. Defense, 10. This man was the person that he was looking for. This NPC seemed so weak and a simple draft would easily blow him to his feet. Could Zhang Yang simply kill the man and take the key? Zhang Yang was seriously considering it in his thoughts. Technically, a majority of all the quests would not be so simply. If he killed the NPC, it would definitely not drop anything. Instead, it might cause the quest to be stuck forever, since the key fragment would be forever lost. That was what the game developers wanted the players to think. In truth, the NPC would simply die in a quick swing of the sword. After considering it for some time, Zhang Yang had decided to just act rationally. Old man, what had happened here? Where are all the other people living here? Elusus held the walking stick closely and stood still. They have all plunged into eternal sleep. Young man, this place is too dangerous. Please, leave this hellish abyss while you still can. Zhang Yang got down from his white bear and said, Old man, could you please explain to me, why are the people in this town in eternal sleep? Obviously, he could not just walk away. How else would he obtain the key fragment? Sigh. Please do not think highly of yourself. There were many, many others like you. Young adventurers who thought they could take on the world. Many had come and many had refused to listen and chose to remain. In the end, they met the same fate as the citizens here. Never again to have a waking moment. Alusa sighed heavily. Zhang Yang could not help but ask. If you could just explain, how did an old man like yourself escape and remained awake? How, you ask? That's because I wasn't as greedy and gullible as the rest of them, said Alusus while he shook his head. Young man, do you intend to stay? Yes. Sigh. Alusus sighed again. This town used to be a beautiful and peaceful little town. People were happily working, happily living. Until 20 years ago, or 30 years, an evil witch came into town and offered a lie. The lie told the citizens that they could attain immortality by drinking the potion she had made. The old man shook his head. One fateful night, 1:37 midnight. The entire town was frozen in time. Just like that clock over there. No living being in this town could move. No one would ever awaken from their dreams. They will never grow old. Neither will they awaken. Did anyone defeat the witch? She is a powerful witch, young man. Those who had drank on the potion will extend her own lifespan. Killing her once will kill one of the citizens here. Is there any other way to defeat her? Alusus dwelled in his thoughts for a moment before he answered. There is a way. There is a mirror of truth that belonged to the queen. It could dispel all evil spells. That alone could defeat the witch. Young man, if you truly wish to help this town, please don't rush into things. Leave this place and head to Hera's castle, and retrieve the mirror of truth to defeat the witch. Ding! Alusus has a quest for you, retrieve the mirror of truth. Will you accept it? There is but one problem with this quest. The mirror of truth had already been destroyed by him, a long time ago. Is this what they call shooting oneself in the leg? Zhang Yang laughed. He accepted the quest and bid the old man goodbye. Old man, I shall try my best. The game would never make a quest impossible to be completed. That is why, even if the mirror of truth is destroyed, there had to be another way to eliminate the witch. Still, he must visit Hera's castle. Zhang Yang then rode hurriedly towards Hera's castle. Crossing rivers and over the mountains, Zhang Yang finally arrived at the ancient castle. At the gates, Zhang Yang got down the bear and talked to one of the guards. My name is Zhan Yu and I am here to speak with the queen, Ka. Do you think the queen will talk to any sloppy adventurer who comes up to her castle? One of the guards laughed. I came from the town of Laguda. Something has happened to the town and I am here to seek the assistance of the queen. Zhang Yang explained. Since the quest had instructed him to talk to Shinita in Hera's castle, the word Laguda should be an important keyword or passphrase. Laguda? Bingo! One of the guards expressed his concern and quickly replied. Wait here. I shall inform the queen about this. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 324, Underwear Thief. Chapter 324, Underwear Thief. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Without keeping him waiting, the guard came back and welcomed Zhang Yang into the castle. Please follow me. The queen will see you. The guard led Zhang Yang all the way into the castle and into an exquisite library. There were two guards standing outside the library which were both elite tier and their levels were 3 question marks, an indication that their levels were at least 20 levels higher than Zhang Yang. Your Highness, the visitor from Laguda has arrived, said the guard with the utmost respect. Let him in. The voice of Shinita rang from within the library. Zhang Yang walked into the room and saw Shinita was sitting by the corner with a book in her hands. As expected of a queen, she was dressed in a black, fashionable dress which wrapped around her tightly that brought out the figure of her slim body. The cutting on her chest was so low and it squeezed her hookers out like a pair of water balloons. Zhang Yang could not help but to wonder how women actually breathed when their breasts were squeezed like that. Behind her were 2 handmaidens that also had their levels hidden. When Zhang Yang finally approached her, Shinita puts down the book in her hand and glanced up. Her eyes widened and was instantly burning with rage. You! D*MN. NPCs with AI had memories and were really a nuisance when they actually remember what you did to them. If it were any other normal NPC, it would not matter what a player did him. You could beat him, slam him, give him a corkscrew punch, RKO the asobi, pinch his nipple, or anything else, and the NPC will completely forget all about it once you leave its aggro range. The NPC will run back to its original place and reset its memories. Zhang Yang smiled awkwardly. Your Highness, I represent the citizens of Laguda to beg for your help. Humph. Shinita scoffed. You're not a citizen of my kingdom, who are you to represent the town of Laguda? It was plainly obvious that Shinita was still angry at him. I'm but an adventurer, fulfilling the wishes others in order to move forward. Now that I have given my word to the people in Laguda, I stand by my plea to you. Please help us, said Zhang Yang. It's best to have his slate cleaned before asking for anything else in return. Shinita looked at Zhang Yang and solemnly sighed. After a long pause, Shinita finally spoke. A few years back, many had asked me to investigate a case where people would disappear after entering the town of Laguda. Since the number of missing people were but a small number, I had always pushed the thought to the back of my head. I had never thought that it was all the work of an evil witch. Now that Zhang Yang had drawn her attention, he had to strike the iron when it's hot. Your Highness, that witch was using some kind of time magic to obtain life force from the people who have consumed her potion. There is an easy way to kill the witch, that is to use the mirror of truth. You dare to mention about the mirror? Shinita shot up to her feet. If it wasn't for your foolish act and gullible brains, the mirror of truth would still be intact. You dare to feign ignorance about this? Zhang Yang bowed down horridly. Your Highness. When there is a will, there is a way. Everything that had been wronged can always be right. Can the mirror of truth be fixed? Shinita sighed and sat down. The magic behind the mirror of truth is not the mirror itself, it is the magical tool spirit. To fix the mirror of truth, you must first revive the spirit that lives in the mirror. Jackpot. There's never a quest that could not be done. Zhang Yang asked, Your Highness. How does one revive the tool spirit? Shinita rested her chin on her silky, fair hands. While gazing to the horizon of the land from the window beside her, she said, to revive the tool spirit, it's not a big of a deal. All you need is a bottle of ethereal spring water. However, the only place to obtain the ethereal spring water is in the deepest parts of Sikari Mountains within the Chaos Realms. It will be tough for you, since that place is crawling with huge and dangerous monsters. Chaos Realms? This is a bad joke. That place can only be accessed after level 100. This is just a level 70 quest. How could the quest require Zhang Yang to be at level 100 to complete it? Zhang Yang frowned. Is there any other way to obtain the ethereal spring water? Shinita shook her head and stopped suddenly. I recall that there was an adventurer named Gus who lived in the Tanjar Flatlands, the town of Savar. He had ventured into the Chaos Realms and obtained a bottle of ethereal spring water himself. Zhan Yu, if you can retrieve the ethereal spring water and fix the mirror of truth, I will promise to lend you the mirror. What the hell? This queen is being *TCH. The mirror was nothing but shattered into pieces of glass. The queen was taking advantage of Zhan Yu to basically fix the mirror for free. But from the way she phrased it, it seemed that Zhang Yang was the one who was gaining a huge favor from the queen. As expected from a manipulative politician. Ding! Shinita has a quest for you, fix the mirror of truth. Will you accept it? It's not like he could simply ask for a better way around, does it? Zhang Yang left the palace and rode the white bear towards the Tanjar Flatlands. Tanjar Flatlands is a level 70 map. Luckily, it was not far from Oz. It was just right beside the Black Moss Wilderness. Oz was to the left of Black Moss Wilderness, while the Tanjar Flatlands was to the right. Still, a level 70 map was just too huge, that Zhang Yang had spent 5 hours just to travel from the far left to the end of the right. Compared to the silent town of Laguda, Savar was much livelier. With many people walking around, filling the street, the town brimmed with liveliness. Along the street, Zhang Yang stopped once in a while to ask for the location of Gus the Adventurer. Never had it cross his mind that Gus was rather infamous in this town. The thing was, it was not because of the tale of his adventures, it was the mischiefs that he had done in town. What? You want to talk to that old pervert? The guy that will fall to his feet and flip a beautiful girl's skirt to peek at her panties? Is that the man that you're looking for? This was said by an NPC in Savar. However, it crossed his mind that description would fit how Fatty Han would behave 40 years in the future. As he proceeded to the east of the town, Zhang Yang finally encountered the legendary adventurer who had ventured into the depths of Sikari Mountain and obtained the ethereal spring water, the brave and bold adventurer, who was currently crawling over a brick wall, trying to steal the neighbor's laundry, specifically undergarments that were worn by women. However, even after he had successfully crawled over the wall, an older lady, roughly by the age of 40, had come out of the house, and with a butcher knife in her hand, had started to chase after Gus. Right then, Gus had not managed to steal any of her undergarments. Still, despite his age, his veteran status as an adventurer made itself clear as he started sprinting away. Behind, the old woman was puffing with steam, throwing a huge fit as she was slowly left behind. Zhang quickly hopped on his bear and chased after Gus as well. No matter how fast you may run, you can never outrun a four-legged beast. After a good distance from the house, Gus stopped by the roadside for a quick rest. Panting for his breath, he jumped when he saw the bear sniffing at him. Unconsciously, Gus covered the female fabric in his chest. I'm warning you, young man. Don't be thinking of any funny business. It took me 3 days of scouting to get Marilyn's panties. Zhang nearly fell off his bear. The 40-year-old woman who was chasing him not 2 minutes ago was not what a normal man would want to have as a wife. Zhang knew this because he had seen her clearly just now. To think that a man would have her panties and do something indecent, the man would need to have the heart of the bravest warrior. Zhang shook off the thought of what would Gus to do that piece of undergarment and said, "Look, Gus, I just want to buy the ethereal spring water that you have." Gus raised an eyebrow suspiciously. "I have you know that the ethereal spring water was obtained with such bravery. I nearly lost my own life venturing deep into the chaos realms to get that godly water. It's practically priceless. Young man, are you sure you want to buy it? Money?" That word meant nothing to Zhang now. He was not the kind of person who would use the money in some investment kind of trade. All the dollar bills that he owned was sitting in the bank's vault, collecting dust. If anyone wanted to compete in money spending, no miserly millionaire could even be a match for him. Zhang nodded and said, "State your price, old man." Gus looked at Zhang while raising both eyebrows, one side at a time, and was scratching his graying beard. He looked like the kind of man in the thrift shop trying to cut you a deal, but instead, he was just trying to get more money from you. After tapping his foot 1,000 times, Gus finally answered, while gritting his teeth, 100 100 gold coins? That's too low. But if it's 100000001, that would be daylight robbery. Pieces of woman's panties. Zhang actually fell from the white bear after hearing his demands. Nai he. 100 female panties. You can't buy them from the store. I want them used. Not fresh. If it has to be fresh, it must be fresh from the laundry. And make no mistake, I better not be sniffing some men's boxers. You feel me, said Gus, with a shameless expression and a smug grin. Ding. Gus has a quest for you, the great underwear thief. Will you accept it? Was there an option for him to reject the quest and beat this at $% with a cast iron frying pan instead? The great underwear thief, difficulty level, D. Quest description, search and give Gus 100 female panties. PSS. Don't forget, the best ones are the fresh ones. Don't be swiping the male underpants, eh? Progress, panties collected 0/100. Quest reward, ethereal spring water. Zhang sucked in a deep breath to prepare himself for the worst possible quest that he has ever done in his life. To become an underwear thief was harder than he had expected. Zhang rode the bear inside all the way. He could not believe that the game developers would actually make a player commit such degenerate acts. Zhang started peeking left and right for freshly dried underwear. He finally saw one at the far end of a street. He sighed heavily. He is the guild master of Lone Desert Smoke, the champion of the Soaring Sword League, China's #1 tank. How did he end up doing something as retarded as stealing people's underwear? If word spread about this, there is no hole in the world for him to hide his face. He would literally lose all his fame in one night. Behind the house, there were a few hanging laundries. One of them was a cute pink underwear that surely was not worn by men. The backyard was only protected by a low fence. The bear leaped over the fence effortlessly and proceeded on to swipe his prize. However, before Zhang could reach out his hands, a low bark was heard from behind him. Zhang quickly turned around only to find a large black hound waiting for him. Guard dog, Black Star, Elite, Beast. Level, 75. HP, 150,000. Defense, 400. Note, the guardian of the town. Rocky's partner. Untamable. Woof, the hound barked and leaped towards Zhang. The white bear lifted its paws and forcefully pushed the black hound back to its place. Zhang then started swinging his dark enigmatic sword to slice the hound. Even though he was never a person who would treat animals badly, but for the sake of this ridiculous quest, he had to kill the poor guardian. Even though the hound was an elite tier, it was too weak to be a fair opponent to Zhang. Within 40 seconds, the dog was beaten to its last drop of HP. However, before it could be killed, the hound whimpered ran away, its tail tucked between its legs. How fortunate, the system was protecting it. Zhang Yang ignored the hound and picked the underwear and kept it in his inventory. With a ding ringing in his ears, the quest progress went up by 1. A 1,000-mile journey begins with the hardest step. Now that he had taken one, the rest should be a walk in the park. Continue stealing. Without delay, Zhang Yang had found another victim and leaped across the fence, towards the laundry. Woof! The black hound appeared again, its health fully recovered. The hound charged heroically and was sent running again by Zhang Yang. 2 out of 100. The third piece. The hound appeared again. Same thing went with the fourth and the fifth. The hound was persistent. Every time it was sent packing, it would always appear again from behind the fence and was ready to fight Zhang Yang until the last drop of its HP. Zhang Yang could not help but recall a joke he heard from Fatty Han. It went like this: a hunter came up a mountain to hunt for bears. He failed and was beaten by a bear. The next day, the hunter came again and was sent home again by the bear. On the third day, when the bear saw the hunter coming up again, the bear asked, "Hey, are you really here to hunt or to seek for some BDSMSH*T from me? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 325, For the Sake of Fixing the Magic Mirror. Chapter 325, For the Sake of Fixing the Magic Mirror. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The Black Hound relentlessly made its return over again and again. 15/100. 43/100. Since the town was a town, the number of people who lived here were few. That means, the number of laundries were as little. Many of times, Zhang Yang would have to sit there and wait until the underwear respawned again. For as long as it seemed, Zhang Yang got really agitated as times goes by. Every time there was someone coming out of their house to dry their clothes, Zhang Yang would be the first to visit the house and wait for the golden chance to swipe the lady's undergarment. 81/100. 99/100. Woof! The black hound barked, welcoming Zhang Yang for the last time as Zhang Yang defeated the little critter to claim his final prize. Once it's done, he rode frantically to Gus to dump all the dirty load. "What a blessing," said Gus as he buried his face in the pile of slightly damp laundry. Zhang Yang felt the ultimate disgust. Turning away, he cried, "You done? The request is completed. Where's my reward?" "Here," said Gus as he tossed the ethereal spring water to him as if it was worthless. "Now scram. Don't interrupt me in my moment of bliss." Ding. You have completed the quest, The Great Underwear Thief. Obtained 15 million experience points. Ding. You have obtained Ethereal Spring Water X1, 15 million? That's too much to be true. However, after thinking about it, Zhang Yang understood the reason behind it. As he had trudged along doing the quest, he had not obtained any drop of experience points. Perhaps defeating that Black Hound 100 teams would have granted him that amount of experience points after all. Zhang Yang sighed. It may seem luxurious, but the system was just too stingy to not provide any bonus experience points. He quietly left the place with haste and go on his way. The moment he rode off a good distance, he saw a group of housewives coming out from their homes with kitchen knives in their hands. Everyone was pissed off. Just when he thought that he was about to be sliced and diced, Gordon Ramsay-style dash, the group of housewives headed for Gus. "Hey! Pervert old man! Surrender our clothes! You sick old bastard! I'll beat you up good, Gus! How could you even steal my granny's pants? Today, I'll make sure you regret your decision to ever steal from us." While the crowd of people surrounded the old man, only the one black hound gave chase to Zhang Yang, barking ferociously. Luckily, the group of housewives had their anger and frustration directed at Gus. They failed to notice the black hound was barking at the real culprit. Zhang Yang ignored the hound and made his way out of the town. After some time, the hound turned back around after leaving its original position. Zhang Yang left Savar and took a long, cumbersome journey back to Hera's castle. Noob tank. Wakey wakey. Time to make dinner for us. Zhang Yang was only about to set foot into the castle when the annoying voice of Wei Yin Er came shouting. Zhang Yang logged out and realized it was already past 6 p.m. He then rushed down to make the family their dinner. He came down to the kitchen and got as busy as Hell's Kitchen would be during rush hour. However, unlike the contestants, Zhang Yang was much more agile and proficient in cooking and had made several dishes in a flash. Content with his work of art, Zhang Yang went to the girls' room and gave a hard and loud knock to notify them dinner was ready. He then hurriedly rushed to the toilet. Back when he was preparing dinner, he was already being called upon by nature, but since preparing a meal required constant observation, he could not just leave the stove on. Only after all the food was served, only did he permit himself to answer the call. Turning and spinning around the house, he rushed into the toilet and relived himself. It was then he realized one fatal error of his decision. The toilet that he was in was meant for Wei Yin Air and Haning Shui. When nature calls, you could not just put it on hold. Gra. So be it. Since it would only take a few seconds, at most a minute, if something is to happen during that duration, it's the worst of luck. After emptying his bladder, Zhang Yang cleaned his hands, zipped his pants up and was ready to pull the door when he noticed a pair of black-colored fabric. It was a tea-back undergarment. Such a design could only mean that it belonged to Haning Shui the B*TCHY Snow. Honest to God, and everything that he had created. Zhang Yang could swear it he had no fetish for a women's undergarment. However, since he had been the great underwear thief for such a long time in the game, his hands had automatically and involuntarily moved to grab that piece of laced cloth and place it in his pockets. It was how he usually store items in his in-game inventory. Flop. The toilet door opened and it was Haning Shui. The two of them made eye contact for a moment and both of them turned to the dangling piece of cloth that had protruding out from Zhang Yang's pocket. Silence filled the small toilet. After 7 to 8 seconds later, Haning Shui took a step back. Knowing that things had gone wrong at the maximum level, Zhang Yang frantically took out the panties and tossed it back to where it was. Wait. Let me explain. It's an accident. Instead of the typically expected response, Haning Shui seemed to understand him. Not in the way he wanted, however. Well, it's understandable since you're living with two world-class beauty and had not burst out like a raging beast. You did hold yourself back for a long time. This is nothing. Worry not. I'm completely fine with it. What? Zhang Yang pulled the woman into the toilet and shut the door behind him. You need to listen to my explanation before jumping to any messed up conclusion. Hey. Like I said. I understand what's happening, said Haning Shui while nodding understandably. The problem was her expression was different from her usual outbursts. If this incident got out unresolved, that little brat would be the first to know. After that, the little trumpet will surely spread the word to Sun Xinu, Daffodil Daydream and the others. Like falling dominoes, it would only get worse and worse. Zhang Yang pressed his entire body to block the door and said, please listen. I really took it by reflex. Like I said. I understand and believe you. Now, can you please let me out? Why you? You're not sincere. Haning Shui crossed her arms and her eyes turned soft suddenly. She took a step forward, drawing the distance closer and kissed Zhang Yang on the lips. How about now, said Haning Shui. What was that? Was he just harassed by a lady pervert? Stunned, Zhang Yang was as stiff as a strawman. After a good second, why? Haning Shui cocked her head playfully and flicked her index finger against Zhang Yang's forehead. Sigh, dummy. You're really a big dum-dum. Haning Shui winked. If I had no feelings towards you, why would I allow a man like yourself to stay with me? Do you think I'd let any wolf enter my house of lambs? Haning Shui stared into Zhang Yang's eyes with a face that says, all men sure are dumb. Zhang Yang stuttered. Why you like me? What are you stuttering about? Did that really shock you that much, said Haning Shui as she leaned against the wall, emitting a lustful, sleazy aura. But, why? What do you mean why? She giggled. You may not be as handsome as what I want from a man. However, you do have the qualities of what a man should be. You're a figure. You're dependable. Brave, strong, buffed, and other qualities that satisfies my taste. Well, that's pretty straightforward. Sigh. What a tragic event. I had never thought that my confession would happen in a toilet. This is so not romantic. It's a total lady bone killer. Zhang Yang was so confused that he was sure that his brain was all gooey and soupy inside. His heartbeat was so fast and he was already not thinking straight. Haning Shui's confession was just too sudden. While looking into her dreamy eyes, he heard Haning Shui calling out to him. Is your head spinning? Sighing heavily, Haning Shui pulled Zhang Yang's large palm and pressed it against her left breast. Can you feel my heartbeat? If my words could not get through to you, perhaps the beat of my heart could. Waves and waves of confusion had successfully sent a surge of blood rushing to his face, making it flustering with red. Underneath her clothes, Zhang Yang could not feel nothing else but his own heart pulsing faster than a steam train. Unconsciously, Zhang Yang's palm had started curling its fingers around. Han Shui moaned, and her face twisted with a surge of pleasure. With her cheeks dyed pink, she playfully pinched Zhang Yang's arms and said, "I said to feel my heart, not make yourself comfortable." What an impossible demand. Han Shui slowly removed Zhang Yang's hand and said, "Is it all that hard to believe?" Nodding obediently, Zhang Yang could not help but to think that this was just a bad prank. Han Shui lunged herself and locked her hands together around Zhang Yang's neck. "Kiss me." How could he? This minx is a world-class calamity. If he were to fall into her deceit, it would be the end of the chapter for him. Still, her sensual eyebrows were like magic working their way to hypnotize Zhang Yang. Her rose-colored lips were like the burning flames that could attract poor insects to burn themselves. In that moment, Zhang Yang knew that he had F***ed up. His resistance towards this woman is practically zero. Or perhaps, he already had feelings towards her a long time ago and had not realized it till now. Zhang Yang lowered his head and pressed his lips against hers. Time stopped for the both of them. Both of their hearts were pulsating too strong that they could feel each other's heartbeat. After an eternity, they separated their lips, a line fluid stretching between the both of them. Be it bashful, happy, angry, or excited, Han Shui's expression was gold. Giggling, she said, "Dummy, now that you had touched me, you had kissed me, you're now my man. Actually, I had been meaning to ask you, just how old are you?" That is a good question. "I'll answer that question when you're the grandfather of my grandchildren 50 years later," said Han Shui with a wink. "Now, be gone. Yen Er will be out soon, and if she sees us together like this, it would be a whole other mess to deal with," said Han Shui. She then pushed Zhang Yang away and out of the door. Still confused over what had just happened, Zhang Yang did not know how he found his way back at the dining table. Completely dumbfounded, the thought that Han Shui had just confessed to him, and kissed him, was all simply too surreal, but Wei Yen was just too thick-headed to realize what had just happened. She took no notice of extremely odd behavior of Zhang Yang and Han Shui on the dining table. Minding her own business, she walloped the food on the table, and once she was done, she tossed the chopsticks on the table, said thanks for the meal, and disappeared into her room. They had a rule, or rather a competition, that whoever was the last person eating should be the one cleaning everything up. Still confused, Zhang Yang decided to put it all behind his head and logged into the game to finish the quest. "Your Highness, Zhan Yu has arrived and had completed the mission," said Zhang Yang as he took out the ethereal spring water and offered it to Shinita. One of the handmaiden walked and retrieved the bottle for Shinita. Shinita took the bottle and opened it immediately. With a wave of her wand, a puff of black smoke came floating out of the bottle and formed into various shapes in the air. "Wonderful! This is, indeed, ethereal spring water." Delighted, she summoned another handmaiden and said, "Fetch me the pieces of the mirror of truth." "Yes, Your Highness." It took them a while, but the handmaidens had come back with a large box. The box was then placed onto the large desk. Shinita took the bottle of ethereal spring water and emptied it into the box. She then started waving her wand, chanting an incomprehensible spell. Bang! Bang! Boom! Like fireworks, the box started to glow with various colors, emitting popping noises here and there. This lasted for at least 3 to 4 minutes until Shinita stopped her chanting. A bright white light burst out from the box and formed into a face of a man. With a loud groan, "You, I'm back! I'm finally back!" Pieces of the shattered mirror pieces started to float up into the air. The broken pieces then glued themselves together and formed a large mirror. Zoom. A bright light flashed all the way from the bottom of the mirror to the top, and all of the cracks and gaps in the mirror were repaired instantly. Thud! The mirror dropped back down and landed on the desk unscathed. A cloud formed from within the mirror and formed the face of a man. "Ah! My beloved lady, is there anything you want to ask of me today? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 326, Saving Laguda. Chapter 326, Saving Laguda. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Ding! You have completed the quest, Fixing the Magic Mirror. Obtained 1 million experience points. Shinita raised her gaze to Zhang Yang and praised him. You have done your part, adventurer. It is my turn to fulfill my end of the bargain. I will lend you the mirror of truth, however, you must return it back to me within 10 days, The man in the mirror turned around to observe the person who was about to receive his aid and was shocked to see the same person who was responsible for his demise. Oh! My beloved queen! That man! Please don't let him take me. He was the reason. He was the person. He was the one responsible for my death. Zhang Yang picked up the mirror and grinned evilly while meeting the mirror's gaze directly. If I were you, I'd be grateful to have been revived in the first place, instead of basking in your narcissism. Or, should I find another stone to wreck your body once more? The man in the mirror fell silent when he saw that even Shinita, his owner, had remained quiet and ignorant to his plea. Ding! You have obtained the item, Mirror of Truth. Ding! You are now affected with the item return effect. Lasts for 10 days. All attributes will be permanently reduced by 100% upon failure to return the Mirror of Truth after the stipulated duration. But Zhang Yang skipped past the warnings and checked the mirror's properties whilst leaving the palace. Mirror of Truth, quest item. Use, dispels all black magic within the vicinity. Hey, listen up. I'm not just some random celestial item that can be found all around the world, so you best consider yourself fortunate enough to even talk to me. That being said, I expect you to handle me with extreme care. Furthermore, I demand that you serve me my favorite energy crystals. They had better the best of quality or else HEY. What the hell are you? Watch your hands. Where are you touching? Annoyed, Zhang Yang kept the blabbering mirror into his inventory and it was immediately silenced. Sigh, what a long day. Zhang Yang stretched himself out and summoned the white bear to ride towards Laguda. Again, once he stepped foot inside the border of the small desolated town, the atmosphere grew heavy and the air was shrouded with a complete utter silence. There he was, one moment pleased to be greeted with silence from the absence of the mirror. Then the next moment, here he was, desperately wanting to be rid of the town's eerie silence. He came to the center of the town and met the old man in the plaza. Old man, I have brought the Mirror of Truth. He then proceeded to take the mirror out of his inventory. A hack. D*MNU. What else did you stuff inside? I'm all sore here and there. Listen, you. I am the greatest of all celestial items. I do not deserve treatment like this. I'm warning you. Never again. The man in the Mirror of Truth continued on rambling as he plucked out feathers from all over him. Delighted and surprised at the discovery, Alusus continued to observe the mirror. How and why would the queen lend the magical tool of the nation to a man such as yourself? This is fabulous. Fantastic. Bless the queen. May her reign last forever and evermore. His thanks should be targeted towards Zhang Yang instead, since he had just spent an entire day just to steal some panties. Ding. You have completed the quest, retrieve the Mirror of Truth. Obtain 2 million experience points. Alusus gazed up and down, looking at Zhang Yang and the mirror in turn. Young man, your feats have raised my hopes. Now, I truly believe that you could defeat the evil witch and rescue our town. Let's not waste time, please take the mirror with you and head west. The witch is living in a small, run-down garden. Ding. Alusus has a quest for you, save Laguda. Will you accept it? Save Laguda, difficulty level, A. Quest description, you have obtained the one weapon to defeat the evil witch. Please take the mirror with you and slay the evil witch. The entire town of Laguda awaits your victorious return. Progress, kill the evil witch Daphne 0/1. Zhang Yang took off alone. The lair of Daphne was pretty close to Laguda. After traveling nearly 3 kilometers away, Zhang Yang came to a small farm. There were weird flora that flourished around the garden and have been tended to carefully. In the middle of the garden were a few small shacks and one of them had smoke coming out from the chimney on top. Just before he was about to barge into the shack, he noticed there were blinks in the minimap that notified Zhang Yang about the location of herbs. Zhang Yang zoomed in and was shocked to see there were extremely rare herbs that were growing in the garden. Almost of them were rare and awfully scarce. 2 factors limit the production of herbs: a low number of spawn points and an extreme lengthy spawning duration. These herbs that were growing in the garden were known for both factors. Even though they were only level 70 herbs, they were extremely rare and valuable. Without hesitation, Zhang Yang leapt down from the bear and started to harvest the herbs. Insolent fool! How dare you steal my precious herbs? Be gone! A loud and coarse sound of an old woman roared from behind him. Zhang Yang turned around only to be greeted by an old hag that looked like she was already at the age of 60. Her skin was wrinkled and she was as skinny as a stick. Dressed in a black magician cloak, the old hag took out a foot-long wand and pointed at Zhang Yang. Instantly, a black ray blasted out and struck Zhang Yang. -4/574. Daphne the Witch, Grey Silver, Humanoid. Level, 75. HP, 750,000. MP, 400,000. Defense, 400. Zhang Yang jumped back onto the bear and charged towards the boss. She was merely a gray-silver tear. There was absolutely nothing to fear about the battle. Since there were walls and obstacles laying around, Zhang Yang could easily block the boss' line of sight to disrupt her spellcasting. Just as he got within range, Zhang Yang pulled out the mirror from his inventory and yelled, "It's your turn to shine now, magic tool, Call me the Great Magic Mirror." Even though the man in the mirror protested, he carried out his task. Like oil and water, the mirror had automatically activated its power in the presence of black magic, just like how an antivirus program automatically activates when a virus was present in the computing system. Shirring! A bright light blasted out from the mirror and illuminated everything that the mirror was facing, including Daphne. Kyaa. Clumps of black clouds oozed out of Daphne shrieked in horror. Her reaction was rather amusing, similar to how a vampire reacts upon being exposed to sunlight. No, no. It cannot be. Why? Where did my life source go? What has happened to my immortality? What have you done to me? What have you done to me? While being accused by the distraught old hag, Zhang Yang felt extremely awkward. He was indirectly innocent since it was the mirror that had snatched away her black magic. He then started swinging his sword and taunted the witch. Time for you to die. Gore. It doesn't matter if I've lost my vitality puppets. I can always find more. Without delay, Daphne started chanting her attack. Before the man in the mirror could voice his complaints again, Zhang Yang swiftly stuffed him back into his inventory and equipped himself with the shield. He. Feel the honor as being the first replacement of my vitality puppets, cried Daphne, giving out a typical witch's cackle. Pew! Shadow arrow, blasted and damaged Zhang Yang for 4,500 HP. Zhang Yang planted 5 layers of cripple defense and shot back. Old witch, you're not my type. Give it up. Insolent fool. Weep for your own dark future. You shall be plunged into eternal sleep. The boss, Shadow Arrow, casting rate was rather fast, at 2 seconds per shot, pushing her DPS up to 2,200. Guardians never had any solid form of defense against magic. They could not use block either. Without the shield, the defense value would not apply, thus forcing Zhang Yang to receive the highest damage possible. With the immense damage received, his rage gauge was constantly filled. Zhang Yang would not need to worry about the cost of the skills, as he could blatantly cast all his skills at will. Even though Daphne might be a gray-silver tier, her natural anti-tank magic attack had managed to damage Zhang Yang down to his last drop of HP in just half a minute, despite having attack no better than the physical attack of a yellow-gold tier boss. Relying on his set equipment set effect, and a bottle of level 4 healing potion, Zhang Yang had managed to keep his HP up to a certain degree. He then commanded the bear to move across the field, behind a wall to disrupt the witch's line of sight. This would possibly reduce the total damage output, but at the same time, could reduce the damage received. As long as he could survive each clash for more than 2 minutes, he could easily win the battle with the 2-minute cooldown of Berserker's Heal. As easy as it seemed, the boss was still a boss. To defeat her that easily would put a shame to all gray-silver tiered bosses in the world. As the battle continued on for another 4 minutes, Zhang Yang had managed to decrease the boss HP down to 130,000. He decided to activate the Dance of the Heaven and Earth. FOOM. -10000. -10000. -10000. -10000. With each slice, the boss would take a clean amount of 10,000 damage. After the skill's 10th consecutive strike ended, the boss had received a total of 100,000 damage. Full rage, points, killing cleave. -8, 940. Zhang Yang then consumed a Transmute 5 Enrage potion to raise his rage to 100 points and also gained an additional buff that increased 50% of his attack power. Horizontal Sweep. Destructive Smash. Force Strike. With a chain of attacks landing on the boss, coupled with the bear's own claw strikes, the boss's 130,000 HP swiftly plummeted down to the last bit. Ooh. The old hag wailed and fell defeated. Nodding contentedly, Zhang Yang felt that the skill, Dance of the Heaven and Earth, was truly OP beyond words. It would be especially indispensable during the race to win the first clear achievement of a hardcore mode dungeon. When a sudden jolt of power is required to kill the boss, all 9 of the members who had the skill could activate them at the same time and instantly deal a massive amount of 900,000 damage. What could match up to that? Zhang Yang smiled knowingly as he fantasized using it in dungeons. He then went on to pick up his battle loots. Naturally, all the gray-silver tier equipment were junk to him. Only one item drew his attention, it was an assembled equipment part. Fireglass necklace fragment, gray silver, necklace fragment. Use, combine 5 fragments of the fireglass necklace to form a complete fireglass necklace. Level requirement, 70. Since the fragments did not have any specific numbers to them, he could farm the same piece over and over again until he could assemble the item. Zhang tossed the fragment into his inventory. Just one of the 5 pieces would not be worth anything. When 5 fragments are gathered, they would worth a whole lot more. For example, each fragment could cost around 10,000 gold coins, but the cost of the completed equipment would be worth roughly 70,000 to 80,000 gold coins. If the item had any specific effects, it would fetch an even higher price, naturally. Since drop rates were so unpredictable, one could gain 4 pieces successfully, without a hitch and be stuck forever, trying to gain the final piece. Furthermore, before the product is actually forged, no one could really judge the equipment's properties to deem it worth the trouble of farming in the first place. Setting that aside, Zhang went on to collect all the precious herbs that had spawned in the garden. All of them could be used to concoct invincibility potions. These potions will grant their users the ability of being literally invincible, to be immune to all attacks. It was one of the game's strongest potion. Just like mobility potions, invincibility potions are categorized into 3 different ranks. Beginner, intermediate, and advanced, each respectively having 3 seconds, 5 seconds, and 10 seconds of effective duration. Logically, being one of the strongest potion in the game, it also had one of the longest cooldown time, which was 30 minutes. That meant that there was absolutely no way that a player could use the potion in the PvP arena. After digging up all the herbs and grass, Zhang hopped on his mount and rode back to Laguda happily. Back at the town's entrance, the clock's hands were no longer frozen. The time had changed to 1:58. The witch's spell was lifted. The curse was gone. Instead of the gloomy, dark, spooky town, light had been reintroduced into the streets. One by one, windows and doors were open as many people were sticking their heads out to finally see the world again, after being frozen in time. Happiness filled the streets as Alusus greeted each and everyone that he saw. With a jubilant smile, the old man greeted Zhang. Warrior! You have done this town a great favor. You have rescued everyone in Laguda. You're our hero. The savior. Slowly, the citizen walked out of their home. Puzzled and confused of what has happened to them, they started asking one another questions. Zhang nodded and hopped down from the bear and patted the old man's shoulder. I'm but an adventurer. The honor is mine. Young warrior. You're brave and wise. I shall ensure the land will always praise your name in songs and poems for decades to come. Ding. You have completed the quest, Save Laguda. Obtained 1 million experience points. Alusus took out a piece of shiny metal from his pocket and gave it to Zhang. This old man has nothing to give you except this. It was an heirloom from my ancestors. It is said to be a treasure or some sorts, but I have no knowledge of it. Please take it. Instead of keeping it, I feel that it may be of some use to you. Ding. You have obtained an item, Dimensional Key Fragment 3. Dimensional Key Fragment 3, question item, unique. Description: gather all 7 fragments of the dimensional key to form a complete dimensional key that opens the dimension gate to the royal palace of the Imperial Heavens Empire. In the situation where players that possesses the key fragment is in the same map as you, a system location notification of their position will be announced. If you are killed by a player possessing the key fragment in your inventory will have a 100% chance of being dropped upon death. The item will never appear elsewhere again. Unique item. That meant that the same item will never appear elsewhere in the whole of China. Damn it. After running all day long, running errands here and there, he had only managed to obtain one of the 7 key fragments. Sighing, Zhang felt that it was rather unfair. He bade Alusus farewell and hurried back to Hera's castle to return the Mirror of Truth back to Shinita. Once the mirror was back into Shinita's hands, like a spoiled child, the man in the mirror started to rumble about how Zhang had been mistreating him. The second, reachable descendant of the several generals is located in the Crimson Flame Hills. The NPC carrying the key fragment is called Tiffany. Just as Zhang was racing towards the destination, he was disturbed by a voice message from Wei Yan. Hey! Newbie tank! Time for supper. Didn't you had enough for dinner? How are you able to eat so much at night? What are you talking about? I'm a growing child. Of course I need more than that. Glutton. Zhang logged off and went to the kitchen to make the girl's supper. Even though he was scolding the little girl about eating too much, he was, in fact, getting a little hungry himself. In just a few minutes, the man had stepped out of the kitchen with light snacks and a couple of hot drinks. He knocked on the door and the three of them sat down together, enjoying their late-night supper. While munching on the piece of bread, Wei Yan'er was busy scrolling her phone and spoke. "There's this guy in the news who had died while playing God's Miracle. Whoa. His house had caught fire and he had not realized it until it was already too late. He was actually burnt alive. And then there's this some university professor, a Professor Tao, stating something about how the psyche of the human mind might be affected by too much VR diving. He had even urged the government to ban the game," cried Wei Yan'er, her voice muffled by the piece of bread still in her mouth. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 327, Batmans of the Ghastly Mountains. Chapter 327, Batmans of the Ghastly Mountains. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. When a user plays the game, the body will be placed into a sleep-like state. The gaming helmet did more than just connect the user to the game. A weak electrical current flowed through the body to maintain a certain level of connectivity between the user and the helmet. This allowed the helmet to monitor the user's body health status. This function was thoroughly checked by the health department. The function to allow player to continue playing the game consciously even in sleep was a newly added feature. Since the developers who had introduced the function did not apply any additional update to the helmet, had led everyone to believe that the function had already existed in the helmet and was only waiting to be released. Just like a game update. It will only be open to the public, one update at a time, and would only gather a number of response for a brief period of time before dying down. The time adjustment, 1 hour in real time is 3 hours in game time, garnered exceptional response, as it was able to indirectly prolong a human's lifespan. Even without the advanced time adjustment in the game, the ability to play while sleeping was already impressive enough. So far, the number of active players had been expanding continuously, from 200 million to 300 million players in a year. While the whole world enjoyed the game, some groups had publicly expressed that God's Miracle was a disaster and should be stopped. Judging from the reaction of those said critiques, unless they were only seeking momentarily attention by being a clown of the year, there was no other reason for them to do so. Zhang grinned. "Why is there suddenly a Professor Tao?" Wei Yan'er blinked a little. After some research, this Tao professor had a father. His father was once an infamous man named Professor Tao Hong, and now everybody calling his son the second coming of Tao. But Professor Tao was a professor. That meant that he had his own battles to fight in his field, which was almost similar how players fought each other bravely. Zhang sighed. Some people just love to cry wolf. When there is nothing happening, they would try to stir up something. All in all, it goes back one main objective, money. Wei Yan'er giggled. "Be careful what you say. Professor Tao is a good friend with researcher Yang. You best be careful, or else you will be caught and be strapped down to the electric chair." After supper, Wei Yan'er was the first one to flee back to her room, leaving Zhang and Han Shui alone in the kitchen to do the cleaning up. In truth, there was no reason for them to do so. There was a dishwasher in the kitchen which could wash everything with just a push of a button. Dummy. Just so you know, even though I had confessed my feelings to you, I'll have you know that I am not a loose girl. I won't be randomly confessing my feelings to any guy that I like. Oh, and I'm warning you. Don't let me catch you crawling into my room late at night, said Han Shui with a straight face. Make up your mind, woman. Was that a threat or a seduction? Zhang was a good man. He would never have the thought of doing something as lame as sneaking into a woman's room while she slept. However, now that she had said it sternly, that idea was already planted in his mind. It was just like a person telling you not to think about elephants, but you would inadvertently start thinking about elephants. Please. I would never go to you. In fact, you're welcome to come into mine. I never lock my doors when I sleep. Zhang counterattacked, leaving Han Shui to turn away with her cheeks blushing in pink. Rascal. After cleaning up, Zhang went back to his room with only the thought of finishing the quest to find all 7 key fragments. He rode his way through the Crimson Fire Hills and into the small village called the Alfalfa Village to search for Tiffany. The village was rather historical. Outside, there were a few stone-carved statues of people, giving off an ancient, antiquated impression. From afar, it would not take anyone a pair of binoculars to see Zhang riding his white bear. Noticing his approach, a group of little kids had came up to him carrying sticks and wooden poles. Everyone surrounded Zhang and glared at him as if they were adults, trying to intimidate Zhang with their numbers. Zhang pulled the reins of the bear and stopped. Where are all the adults here? The kids exchanged a look with one another and remained quiet. The silence lingered until an older teenager who looked like he was at the age of 13 to 14 walked out. He crossed his arms and glared at Zhang like an old man. What business do you have here, stranger? Zhang Yang smiled. I'm Tiffany's relative. I'm here to pay her a visit. Sister Tiffany. He's Sister Tiffany relative. Once they heard the name Tiffany, they lowered their guards almost immediately and surrounded Zhang Yang. Chitter-chatter started to fill every small corner of the village. The little children were bombarding him with questions that any adult could expect, such as how did he catch the bear, or what does the outside world look like. The worst one of all was a young boy, with snot leaking out of his nostril, asking Zhang Yang to pass his marriage proposal to Tiffany. It seemed that Tiffany was really popular in the village. Annoyed, Zhang Yang had waited patiently for something to happen, a trigger event of the questline, perhaps, before he snapped eventually. Tony, he cried. Tony was the eldest teenager in the crowd. Where is Tiffany? Tony snorted. Sister Tiffany had led a few men to fight the Batmen. Bat-men? Zhang Yang asked. 50 kilometers east of the village lies the Ghastly Mountain. There were flying monsters that looked like bats. They consume blood to survive. So, in order to prevent an attack to the village, we will always send a number of livestock as tribute for them to feed on. However, 2 years ago, their numbers multiplied. Eventually, our livestock was insufficient to satiate them. It was then, when the monsters started demanding for human sacrifice. Tony slumped. People were afraid. None of us were willing to do anything. Eventually, the elders of the village had to sacrifice themselves in order to save the village. My granddaddy and grandmummy gave themselves up. However, the Batmen were greedy creatures. They wanted more. Eventually, all of the elders of the village had given up their lives. After that, they had come to us and demanded the young ones. At this point, the villager had realized that there was no way to escape this. It was either to kill or be killed. Sister Tiffany had stood up among the crowd and encouraged us to defy the Batmen. Because of her, the adults in the village had rallied and were willing to fight. Under the command of Sister Tiffany, she managed to lead the adults to victory and push the Batmen back. Zhang Yang nodded. She was always a brave young girl. Tony came close. Big brother, I see that you're carrying weapons and armor. Are you perhaps a warrior? You can help us to check on Sister Tiffany and the other adults. Ding. Tony has a quest for you, retrieve news. Will you accept it? Retrieve news, difficulty level, D. Quest description, Tony of Alfalfa has requested for you to search for Tiffany and the other adults. Find them and see to their condition. Tiffany and the others should be fighting the Batmen up at the Ghastly Mountain. Progress, search for Tiffany and the adults from Alfalfa Village 0/1. Zhang Yang bade the young children goodbye and pulled the reins of the bear. With a loud roar, the bear dashed off and headed east. The next thing he saw simply looked magical. A few kilometers away from the village, he saw a huge mountain peak that was actually floating 1,000 kilometers up among the clouds. Beneath the floating peak was a flattened mountain. The entire scenery looked like some godly figure had used some godly sword skill to slice the mountain in half and had somehow left the mountain on top of the clouds. No wonder it was called Ghastly Mountain. It actually looked like it would fall down at any moment. If you were standing at the top of the flat mountain, anyone could feel the tremendous pressure, fearing that the clouds might disappear any time, sending the gigaton mass of Earth to fall down like the Armageddon-bringing meteor. If that were to happen, it would definitely be much more than block could take. The flattened part of the mountain was rather small and short. Measuring it almost at 300 meters tall, Zhang Yang took no time at all to reach the top. Since the massive peak was hovering on top of him, its shadow loomed over the area, turning the place as dark as the evening. On the route to the top, Zhang Yang had noticed many corpses. A few were normal human beings, yet many more were belonged to an odd race that had wings protruding out from their back. Based on the sheer number of them, the death toll of the odd race was far greater than the humans. Zhang Yang was skeptical. The villagers from Alfalfa were nothing more than normal villagers. How could they possess the battle power to pull this feat? The village was so small, yet the battle here had somewhat made it look like it was an intercontinental war between humans and the monsters. How many villagers exactly were participating in this battle? From the looks of it, no matter how many monsters there were, the humans were winning by a landslide. Either the monsters were too weak or Tiffany was too strong, for the sake of the story. Just as Zhang Yang stood there deep in thought, a few men and women came back down the mountain, running amok. Some of them had weapons in their hands, while the others were sprinting empty-handed. At first, Zhang Yang thought that the reason behind their haphazard steps were because they were going down a slope, after all. But upon a closer look, he understood the reason behind the chaos. There were hundreds of flying monsters following behind them closely. Alfalfa villagers, normal, humanoid. Level, 70. HP, 7000. Defense, 70. Arc. With a scream, one of the women was captured by the flying monster. With a flash, Zhang Yang pulled the reins and rode as swiftly as he could. Within range, Zhang Yang immediately cast Spear of Obliteration. -189. The attack landed on the monster. Provoked, the monster dropped the woman and immediately shot down towards him. The woman landed unscathed, since the monster had not gained much height off the ground. Ghastly Mountain Batman, normal, humanoid. Level, 75. HP, 7500. Defense, 70. The monster glided down from the sky and dive-bombed Zhang Yang. However, a mere normal tier monster could not cause Zhang Yang any damage whatsoever. The attack has merely knocked some dirt off Zhang Yang's armor. Zhang Yang countered the Batman and sliced him with a quick sword stroke. After dealing 2000 plus damage, Zhang Yang activated Blood Rage and gained 50 rage. With a quick smash to the ground, Zhang Yang used Destructive Smash and killed the monster. With his monstrous strength, he could easily wipe out the entire swamp like a wasp's nest. Every flying monster stopped their pursuit of the villagers and changed their target to Zhang Yang. He took out and consumed a bottle of Transmuted 6 in Rage Potion and gained 100 rage. Horizontal Sweep. Swoosh. Those that were too close to Zhang Yang received a clean hit, damaging them with more than 6,500 damage. Pack. The dark enigmatic sword effect was triggered on and on, dealing a massive amount of damage that instantly killed more than 20 airborne Batmen. The bottle of Transmuted 6 in Rage Potion had increased Zhang Yang attack power by 1.6x, making him practically a god of war at his level. Undaunted, the monsters continued swarming Zhang Yang. Still, their attacks were so weak that even if he got surrounded by 1,000 or 1,000,000 of them, it made no difference. With the sheer number of monsters, it was easier for Zhang Yang to kill all of them since the dark enigmatic sword effect could be triggered almost endlessly. Blast Wave, Horizontal Sweep, were used repeatedly. In just 4 to 5 minutes, Zhang Yang was completely surrounded by the dead corpses of the Batmen. Not a single monster was left alive. Every alfalfa villagers present on the scene could only stare in awe and disbelief. It was almost impossible for Zhang Yang alone to kill all of the monsters single-handedly. "I'm Tiffany's relative," said Zhang Yang as he went ahead to pick up the drops on the ground. It was not the coins nor the etc items that he wanted, but the silk. They were rather useful, not for selling in the market, but for making bandages for healing. Instead of being in awe, the villagers nodded their head as if they had expected the result, thinking that Zhang Yang was somehow related to Tiffany. It seemed to explain his admirable performance. "Where's Tiffany?" Zhang Yang asked. He glanced around and found out that none of them had their own specialized name tags. In fact, every one of them shared the same alfalfa villager name. Zhang Yang could make out who was who at that point. However, he could easily guess that Tiffany was not among them. Special quest NPCs would almost definitely have their own names. "She was taken by the Batmen," said a villager. Sigh. Somehow, Zhang Yang knew that the quest to obtain the second key fragment would never be that simple. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 328, Giant Cyclops Fango. Chapter 328, Giant Cyclops Fango. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. What happened? Zhang Yang asked frantically. When we were led to destroy the Batmen under Tiffany's command, we had successfully pushed them back to their lair. However, when we thought that victory was already in hand, there came down thousands of monsters' reinforcements. Among the monsters, one of them was exceptionally strong and even defeated Tiffany. Unfortunately, she was nabbed and taken to Ghastly Mountain, explained one of the villagers. "Warrior, you look tough. Could you please rescue Tiffany on our behalf?" asked another. Ding. You have completed the quest, Retrieve News. Obtained 100,000 experience points. Ding. The alfalfa villagers have a quest for you, Rescue Tiffany. Will you accept it? Humph. Zhang Yang would accept any rescue mission in a heartbeat, compared to any other ridiculous quests, like the stealing panties. That being said, how does one walk to that floating mountain? It's not like he could fly in the first place. He could, if he was level 100 and had captured a flying mount. But, what could he do now? He frowned. Perhaps there was something else that could assist the quest by asking the villager. Tiffany is my relative. I would have done it even without you telling me. However, I have one complication. The ghastly mountain is floating up in the sky. How do I get up there? Everyone exchanged a distressed look, as if they had no clue either. After a few moments, someone cried out. I got it. I had heard this from the elders of the village. They said that there is a teleportation point at the bottom of the hill. It could directly teleport a person to the top of the mountain. The villager walked out of the crowd and spoke. Where is the teleportation point again? At the other side of the mountain. However, I also heard that there is a terrible and dangerous giant cyclops living there that will kill anyone living near there, he added. Monsters were meant to be killed. If he could not do it alone, he'll just bring a party. There was nothing to be concerned about. Zhang laughed. Please head back to the village. I'll think of a way to rescue Tiffany. The villagers nodded their heads and left Zhang without much fuss. Zhang rode the white bear and made his way to the foot of the mountain to the west. Zhang was not in any particular rush. There were many herbs on the route and he took his time to harvest some, wild steelbloom, and stoneroot. Though they were rather uncommon herbs, they were not all too rare to begin with. However, since the number of level 70 players with herb-picking profession were few and had yet to set foot in the level 70 maps, the forementioned herbs were hardly seen in the market. That was one of the reasons why Zhang had changed his profession to learn herb-picking. That way, he could at least be self-sufficient. A sudden bleep on the map indicated that a warden's weed was available in the west of where Zhang was. Delighted, Zhang kicked his feet against the white bear and headed straight for the rare herb. The warden's weed was used to craft a level 4 strength potion, which was the most effective potion to raise physical attack for the moment. PSSS. A red viper appeared right beside Zhang, revealing itself only when Zhang approached the herb. The snake raised its triangular head, poised to strike Zhang at any moment. Starting from level 60 and onward, be it minerals or herb, monsters will be nearby the spawning point to guard it. The strength of the monsters around will correspond to the rarity of the herb and mineral spawned. Some of them were normal monsters, some could be elite, and for the extreme cases, bosses could be guarding them. Just like the refined iron vein, back when Zhang was only level 10, which was guarded by the Black Panther King. The developers never made anything easy. That said, the warden's weed was not all too rare, hence the red viper guarding it was merely a normal tier monster. It took only seconds for Zhang to kill that single snake and turn it into experience points. The red viper had also dropped a few snake's meat. Snake's meat are one of the ingredients for the cooking profession. Cooking, first aid, and fishing are three supportive type skills that can be trained together with two other item production profession like alchemy, runecraft, and many more. Compared to first aid, cooking and fishing were a hassle that will take more time and effort. Since those professions didn't do much for players, not many players practiced them. That being said, some players who dislike PvP or PvE would spend their time fishing and cooking in the game. That was how non-PvP, non-PvE players would spend their free time. Cooking can produce items that could heal HP and MP unless the snacks can be purchased in shops. The items produced from cooking had extra beneficial effects such as increased vitality, strength, or even provide a haste buff. Only higher level ingredients can produce items with additional effects. Snake's meat were one of those ingredients that can be used to produce such of healing items. Zhang took the snake's meat and swept them all into his inventory. Since he was the kind of person who did not like sitting around, he had not taken up cooking as his profession. However, he came prepared. There were players in the guild who were low level but possessed high levels of fishing and cooking. He will pass the items to them and let them deal with it. Ding! You have used Collect on Warden's Weed. Your herbalism mastery has gained 1 point. Ding! You have obtained Warden's Weed X2. Zhang went on and collected more herbs and snake's meat. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, Zhang had managed to gather a small haul and was rather satisfied with it. After hiking a little through the slope, he found the surroundings shrouded in mist. Zhang moved close to the source and stumbled upon a large fountain. Clear water still flowed out of the fountain and formed a beautiful small rainbow. However, beside the mystical fountain was a large giant. Even though he was seated, he was already at least 7 to 8 meters tall. He had the same appearance as a human, but only had one eye positioned on his forehead. The giant was only wearing a pair of pants made from the leather of a beast. Resting on the right of him was a huge stone club, stained with dry blood. Perhaps, many had already crumbled under it. Giant Cyclops Fango, Gray-Silver, Humanoid. Level, 75. HP, 750,000. Defense, 800. There was the giant Cyclops, but where was the teleportation point? Zhang went around the giant and searched on. However, no matter how many rounds he circled, he could not find the teleportation point. Perhaps, the only way to reveal the teleportation point was to kill the boss. Zhang drew the sword and sent the bear charging, rushing towards boss, ready to kill him. Fango's aggro-effective range was wide. Right when Zhang had stepped out of the bushes around, he spotted Zhang and immediately picked up a large boulder and tossed it towards Zhang. The attack was both fast and accurate. Zhang reacted swiftly enough and raised his shield to block the boulder. Amazingly, with a loud crash, the large boulder was smashed into pieces as it made contact with the shield. The white bear growled and rushed instantly to the boss with Wild Charge. Following the attack, the bear started clawing the boss. Zhang followed and slashed at the boss' feet. "Urgh," the giant wailed. He then picked up the gigantic stone club and smacked Zhang on the head. 756. The damage was rather high. However, considering that Zhang block had a 6-second cooldown, the boss DPS was reduced to roughly 1000. To defeat his long 60,000 HP, the boss would need about 1 minute. However, since Zhang had too many of surviving skills, the boss would already be killed many times over before that happens. "Human! Why did you attack me?" cried Fango in a low, husky voice. Zhang was stunned. Was not it normal for players to kill monsters? To bring peace and harmony back to the land? Since when would a monster ask a player the reason behind their attack? After a long awkward silence, Zhang had to think of what to say and finally opened his mouth. "Giant Cyclops. I want to use the teleportation point." "Humph. You're in the same league with the bat monsters." Fango bellowed angrily. In a fit of rage, the giant stomped his feet with such force that it left a small crater with the shape of its feet in the ground below him. Zhang had no clue what kind of relationship he had with the Batman, but it was most definitely a hostile one. However, now that he has already started the battle, he could not just leave it hanging. Zhang shrugged and continued raining attacks down on the boss. Even though he was taking severe damage, the boss' HP was dropping at a faster rate than his. Within 2 minutes, the boss was left with only 10% HP. Suddenly, the boss made a huge leap backwards and fled the battle. Trying to run away? Not on my watch. Zhang pulled the reins of the bear and gave chase. The boss leaped back again. This time, he jumped into the pool of water that was made by the fountain. A loud and massive splash of water was sent all over the place. Not that a boss running away from a player was normal to begin with, the weirder thing was that the boss HP had begun to heal itself rapidly. Zhang checked on the boss and found an additional buff. Fountain of Life. Fountain of Life restores 1% HP every second. After only a few moments, the boss HP was already restored back to 17%. What the actual hell? The boss is cheating. If that was the case, Zhang commanded the bear to rush and jump into the pool as well. He too gained the buff and started healing as well. "The Fountain of Life is mine. None shall take it from me," screamed the boss as he picked up a boulder from nowhere and tossed it at Zhang. Zhang frowned. Even though he had considerable DPS, it was surely not enough to overwhelm the healing effects of the fountain. It was the same for him. The boss would never be able to kill him while he remained in the fountain. However, if he does nothing to change the tide of war, they could easily fight till Kingdom Come and nothing would be accomplished. Zhang came up with a plan. For the moment, he shall dwell in the pool until all his skills are ready to used. He then left the pool and tried to kite the boss out of the pool. However, even though the boss was merely a gray-silver tier, it was smart enough to stay in the pool until he was completely healed before leaving. Now that both of them were fully recovered, the battle started over again. Zhang continued kiting the boss as far as he could. However, the boss was smart, or rather, the designer of the boss had set a limit before it would automatically turn back towards the fountain. Fango chased after Zhang by several hundred meters and hit his limit. From there, he gave up on the chase and turned back. With nothing else coming up in his mind, Zhang checked his skill tab to see that Dance of the Heaven and Earth still had 3 hours before it could be used. He wanted to try and slowly grind the boss HP down to 100,000 and used Dance of the Heaven and Earth to kill the boss in one go without giving the boss any chance to jump into the pool. Zhang steeled his decision and left the battle to collect some more herbs until the Dance of the Heaven and Earth was ready to be used. Wild steel blooms were considered to be a common herb around this area. Even though the herb could only be found in maps higher than Leaf 70, the mass number of spawning points made it easier for Zhang to collect a large number of herbs since the respawn time was only around 20 minutes. Zhang spent his 3 hours carefully, without wasting a single minute, and filled his inventory with all sorts of herbs. Now that Dance of the Heaven and Earth is ready to be used, it is time to kick some *SS. 1. PvP. PvP is short for player versus player. PvE is short for player versus enemy. In this case, PvE is used to classify battle between players and non-player entity, that is monsters, or NPC. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 329, The Search for a New Source of Energy. Chapter 329, The Search for a New Source of Energy. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Give it up, human. I will never surrender the fountain of life to the likes of you. Fango lifted the stone club again, preparing for another brawl. The beginning phase of the battle was fairly straightforward. Zhang Yang kited the boss up to 70 to 80 meters away from the fountain of life before starting to attack him. Based on the damage statistics, the boss was no match to Zhang Yang. Still, it had an extremely long HP bar. With time, Zhang Yang gradually ground the boss HP down to 10%, which was only 80,000 HP. Fango jumped back, and just when he was about to turn around to run, Zhang Yang activated Dance of the Heaven and Earth. A hollow shadow emerged out of Zhang Yang's character and formed a soldier that wielded a long broadsword. The shadow then flew across the field and sliced into Fango like a piece of bread. -10000. -10000. -10000. -10000. As expected of an ulti skill, once the skill is activated, the boss HP could be seen dropping down like an burst fire hydrant. Before all 10 slashes could land, Fango's huge body suddenly burst out with a bright light and exploded with a loud boom. The top half was completed missing, while the lower half of Fango was left standing. Blood and innards could be seen directly. It was extremely vile and disgusting. The game should be rated R for this level of gore. What a twisted scene! No ordinary human could hold the contents of their stomach in after seeing all the blood and organ flying around. This was not the first time Zhang Yang had used the Dance of the Heaven and Earth, but the skill had not dealt the final blow to the witch, Daphne. That was why he was spared such a gruesome scene. Just when Zhang Yang was about to let it all out, the upper body of Fango came back and he fell to the ground lifeless, in one piece. Perhaps the developers of the company thought that it was just too much for a younger audience and only displayed it briefly for the wow factor. Zhang Yang shrugged and went to pick up the battle loots. There were a total of 3 gray-silver equipment, 7 green-copper equipment and 1 assembled equipment fragment. It was a shame that it was not the one that he wanted, which was the fireglass necklace. Bloodlust snakeskin boots armor piece, gray-silver, leather armor piece. Use, combine 4 leather armor pieces to form a complete bloodlust snakeskin boots. Level requirement, 70. Sigh, the smiths in God's miracle sure are godly. They could fix any kind of equipment. Zhang Yang bit down on his bitterness and kept the armor piece in his inventory. This equipment only required 4 armor pieces, it should be easier to assemble than the fireglass necklace. All that's left was the Fountain of Life. This contraption could easily heal 1% HP at every second. It would definitely change the tide of war. If only he could take it back to the Thunderstorm Castle, and use it to his advantage during a monster or enemy raid. Plus, if he could actually sell the item, it would definitely be worth the moon. Just when Zhang Yang got close to the Fountain of Life, he received a system notification. Ding! You have discovered a drying fountain of life. You may use alchemy potion bottles to store the water from this fountain. The collected item will grant the user the ability to heal 50% HP over 10 seconds. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. Item does not share the same cooldown as the other potion. Hurry! The Fountain of Life is drying up. What the hell? Of all the times to be drying up, it had actually chosen this time to be drying? This is made purposefully so that players could not make use of this feature over a long term. Glup. The water level in the pool was getting lower and lower. Zhang Yang started to panic. Immediately, he opened his friend list and contacted Sun Xinu. I see. Go and buy 100, no. 50 stacks of potion bottles for me. Get over here as soon as possible. Be quick. A player's inventory are limited. Zhang Yang had only realized that halfway as he was instructing Sun Xinu. If he had asked Haning Shui or Wei Yan Er, they would surely be asking tons of questions instead of getting to work pronto. Sun Xinu, however, replied with a simple affirmation and hung up. Zhang Yang hurriedly put on the lover charm, Yang, and within 3 minutes, Sun Xinu appeared by his side. I have no time to explain. Just use the bottles and fill them up with water from this fountain, said Zhang Yang as he took 10 stacks of potion bottles from Sun Xinu. Ding. You have obtained Fountain of Life, X1. Ding. You have obtained Fountain of Life, X1. The two of them were bent over at the fountain, as if the water was made of gold. Zhang Yang and Sun Xian were scooping up as much water as they could. By the time the water level got even lower, Zhang Yang and Sun Xian took out their boots and hopped into the fountain to get more of the water. After 1 hour of continuous work, the water from the fountain was completely dried up, leaving a huge magical circle at the bottom. By that time, Zhang Yang and Sun Xian had managed to gather a total of 18 stacks, 3,673 bottles of Fountain of Life. It was a big haul. Sun Xian was surprised. You must be some sort of luck magnet. How did you even find this place? Zhang Yang laughed. Her. Impressed? Sun Xian ignored his smug reply and said, with just 4 more days till the professional league, these Fountain of Life will really help us. The prowess of the bottled Fountain of Life was good, but as good as it seemed. For a non-tank player, 50% HP would be less potent than a level 4 healing potion that could heal 8,000 HP, and the Fountain of Life required 10 seconds to fully take effect. The main specialty of this healing potion was the fact that it did not share the same cooldown sequence with other healing potions. While using any level of healing potion will cause all healing potion to be in cooldown, consuming the Fountain of Life would not, and player could use the other healing potion while the Fountain of Life is in effect. Its effect could rival a healer. How could they not be strong? Especially during PvP match. Zhang Yang kept a stack of Fountain of Life for himself and let Sun Xian store the others in the guild storage. He then reverted his attention back to the magic circle at the bottom of the dried-up fountain. No wonder the fountain would dry up, it was to make way for the teleportation point at the bottom of it. If the fountain water remained, how would the magic take place? Zhang Yang placed his hands on the circle and heard a system notification. Ding! You have discovered an ancient teleportation circle. The magical power that powers teleportation magic has run out. If you want to reactivate the magic within, you will need to search for a new source of energy. Ding! You have been given a quest, search for a new source of energy. Will you accept it? Can he not? Search for a new source of energy, difficulty level, B. Quest description, to the south, raging runners roam in the rolling rock canyon. The stone core of the raging runners contain mysterious powers. If you collect enough stone cores, you could perhaps reactivate the magic circle. Progress, collected stone cores 0/1000. 1,000, right. 1,000, dot. Zhang Yang tossed all sort of insults he could think of in the back of his bead. What were the designers of the quest thinking? To collect 1,000 of the quest item is no easy feat. To put it logically, by the time he had collected the stone cores and activated the teleportation circle, Tiffany would have been killed already and had her blood sucked dry. All that would be left of her would be dried meat. Granted, the quest did not imply a time duration, or else he would have already failed. Still, Zhang Yang couldn't help but groan. What were the developers thinking when they designed this quest? Zhang Yang left the mountain and rode his way to the south, and came down to the rolling rock canyon. For a canyon, it was rather small. From the higher ground where Zhang Yang was standing, he could see that there were roughly close to hundreds of stone elemental beings rolling around, giving out a rocky, grinding sound. Raging Runner, Elite, Elemental Being. Level, 76. HP, 76,000. Defense, 600. The normal level 70 plus elite tier monster would have around 400 defense value. Yet, these stone elemental beings had roughly 50% more defense than the norm. Zhang Yang did not care about the defense and rode down the land and into the canyon, and charged bravely at a raging runner. -1 356. The monster only just rolled over Zhang Yang and had already caused a noticeable damage to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang understood from the attack and had a roughly estimation about the monsters. He then ignored the first monster and headed straight into the heap and kite about 16 to 17 monsters in one flush. Based on his current equipment in hand, he could never endure the simultaneous attack from all of the monsters. However, relying on his agility, he could make sure that he was only taking at most 3 monster attacks at a time. He could easily handle that. 15 targets, that was the maximum number of monsters that, horizontal sweep, could strike. Even without the help from the dark enigmatic sword effect, Zhang Yang had gotten used to using the kiting technique when it came to multi-killing. With the current godly weapon of his, if Zhang Yang still insisted on killing the monsters one by one, it would be a huge disgrace to the weapon itself. With Blast Wave and Horizontal Sweep being activated repeatedly, coupled with Zhang Yang's white bear movement speed, the raging runners were clearly getting frustrated. It would be extremely funny if the names of the monster would suddenly change from raging to infuriated. Pack. 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 Like popcorn in the microwave, the stone elemental being would break apart violently, leaving behind their cores. Zhang Yang had taken only less than 2 minutes to change all 15 monsters into kernel pops. This sort of grinding speed was definitely unmatched. With the dark enigmatic sword in hand, Zhang Yang could be the game's 7th class, the grinding king, but the only problem he faced currently was the fact that the drop rate of the stone cores was just too low. Of the 15 monsters that he had just killed, only one had dropped a stone core. Zhang Yang grit his teeth as he knew that this would be a long day. There were only a few hundred of raging runners in the entire canyon. Even if Zhang Yang could possibly kill them all in a go, he would have to clear them all 2 to 3 times before he could gather all the stone cores. The major problem was the low drop rate. Since it was all RNG based, who knew how much time he would have to kill and kill again until he gathers 1,000 stone cores? Still, Zhang Yang was not in a rush after all. In fact, he could take his time since there were no time limit for the quest. Riding the bear, Zhang Yang kite another wave of monsters. This time, he was in luck. He managed to haul 2 cores. However, the next waves of monster did not drop a single core. Zhang Yang kept on at it till the next morning and had only managed to gather 58 cores. It was hard, but at least he had begun his first few steps for the 1,000-mile journey. Still, it was not all for naught. In one night, Zhang Yang had already gained 12% experience points, which was incredibly fast. Zhang Yang opened the China-level ranking board and saw that the top 10 players had barely changed. 1. Zhanyu, Guardian, level 74. 2. Frost Knight, Assassin, level 73. 3. Daffodil Daydream, Pyromancer, level 72. 4.1 Swordstroke, Guardian, level 72. 5. Fire Fountain, Pyromancer, level 72. 6. Blooming Ichor, Assassin, level 72. 7. Drizzler, Berserker, level 71. 8. Little Snow, Priest, level 71. 9. Snowseeker, Cryomancer, level 71. 10. Lord Dullahan, Templar, level 71. 100 Shots, Fatty Han and several others were already overranked and kicked out of the ranking list. Han Shui and Wei Yin had missed some gaming time since the death of Wei Yin's father. They had been overtaken, but were still in the top 10 list. On the other hand, Sun Xinu was lucky enough to obtain the Heaven's Pearl, which granted the user 50% extra experience points, which had allowed her to remain on the ranking board even though she had a full-time job. For a few nights and days, Zhang Yang had spent his time camping in the canyon, killing stone elementals beings. At the same time, he had also spent a little time to collect some herbs. Sadly, before he could finish the quest to gather the stone cores, the professional league had already started. On the 31st of January, the officials had announced the battle procedure of the S-Class and a Class League battle. Since Zhang Yang and his team was the champion for the Soaring Sword competition, they were seeded and could start on the 1st of February, fighting the first runner-up of the Soaring Sword competition as their opponent. Who would want to miss out the fight between the champion and the first runner-up? The two teams, who happened to be strong guilds with deeply held grudges against each other, would surely bring a certain level of heat in the battle arena. On the side note, the officials had also released several new rules. One of them was the banning of using skills and items with cooldown time exceeding 10 minutes. One extra rule was added that had piqued Zhang Yang's interest. It banned non-hunter classes from using battle pets in the battle arena. Zhang Yang clearly remembered that during his previous life, there was no such rule implemented in the battle arena. Looks like the developers had taken notice of Zhang Yang and had purposely set it as such to offset Zhang Yang's overwhelming prowess. Zhang Yang thought that it was rather justified. Zhang Yang was already overpowered to begin with. To allow someone like him to use a battle pet in the arena would rob the opponent of all their will to fight. Having the opponent giving up before the match even begins would only put off the heat of battle. On the 1st of February, the first Team Battle Professional League had started. S-Class and A-Class both had their own battle areas and all players were welcome to visit the respective arenas to spectate the match. Zhang Yang's own battle team were as such: Sun Xinu, Wei Yin, Daffodil Daydream, 100 Shots, Lost Dream, and himself. Fatty Han, Galileo, and Fantasy Sweetheart had taken the leading roles of the secondary battle team. The main battle team, Zhang Yang's team, had accepted to carry the name of Silky Soft Holdings. The secondary battle team, which was led by Fatty Han, had accepted a contract from another veteran I.T company in China. The main team's name was Silky Soft Battle Team, while the secondary team name was Pride and Honor Battle Team. This was the first professional league ever. Even though the Soaring Sword competition was a success, the sponsors were not too deeply involved, thus their monetary remuneration was not very luxurious. Zhang Yang's team had accepted $5 million a year as a payment to carry the name of Silky Soft Holdings. That was due to the fact that the company owners themselves were in his team. On the other hand, Fatty Han's team, Pride and Honor Battle Team, had accepted an $8 million payment a year. Zhang Yang knew something else. According to proper history, after 2 to 3 months after the start of the first professional league fights, all companies would increase their sponsorship rate due to the massive increase in popularity of the fights. Some even signed lucrative contracts with the individual players themselves. Ding! The Battle of Silky Soft Battle Team vs Sky and Ocean Electronics Battle Team will commence in 5 minutes. Members of Silky Soft Battle Team, please proceed into the battle arena within 5 minutes prior of this notification. Failure to do so will cause an automatic forfeit of your participation. 7:30 p.m., Zhang Yang's team had received the same notification. Without delay, everyone entered the battle arena and allowed the system to teleport them to their own station. One thing that Zhang Yang felt rather impressed was that players could enter the arena no matter where they were. Upon exiting, the players will be teleported back to where they were before entering. Participants no longer needed to be within a major city to enter the battle arena. That being said, players had to be out of combat mode. Zoom. 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 One by one, they appeared next to each other. Once everyone from Silky Soft Battle Team had gathered, an interactive window appeared in front of Zhang Yang. As the team leader, he had to decide the order in which they would fight. First, the 1v1 fights. I will fight the first battle. Ice, you're second. Little Brat, you're third. Daffodil Daydream, fourth. Lost Dream, 5th. 100 Shots, 6th. Snowbee * TCH, you're the 7th. Everyone got that? As for the team fights, Ice Cube, Little Brat, Lost Dream, Snowbee * TCH, and me will fight. Remember, try to win the first 5 matches. Do not drag it to the 6th or the 7th. The same goes for the team fights. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 330, Rematch with Imperial Sky. Chapter 330, Rematch with Imperial Sky. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. When both captains had submitted the name list, the system will have lock in their entries. The name list would not be modifiable anymore. In the case where the battle team did not contain the players that was listed in the presented name list, the said battle team will automatically be forfeited from the battle without any discussion. Ding! The Battle of Silky Soft Battle Team vs Sky and Ocean Electronics Battle Team will commence shortly. Both opponents shall proceed into the battle arena. The battle shall start in 30 seconds. Zhang Yang immediately walked up into the battlegrounds. It's Zhan Yu. Their ace in the first round. Zhan Yu. You can do it. Fight. 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 Fervor from the audience could be heard from all the way up in the spectator seats around the stadium. Cheers from the audiences could be heard before the match starts. However, once the battle starts, the surroundings will be muted to allow the contestants to focus. Zhang Yang turned to the audience and waved at them to express his thanks. The contestant from the other team had also entered the grounds. His name was To the Sky. Level 70, Male Beastman, Sniper, HP, 19,340. The crowd booed when they saw that Imperial Sky had not sent out one sword stroke in the first battle. Who is this To the Sky? Never heard of this guy. What a huge letdown. We were expecting the strongest of both sides to have a face-off. On the other hand, Zhang Yang was completely unfazed. To the Sky was the main hunter in the Sky and Ocean Electronics Battle Team in his previous life. Even though he was not in the top 10 hunter list, his capabilities were worthy enough to be his opponent. Ding! The battle will commence in 10 seconds. To the Sky gathered his composure and prepared to fight Zhang Yang. He knew that Zhang Yang would be his opponent in the first round, that was why he was sent to brush it off. This is a strategy that throws the tower over to waste an enemy's chance. However, he was not satisfied at being the sacrificing lamb. Even though he knew that Zhang Yang was strong, he would go down swinging. Also, he was a secret weapon. Perhaps even Zhang Yang himself would be shocked to see it. The horn of war was blown and the battle started. Zhang Yang lifted his shield and his sword up high and dashed towards his opponent. To the Sky controlled his pet behind him and shot a concussion shot at the 30 meters maximum attack range. The skill landed and stunned Zhang Yang for 4 seconds. A Black Panther suddenly jumped out from the side and attacked with lightning speed. In the game, a majority of physical attack type monsters will have roughly the same attack interval rate, which was 2 seconds. Only a portion of the monsters could have higher or slower attack rate. The panther race possessed faster attack speed. Its attack was, on average, 1 attack per second. The game was fair. The developers had made everything balanced. Under the same level, same tier, the faster the attack speed, the lower the attack damage would be. If the opponent was a class that wears cloth armor type, it is better to have faster attack speed pets. The low defense of the cloth armor would not affect the low attack damage of the pet. It also could prolong the spellcaster's casting time. It could be as effective as prolonging a 2-second spell to be as long as 4 seconds. However, to send out a fast attack speed pet to attack a tank class player would be extremely bad and unwise. With high defense, a passive damage absorption skill, and a passive damage reduction skill, the damage output of the pet would perhaps only be at most 3 digits or even 2 digits. Zhang took a millisecond glance at the pet and turned his gaze back onto the sky. Black panthers are extremely common, they could be found at any random hill or mountain. It was not even considered to be at elite tier. -0. As expected, the Black Panther could not even deal 1 damage to Zhang. The concussion shot from before had slowed him down. At his snail pace, and the Black Panther lightning speed attacks, Zhang felt that it was wise to kill some time by using block. Might as well use it for the sake of efficiency. Block would also grant him an extra 30 rage for a successful parry. Block. -722. Block, reflect damage. 1479. Shield bash. Having only 12,000 HP, the Black Panther had 1/6 of his HP taken away. F***CK, cried to the sky from afar. Well-equipped tanks are really something. Not only were they as solid as rocks, they also could dish out painful attacks. Knowing Zhang prowess, To the Sky did not waste any more time. He started shooting at Zhang and was able to chip off a decent amount of Zhang's HP. For seconds later, the slow effect from the concussion shot ended. Regaining his normal speed, Zhang leaped towards To the Sky. However, just before he could jump, he was stunned. Zhang quickly checked on his status window and saw a debuff called Maim. He was stunned for 3 seconds. Now Zhang understood why this hunter would, against the odds, bring a pet panther to fight a tank. It was all because of the skill, Maim. Maim is a pet's passive skill that can stun the target for 3 seconds with a 10% chance on every attack. The Black Panther was brought into the battle, not because of its attack power. It was because of its high attack speed, it had a higher chance to proc a Maim. Zhang grind out of habit. He then quickly used Warrior's Will and freed himself from the stun. -672. Destructive Smash, critical. Org. The Panther cried in pain. The devastating attack was so strong that it left the Panther with only over 1,000 remaining HP, but To the Sky's face was drained of colors. The Black Panther was supposed to be his trump card. If it were to die, it should have cost Zhang half of his HP. Panicking, To the Sky focused on saving his pet. He immediately shot a breaking shot to control Zhang for 4 seconds. That was his intention. However, Zhang was better. Right after Destructive Smash had struck the ground, he had already consumed a bottle of Beginner Mobility Potion. The effect of the Mobility Potion is special. Only after consumption, it will grant the user the immunity to all movement restriction skill. However, if the user was stunned or dazed, the user could not consume the potion to dispel the debuff. It can only take effect after consumption. That was why the user had to be sharp in predicting the enemy. Zhang had made the right call. He knew that the opponent would not sit tight and let his Black Panther be killed. He predicted that the opponent would do something to save the pet. Besides, Concussion Shot, a hunter's other ranged interrupting skill could be Breaking Shot. After consuming the potion, a rainbow-colored glow formed underneath Zhang foot, granting him immunity from all movement restriction skill for 3 seconds. Breaking Shot landed on Zhang. Immune. What? To the Sky yelled. Could the game be stable and have lesser bugs? Give him a chance to live for once. -184. Zhang did not need to activate any skills. With a quick slice, the Black Panther wailed and dropped to the floor. Why did Zhang killed the pet before the hunter? A sniper's pet is not even strong to begin with, why would Zhang waste that much time on the pet? The same question started repeating itself among the audience, as none of them understood what was happening in the battleground. If it was heard by To the Sky, he would be sure to take off his boots and toss it to the crowd in a fit of anger. He may be a sniper, but having the Black Panther with the name passive skill made it a very powerful asset indeed. A hunter could tame 4 pets at a time. However, only one pet could be summoned into the battle to aid the master in battle. During battle, the hunter could not switch pets. Once the pet dies in battle, the hunter would have to wait for 10 minutes before he is allowed to revive the pet, or to summon the other pets he had collected. To the Sky was all by himself now for the next 10 minutes. However, even if To the Sky could summon another pet into the battle, it would be meaningless without the maim passive. A normal pet would only be like a kid hitting a castle with a wooden twig. Not only would the tank not feel a single thing, it would only be granting free rage points. Zhang scoffed. He knows that victory was already in hand. With large, bold steps, Zhang rushed towards his opponent. To the Sky was extremely disgruntled. He then began to kite Zhang. As expected, his skill was good. But whenever a hunter attacks, he would have to remain stationary for a brief moment. Since the battleground had a limited space to begin with, Zhang was able to reach To the Sky in just few minutes. He was already 20 meters away from To the Sky in a jiffy. Heroic leap. Zhang leaped. As far and high as the god of war, he glided through the air and landed firmly next to the Sky. The massive shockwave was so strong that it had shattered the ground beneath Zhang. The slam had also sent countless of tiny debris flying in all directions with Zhang at the center of the commotion. As the dust was slightly blown away by the wind, a massive crack was seen throughout the arena. Ho ho! This skill effect was really showy. The skill was bought in the Ravine of Coyotes. It was a buyable skill like Blast Wave. Still, a majority of the players had yet to know about it. Heroic Leap could not cause any kind of damage. It could only stun the target. But, from the audience's perspective, the skill display was so extravagant that everyone started cheering loudly. It was just too darn cool. Again! Do it again, the audience screamed. Heroic Leap, 3 seconds stun. One more. Blast Wave, 4 seconds stun. 7 seconds later, To the Sky had only 9,000 HP, out of the 20,000 HP that he had. Once he regained his movement, he quickly flipped back and jumped 10 meters away with Tumble. Charge! Zhang was again next to the Sky and stunned him for another 1 second. If he could cry and not be humiliated by it, To the Sky wished that he could just let it out. The guy was genuinely confused with Zhang. Is he a guardian or a thief? How could a guardian have so many long stunning skills? It was not fair. After recovering from the stun, To the Sky bent down a little and planted a ice trap. Traps are a hunter's specialty skill, with various kinds of effects. For example, the ice trap will trigger when a player steps on it. It will trap the target in a huge ice barrier, rendering the target immobile for 10 seconds. The target will be freed instantly if any amount of damage was received during the entrapment. Zhang smiled. He then moved around the trap and activated Thunderstrike to slow down To the Sky as he continued to attack him. The trap that was planted will always be invisible to others. However, Zhang saw To the Sky planting the trap with his own eyes. If he had still stepped on it, he would have to call himself a dumb pig. 7,000. 5,000. 3,000. To the Sky was slowly being pushed to the gates of death and Zhang sent him off with a killing cleave. With that, Silky Soft Battle Team had just gained their first battle victory. Zhang gazed up at the audience's seat and saw Wei Yan'er was pouting her lips. Humph. Newbie tank. What a loser. How could you take so long to kill a greenhorn? You, sir, had just lost my respect for you. Blah. She stuck out her tongue. Oh, my heavens, I am so saddened by what you had just said. Oh, my heart is so weary that I have to take a break from cooking anything at all. For at least 2 days, said Zhang while pretending to be a withering old lady. Wei Yan'er jumped. She panicked and immediately pulled Zhang left arm. While smiling innocently, Wei Yan'er said, "This little girl has learned her lesson. Please don't be angry. Big brother. F***CK. Who you think I am? A weak-hearted lolicon? Scram. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 331, Going Up Ghastly Mountain. Chapter 331, Going Up Ghastly Mountain. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The second match, Sun Xinu vs Blooming Ichor. Both of them had fought against each other before and now they were meeting each other in the battle arena once again. Their gazes locked, furious and grudgingly. However, the resulting, endless match made people extremely angry and bored as when there is match between thieves, they will only play hide and seek with each other. Still, Sun Xinu was more skillful and she successfully caught Blooming Ichor after some time. After 2 to 3 attacks, Blooming Ichor's HP bar had become empty instantly. Zhang Yang's gang won another match. The third match, Wei Yan Air vs Lonely Tree. Lonely Tree was the thief who defected from Sunset Amber to Imperial Sky. Previously, he was the main thief in Sunset Amber and now he was apparently doing well, developing and growing rapidly in Imperial Sky. Wei Yan Air hated traitors the most, especially due to her personal experiences. Her full might was brought out upon her opponent, but based on both of their strength, both of them were equally matched. But Wei Yan Air drank a mobility potion and blew up Lonely Tree's combo. The little brat hacked at him madly with her big broadaxe and the pitiful Lonely Tree was terribly traumatized. Zhang Yang's gang won 3 matches in a row. The fourth match, Daffodil Daydream vs Venshi. Venshi also had a traitor label on top of his head, he was the main spellcaster in Radiance. During their match back then, he apparently goofed around and caused their team to lose deliberately to Imperial Sky in the Soaring Swords competition. Both of these spellcasters chose to be pyromancers, so the both of them fired blazing fireballs at each other, flames danced in the wind and warped the air as they entered the battle arena and fought with a most extravagant display, unlike that of fireworks. In terms of the performances of their matches, the audiences enjoyed watching this match the most. Both of them were skillful, constantly running out of the maximum skill range to interrupt each other's spell casting bars. As more high-end players broke through the level 60 bracket, one after another, yellow gold equipment had become very common. Although Lone Desert Smoke blockbooked a few yellow gold bosses, there were a lot of area maps which were above level 60. A lot more bosses for everyone else. Both spellcasters were equipped with yellow gold equipment from head to toe. The slightest bit of advantage would tip the balance. Daffodil Daydream had the additional advantages from Zhang Yang's transmuted potions, medicines and even the Fountain of Life. After some intense fighting, Daffodil Daydream successfully defeated Venshi and scored another point for Silky Soft Team. 4-0. Sky and Ocean Electronics team was on the brink of elimination. There were 7 duels and 1 point for each duel, 2 points for party matches. Whichever team that got 5 points first would not need to fight for the rest of the match. One sword stroke finally appeared in the battle arena for the important 5th match. Lost Dream vs One Sword Stroke. Silly you, do you think Lost Dream can win this? Haning Shui was not asking out of concern for the loudmouth chatterbox, but for herself. She was hoping that she would not have to fight after all, being the lazy woman that she is. Zhang Yang thought about it and replied, in terms of skill, Lost Dream is on par with One Sword Stroke, but assassins have always been an ill fit against guardians. I think Lost Dream could win this. Wei Yan Air said, for the sake of arguing, and nothing else. If you say that Lost Dream can win, then he shall win this. At last, Lost Dream lost the match. Lost Dream performed as expected of a first-class assassin, executing his skills and combos with precision and perfect timing. Still, he fell short of finishing off the hunk of corroded iron, and was beaten down. There was nothing for him to be ashamed of. 4-1, Sky and Ocean Electronics team finally scored a point. The 6th match, 100 Shots vs Tobacco Breath. Tobacco Breath was a Templar who had rarely appeared in battle arenas. 100 Shots, being wary about this unknown opponent, failed to grab any present opportunities and was taken out. 4-2. Haning Shui was forced to fight for the 7th match. Her opponent was her old enemy, Fire Fountain. Fire Fountain was shocked when he saw Haning Shui. What an unfortunate matchup, why does he have to face this super healer once again? Although Haning Shui had no sense of direction, she did not forget faces easily. She looked intently at Fire Fountain. Suddenly recognizing him, she waved her hand and said, "Oh, it's you," but Fire Fountain was shaken to the core, as the super healer had already caused psychological trauma to him in their previous clash. Fire Fountain's lips twitched and he shouted loudly, "Let's start the fight, cut the bullsh***** T." The battle had started. History could only repeat itself. Although Fire Fountain attack power was strong, Haning Shui healing power was even stronger. She threw putrefying poison on Fire Fountain and kept on spamming healing spells on herself as if she was fighting an NPC. The pitiful Fire Fountain wanted to cry as Haning Shui stood rooted to the ground, casually throwing dot skills on him while healing herself. She did not even glance up at his incoming attacks, only intently gazing at her own MP bar. It was ridiculous. The worst part of it all was that he could not damage her one bit. Her healing completely counteracted every move he threw at her. Fire Fountain was eventually overwhelmed by dot effects, which was a humiliating way to go, but the current PvP was different compared to the previous PvP in the open world. They were currently being spectated by thousands of people. Fire Fountain was going to be the biggest joke of the year. Why does it have to be me? Fire Fountain could only rage within himself, as his HP slowly, inevitably went down. 5-2. Silky Soft Team successfully defeated Sky and Ocean Electronics Team and also obtained the first victory of the competition. There was another ongoing match for the S-Class Professional League, which was the match between Crimson Rage's Crimson Team and Breaking Dawn's Shun Feng Team. This match was more intense as they scored 4-3 for the first 7 duels and entered the final party match. Lastly, the Female Army defeated Shun Feng Team by exerting outstanding performance and great teamwork. The final score was 5-4. However, Silky Soft Team won with the score of 5-2 and their net win points were 2 points ahead of Crimson Team, therefore, Silky Soft Team took the first position. Everyone was jubilant after Imperial Sky's defeat as the relationship between both of these guilds had never improved one bit ever since the attacks on each other's castles. After Zhang Yang left Battle Arena, he was immediately teleported back to Rolling Rock Canyon and continued chiseling away at the rock monsters. After smashing the monsters for a while, a golden light flashed on Zhang Yang's body and he rose to level 75. That really took a long time. After so many days, Zhang Yang had collected 786 rock cores. Victory was almost there. 2 days later, on the 3rd of February, Zhang Yang had finally gathered all the rock cores. He went back to the bottom of Ghastly Mountain, to the magic circle in Fountain of Life. Zhang Yang threw 5 stacks of rock cores into the magic circle and he immediately received a notification from the system. Ding! You have completed the quest, the search for a new source of energy. Ding! Magic Circle have activated. F***CK, this mission was so hard and no rewards were given at all, the system was really stingy. Zhang Yang grumbled to himself as he activated the teleportation portal. A dazzling white light suddenly appeared. The teleportation portal seemed to be waking up from slumber. Lights and color danced before his eyes, the captivating scene lightening his mood up by a slight bit. Once Zhang Yang entered the portal, the scenery in front of him changed and he appeared in another cave. The cave was not too deep and there was a way out about 10 meters away from him. The weather was sunny and fresh, a contrast difference from the gloomy weather at the bottom of the mountain. Is this where he's supposed to be? Zhang Yang walked out from the cave and saw that he was halfway up the floating part of Ghastly Mountain. The sun struck the land here, unhindered by the clouds below it. Zhang Yang got on Whitey and quickly rode out of the cave. Human, a rasp voiced out. A Batman which hung from a tree suddenly flew down and glided towards Zhang Yang. The Batman stretched out its 10 razor-sharp fingers and reached out. Ghastly Mountain Elite Batman, Elite, Humanoid. Level, 76. HP, 76,000. Defense, 400. Zhang Yang calmly lifted his sword and met the Batman's clash. Ag! As they fought halfway, the Batman suddenly screeched loudly, threatening to deafen Zhang Yang. His ears really hurt this time. The scenery in front of Zhang Yang instantly turned black, and Zhang Yang could not help it but put both of his hands on his head. Ding! You have been affected by the Ghastly Mountain Elite Batman's ear-piercing screech effect. You will not be able to control your own movements for 3 seconds. This was no different from the stunning effect, only that they were named differently. -1342. -1408. The Elite Batman used this chance to slash at Zhang Yang madly with its sharp claws. 3 seconds later, Zhang Yang immediately counterattacked and the Batman was hacked to death. Zhang Yang looked across and saw a lot of Batmen hanging from big trees, similar to how actual bats did. If the Batman did not have the ear-piercing screech skill, Zhang Yang could have kite a few of them and finished them all at once with the special effect of the dark enigmatic sword. With ear-piercing screech, these monsters could stun Zhang Yang perpetually until his death. To play safe, Zhang Yang had to clear the monsters one by one. Zhang Yang patted Whitney and continued moving forward. He killed each monster that flew down from the tree. Despite the roundabout method, he only used about 3 hours to reach a huge altar. A stone statue stood in the middle of the altar, standing at about 10 meters tall. It had the shape of a Batman and a pair of huge wings extended from its back. Both its legs were slightly bent, like it was about to spring up from the ground. The Batman statue held a dark spear. Zhang Yang looked carefully and found out that the spear was a real spear, and red lines flowed through it. There was a basin at the bottom of the statue, where dried blood caked the surface. It had not been used for a long time. Zhang Yang was not sure if the bloodstains came from animals or humans. Either way, Batman ingested red blood, wherever it came from. Suddenly, 2 Batmen flew down and glided to a nearby altar. As Zhang Yang was in the blind spot, they did not notice him immediately. What a waste, the female human we captured last few days ago has escaped. Otherwise, the ancestor could have been resurrected, one of them croaked. That's right, we still need the blood of a virgin with extreme physique. Our ancestor would then break free from the seal and lead us a new age, instead of hiding in this little mountain. Damn it, how could such a weak human escape from here? The other Batman hissed. The human weakling does not have wings, she will not be able to evade us for long. Unless she falls to death, there's no way she can leave this floating mountain alive. Let's continue looking for her. The two Batmen flew away. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 332, King of Batman. Chapter 332, King of Batman. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Ding. Tiffany has already escaped from the clutches of Batman and she is hiding somewhere in Ghastly Mountain. Find her immediately, and escort her out of Ghastly Mountain. No wonder the quest had no time limitation. The game developers had simply solved the problem by mentioning Tiffany had escaped from the clutches of Batman. Such convenient coincidence. Still, where could Tiffany be hiding at? This Ghastly Mountain was not exactly small in size. Zhang thought for a bit, knowing that the system definitely would not allow players to complete the quest so easily. As always, to make things difficult, Tiffany would most likely be at the top of the mountain. Also, this would mean that players would have to fight their way through hordes of monsters in order to achieve their objective. Besides, clearing monsters is the supreme path and concept of online games. Time to set off. Zhang patted Whitey and continued going up the mountain, where he killed endless of monsters along the way, quickly losing count. Without the appearance of bosses, nothing could slow Zhang down. 3 hours later, Zhang reached the top of Ghastly Mountain. Zhang traveled through the dense woods. There was no Batman monster here but tigers, wolves, and other wild beasts. All of them looked ferocious and violent, but they were merely normal monsters, and Zhang killed them all with ease. Shush! When Zhang moved forwards, suddenly, the sound of a weapon zinged in front of Zhang, and he subconsciously raised his shield to protect himself and activated, block. Dang! The sword clashing with Zhang shield, producing a series of sparks. Zhang dropped his shield and immediately thrust his sword towards the attacker. As he finally focused on his target, he realized that the attacker who sneaked up on him was not a wild beast or a Batman, but a young pretty lady with black silky hair, a tall and slender figure, wielding a sharp, gleaming sword. He quickly moved a step backwards, moving the young pretty lady out of his own range, and his sword swooshed harmlessly before her. Even if the name of Tiffany was not being shown on top of her head, there were no other humans here, only her. Tiffany, Elite, Humanoid. Level, 77. HP, 77,000. Defense, 400. Tiffany also realized that Zhang was also a human, so she stopped her attack and put back her sword into a scabbard on her back. She stared at Zhang with her slanted, light gray eyes and asked, "Who are you? How did you get here?" "I'm here to rescue you." Zhang answered and continued, "I have some kinship with you and I specially came to look for you from White Jade Castle, which is far away from here. Coincidentally, I heard from your villagers saying that you have been captured by the Batman, so I made my way up here. Do you have any way to leave this ghastly mountain?" Tiffany was very surprised and excitedly asked Zhang. "Yes, there is a cave halfway up this mountain, and also a teleportation portal which directly teleports us back to the bottom of this mountain. As long as we can make it to the cave, we would be able to get back to ground safely." "That's great." Both of them quickly went down the mountain. However, Tiffany did not have a mount, so they made rather slow progress. Zhang patted Whitey's butt and said, "Get on, you walk too slow." Tiffany hesitated for a while, but she decided to get on up. However, the sword that slung across her back jabbed into Whitey's butt. Roar! Whitey growled in pain and instantly moved its 4 limbs and madly rushed down the mountain. The monsters along the way were almost cleared by Zhang, so there were not many obstacles and they smoothly reached the teleportation portal in the cave. Wait a minute, that's it? Seems way too easy for a quest. As long as they enter the cave and activate the teleportation portal, they would reach the bottom of Ghastly Mountain. Both of them came down from the mount and walked into the cave. Shush! Suddenly a huge, beastly claw lashed out from within the darkness inside the cave. Gleaming silver, with the flash of multiple swords, the claw headed directly for Zhang chest. Watch out! Tiffany shouted and kicked Zhang left hip. Hard. Zhang was flung 4 meters away. At the same time, Tiffany also pulled out the sword on her back and dashed towards the beast. Ding! The sharp claw clashed with sword. The clang of steel rang through the cave and sparks flew. Zhang had actually lifted his shield and activated, block, but he was kicked by Tiffany and flung away, which also wasted 1 cycle of the block's cooldown time. Her good intentions had unwittingly inconvenienced him a little. Zhang Yang pondered as he ran back to Tiffany with his sword drawn. Within the dark environment, he vaguely could see the attacker's outline. It was a tall and huge Batman, with terribly huge wings, even though they were barely unfurled. Its upper body was bare, and it wore some crude loincloth, made from the dressed skin of animal, with long, lanky limbs. Its face was scary, hook-nosed like an eagle's beak, and its forehead was protruding like a long horn was growing out of its forehead. And finally, a pair of cloudy gray eyes, murderous rage intent in its face. King of Ghastly Mountain Batman, Yellow Gold, Humanoid. Level, 78. HP, 7,800,000. Defense, 1,400. Zhang Yang groaned, why would he need a yellow gold boss in a side quest? Besides, this was only level 70 area map and yellow gold bosses should not be so abundant. Ha ha ha, do you think that you can escape from here? King of Batman made a wry smile, it flexed its huge wings behind it and a strong wind was blown towards Zhang Yang and Tiffany. Both of them were blown out of the cave. This King of Batman strode after them, coming out of the cave. In visible light, he could be seen more clearly now. King of Batman was more than 3 meters tall, and had a wingspan of up to 8 meters. Tiffany fearlessly swung her sword and dashed towards King of Batman, while yelling, Demon! How many villagers have you killed over all these years? Today, you must pay with your blood. King of Batman made another wry smile as it calmly caught her blade. I thought it would take me some time to find you, but I discovered the appearance of this human. So, I decided to wait for you at the teleportation portal. As expected, like running rats, you turned up here, Zhang Yang shook his head in embarrassment, to play into the hands of a monster like that. Demon, you haven't won yet. Tiffany slashed at the boss, a flash of white light bursting out of the sword. It did good damage, but the boss HP bar was so abundant that it did not seem to do anything. Zhang Yang had also moved in and added 5 stacks of crippled defense on the boss to reduce its defense value so that Tiffany's damage power was magnified. In a short time, Zhang Yang quickly got a solid hold of the boss aggro, while also drinking health recovery potions in the Fountain of Life. Ha ha ha, the lady, whose blood courses with so much ease, lay down your sword, and obediently dedicate your virgin blood to our great ancestor. The Batman will rise again, the boss violently lashed out at Zhang Yang as it continued rambling on. Shush. Shush. The boss' huge wings were like cutting wheels, its wings spun about occasionally. It did not cause any damage but knocked back Zhang Yang and Tiffany by about 3 to 4 meters away. Tiffany yelled and the sword in her hand moved even faster and struck the boss again and again, each strike causing more than 3,000 points of damage. In this game, a player could take on a boss single-handedly, but only if he was sufficiently leveled and had really good equipment. With all his long cooldown skills, he could still duel with gray-silver bosses. However, he would need to equip some violet platinum equipment in order to take on a yellow gold boss all by himself. Zhang Yang drank red bottle, gulped down, Fountain of Life, activated, Berserker's Heal, summoned Merlinda's Shadow and used, Shield Wall. He had used up all his emergency skills within a minute, and the King of Batman's long HP was reduced by less than 10%. Even if Zhang Yang used, Rearm, to clear all skills cooldown time and repeat the steps again, there was no chance of beating this boss, but Zhang Yang did what he could, tanking to his limit before he decided to hand over the pressure to Tiffany. Zhang Yang hopped down from Whitey and used Shadow of the Void to escape from the battle. He ran 30 meters away from the boss, and then emerged from the void, and quickly started gobbling down his health recovery consumables. Because the Gold-Eared Bear King was combined with Zhang Yang, the pet itself did not carry any aggro from the boss. So, when Zhang Yang escaped from the battle, Tiffany was the one who had the highest aggro in the boss aggro list. Although Whitey still had a few drops of HP left, it would have definitely been finished off by the boss. Because of Whitey was not targeted by the boss, it was spared. Zhang Yang came up with a quick idea and commanded Gold-Eared Bear King to activate Wild Recovery. The Gold-Eared Bear King started to recover its HP, 5% every second. Zhang Yang was surprised when he saw Tiffany holding her own solidly beneath the boss' violent, stormy attacks. Her HP bar was holding steady. Zhang Yang selected Tiffany and looked carefully, realizing that the NPC had a powerful passive ability. Soul of Ancestral Blessing, when attacked, damage is reduced by 90%. It was like using a shield wall for the entire battle. Oh my god, what a powerful effect. Zhang Yang recalled that the first descendant of the 7 generals, Krishan, was also the only person who did not get poisoned by the witch in the town of Laguda. Obviously, the descendants of the 7 generals carried power in their bloodlines. Although they were not as powerful as their ancestors, they definitely held potent power. Zhang Yang quickly recovered his HP within a short time and immediately ran towards the boss, using Charge to close the distance. After that, he quickly hopped on Whitey and combined both their HP once again. Although Tiffany's immune ability was outstanding, her attack power was not strong. So, Zhang Yang easily pulled back the boss aggro. Zhang Yang activated Rearm, then launched all surviving skills and used Shadow of the Void once again to escape from battle. After that, he continued eating the health recovery cakes to recover his HP at a quiet corner. Even though Zhang Yang activated Rearm, the boss still had more than 80% HP left. Unless his Shadow of the Void was cooled down and ready, he would not survive the next charge. After Zhang Yang recovered his HP bar to full, he took out his shield and dashed towards the boss once again. This time, he did not ride on Whitey and tried to share some aggro and let Tiffany act as the tank. Even though Tiffany's defense was high, the boss HP was too long and its HP was hundreds of times Tiffany's. Even if Zhang Yang, Whitey, and an NPC, Tiffany combined their attack power, they would not hold out for long. Even Tiffany would not outlast the boss. Currently, Zhang Yang was looking forward Tiffany to shout something Eternal Life and use Berserker's Heal when she a few drops of HP left and recover her HP bar to full. The boss HP was reducing and the same went for Tiffany. Although her passive ability was outstanding, the boss could still cause about 1000 points of damage on her for each attack and her 70,000 HP would only last for about 2 minutes. 10,000. 5,000. 2000, Tiffany was close to the brink of death. Demon, I will destroy you, at any cost. Tiffany shouted, taking a piece of metal out. Clenching it tightly, there was a burst of extreme, bright light that emanated from it and quickly surrounded her body. Immune. Immune. The boss attacks instantly became useless. Another additional effect appeared on top of Tiffany's head. Ancient Magic Shield, immune to all damage, attack power increased by 100%. Lasts for 10 minutes. 10 minutes of invincible effect. This skill was incredible. Zhang Yang thought, the boss must be extremely angry for bumping into such an NPC. However, that silver metal looks like the key fragment that Zhang Yang obtained before. It was probably the second key fragment. The King of Batman revealed an astounded expression and said, that is the energy of the ancients. Zhang Yang charged at the boss, unleashing his onslaught. Tiffany's attack power increased by 100%, which could cause much more damage on the boss, at the same time, meaning that she had a solid grip on the aggro now. Zhang Yang could attack the boss as much as he wanted now. However, even with Ancient Magic Shield, close to 10 minutes later, the boss still had 2,500,000 HP. Zhang Yang quickly took out his key fragment in his backpack and asked, Tiffany, can you use the power just now once again? But Tiffany turned around, surprised as she asked, you also have the ancient fragment? Quickly, hand it over to me, it will give me some more time. The NPC seemed to call the key fragment, ancient fragment. Zhang Yang immediately threw the fragment to Tiffany. Again, with a bright burst of light, she had another 10 minutes of immunity. What an obvious cheat. The boss would not complain about this and continued acting based on its duty. Its attacks to Tiffany became useless once again. 30%, 20%, 10%, the boss HP became lesser. 500,000, 300,000, 150,000, 80,000. King of Batman roared, its wings behind its back were extended and beat frantically. It rose up in the air and shouted, I will be back. Do you think that you are the Grey Wolf and Happy Lamb and Grey Wolf one? Zhang Yang gave a roar of rage and launched, Dance of the Heaven and Earth. 1. Happy Lamb and Grey Wolf is a Chinese animated television series. Grey Wolf/Wolfie is the main antagonist of the series. His catchphrase, which he utters in one form or another each episode, is darn goat. I'll definitely come back / I'll come back for sure / I'll be back / I'll get my revenge. Mostly I'll be back in later seasons, which is based on the Terminator. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 333, Burrow. Chapter 333, Burrow. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Shush. A shadow emerged from Zhang Yang's body and formed a shadow which held a rapier. The shadow thrust the rapier rapidly like a flash of light and penetrated the King of Batman's body. Rapid -10,000 damage texts appeared on top of its head, one after another. Such a scene would never get boring. No. King of Batman struggled to stay afloat and tried to escape from the devastating attacks. But without invincibility, there was no escaping such an attack. Within 10 seconds, the boss abruptly lost all its remaining HP. Bang! The corpse of King of Batman was sliced up in the air and its blood poured like blood rain. The scene was sanguinary and adrenaline-inducing. As always, a moment later, the corpse of the boss came crashing down again, back in one piece. It was just a cinematic effect of the skill. The demon is finally dead. Tiffany felt relieved but expressed some sadness on her face and said, "Our village is finally free from the threat of these vampires. The dead will never be forgotten." Zhang left the NPC to her questline script, and silently shoved all the drops from the boss into his backpack and said, "Tiffany, let's go back to the village." "All right." Both of them entered the cave and came to the middle of the magic circle. A ray of white light flashed and they were immediately teleported back to the ground, which was where the fountain of life located at. "This is the Cyclops' lair?" Tiffany was shocked and asked, "You are a brave warrior, to even defeat the Cyclops. Is it that the gods had mercy on us and sent a savior down to earth?" They rode on Whitey and rushed towards Alfalfa village. Zhang took advantage of this opportunity to flip through King of Batman's loots. The loots included 1 yellow gold equipment and 9 gray silver equipment. This boss was very stingy. However, it was probably due to the fact that Zhang only managed to defeat the boss by relying on an NPC, Tiffany's invincibility skill. In that case, getting a yellow gold piece of equipment wasn't that bad a deal. Besides, this yellow gold equipment was a level 72 handed axe. Even though the two-handed axe's attack interval was 3.5 seconds, instead of the perfect 3.8 seconds, it was still a level 70 yellow gold weapon, guaranteed to fetch a good price. Axe of Lunar Eclipse, yellow gold, two-handed axe. Weapon attack, 1023 to 1423. Attack interval, 3.5 seconds. DPS, 349. Equipment, after hitting on the target, there is 10% chance of obtaining acuity effect and ignoring 10% defense. Lasts for 10 seconds. The maximum stacked acuity effect is 3. Level requirement, 70. Perhaps he should gift it to Galileo, the main berserker in the second party of Lone Desert Smoke and also the second S-class professional team of Lone Desert Smoke. Although the kid had a violet platinum weapon, that weapon could only be equipped at level 80. They would be fighting in the professional league tonight. This axe would definitely help. Zhang did not even bother to look at the gray-silver equipment, as all of them were fated to be sold in little merchandise shop. On the other hand, this boss also dropped an alchemy recipe which Zhang immediately patted on his body, learning the recipe. Troll Recovery Potion, consumable. Use, restores 100 HP every 5 seconds. Lasts for an hour. Level requirement, 60. This, Troll Recovery Potion, seems normal, 1200 HP restored within a minute, and 72,000 HP restored within an hour, which was slightly higher than Zhang HP limit. Zhang still had his alchemist's intuition. The effect of this, Troll Recovery Potion, could not be predicted after transmuted. Whitey ran like the wind, and finally they reached Alfalfa village. Sister Tiffany, a small group of children at the gateway of the village, spotted them from afar, and came running towards them. They were clapping and cheering. Tiffany hopped down from Whitey and gently smiled at the children. No wonder those children dreamed of marrying Sister Tiffany. The rest of the villagers also ran out from the village, relieved when they saw Tiffany. While Tiffany announced that the King of Batman has been killed, and their village was no longer subject to the threat of vampires. The villagers cheered, tears streaming down some of their faces. Tiffany brought Zhang to her house, which was a very clean and neat cottage. "Zhang, this is your ancient fragment. I'm very sorry, I had extracted the power within this ancient fragment, and you may need hundreds of years to recover the power within it again." Tiffany handed over the key fragments to Zhang and apologized sincerely. Zhang pondered internally. The NPC's ancient magic shield could only be activated once every 100 years. This skill's cooldown time was extremely long. Perhaps it was worth the 10-minute duration after all. Zhang took the key fragments and said, "Tiffany, I purposely came from afar to search for fragments similar to this ancient fragment. Can you lend me your fragment?" Tiffany hesitated and smiled as she answered, "Although this was left behind by my ancestor, I will not be able to use it for another 100 years. Besides, our biggest threat, King of Batman, is already eliminated and I no longer have any real reason of using it. Since you need this, it is yours." Tiffany handed over the second key fragment to Zhang. Ding! You have obtained an item, Dimensional Key Fragment 5. Zhang took nearly 10 days to finally obtain the second key fragment. "Anyway, Zhang, thank you for saving me." Tiffany smiled sweetly towards Zhang. She stood on tiptoe and gently kissed Zhang's lips. Her lips were as soft as cotton, and tasted slightly sweet, but... Ding! You have completed the quest, Rescue Tiffany. Gained 5 million experience points. What a tragedy, no other reward was given to Zhang. It seemed that her kiss was the only reward. By the way, Tiffany took out a book covered with gray-brown leather and handed over to Zhang Yang. This is a secret skill passed down by my ancestor. I relied on this to escape from the Bats guards. I believe this would assist you greatly. Ding! You have obtained an item, Burrow. Zhang Yang was stunned. What, Burrow? Skill book, Burrow. Use, grants the skill, Burrow. Class requirement, not limited. Level requirement, 70. Bound. It was really that, Burrow. Though, Burrow. Zhang Yang had struck the jackpot. Zhang Yang quickly patted the skill book on his body and learned the skill before viewing the description of the skill. Burrow, allow you to burrow through the ground, but the movement speed is reduced by 50%. Lasts for 10 minutes. Cooldown time, 1 hour. This was a marvelous skill that had some similarities with Shadow of the Void, which allowed a player to bypass the enemy defense lines and penetrate deeply into enemy hinterland. The differences were that Shadow of the Void allowed the player to escape from the battle and increased a player's movement speed, while Burrow just allowed the player to hide in a place from the enemy which the enemy unable to attack the player. Besides, the player's movement speed would be reduced by 50%. However, it lasted far longer. No matter what, Zhang Yang had earned something incredible. Zhan Yu, please visit the village if you have time, our alfalfa village will always welcome you. Tiffany said sincerely. Alright, I will come when I have time. After Zhang Yang got the second key fragment, he did not go to Great Lake Valley immediately to look for the third descendant of the 7 generals but directly tore off teleportation scroll and returned to Thunderstorm Castle and then teleported back to White Jade Castle. In an hour's time, Fatty Han and the rest were going to fight for their first S-Class Professional League match, so Zhang Yang was going to be there to support them. Zhang Yang disconnected from the game and prepared dinner. After feeding 3 stomachs, Zhang Yang logged into the game. Currently, the competitions for S-Class and A-Class Professional League were in full swing. The number of people watching the competitions frequently broke a high record which brought a wide range of business attention. This could be expected, as soon after there would be a huge influx of wealthy businessmen coming into God's miracle to seize the opportunity. Zhang Yang gave the Axe of Lunar Eclipse to Galileo. The young boy was surprised and delighted. He constantly bowed to Zhang Yang and made the people around laugh out loud. At 7:30 p.m., the 7th S-Class Professional League started, Pride and Honor Battle Team vs Mugen's Master Cow Team. Fatty Han and his team scored 3-4 for the first 7 matches and put themselves at a disadvantage. They also started a party match as the final match which decided the final outcome. Fatty Han knew that he did not have much ability in PvP, so he did not join the party match. However, they lacked a real commander candidate. Unfortunately, they lost the party match and their final total score was 3-6, defeated. Zhang Yang consoled them and greatly praised Galileo as the young little boy definitely had a great potential. He must be a powerful player in the future and it would be a waste not to hone his skills. Although the second team had lost, Zhang Yang had another piece of good news. One of the fanatic, non-PvE players in the guild could finally cook snake meat. Zhang Yang quickly threw all the snake meat he had to a middle-aged uncle who carried the bizarre IGN of Uncle Susan. After cooking for at least 3 hours, the whole batch of meat was cooked. Delicious snake meat, consumable. Use, restore 30,000 HP and 20,000 MP in 20 seconds and increases your dexterity attribute by 50 points. Lasts for 15 minutes. Can only be used under non-combat situation. Any movement or combat would disrupt the consuming effect. Level requirement, 60. Unfortunately, the additional attribute was dexterity, instead of strength and vitality needed by warriors. Anyhow, these 50 points of dexterity attribute were free and there was no harm in receiving it. Zhang Yang rationed the meat and mailed them in separate bulks to Fatty Han, Sun Xinu and the rest. However, cooking and fishing were not easy for the players. Alchemists could concoct potions at an incredibly fast pace. Up to 4 potions could be produced in 1 second. However, cooking and fishing were totally different, as these 2 skills completely simulated reality. The time taken to fish and cook was equal to the time taken in real life. For those players who preferred gaining levels and obtaining best equipment, cooking and fishing were definitely a waste of time for them. But there were no exceptions when it came to anything at all, like Uncle Susan. He logged into the game every night to fish and cook. It was how he enjoyed the game. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 334, Heading for Emerald Island. Chapter 334, Heading for Emerald Island. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. As Uncle Susan was cooking the snake meat, Zhang Yang also started making Troll Recovery Potion. Ding! You have made Troll Recovery Potion X4. Ding! You have made Troll Recovery Potion X4. Due to Alchemist's intuition, Troll Recovery Potion has become transmuted. Ding! Congratulations, your alchemy mastery has increased to specialist level. The number of potion and medicine that can be made at once is increased to 6. After Zhang Yang's alchemy mastery became specialist level alchemist, Zhang Yang would not gain any more experience from making any potions and medicines at the current phase, as he required the learning of new recipes or the gathering of new herbs to continue increasing his mastery. He would only worry about this when he reaches level 90. Troll Recovery Potion, Transmute 2, Consumable. Use, restore 100 HP every 5 seconds. When you are hit, there is 3% chance of restoring 10% HP, lasts for 1 hour. Level requirement, 60. The chance for Troll Recovery Potions to be transmuted was very low. Although Zhang Yang had made about 1,000 potions, only 6 potions were transmuted. Among the 6 transmuted potions, the highest transmuted level was 5, and its additional effect was that when the player is hit, there is a 3% chance of restoring 25% HP. If the ratio remained the same, a transmutation of level 10 would restore 50% HP. Unfortunately, the chance for the potion to be transmuted was too low. But this was understandable, as the lifesteal effect was too godly, so the number of the transmuted Troll Recovery Potion had to be strictly limited. Zhang Yang distributed most of the non-transmuted Troll Recovery Potion to Sun Xinu and the rest of the main force members. Zhang Yang also teleported back to Thunderstorm Castle and planned to head for the Great Lake Valley to look for the third descendant of the 7 generals. Whitey ran like lightning and traveled through the dense woods. Zhang Yang suddenly received a voice chat from Li Ru. "Hello, Hero Zhang, come over and help me tank a boss, I have a quest to complete." Li Ru was Zhang Yang's ex-classmate, so he immediately complied with her request. After Li Ru had joined Lone Desert Smoke, she had not asked him for any help. It was a small favor, so he had no problems helping out. However, Zhang Yang happened to be in a party with Wei Yin Air at that time, and since she would ask a million questions, he did not join Li Ru's party but asked Li Ru about her coordinates. Upon receiving them, he patted Whitey and directly rushed towards her location. Currently, Li Ru was level 53, and was still training at the Burning Flatlands. It was the pace of a casual player. Zhang Yang ran for about 2 hours to reach the destination. However, Li Ru and her party members had gone to clear the minions for leveling while waiting for Zhang Yang. So, Zhang Yang waited for them a while at the destination, then only he saw 4 players with mount were rushing towards him. Besides Li Ru, the rest of 3 members were male players, and Zhang Yang could see those 3 players were interested in Li Ru as they were competing to stay next to Li Ru. Life of Seeking Love, Broadsword Lord, and Stylish Pig were those 3 male players' names. All of them were guardians, which was puzzling. 3 tanks and 1 spellcaster, what kind of party arrangement was that? The 3 men looked at Zhang Yang, their eyes were obviously full of hostility and alerted. They seemed to treat everyone who appeared around Li Ru as potential love rivals because their facial expression showed that they wanted Zhang Yang to leave as soon as possible. "Zhang Yang, let me introduce you my 3 supervisors in my company. I do not need to mention their names." Li Ru walked next to Zhang Yang and gave him a teasing smile which made Life of Seeking Love and the other 2 slightly twitch their lips. Finally, Zhang Yang understood the 3 men's intentions. They were not just wanted to pursue a beauty but also yearned for Li Ru's huge assets. If they courted Li Ru, they could own the company. They would fulfill their careers and love lives at the same time. Zhang Yang had no mood wrangling with these jealousy men, and he smiled as he said, "Where is the boss? Hurry up, let's go kill the boss. I still have other quests to do. We waited for you about 2 hours and we never utter a word, what are you rushing for?" Broadsword Lord was the first to trigger the wrangle as he could not bear the way Li Ru looked at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang only threw a faint smile and did not bother with the man any longer. Li Ru said, "It is around here, is a gray silver boss. You can handle it alone, right?" This Burning Flatlands was level 50 map, the highest level of gray silver boss was level 60. Zhang Yang was already used to killing level 70 gray silver bosses by himself. This would be a hitch. He grinned and answered, "I will give it a try." "Hey, don't just spout out hot air, we do not want to die with you." This time, Stylish Pig tried to trigger the wrangle. These 3 persons were obviously hostile to each other, but once Zhang Yang appeared, they tentatively formed an alliance and allied to gang up on Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang gave them a half-hearted smile. If Zhang Yang had not hidden his profile to prevent the in-game paparazzi, these 3 males would definitely have a very different attitude now. Zhang Yang was starting to get annoyed, but kept his calm demeanor and said, "Let's go to the boss." The boss was a giant wolf with silver-white body, level 55 with 550,000 HP, but it had 10 followers and all of them were level 53 normal monsters. No wonder Li Ru and the rest dared not fight the boss, as there were 11 of them. Even if Li Ru's party had a healer, they would still face trouble. Zhang Yang just wanted to complete the quest as fast as possible and then leave, so he immediately patted Whitey and dashed towards that bunch of monsters. He swung his sword and launched attacks. Idiot, those three persons shook their head again and again. Horizontal sweep, launched, which coincidentally stimulated Dark Enigmatic Sword as special effect. Those monsters instantly killed and all defeated. Broadsword Lord and the other two men were suddenly stunned when they saw Zhang Yang's super high damage. Zhang Yang did not even want to waste time entertaining them. Zhang Yang swung his sword and drastically depleted the Silver Wolf Boss HP. Silver Wolf Boss basic attack was less than 4,000. When it struck Zhang Yang, it could only cause about 1,000 damage. So, Zhang Yang only used Berserker's Heal once and then defeated the boss as fast as a lightning. I'm leaving. Zhang Yang took out Teleportation Scroll and quickly teleported back to Thunderstorm Castle. *TTY Zhang Yang, I purposely wanted to make you jealous by using those three guys, but now you are making me mad. Li Ru immediately spoke to Zhang Yang via voice chat. Why would you do that? We are old classmates, we should just leave it at that? Zhang Yang said. I will think of other ways to seduce you again. Li Ru unwillingly disconnected the voice chat. Zhang Yang did not think about it any further and rushed back to the Great Lake Vala once again. The map name, Great Lake Vala, was 90% in a huge lake called Lake Vala. Level 70 maps were quite large and this Lake Vala was like an ocean. Besides, there were about 10 islands in the lake, small patches of evenly distributed land. The descendant of the 7 generals that Zhang Yang was looking for was in one of these islands and the descendant's name was Krishan. The characters in God's Miracle knew how to swim since the dawn of their creation, but they still swam much slower than they ran. The swimming speed was 10% of the character's normal running speed and it was not even worth comparing to the speed of mounts. If a player used such a slow speed, like a turtle to find the NPC, it would take too long. Besides that, players could also tire out, swimming all the way would not cut it. Zhang Yang pulled on the reins of Whitey and ran around the lake to look for a transport. 2 hours later, Zhang Yang reached a small fishing village, and he found an old fisherman at a small pier. Old man, I would like to rent a boat for sailing, is there a ferry here? Zhang Yang asked the fisherman. Old fisherman looked up, glanced at Zhang Yang and asked, where do you want to go? Emerald Island. Old fisherman thought for a while and showed 2 fingers as he said, 20 gold coins. All right. Zhang Yang. He did not bother bargaining, unlike what Fatty Han would do. Time was money, and every second spared was money saved. Fatty Han could haggle with anything and anyone that moved for ages. Old fisherman immediately showed all 5 of his fingers and said, the price goes up, 50 gold coins. F***CK. Zhang Yang took out the Dark Enigmatic Sword and remained silent, running a thumb down the blade. Just 20 gold coins, 20 gold coins. The old fisherman immediately backed down. Zhang Yang boarded the fishing boat and paid the gold coins. The old fisherman opened up the sail and brought Zhang Yang into Lake Vala. Although it was a sailboat, its speed was comparable with the nuclear-powered destroyer. About half an hour later, Zhang Yang saw a huge island within his sight. Behold, Emerald Island, the old fisherman said. At that moment, a tide of white, foamy water rolled towards them. Only after a moment, only did they realize that it was actually a 3-meter-tall wave rushing directly at them. Bang! The billow hit them and the fishing boat instantly capsized. Zhang Yang and the old fisherman fell into the lake. The wave sent Zhang Yang 10 meters away from the point of impact. Zhang Yang popped his head out of the water, spluttering. He had no idea where the wave could have come from, as it was a calm, sunny day. That old fisherman broke the surface of the water, and immediately cried out in despair, my boat! My boat! Retribution for greed. Zhang Yang swam towards the island in front of him, ignoring the old man. -1-342. As Zhang Yang was swimming, pain lashed across his leg, and a damage text immediately appeared above his head. He quickly took a dive, but he could only see the blurry lake water around him. When he turned around, suddenly, a huge snake eel, 4 meters long, as thick as a human leg, appeared in front of him. The snake eel's body was a shiny, silvery color, and dangling from its lower jaw was a long beard. Shiny silver snake eel, elite, beast. Level, 73. HP, 73,000. Defense, 400. At this moment, that shiny silver snake eel nimbly flitted around Zhang Yang and bit his elbow. Block. Zhang Yang quickly counterattacked. Because the old fisherman wanted Zhang Yang to pay another 100 gold coins as a sailing fee if Goldeared Bear King was summoned, so Goldeared Bear King was currently tucked away in his bag. As a result, Zhang Yang's attack power was slightly reduced. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 335, The Missing Daughter. Chapter 335, The Missing Daughter. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Having accumulated a sufficient amount of rage points, Zhang flung a blast wave forward and took advantage of the 4-second stun on the monster to summon out Whitey. The man and the bear joined forces on the battlefield, or rather, battle waters, instantly inflicting an extreme amount of damage on the shiny silver snake eel. But it would be no surprise for one given a name such as a snake eel to have the characteristics of both eel and snake. Not only could the monster electrify its target, it also had the ability to use poison. Electrification caused 5,000 points of elemental damage and also paralyzes the target for 2 seconds, while the ability to poison actually had a damage over time effect, inflicting a total of 3,000 elemental damage points. However, the poison effect was unstackable. Paralysis and the stun effects were basically the same, players could not move under both conditions, they were as irritating as ever. Zhang was basically immune to the poison effect, thanks to his equipment. After a short battle against the sea and the creature, Zhang finally slayed the snake eel, and loots dropped from the elite monster. However, he only received 2 pieces of shiny fish scales, which were only worth 50 to 60 copper pieces. He threw them away without second thought. As he was now swimming to Emerald Island, it was inevitable for Zhang to battle countless snake eels and their kin. As a result, he had acquired countless fish scales. As humans were relatively poor swimmers, Zhang spent more than half an hour to reach the land of the island. After he arrived at the shore of the island, he turned around and saw piles of dead snake eel bodies all lying on the shallows. It was a horrifying sight. The surroundings of Emerald Island is covered in an emerald forest. From afar, players could see that the place is like a piece of emerald jade, hence the name Emerald. Zhang rode on Whitey and began his search in the forest. But the island was shockingly big and vast, as large as the level 20 to level 30 maps. After exploring around for a long time, Zhang finally discovered a manor by the far north side of the island. The manor was extremely large, and right behind it was a large garden. The stone fort was 5 stories tall. Right by the entrance of the manor, there were 4 guards doing their jobs with dedication. The moment the guards detected the presence of Zhang, one of the guards went up front to Zhang and questioned him, "Who are you?" These 4 guards are level 70 NPCs, normal grade, but their names were in green, meaning that they were friendly towards all players. Zhang did a salute and said, "I am Zhan Yu, an adventurer from the White Jade Castle." "Adventurer, you said?" The 4 guards were looking at each other and one of them later said, "Since you are an adventurer, you must be available for hiring. Our lord's daughter has been missing for a few days now, and although our lord had sent many in search for her, none had managed to find her. If you can find our lord's daughter, he will handsomely reward you." Zhang was not given the opportunity to decline. One of the guards had already led Zhang with much enthusiasm into the manor, then into the castle, and then up to a study room on the 2nd floor. There was a sturdy man right behind a study table. He was large and tall, and he is a descendant of the 7 generals, Krishan. Krishan, Yellow Gold Leader, humanoid creature. Level, 78. HP, 7,800,000. Defense, 1,400. Dear adventurer, I believe that you have heard from my men that my daughter Meryl has gone missing. Young man, please do me a favor and bring me back my daughter. I will definitely pay you a great sum. Krishan informed. Ding. Krishan has given you a quest, the missing daughter, accept or decline? It seems that the only option was to accept the quest. Although players can forcefully attack and kill friendly NPCs, there won't be any experience points or loots from such acts. To be able to acquire rewards from NPCs with green names, players can only follow the script and instructions obediently in order to complete the quests. However, if there was a change due to the events of the quests, or a cinematic cutscene, the NPCs can then switch their names from green to yellow or red, and players can slay them to get rewards. Zhang accepted the quest and left the manor. He brought up the quest list before him to check if there were any instructions given on the quest he just received. The missing daughter, difficulty, B rank. Description: the beloved daughter of Krishan, Meryl has gone missing. You must find her as quick as possible. The wilderness is just too dangerous for a little girl. Tips: Meryl loves to travel over to the south of the island by the cliff called the Heaven's Wave to look at the sea. You might find some useful clues and trails to follow. Completion: find Meryl 0/1. Zhang immediately rode towards the south direction, going through a few dense forest growths before he arrived at the south side of the Emerald Island. This so-called Heaven's Wave was just about 10 meters high, and Zhang went on around the surrounding and discovered a vague glow on one side of the ground, so he approached it and took a closer look on the spot to find out that it was a pearl of a necklace. It seemed that the pearl had broken off a necklace. Ding! You found the broken necklace of Meryl. She must have gotten herself into some sort of accident. Please look around, there might be other clues around. Searching a little more closely around the vast area, Zhang found another pearl soon after. By searching around, locating one pearl at a time, he followed the trail of breadcrumbs. He picked up the pearls he found and followed the trail, leading him to an area of water. If he continued to go forward, he would be walking straight into the water already. In reality, people could have easily set this up, but you can always trust the cliché plotline of a game. Zhang jumped right into the lake and dove into the water. As he had the lungs of the mermaid, he could breathe underwater without having to worry about drowning in the water. After some searching around, he uncovered a cave entrance about 4 or 5 meters down under the water. Immediately he swam towards it and entered the cave. The cave was dark and deep, and Zhang swam for approximately 2 minutes before he saw a glimpse of light right above the surface of the water, before he swam up to the surface. Right before him was an island within an island, and a beach right before Zhang. There were crabs that were as large as cows creeping around the beach. Crab walking around, they clicked their mandibles and brandished their pincers menacingly. Giant pincer crab, elite, beast. Level, 75. HP, 75,000. Defense, 400. The moment when Zhang set foot onto the beach, a giant pincer crab nearby began to wave its large pincers around and charged towards him. Block! Shichichi the giant pincer crab began to spit bubbles out, as its 2 eyes swiveled around to look at Zhang, trying to crush him within its pincers. But you big crab! Just rest in peace by the beach. Zhang spun with his sword and ran right between the 2 pincers, causing burst of sparks. After exhausting the monster's health point down to 5% left, that giant pincer crab began to spread its legs in attempt to flee. Zhang immediately flipped onto Whitey and pursued, and in just a matter of seconds, he caught up with it and emptied out the remaining health points of the crab without much effort. But as the crab was running, they had attracted the aggro of 2 other giant pincer crabs, which gave chase. Zhang did not have the time to recover at the moment, so he simply turned around and met them with his blade. It was fortunate that the first monster only managed to reduce his health points by less than 10,000 points, so he did not have to worry about not being able to handle the coming battle, not at all. But after a short while, the 2 giant pincer crabs were near death, and they began to flee like the first one, attracting the other giant pincer crabs in the surroundings. Before Zhang could break free from battle, he had to slay dozens of them, clearing up a whole plot of land. Having to fight so many monsters in a row, he had activated a few of his life-saving skills which had long cooldown periods. After slaying all the monsters pursuing him, Zhang immediately sat down on the beach and consumed snacks to recover his status. 20 seconds later, Zhang was fully recovered. These giant pincer crabs dropped clam shells, which can be opened up for other items such as clam meats. Of course, there was a certain low rate that players might get pearls from the clam shells. Pearls can be used to craft some special potions, and only can be obtained from opening a clam shell, so it can be categorized as a rare item. Zhang cleared the monsters that stood in his path, and along his way, he managed to pick up a total of 78 clam shells, but he only obtained 3 small pearls out of all the clam shells. After getting through the defense line of the beach, he arrived at a sea of reef rocks, and there were many monsters with lobster-like lower bodies and humanoid upper bodies. These monsters were holding long spears while patrolling around the area. Are these the legendary shrimp soldiers and crab generals 1? Zhang thought cynically. Red-tailed lobster man, elite, beast. Level, 76. HP, 76,000. Defense, 400. What else to do? Just slay them all. Fortunately, although these were just shrimp soldiers, the lobster monsters were far more combative than the giant pincer crabs. All of them stayed and fight to their deaths, none of them fled, none. However, there were so many of them that even a night of fighting did not clear the area. He could only log out of the game to train his physical body. It was his old habit, and old habits die hard. He jogged around the small housing area. Although February is still a cold month with cold weather that makes the air cold to breathe in, but Zhang was still wearing very little while jogging out. He only wore a sport t-shirt which prominently showed his sturdy and solid body. It was not clear how many lonely wives had set their thirsty eyes upon the sight of him running around. The women that live in the area can be mainly categorized into 2 types, the rich types and the mistress type. These mistresses are basically taken in by old men, so they certainly lack satisfaction in certain aspects. Seeing a sturdy and strong man like Zhang jogging around their neighborhood triggered their lust. After Zhang returned back to Han Shui's house, he recalled being irate by those hungry women and felt an intense shiver down his spine. If he had jogged a little slower, some of those hungry women might have already caught up to him. He had already encountered too many of those eyes in the bar during his previous life. Back inside the house, Zhang Yang saw Wei Yan'er wearing just a small t-shirt along with a small pair of thongs with a picture of a cute bear on the front. She was yawning while walking towards the bathroom. Although the boobies of this little girl were not fully developed yet, her two thighs were long and smooth, and her complexion was crystal clear. She somehow looked far better than most of the so-called beauty leg models. Zhang Yang felt a sense of shame and guilt, so he quickly turned away and said, "Little girl, there's a man in your house, please take care of your image." Although he would always take the opportunity to run his eyes over a beauty, Wei Yan'er was already like a little sister to him, so just having the thought of it would make him guilty. Groot groot groot. Wei Yan'er was rinsing her mouth with water. She only spoke after a while, "Aren't you my brother-in-law? You won't be such an animal that you would eat us two sisters, right? When did I become your brother-in-law? Wah, noob tank, so now, are you denying it all after you have accepted the goods?" Wei Yan'er reached her head out from the bathroom. "Cousin sister already told me everything. That witch, unreliable witch. She said that she would keep the secret into her grave, but the moment she turned around, she already began to betray him." Zhang Yang let out a breath of sigh and put the soya drink and the deep-fried dough sticks onto the table. He was already used to eating these. He was totally not a fan of the American breakfast of fried eggs, sunny side up and toast. When he moved into Han Ningshue's house, he had also brought along his habit and supplies, so Han Ningshue and Wei Yan'er had picked it up from him after their first try on the soya drink and the deep-fried dough sticks. Nowadays, Zhang Yang would go out early to buy some breakfast from the shops 2 streets away. He just treated this as a regular morning jog every day. As Zhang Yang and Wei Yan'er was talking to each other, Han Ningshue also walked right in. She was also wearing a t-shirt and a pair of tight pants, which was much better compared to that little girl. However, the main point was that maybe she wasn't fully awake yet, or she was doing it on purpose. Her tatas were set free. Braless. The pair of 2 round spherical objects that she was so proud of were towering right in front of Zhang Yang's eyes, and the outline of the tips that seemed to be trying to drill their way out through the fabric poked out prominently, but PFF Zhang Yang choked and spurted the soya drink out from his mouth, and the choke got him good, causing him to cough continuously. It's not decent to seduce people like that. "Hey witch, please wear your bra, you're going to burn holes in your shirt." Zhang Yang spluttered. Han Ningshue straightened her back, throwing out her massive pair and smiled sweetly at Zhang Yang. "At least your eyes are getting moist, aren't they? They'll sag if you don't support them anytime soon." Shocked, she silently turned around and walked into her room. Wei Yan'er had also changed her clothes and sat steadily by Zhang Yang's side, and then she winked and whispered dramatically, "Noob tank, you really are doomed, she's going to eat you alive." Zhang Yang frowned with sweat running down all over his head. He had not even claimed full payment from Yuli yet, and now he has to face Han Ningshue. Meanwhile, Sun Xinu has been looking at him kinda funny. The thought came across that there was a 1% chance of him sleeping with her, but he suddenly calmed himself down. The percentage of sleeping with her is obviously so much lower than the chance that he would end up with a bullet in his head. As for Linyu, he did not pay much mind on her. He had enough women on his mind, he did not need to find trouble for no reason. Well, never mind, the cart will find its way around the hill when it gets there too, he need not pay so much mind on it now. Zhang Yang logged into the game and continued slaughtering those poor lobster men until 6 in the evening, and finally, he managed to clear a path to the ancient ruins of a palace. This ancient palace had been destroyed, and all that was left were the broken walls of the palace. Zhang Yang could see a huge statue made of stone being placed right in the middle of the entire area. The statue took the form of male mermaid, having a macho upper body, muscular and hot, like pop star icons, holding a trident in both of his hands, while the lower body was a fish's body, but it was blocked by some of the broken walls around, so Zhang Yang could not see the entire lower body of the statue. Zhang Yang took out his dark enigmatic sword and charged towards the statue on Whitey. Shove. The moment he set foot into the area of the palace, an arrow came straight at him. Ranged attack cannot be countered with block, so the arrow inflicted a damage of -1371 onto Zhang Yang. At the same instant, the attacker that shot the arrow at Zhang Yang walked out into the light. It was a female Naga, with a human upper body and a snake's body as her lower body part. She looked just like the elves, and her face tattooed with their clan markings. She held a long bow in her arm, and she was loading up another arrow, ready to shoot. Screeching Siren, Elite, Humanoid Creature. Level, 77. HP, 77,000. Defense, 400. Having no time at all to hesitate, Zhang Yang immediately patted Whitey and ran behind cover. The screeching siren let out a deafening screech, sending a cone of wave-like patterned attack at Zhang Yang. 1342. That attack did a number of damage on Zhang Yang, and at the same instant, it pushed Zhang Yang 5 meters backward. Screeching Siren took that moment of advantage to reposition herself and let her arrow fly, and it did another 1,000 plus damage onto Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang brought up the battle logs to find that this monster was capable of using Sonic Screech, which inflicts 1 round of damage to the target and pushes the target 5 meters backward. Whitey immediately charged back up and Zhang Yang instantly countered the upcoming attacks from the monster. It was fortunate for Zhang Yang that the rate of Sonic Screech used by the screeching siren was that high, and the damage inflicted by hunter-type monsters will reduce when players get within melee range. In a nutshell, this screeching siren is almost similar to the DPS of a red-tailed lobster man. After taking out the screeching siren, Zhang Yang continued to push forward. But the next monsters that appeared right before Zhang Yang was a male Naga, holding a long spear in both hands, and it was obvious that this monster is a warrior-type monster. 1. Shrimp soldiers and crab generals, numerous underlings, ineffective troops. 2. The cart will find its way round the hill. When it gets there, things will eventually sort themselves out. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 336, Mermaids. Chapter 336, Mermaids. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Screeching Naga Warrior, Elite, Humanoid Creature. Level, 77. HP, 77,000. Defense, 400. Its attributes were similar to the Screeching Siren, and it was also capable of using Sonic Screech. However, it was a warrior-type monster that can perform both ranged attacks and melee attacks, unlike the Screeching Siren that was poor in melee combat. This instantly gave Zhang Yang a small headache. But he took care of it swiftly. Along the way, approaching slowly towards the center of the palace, any Naga monsters that appeared within Zhang Yang's sight were all put down to the ground by his sword. Normally, humanoid monsters dropped clothing ingredients, but Nagas were categorized as abnormal types. Instead of dropping clothes, they dropped clamshells, and Zhang Yang acquired quite a number of pearls from all the clamshells that he collected. Half an hour later, he finally arrived at the front of the statue that is located in the middle of the palace. He finally got a good look at it. At the bottom of the statue was a large, round fountain. Although the palace was already abandoned for a very long time, the fountain was still functioning, the sound of water giving a soothing effect. Splash! A girl came out from the water in the fountain, silky long hair and black that censored her otherwise naked snow-white body. Her skin was like the finest jade ever, smooth and fine. Only 2 pieces of shell covered up her boobies like a bra, protecting the pair of significant existence that stood round and tall on her chest. Meryl, normal, humanoid creature. Level, 70. HP, 7,000. Defense, 70. She leaned by the base pool of the fountain, resting her face on her arm as if she was thinking of something. There were also many female Nagas roaming around the surrounding of that fountain, and they seemed to be guarding the place. It was most probably that they were trying to prevent Meryl from running off, because every one of the monsters looked sharp and vigilant, trying to look out for any suspicious activities around. To save Meryl, Zhang Yang knew that he had to slay all the monsters in the surrounding. Zhang Yang patted on Whitey's head and charged onward to engage with those weaker monsters around. Because the skill, Sonic Screech, that these monsters had dragged out battles longer than they should have been, Zhang Yang could not efficiently slay the monsters, and so, it took him about an hour to clear all the monsters. If he only opened up a path straight to the fountain without taking out all the monsters, he would definitely be swarmed up by the monsters when he is rescuing the NPC. By then, it would have become 1 against 100. Zhang Yang is skillful, but he knew he wasn't capable of going against a bunch of level 70 plus monsters at the same instance. Unless he had a full armor set of level 80 violet platinum grade equipment, he could cut corners. In his previous life, Zhang Yang had experienced a few similar situations, and he had ran in blindly, without thinking about the consequences. With the experience of a veteran, he knew that he had to do this the hard way. Slash! Clearing up the surrounding of the fountain, Zhang Yang struck down the last Naga with his sword, and the monster dropped a piece of black steel grade boots. He could not help himself but to be shocked by it, a black steel equipment. It's been so long ever since he saw one. After clearing all the monsters around the area, he could finally move on to rescuing the NPC. Zhang Yang approached the fountain on Whitey, and saw that Meryl was resting by the pool of the fountain. But then, she was awoken by the heavy footsteps of Whitey, and with a face of confused expression, she raised her head up and looked around with her sharp eyes. The moment she saw Zhang Yang and Whitey, Meryl began to panic, and instantly, she opened up her mouth and began to scream on a supersonic frequency, ah. Fortunately, the monsters in the surrounding had been cleared out by Zhang Yang. It was a wise move indeed. Her scream would have attracted all the monsters towards them. Zhang Yang quickly tried to calm her down. Don't be scared, I'm not a bad person. I've been sent by your father to rescue you. Meryl only glanced at Zhang Yang as she continued to scream at a deafening frequency. Should he just pick this little girl up and run all the way back? Zhang Yang took a few steps forward, and Meryl quickly she swam to the middle of the fountain, terrified. Splash, dot. The large tail of a fish broke through the surface of the water, the scales of the tail pinkish in color, and the fish body was extremely beautiful. It was like anything he had ever seen. Zhang Yang was left with his eyes and mouth open wide, because the fish tail is attached to the upper body of Meryl. Meryl had finally exposed her true form in front of Zhang Yang, with her upper body being a very pretty human girl, while her lower body was the pinkish body of a fish. A mermaid. Meryl was actually a beautiful mermaid. Zhang Yang was confused by the situation. So what kind of transformation is this? What a twist! Meryl stared at Zhang Yang in alarm, then she began to ask, "Who are you?" "The guards, there should be guards outside. What did you do to them?" "Is Meryl really the daughter of that Christian?" "Well, Meryl is a mermaid. She would be kin to those Nagas, lobstermen, and the other creatures of the sea. And of course, Meryl might be a half-blooded mermaid or human or whatsoever, because her mother might have been a mermaid as well, with her father was a human. I'm Zhan Yu, an adventurer from the White Jade Castle. When I came across the Emerald Island, I was recruited by your father Christian to locate you on purpose." Zhang Yang explained to Meryl. As for the Naga guards outside, he did not mention them at all. It was obvious that Meryl is related to these sea creatures. To inform her that he slaughtered them all. It's better to bring that secret to his grave. Meryl looked at Zhang Yang, and then she closed both of her eyes and shook her head gently, and said, "I can feel that what you are telling me is true. But Zhan Yu, I don't want to go back to that so-called home anymore, please take your leave, dot." If he couldn't bring Meryl back to Christian, then Zhang Yang will never be able to complete his quest, and he will never get his hands on the third piece of the shattered fragment of the key. So Zhang Yang tried to get a better understanding of the situation first. "Milady Meryl, can you tell me why wouldn't you agree to go home?" Meryl hesitated for a moment before she began to talk. "Alright, you seem like an upright person, so allow me to tell you a story." She swam back to the side of the pool, pushed her hands against the side of the pool and leaned against the side of the pool. Then she rested her pretty chin on her arm as she slapped the water with her pinkish tail by the side of the pool, which was constructed with white jade stones. "My mother, Sania, was a princess of the merfolk's race, and she was the most beautiful woman among all mermaids in the entire race. 17 years ago, as she swam up to the surface of a lake while a storm hit by, she was washed away by the wind and waves to a shore of an island, close to death. At that time, Christian appeared and he saved my mother. Wasn't this a fairy tale story where the prince rescued a mermaid princess, making a touching story that made people sing and cry over it? The only difference was that Christian is not a prince." The water droplets on Meryl's body began to dry up. As Zhang Yang stared, that pinkish fishtail of hers began to transform into two long snow-white legs. Of course, the important part was covered up with a seashell. She knelt down on the side of the pool and hugged her knees, then she continued to tell the story. "There is a rule for every single one of the merfolks. If any of us is saved by human, we must fulfill one request of the human who save us. What Christian requested was to take my mother as his wife. However, my mother had already fallen in love with someone else, and she had already pregnant with me in her womb. So now the story is twisted from a prince being not a prince in the story, and now being a bad person who tried to take away other people's wife to be. My mother begged Christian to pick another request, but Christian would not listen. We had to keep the oaths and promises we swore, so my mother had no choice but to marry Christian." Meryl spoke out with a heavy sense of sorrow. So now Christian became the big bad boss all of a sudden. From the looks of it, to acquire the fragment of the key, Zhang Yang need not complete the quest that was given by Christian. All he had to do was to wait for Christian to turn into an enemy against him and just slaughter him to get that fragment of the key. Zhan Yu, can you tell me, is it right or wrong to uphold one's oath? My mother insisted on upholding her oath, and she ended up living her remaining life in sorrow, washing her cheeks with her own tears every day, and she passed away at an early age, just like that." Meryl looked at Zhang Yang with her moist, pretty pair of eyes. Zhang Yang gave some thoughts about it and said, "It depends on what kind of person are you holding your oath on for. If the person is decent, of course you must uphold your oath for that person. But if the person is bad, upholding the oath would only mean hurting yourself." Meryl pulled Zhang Yang's arm over and begged, "So, please don't take me back to that place. Christian is not my father, but the murderer of my mother. He kept my mother locked in the manor and never let her venture out, because he was worried that my mother would escape. After my mother passed away, his intentions were made clear. He wanted to make me his wife instead. I could only escape during the night and I managed to reach the merfolk's race and begged them to look for my real father to take me back." So the truth had been told. But Zhang Yang still had an unsolved question in his mind, so he asked, "If you were willing to go with the merfolk's race, then why did you leave a trail back there with the fragments of your necklaces, the pearls for me to follow?" Meryl shook her head and said, "Those are not my doing, it should be one of the guards that were ordered by Krishan to follow me. He followed us all the way to the entrance of the cave. That was where he got caught by Gethalo and got imprisoned in a cell. But none of us had thought that he had actually left a trail that would lead you here. Just as Zhang Yang and Meryl were speaking, footsteps could be heard suddenly. It was Krishan and 5 other elite-grade guards walking into the scene. They immediately surrounded Zhang Yang. "Adventurer, good job. You have found my daughter for me. Take this is your handsome rewards." Krishan took out a bag of gold and threw it at Zhang Yang. "Now you may leave." Pack, the bag of gold reached Zhang Yang's hands. It was bulgy and there was probably hundreds of gold coins in it. Ding! You have completed a quest. The missing daughter acquired 1 million experience points. Warrior, please don't go. Meryl had lost herself the moment she saw Krishan, and she quickly sought aid from Zhang Yang in desperation. "Protect me until my real father arrives to get me." Wise, just adventurer, please, lend me your aid. Ding! Meryl has given you a quest. Buying time, accept or decline? Accept. Delaying time, difficulty, A rank. Description: buy enough time until the Prince of the Merfolks arrives to aid. Tips: one of the statues within the fountain contains a secret passage. There are numerous traps along the passage. They should provide advantageous effects to your quest. Completion: make sure that Meryl is not taken away within 30 minutes 0/1. Zhang Yang reread the quest again and again, and then he whispered to Meryl, "Meryl, quickly, go to one of the statues located at the center of the fountain and look for a secret passage." All right. Meryl followed his instructions and swam back into the fountain pool, leaving a line of waterline behind her. She swam to the center position of the fountain where the statues were located and began her search for the secret passage. Krishan was enraged, then he spoke, "Adventurer, are you trying to be funny with me?" Zhang Yang pulled out his dark enigmatic sword and pointed at Krishan. "You lowlife sadist, not only did you force another man's wife to marry you, driving her to death, now you actually intend to marry her daughter. Bastards like you shouldn't be left alive. Pooey. You bastard. How dare you curse me, the great Krishan? Kill him now." Krishan raised up his hand and gave the order, and the 5 elite-grade guards immediately charged at Zhang Yang. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 337, Buying Time. Chapter 337, Buying Time. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Krishan immediately turned from being a green-named NPC to a red-named boss monster. Meanwhile, he gained 2 extra effects on him. Twisted Heart, attack increased by 1000%, immune to all damage, last for 30 minutes. Arrogance, movement speed reduced by 50%, however, recover 10% movement speed for every guard dying in battle, last for 30 minutes. 30 minutes of invincibility, game-breaking attack, reduced movement speed. The main idea of the quest was clear: buying time. Let's not talk about Zhang Yang for the moment. The system is fair and will not allow any players to have the chance to slack while doing a quest, not even in a quest that requires hundreds or thousands of players to complete. No player shall be able to take advantage of any quests. Meanwhile, the 5 elite guards were granted an additional effect, Pursue, on each of them, having their movement speed increased by 100%, lasting for 30 minutes. Zhang Yang turned around and began to run. He ran around the fountain and began to play hide and seek with the 5 elite guards. The 5 monsters were the keys in keeping the restriction on Krishan's movement speed, so he should not even kill any single one of them. Or else, Krishan would regain his regular speed, destroy Zhang Yang. The 5 guards were pursuing Zhang Yang closely, while Krishan headed towards Meryl. Zhang Yang was shocked to see Krishan walking towards Meryl. Immediately he jumped into the fountain pool and began to swim towards Meryl as well. Found it, just when things were getting tense, Meryl suddenly found the switch and she shouted with excitement, "Ka! Ka! Ka!" The bottom of one statue suddenly cracked right open, and right in front of Meryl was a secret passage. The entrance of the passage was extremely small and tight. It seemed that only one person could go in. Go in! Zhang Yang cried frantically. This was one instance where his combat prowess would not be of any use at all. There's no water in the passage, I can't get in. Meryl looked at Zhang Yang hopelessly. A mermaid's tail will only transform into a pair of legs when there is no water at all, and the passage was completely dry. Zhang Yang had already swam to the side of Meryl, so he picked her up on his back and began to squeeze into the passage with her. You imbeciles, go get them back to me at once. Krishan roared at his guards. Yes, sir. Krishan. All 5 of the guards quickly squeezed themselves into the passage one after another, pursuing Zhang Yang and Meryl. Zhang Yang was carrying Meryl on his back while Whitey was following them from behind. The passage was not as dark as he expected, as there were numerous blue gemstones adorning the passage walls. Even in the dark, the slight glow from the gemstones gave Zhang Yang limited visibility. After walking forward for tens of meters, the passage began to widen. It was about 4 meters broad and 2 meters high at the moment, and it was enough for a person to sprint forward without hesitation or worries on crashing into the sides while running. The footsteps behind Zhang Yang's back could be heard very clearly, the boots of their heavy armor stepping on the solid ground of the passage, the grinding between the soles of their boots and the sands on the ground causing continuous sharp and clear crisps, echoing throughout the passage. As the echoes were getting more and more mixed up, it eventually got difficult to differentiate whether the sounds were coming from the front or the back. Zhang Yang turned his head around for a peek, and he saw the 5 guards holding torches, hundreds of meters behind them. As he was carrying Meryl, his movement speed was down to only 80%. He may not feel the weight, but his movement speed had definitely gone down. It was just a matter of time before those guards caught up on them. Zhang Yang was not too worried about the 5 guards, but he could not kill any of the guards or else the restriction on Christian's movement speed will be lifted and he really steamroll over him by then. Didn't the description of the quest mention that there were traps in the passage? About time they showed up now. Zhang Yang continued running forward while looking around for any possible clues. He ran for another tens of meters and finally, he saw a handle by the wall in front of him. Trap handle, item. Level, 1. HP, 1. Defense, 1. Zhang Yang had no time to hesitate, so he went up to the handle, reached his hands on the handle and pulled it down with his strength. Ka ka ka. A stone door smashed down onto the ground from the top of the passage with a loud bang, blocking the 5 guards just when they were about to catch up with them. Their fingers were almost reaching Meryl's hair before the door shut down for good. Defensive stone door, item. Level, 1. HP, 1 million. Defense, 1000. This door should be able to hold the 5 guards for a while here, but if Christian arrives, the stone door would go down when the big man starts punching it. As Zhang Yang was moving forward, he saw numerous suspicious glowing pupils approaching. As they got closer, Zhang Yang quickly realized that these actually belonged to huge gray rats, each of them the size of a cat. They were lurking in the dark with their shining, bloodthirsty pair of eyes, giving Zhang Yang a chill down his spine. Sewer rat, normal, beast. Level, 75. HP, 7,500. Defense, 70. Although they were just normal monsters, their numbers were huge. Zhang Yang saw the seemingly countless rats with his bare eyes and knew that he would not be able to take them all at once. Ah, rats! Meryl was instantly shocked and let out a scream, and she slapped on Zhang Yang's shoulder continuously as she tried to lift herself higher up on Zhang Yang. Of course I see them. Zhang Yang shouted in annoyance and he put Meryl down. Then he pulled out his sword and activated his blast wave. He could not enter combat as he was carrying a person on his back. Shove. A wave blasted out, and in the narrow passage, the blast wave washed up all the available areas within the passage, going out as far as a distance of 3 meters. The rats were huge in size, which are about 20 plus cm in length, and they were tightly packed together in the passage. Up to 1,000 rats could be within the space of the 3-meter area. Blast wave was only limited by distance and nothing else. Not the amount of targets, or if they were being blocked by others. Instantly, approximately thousands of -723 appeared at the same instant, and the special effect of the dark enigmatic sword was triggered. Furthermore, the special effect of the sword was triggered as rapidly as the firing of a machine gun. -723. -723. -723. Zhang Yang was blinded by the damage values that were appearing in front of him. He could only see countless -723 bombarding his view sight on the screen. If this scenario happened in an older online game, the game could have crashed or players could have been disconnected due to technical errors. After at least 1 minute, the numbers finally stopped flashing up. Zhang Yang could only see a sea of dead rats in front of him, with a relatively small number of rats still alive. GGG. The remaining rats were letting out their raging screech and ganged up on Zhang Yang. As the cooldown of the blast wave had ended, Zhang Yang threw another blast wave at the remaining rats, and it was another spectacular scene where damage values danced in the screen. After the second wave attack, only dozens of rats survived. Zhang Yang laughed out loud and activated his horizontal sweep and thunderstrike onto the remaining rats, clearing out every single one of them. These rats did not drop anything. However, Zhang Yang looked at his experience bar. It actually increased by more than a grid. Holy God! One should know that after reaching level 70, a player would have to grind for at least 10 days to be able to gain 1 level, and 1 grid of the experience bar required 1 solid day in reality to fill up, which meant 3 days and 3 nights of game time of non-stop grinding. And now, Zhang Yang had just achieved all that in slightly over a minute. Are there any other methods that were better and faster than this? The special effect of the dark enigmatic sword was like a bug when it came to blasting enemies out in AoE style while grinding. The large number of rats were initially spawned at the spot to block players when the NPCs that were pursuing them were blocked by the stone door. If players could take out all the rats, then they can continue to move forward, but if the 5 guards broke the stone door before the players could defeat all of the rats, the quest would have likely ended up in failure. But no one had thought that the dark enigmatic sword would be so powerful, and the rats were also being very cooperative, squeezing themselves in a tight area of space. Furthermore, the blast wave was an AoE that inflicted damage across all targets within the area of its effect range. With all these 3 conditions together, a miracle where Zhang Yang acquired 10% experience points within 1 minute became real. It was so satisfying for Zhang Yang. So now, Zhang Yang could only hope for more similar traps ahead of them. The more, the better now. After turning his head back for a peek, he saw that the remaining health points of the defensive stone door was still at 920,000. Zhang Yang quickly widened his steps while running forward. After running for about 3 to 4 minutes, suddenly, Zhang Yang heard a loud and thunderous bang coming from behind, and the crowded sounds of footsteps began to continue again. Zhang Yang knew that it must be Krishan. He must have arrived at the stone door. Any obstacles would become a piece of thin paper apparently, when Krishan arrives. But Zhang Yang had already got himself at least a 3-minute gap. The second handle had appeared right in front of Zhang Yang. Pulling it down. Boom! The stone door dropped down and the path was blocked. It also had a similar 1 million health points and 1,000 defense points. GGG. Countless sewer rats were approaching from the front, gushing towards Zhang Yang. But in his eyes, these countless rats were oddly cute. Maybe it was because of the countless experience points. Blast wave. Another spectacular scenario presented itself, with the countless damage values jumping up and down on Zhang Yang's sight view on his screen. It was visible that Zhang Yang was gaining experience point in a very swift manner, and he gained another 12% of experience points on his experience point bar. Zhang Yang turned to Meryl, and he could not help but to think about losing her after delaying for 29 minutes and giving up on the quest, and then he could restart the quest all over again to take advantage of the experience points by repeating the same process all over again. But it did not seem possible, and it was not right to do so. Although Meryl was just a normal grade NPC at the moment, the quest description had stated that her father is the king of the merfolks, and her mother was a princess of the merfolks. She would most definitely be equipped with a sophisticated AI, which meant that she will definitely remember if you ever did something to provoke her. Meryl felt embarrassed after being looked upon by Zhang Yang with that weird look, so she spoke shyly, "Warrior, please don't look at me with that kind of eyes." Zhang Yang laughed while moving forward with her on his back, and at the same time, he began to speak nonsense. "You're so pretty that the sun stayed quiet with your presence." Meryl actually bought it, and her face turned red immediately as she blushed. His words was super effective on her. She then rubbed and pinched her face with her hands and shook around without a pause, as if she was very happy but shy at the same time. After the second trap, it was the third trap, then the fourth trap, then the fifth trap. The seventh trap. A stream of golden light shined upon the entire body of Zhang Yang, and he was elevated up to level 76 in a magnificent scene. He felt so satisfied. However, it was time for him to say goodbye to this fortune he was earning while running away with Meryl. Both of them saw a light source in front of them, and as they were approaching it, the light source was enlarged, and by the end of it, was the exit of the passage, apparently. Splash. Enormous waves were stirring up. Zhang Yang and Meryl came out onto a half-round platform with Whitey following them closely. On the platform, the 3 directions were the sides of the cliff around the platform while a lake loomed below them. Splash. 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 Countless snake eel monsters emerged from the surface of the lake and began to roam around in the lake. The number was shockingly enormous. Zhang Yang then turned to Meryl. "Meryl, I'm putting you into the lake. You can just wait in the lake until your father arrives. Then you will truly be safe." No, Meryl quickly responded and used her 2 long and white arms to hug Zhang Yang tightly by his neck. "Those snake eels are the worst enemies of the merfolks. They will definitely tear me into pieces if I go down into the lake now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 338, The King has arrived. Chapter 338, The King has arrived. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Zhang Yang took a look at the quest timer. Currently, 24 minutes had passed and there were only 6 minutes left before the King of the Merfolks arrives to get Meryl. Protect her to the end. Another 2 minutes passed, and the 5 guards had finally come out of the passage and stood right in front of Zhang Yang. They shouted, waving their weapons, and charged towards Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang flipped onto Whitey and let Meryl climb behind him where she hugged him tightly. After tightening his teeth, he gulped down a transmuted level 5 troll recovery potion, with the additional effect of having a 3% rate to recover 25% health points when hit by enemy. It was equal to recovering 0.75% of health points every time the enemy struck him. The health points of Zhang Yang after mounting onto Whitey is about 60,000 points. It would mean that he would recover 450 points every hit. Furthermore, with the additional effect of the troll recovery potion, he could probably hold on for a long time. After activating his blast wave, the 5 guards were all stunned. These henchmen were carrying the effect of pursue, so they could catch up with Zhang Yang and Meryl much sooner. Furthermore, they ensured that Krishan kept moving at a snail's pace, so Zhang Yang had to keep them alive. He could only use his status effect skills to restrict their movements. For seconds later, the 5 guards had recovered the stun effect and resumed their pursuit of Zhang Yang. They were like gazelles. Zhang Yang could not shake them off, even while mounted. In just a short while, the 5 guard had already caught up to him and were hacking at Whitey's plump rump. Zhang Yang could only turn Whitey around to face them all head-on. If he was alone, Zhang Yang could simply jump down from his bear mount and activate his heroic leap and thunderstrike to slow down the guards. But now that he had Meryl by his side, which appeared to be a burden to him, he could only use Whitey to shield her from being taken away while he was on the mount. Because if he jumped off Whitey, Whitey would switch from being a mount to a regular pet, and the paraplegic Meryl would end up lying on the floor helplessly. Zhang Yang defended himself from their attacks, constantly moving about to avoid taking more hits than necessary. He was buying time for this blast wave to cool down, in order to restrict their movements without hurting them too much. He was losing health points constantly, but he had used a transmuted troll recovery potion, which constantly fueled him with some health point recovery effect. He could last for a bit this way. Boom! 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 Dot. Heavy steps could be heard approaching the exit of the passage, and then came Krishan from the exit. He revealed a crazy smile on his face and said, "You are not getting away from me." Piak piak piak. Meryl was in a panic and she could not stop slapping Zhang Yang's shoulder and said, "Warrior, he has caught up with us. What should we do? What should we do?" Zhang Yang was getting annoyed by her repetitive questions, and he roared in anger, "If you won't calm down, I'm going to throw you straight to him." Meryl was shocked, and she dared not prod Zhang Yang anymore, so she fell completely silent. Zhang Yang kited the 5 guards around the platform in circles, while Krishan was like a big boss, following his minions closely. 2 minutes left. But the 5 guards were not weak in their assaults as well. Every single hit from them inflicted Zhang Yang with at least 1000 damage, and Zhang Yang had already activated his life-saving skills once. Now that his health bar had almost hit the bottom again, he could only activate his life-saving skill one more time. It was lucky that his life-saving skill had already cooled down. 1 minute left until the quest timer reaches its end. Suddenly, a stream of vertical white light emerged on the surface of the lake from afar, and a tall wave of about 2 to 3 meters high was vaguely visible from where Zhang Yang stood. The wave was rolling towards their location aggressively, as if it was intent on washing away everything that stood in its path. "Zhanyu, just hold on a little longer, my father is about to arrive." Meryl was screaming in joy and excitement. The tide of waves seemed familiar somehow. It looked similar to the one that had capsized his boat when he was arriving at the Emerald Island. Could it possibly be that king of merfolks? Was it all his doing? Father has no idea where mother is, so he had been searching for her all these years. Sometimes he would release his frustration by stirring up big waves. Meryl gave an explanation that makes sense. "These are the things I was told by Gethalo and the others. Quickly, kill that bastard." It seemed that Krishan could feel that something was off, so he quickly commanded his 5 guards to finish off Zhang Yang. 40,000. 30,000. The health points of Zhang Yang were decreasing without a pause. 30 seconds left. 20 seconds left. The high wave was approaching closer and closer by the second, and vaguely, Zhang Yang could see the shadow of a merman right on top of the wave. The merman held a golden trident in his hand, letting out thunderous roars to express his rage. Quickly! Quickly! Krishan could not move fast, so all he could do was to command his guards to do it for him. 20,000. 10,000. 5,000. 1,000. Shove. One of the guard threw his axe at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang had already used up all his life-saving skills, and he had been dodging their blows endlessly. But the 4th attack was so sudden and near, it seemed like he could not dodge it. The blade of the axe came closer and closer to his face. If this attack lands on his face, he will be a dead man. Ding! Just when everything seemed lost, a golden trident was hurled from afar, deflecting the axe right before it could land on Zhang Yang's face. The flashing of sparks was blinding. Kyang! The golden trident surged with incredible power. After deflecting the axe, it embedded itself deep into the surface of the rocks in the direction it was flying towards. A third of the trident was already buried in the solid rock. Zhang Yang had once again escaped death. He let out a breath of relief and turned his eyes to the quest timer. The quest timer had already reached midnight. Boom! The wave had arrived, and the waterspouts were splashing all over the platform, causing enormous thunderous sounds all around that shook the ears of everyone within range. The snake eels were like small little mudfishes, washed up by the huge impact of the wave. Their dead, white bellies lay motionless above the surface of the water. It was at that moment when the merman stepped on the water and leaped over to the ground on the platform. He waved his left hand and a white light surged through his body. Every single droplet of water on his fishtail was instantly dried up, and the tail transformed into a pair of macho legs. He stood right in front of Zhang Yang like an unmovable mountain. Gethalo, the king of merfolk's mythical, humanoid creature. Level? HP? Defense. Wow, a very important person, VIP, has arrived. The moment the timer of the quest reached its end, the two effects on Krishan had also disappeared automatically, and Krishan had regained his normal movement speed. Of course, his attack had also restored back to his default setting. He was no longer a ridiculous, unkillable being. He pulled out the sword that hung from his belt and said, "Human and merfolks have a peace treaty, and neither have broken them. That mermaid had made an oath with me. Are you trying to go against the oath you merfolks had sworn?" Gethalo raised his right arm and moved his arm towards the location of where the trident landed, and the trident emerged from the rock and flew right into his hand. He spun his trident around in a circle on top of his head and stirred up a strong wind around him. Then he pointed his trident at Krishan and spoke in a calm, commanding manner, "I'm here for my daughter." Father, it was him who imprisoned Mother. It was him who forced Mother to live in agony. It was him who pushed Mother to her death. Meryl pointed her finger at Krishan. Wow, from Gethalo to father in an instant. She really adapts fast. Because he's royalty? Zhang Yang thought to himself disapprovingly. Gethalo was staring straight right at Krishan with murderous eyes and said, "Human, you dared to imprison my fiancé. This crime must not go unpunished. You will pay, now." He forced Mother to marry him, all because he saved her. Meryl began to accuse Krishan of his crimes. Gethalo was enraged after hearing all about it, and he shouted, "You worthless piece of human, how dare you mistreat my Sania? Unforgivable. Unforgivable." Krishan laughed out loud and said, "So you are the man that Sania thought about every day. It was such an unfortunate event that she could not see you for one last time before she departed from this world. You bastard. Die." Gethalo was bristling with anger. He waved his trident around and charged at Krishan. "Ha, then I shall kill you, before I take your daughter for myself." Krishan was laughing madly while swinging his sword at Gethalo. He barked at the 5 guards, "Go get them, boys." The 5 guards immediately raised their weapons at Gethalo and charged forward. "Get lost." Gethalo let out a thunderous roar and spun his trident around. The swing was swift, and instantly, the 5 guards were inflicted with a damage of about 30,000 on each of them. Mythical bosses are indeed strong. 2 seconds later, Gethalo spun his trident once again and did another 30,000 damage to each of the guards. The elite guards only had about 70,000 health points on each of them. After 2 rounds of attack from the trident, they were only left with not more than 10,000 health points each. Zhang Yang flipped down from the back of Whitey, and then he placed Meryl at one corner. Now that Gethalo was at the scene, Meryl would definitely be safe. He used a bandage and recovered 16,000 health points, and then he flipped himself back up on the back of Whitey and charged towards the 5 guards. With a horizontal sweep, he inflicted 4,000 plus damage to each of the guards. It wasn't necessary at all, for they were one more swing away from death anyway. He was simply bored of just standing by and watching. As expected, Gethalo spun his trident around once again and put down all 5 of the guards on the ground for good. After taking out the trash, it was natural for Gethalo and Zhang Yang to turn their attention towards the big boss. However, Zhang Yang did not dare charge in front, as all his life-saving skills were still on cooldown period, and his health points were far from recovered. If he were to charge into Krishan now, he would just end up being smashed to death. Gethalo let out a long shout, and he stomped on the ground with an aura emerging from his feet before he charged over to Krishan. Shove! He stabbed his trident out in an attempt to pierce Krishan's chest. Of course, Krishan would not just stand there and do nothing about it. Immediately he raised his sword to counter the attack. The 2 leader-grade NPCs engaged in battle. Zhang Yang followed Gethalo from behind. He knew that he could not do much damage to the boss, but he could at least lend his aid to Gethalo by applying 5 layers of crippled defense to weaken the defense of the boss. It was definitely better than doing nothing at all. Furthermore, if the monster is slayed by the NPC all by himself, the player will get nothing at all. Although they were both leaders, a mythical grade creature was 2 grades above a yellow grade. Their levels were different as well, resulting in Christian being outclassed in every aspect. Gethalo was stabbing and slashing Christian with incredible speed and strength. Splashes of blood were oozing out from Christian's body in flower-blooming patterns as Christian was stabbed and slashed by Gethalo. The trident really did a great number on Christian. 90%, 80%, 70%. Although Christian had a large amount of health points, it was dropping at an alarming rate. Christian would activate his Tornado Cleave once in a short while, and very frequently too. He would activate the skill once in every 10 seconds. But Zhang Yang had block to counter the attack. As long he timed his block well enough, he would not have to receive any damage from the boss. Since that Gethalo was keeping the boss busy at the moment, all Zhang Yang had to do was to reserve his block for the boss's Tornado Cleave attack. 50%, 30%, 10%. Under the ridiculous onslaught from the mythical grade boss, Christian had no other choice but to die in tragedy. Chic. Gethalo pierced through Christian's chest with brute force, and then he pulled his trident back out from Christian's chest and gave another horizontal strike on Christian's chest, tearing flesh out from the already gaping wound. Fresh blood was oozing out from the cuts on the body. No Christian let out a pathetic cry while puking blood as he choked on his own blood. Then he collapsed onto the ground unwillingly and died. Pack, a silver-white piece of metal dropped from Christian's dead body. Other than that, the boss did not drop anything else. Zhang Yang reached out for the silver-white metal piece and picked it up, and immediately, he received a system notification. Ding! You have obtained an item, Key of the Void Fragment 2. Zhang Yang had no other choice, because during the final battle with the boss, Zhang Yang was just poking around like a small little bee. The outcome would be the same with or without him around. The system was already very generous for giving him the fragment of the key he was looking for. So now, he would just have to wait to see what kind of reward he would receive after completing this quest. Meryl and Gethalo had finally reunited. The scene of a daughter reuniting with her father was presented in front of Zhang Yang. Of course, they were exchanging their sweet nothings to each other as warm tears dripped down their cheeks. After a long while, Gethalo had finally turned his attention towards Zhang Yang, and he thanked Zhang Yang. Warrior, you have saved my daughter from harm, now I am in great debt with you. Ding! You have completed a quest, buying time, acquired 10 million experience points. Zhang Yang was touched by the moment when they had finally realized that he was still there, even after their most melodramatic reunion. He said, curbing the violent and assisting the weak is just my duty, nothing else. Gethalo nodded and said, the merfolks will forever be your friends. Farewell, my friend. Are they trying to toy with him? Zhang Yang was just pretending to be modest in front of them and they did not give him anything in return. It would still be reasonable if they didn't give him some legendary weapon, but at least they could have provided him something good. What kind of stingy quest is this? Only 1 fragment of the Key of the Void. It was still fortunate that the experience points earned from the quest was really abundant, which elevated Zhang Yang by 1 level. At least it was worth his time after all. Zhang Yu, the status of Meryl had been elevated by 3 grades after she had reunited with Gethalo. Now that she had become the princess of the merfolks, her grade had been elevated to Violet Platinum grade, and she had inherited all the spells of Gethalo as well. With just a gentle flick of her fishtail, all the water droplets on her tails were gone, and her tail transformed into a pair of long legs. She walked up to Zhang Yang and bowed to him, and then she thanked him. Thank you so much for everything you have done for me. Since he had already pretended to be modest, let's proceed with it. Zhang Yang smiled and said, Meryl, I shall miss you. Meryl instantly blushed and she smiled, her face was as red as a tomato. She took out a little turtle of the size of a palm out of nowhere and gave it to Zhang Yang. This is a present that my father gave to me. I have decided that you should have it instead. So whenever you see this little turtle, you will think of me. After that, she walked away with a crimson face and leaped into the water of the lake. Ding! You have acquired a new, battle mount, mythical turtle. Gethalo had a funny look as he witnessed his daughter handing the turtle over, and after staring at it for a while, he too, leaped into the lake. A few seconds later, the father and daughter appeared hundreds of meters away from the shore, riding a wave, leaving Zhang Yang behind. From afar, Zhang Yang could vaguely see the image of the princess of merfolks, Meryl, blushing in front of him. He could not help but smile, and then he brought up the attributes of the mythical turtle to have a look. Mythical turtle, Violet Platinum battle mount. Level, 0. HP, 50. Right in the middle of Zhang Yang's backpack, a lease of the mythical turtle automatically appeared and occupied one slot of the backpack. Lease of the mythical turtle, Violet Platinum Battle Mount. Use, summons or unleash a mythical turtle that can be mounted on into battle. Movement speed of the mythical turtle will be reduced by 90% when on land. However, underwater movement speed of the mythical turtle will increase by 300%, and you will be able to breathe underwater. If you die while mounting the mythical turtle, you can only summon the mythical turtle again 10 minutes after death. You can only summon one battle mount at a time. Summon time 2 seconds. Required level 30. Bound upon pickup. A Violet Platinum grade underwater battle mount. Awesome. No wonder Gethalo looked like he was having a constipation when Meryl handed the mythical turtle over to him. It was a priceless gift meant for his daughter after all. Zhang Yang could not help but smile like an idiot, because he just earned something very useful for future usage. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 339, Mythical Turtle. Chapter 339, Mythical Turtle. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Because the mythical turtle was current at level 0, it could only appear in the form of a small little pet. It was fortunate that this mythical turtle could be summoned out together with Whitey. Zhang Yang quickly tore a teleportation scroll and went back to the White Jade Castle, and he picked a spot where there was a large number of monsters and began to train the mythical turtle. It was fairly easy to level a pet up, in addition to the face that Zhang Yang was currently engaged with monsters that were level 70 and above, so the mythical turtle received an enormous amount of experience points. In just a short while, the little fellow had already leveled up to level 30, and was immediately upgraded to Battle Mount status. With Whitey as the higher level Battle Mount, the mythical turtle was automatically unsummoned back into the backpack. So when Zhang Yang attempted to summon the mythical turtle out, Whitey was replaced by the presence of the mythical turtle and was banished into the backpack instead. Level 30 mythical turtle had already grown larger than the size of a mature turtle, with a thick and solid turtle shell just like a millstone, covered with blocks of mysterious patterns of lines. It looked very mystical. Mythical turtle, Violet Platinum Battle Mount. Level 30. HP 18,930 with Vitality Aura. Focus points 100/100. Defense 1,140. Attack 2,890 to 3,290. Attack interval 3 seconds. Damage per second 1,030. Skill 1 Shared Life Passive. Combine the health points of the owner and the pet together. Skill 2 Turtle Shell Defense. Reduce damage received by 90% for the owner and itself. Last for 10 seconds. Consumption 20 focus points. Cooldown 10 minutes. Zhang Yang was very satisfied. This meant that he had acquired another life-saving skill, but a Violet Platinum Battle Mount is really powerful. Compared to his current Battle Mount, a level 75 Yellow Gold which only had a total of 19,800 health points, and an attack range from 4,212 to 4,612, the turtle definitely did not lose out. Of course, the Goldered Bear King had also learned a skill, Iron Build, increasing 30% of the health point cap, and with the addition of the 16% increase from Vitality Aura, its attributes still surpassed the turtle. However, the movement speed of this mythical turtle was a huge minus. It was slow. It would take half a day just to move a few steps. The kind of leisurely momentum the turtle had would really give hot-headed people brain cancer. It was fortunate that Zhang Yang had the skill, Pet Taming, so he need not necessarily mount himself onto his battle mount. He can just let the mythical turtle take its own sweet time crawling slowly at the side while he went on to kite the monsters over to the mythical turtle, and let it begin its killing streak. In the following days, Zhang Yang spent most of his time and efforts on leveling up mythical turtle. He was now halted by his level when it came to getting the next piece, Dimensional Key Fragment 4. He had nothing better to do at the moment. Furthermore, the 7 fragments of Dimensional Key had to be together for them to function. So even if he really acquired the 3 pieces of fragment within the level 80 dungeon map, he would still have to get the final piece in the map of level 90 dungeon. But his current objective was to level up as much as possible. On the 5th of February, Zhang Yan and his Silky Soft team had took part in another match of the Professional League Championship. This time, their opponent were the Angel Wings who they had engaged before during the Soaring Sword competition, and they had named themselves as the Tengfei Technology Team for the current competition. This time, the match was a devastating blow to the opposition party. Zhang Yang's party won the match by scoring a 5 o'clock, and they had accumulated 2 more points, placing themselves ahead of other parties with a total tally of 8 points. And on the next day, Fatty Han and his Huatian team managed to proceed into their second match of the competition, and they scored 5-4, narrowly keeping a positive revenue of points. But on the 10th of February, Zhang Yan and his Silky Soft party once again scored 5-1 and secured their victory over the Millennium Team of the Glory, solidifying their first place on the list of points accumulated. On 13th of February, Zhang Yang had not only leveled up his mythical turtle to level 75, he had also managed to level up himself to level 77. Mythical Turtle, Violet Platinum Battle Mount. Level, 75. HP, 38,280, with Vitality Aura. Defense, 2,100. Attack, 6,271 to 7,071, Attack Interval, 3 seconds, DPS, 2,224. Those attribute points had left Zhang Yang speechless and drooling at the same time. It totally left Zhang Yang's own defense and health points behind. Compared to the regular attack, 2038 to 2238 of Zhang Yang, the attack of the mythical turtle was much more intimidating and terrifying. If its attack interval can be shortened down any further, it would become a nightmare. By reaching level 50, the mythical turtle had also learned a new skill. Tier inflicts 120% physical damage to target. Consumption, 50 focus points. If the mythical turtle was not so slow on land, Zhang Yang would definitely use the pet skill engravement scroll to cut the icy build and iron build from Whitey and transfer the two skills over to mythical turtle without any hesitation. Unfortunately, he would have to use the pet skill engravement scroll when he obtains a stronger battle mount or pet. This year, the 14th of February was a little special. It was not just a regular Valentine's Day but also China's most celebrated traditional festival, Chinese New Year. As Hanning Shui and Wei Yan had basically cut ties with their relatives, they had no one else to celebrate a reunion dinner with. On the other hand, Zhang Yang had been alone for more than 10 years, so when three of them were coincidentally gathered together, they decided to make themselves a reunion dinner. Unexpectedly, Sun Xianyu did not travel back to her hometown to celebrate Chinese New Year with her family. One thing was for sure, Zhang Yang knew that she is not from Jiusu City. So, on the 14th of February, with Valentine's Day and Chinese New Year stacked together on the same day, all four of them were seated around a table, having their dinner together. Zhang Yang managed to cook a few dishes and placed them on the table, and the four of them had some red wine as they had some light conversation. As they had been through a lot of bad experiences year after year, they seemed to have forgotten their hardships for the moment, as they spent the entire night together. That night, they did not log into the game, but stayed up playing some board games till 5 a.m., before they retired to their rooms, yawning. Of course, they wore their game helmet and logged into the game, as they could play in their sleep. The moment they logged into the game, they received waves of wishes from the players in the entire server. It was a merry atmosphere. As Chinese New Year had arrived, everyone was filled with joy. However, Hanning Shui and Wei Yan remained down, even if they momentarily forgot their troubles in the heat of the celebration. The deficit of the Silky Soft holding was far worse than they could imagine. Although they had sold a number of companies and parts of their holdings, they still could not cover up all of the holes that had cropped up from the damage caused by the internal sabotage. Silky Soft still had most of its integrity up in view of the public, but banks simply refused to offer them any loans, having had their reputation tarnished to that extent. They might have to wrap up at that rate. Hanning Shui and Wei Yan racked their brains until they gazed upon a bypassing Zhang Yang. Perhaps he could stabilize their situation after all. It was safe to say that Zhang Yang had nothing but money. The little merchandise shop, the territory, and now a mining cave. The total earnings from managing all these had given him a total of 700 millions in earning. Zhang Yang, being the free-spirited, simple man, was never aware of his own exact net worth, but only knew that he had money. When he did check on it, however, he had to pinch his face to make sure that it was not a dream, and that his eyes were not playing tricks on him. But Silky Soft Holdings could be said to be a centipede, because an idiom says that a centipede dies but never falls down one. As long as the company survives the hardships, then it could definitely rise back up from the ashes and reborn. Zhang Yang had always had high hopes on Silky Soft Holdings, and since his money was idly resting in his bank account, why shouldn't he take it out and put it to use? He had a territory, and his little merchandise, and also other ways to earn money, so he would always have a stable income. However, his money was not enough to revive the company just yet, because there was still a deficit of 300 million in cash. Now that Zhang Yang recalled, there was a person called Li Ru, and the woman is a rich person. However, he had never thought that Li Ru would immediately agree to help right after she heard about Zhang Yang's request. It left Zhang Yang with mixed feelings, and he was definitely shocked by her instant decision. If he was being untruthful, Li Ru would have been cheated a total of 300 millions. How would she be willing to risk parting with such a sum? Li Ru's company could not give 300 millions directly to Silky Soft Holdings, but she had loaned the money from the bank and succeeded on getting 300 million for Silky Soft Holdings. On the 19th of February, Silky Soft Holdings had released a new announcement on the news report, announcing the two new shareholders. Zhang occupied 21% of the shares while Li Ru occupied 10% of the shares, putting in a successful investment of 1 billion, solving all the problems that Silky Soft Holdings was facing. Haning Shui and Wei Yan Air had finally gotten rid of their problems, but Zhang had gained tons of new problems. Because, under the recommendation and support of the two pretty ladies, Zhang was forced to take up the position of a CEO in the company. He frowned with sweat all over his head and said, "I don't know anything about economy or finance, let alone on how to be a CEO." Haning Shui threw a flirtatious wink at him and smiled. "It's very simple to be a CEO, you just have to know how to sign. Pick up a pen, and write your name down. Like what the wise men say, the secretary will handle things for you, and if there's nothing to handle, then you just handle the secretary. A most favorable position for men like you." Zhang flipped his eyeballs backward and said, "What do you mean, men like me? If it's so simple, why don't one of go be CEO? Little Snow needs to go to school, and as for me, my purpose is to spend money, not earn them," Haning Shui stated. Although Zhang was still trying to reject the arrangement, it was 3 against 1 in favor of Zhang becoming CEO. And that was it. Zhang found himself as CEO of Silky Soft Holdings. He had been played by the devilish ladies. On the 20th of February, Zhang was officially the CEO of the Silky Soft Holdings. Donning a suit, complete with a tie, Zhang walked right into the company with an appearance of a human but the mannerisms of a goofy dog. Whether he was in the elevator or on his way to his office, every employee was greeting him by Mr. Zhang, making him very uneasy. Alright, a man should make a good carer sooner or later, and countless people in this world would be envious of the position he is in right now. Zhang comforted himself and continued to walk towards his new office. After entering the office of CEO, he shut the door tight and took out his game helmet, and he began to play the game from there. As he was so near to reaching level 78 currently, he went on to grind for experience points for the entire day, and through his efforts, he was elevated up to level 78 by the end of the day. On the 24th of February, the S-rank and A-rank matches of the Professional League Championship that were postponed due to the celebration of Chinese New Year were finally resumed. Meanwhile, the D-rank matches of the championship had not acquired a fixed schedule or battle chart for them to compete against each other yet. So if they wished to take part, they could just let the system decide their opponent based on their rate of victory to accumulate points and increase their rate of victory in the championship. Even during the Chinese New Year period, a number of teams had already met the criteria for accumulated points and the rate of victory, and succeeded to be eligible to take part in the C-rank championship. When B-rank championship matches begin, the Professional League Championship of the God's Miracle shall become a competition fully based on the fixed system. On the second day of Zhang joining the Silky Soft Holdings as the CEO, he received a call from Fatty Han saying that his old apartment was on fire last night, and everything in his apartment was lost. Fortunately, everyone in the same floor of the apartment was able to escape in time, and no one was killed during the incident. The cause on how the fire started still remained unknown. The police were still investigating the source of the fire. However, 2 suspects instantly came into Zhang mind. Number 1, naturally it would be Lu Wei. That fellow had already been humiliated by Zhang multiple times, and knowing his vengeful personality, he would most probably take his revenge whenever he see fit. Number 2, it might be the fish that got away last time during the Mr. Luo incident, Lu Shuyan. He had foiled her plans, and this was probably a warning from her. 1. A centipede dies but never falls down. Old institutions die hard. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 340, The Flying Dutchman. Chapter 340, The Flying Dutchman. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Zhang dwelled in his sea of thoughts. In the end, he felt that Lu Shuyan was the main suspect. If Lu Wei ever wanted to act, he would have already done so before he entered Silky Soft Holdings. Since it all happened after he had become the CEO, perhaps Lu Shuyan's prime reason in doing so was due to the hatred and the intention to seek revenge on Zhang. With that thought in mind, Zhang went back and shared his thoughts with everyone, which put everyone on edge, especially Haning Shui and Wei Yan Air. They asked Zhang to protect them even more. Fatty Han took the opportunity to talk to his own gang members. That guy knew everyone in the local community and had even had many underlings. With their help, Fatty Han could investigate the location of Lu Shuyan. Zhang had mentioned before that the people with Fatty Han were mostly street thugs. They are not police. They will not follow the legal procedures. They had their own protocols, which was to beat first and question later. Zhang felt no guilt in doing so, since the woman was never a good person. However, ever since Lu Shuyan had left the police station, no one had ever heard from her again. Fatty Han had been sending out his thugs to search for the woman, but to no avail. Not even a trace of her shadow could be found in the city. Even though Josu City was not a big place, it still had at least 6 million to 7 million doors to knock on and houses to ransack. And that was on the impression that Lu Shuyan was not hiding on purpose. If she did try to get off grid, it would only make things worse for Fatty Han to search for her. It would be like searching for a grain of sand in the middle of the beach. Imagine a venomous snake is hiding somewhere that you cannot see, and then imagine the possibility of getting bitten by it at any moment, and there was nothing you could do to prevent it. That sort of feeling is extremely uncomfortable. Zhang Yang, Fatty Han, Haning Shui, and Wei Yenair had spent some time to discuss about the matter. They even considered moving to another house. However, before they could reach to a final decision, the little brat had told Sun Xinu about their plans and had invited the unsuppressed wrath of the policewoman. On the other side of things, Zhang Yang had spent half of his time in the office as the CEO of Haning Shui's company, Silky Soft Holdings. Even though his job was indeed as easy as signing papers like what Haning Shui had said, to give the work to a secretary, or to do the secretary when there is no work, Zhang Yang was not as sexually deprived as Fatty Han. It was true that his job was easy, but he was constantly being harassed by the secretaries. Zhang Yang could not help but feel that Wei Yenair's late father was a playboy among playboys. He had actually hired 6 sexy, bootylicious, badahunkers secretaries. Zhang Yang had to use those kinds of adjective to describe them, because they were all Victoria's Secret level supermodels. What a perverted old man. After Zhang Yang had taken over the CEO position, all of the female secretaries had approached him. One by one, they had used their skills to seduce Zhang Yang. In broad daylight, they would wear overly short pencil skirts and sexy garter belts. Each time they entered Zhang Yang's room, they would drop something on the floor to make a move. They would make sure to moan obscenely to draw Zhang Yang's attention and bend down while sticking out their chest to display their deep cleavages. Either that, or they would bend over to let Zhang Yang see their butts. Zhang Yang could swear that some of them did not even have anything beneath their clothes. Still, being a man, and not a hypocrite, Zhang Yang took the liberty to enjoy the view. Whenever the girls came up to him and offered him a show to remember, Zhang Yang would just sit back and relax while the girls did their things. However, things had escalated to a point where the girls would deliver him a cup of coffee a few times a day. The unwanted coffee was one thing, the main problem was the fact that they would accidentally drop the coffee and spill some of it onto his shirt, giving them the excuses to make physical contact. Physical contact, meaning overly sexual rubbing and borderline molestation. There was even one time where one of the secretaries had spilled the coffee on Zhang Yang's pants. Without even acknowledging it, the girl had bent down, like a hungry wolf, and made her way down to his zippers, and was that close to greeting little Zhang Yang. That crossed the line for Zhang Yang, which led him to publicly have the secretary fired on the spot. With that, the rest of the female secretary were silently warned. Since then, their behavior had changed a 180 degree. From the slutty, sexy girls who would gladly hop on his cock at his command, to smart, casual, serious with work secretaries. They had even dressed decently for a change and were sure to hide every part of their body. Eventually, after a very short period of time, they had found out that Zhang Yang did enjoy the occasional display of affection, as long as it did not go over the line. After that, they reverted back to their revealing outfits and came back to being the secretaries who would moan as they bent over, displaying their fronts and their rears. The only thing that had changed in his office was that he had to get his own coffee. After work, Zhang Yang would come back to the game and continued his quest to search for the lost dimensional key fragments. Back at the Great Lake Vala, he had ignored all other quests and had only one focus in his mind. Originally, he did not plan to grind in this map since the entire place was practically water. Before a player could get their hands on a flying mount, their movement speed will be greatly affected. However, now that he had Mythical Turtle, things had turned out to be better. Since players had chosen to flock to the other 5 land-based training grounds, no one else was in Great Lake Vala, thus, Zhang Yang was able to grind to his heart's content, without anyone disturbing him. Zhang Yang arrived at the lakeside and summoned the mythical turtle to his side. The gold-eared bear king morphed into an orb of golden light and shot back into his inventory. Zhang Yang hopped onto the turtle's back and commanded it to move towards the lake. The problem with turtle was its moving speed. It moved at an incredibly slow speed to the water, lumbering on its flippers. Seeing that he was literally moving at a snail pace, Zhang Yang remembered a joke. A snail had fallen sick and had asked a turtle to buy some medicine from the pharmacy on the opposite road. After 2 hours of long waiting, the turtle had not returned. Puffing with anger, the snail had bellowed angrily and said, "What is taking that turtle so long?" Just as the snail had done letting out his frustration, the voice of the turtle could be heard from the outside the door. "Complain again and you'll walk over there yourself." Zhang Yang chuckled by himself. Just when the turtle had touched the surface of the water, there was an immediately change in speed. Like a train, the turtle suddenly sped up and he found himself practically flying in the water. Humph. Good speed. The movement speed of the mythical turtle was so fast that it trumped the movement speed of the white bear. Furthermore, as expected of a violet platinum tier mount, after diving into the water, a huge air bubble formed around the turtle's back and protected Zhang from the water. The main purpose of him being deep in the water, other than to grind, was to search for the water-specific herb called devil's algae. This herb could only be found around or in an underwater environment. Any small river or pond would have it, albeit an incredibly low spawn rate. Still, the sheer size of this massive lake accounted for that scarcity. Zhang wanted to collect the devil's algae to craft level 4 strength potion. As the herb was currently not available in the market, he had to harvest them on his own. Ding. You have used collect on devil's algae. Ding. You have obtained devil's algae X3. It was a pity. His herbalism has reached to the level of specialist. Collecting herbs in level 90 maps or lower would not increase the profession's mastery level. The herb, devil's algae, was not especially rare, thus the monsters around the herbs were not too strong. It was just a normal tiered monster, marching crab that required only 3 to 5 hits to kill. Zhang took his slow sweet time collecting herbs and killing monsters. In the blink of an eye, Zhang had already collected close to 1 stack of devil's algae. There was a sudden bleep in his mini-map. Zhang did not take notice of it, since it was probably just another indicator of a devil's algae. However, it did not take long before Zhang saw that something was wrong with it. The bleep was moving. Could it be that the devil's algae had gained consciousness and had decided to swim away? Zhang was extremely intrigued. He then patted the mythical turtle and swam towards the bleep. With haste, the turtle arrived at the source of the blinking light. Zhang could not keep a straight face when he saw what was presented to him. It was a huge sailing, swimming ship. Zhang was close to 100 meters below sea level and the ship was fully submerged. The ship was at least 200 meters long. The sails of the ship was still intact and was guiding the massive and grand ship like a huge dragon, swimming majestically under the water. Hanging on top of a rotting old center mass of the ship was a flag with a human skull. Written on the lower side of the flag were the words, "The Flying Dutchman." On top of the ship were many types of wild moss and weeding, and a large portion of them were devil's algae. No wonder the bleeps in the minimap could move. Zhang was grateful for this lucky find. The ship was moving at an extremely slow speed, probably the same as the speed of the turtle when it was walking on land. The size made it look majestic, despite the moving speed. Zhang swam alongside ship to have a good look at it. After thinking thoroughly, Zhang had realized that the name Flying Dutchman was the name of the legendary ghost ship. According to the folklore, the ship once belonged to a group of infamous pirates. They had robbed and plundered a number of treasure. On one fateful day, during one of their usual robbing routine, they had encountered a powerful magician. Even though the pirates managed to kill the magician, they had been cursed by him. As a result, no one heard from them for long. Many had spread the word that the crew members had perished with the ship. In truth, the ship was not destroyed. It merely had been turned into a submarine. That was why no one ever heard from them. From a distance, Zhang noticed that there were a few skeletons patrolling on the ship. Some of them were cleaning, while some were standing on the observatory platform, looking into the telescope. It appeared that none of them had realized that they had already died, and had continued moving and behaving as if they were alive. Just then, Zhang realized something. Pirates robbed others of their wealth. Now that they had sunk into the water, there should be treasure on the ship. Greatly motivated, Zhang patted the turtle and swam towards the ship like a torpedo. This is a chance that should not be missed. The Flying Dutchman had an entire massive body of water to roam about. If he misses this chance, he could take another long month to search for it. Once the turtle was alongside of the ship, Zhang immediately dismounted and hopped onto the ship. 2 skeletal crew members noticed the intruder and immediately drew swords from their sides and growled at Zhang. Flying Dutchman crew member, Elite, Spectre. Level, 77. HP, 77,000. Defense, 400. -6, 284. The mythical turtle snapped its beak and dealt heavy damage on one of the skeletons. At the same time, Tear was activated, dealing another 7,620 damage to the same monster. In an instant, a total of 14,000 damage was dealt. This kind of damage can only be dealt by strong entities. As expected of the Violet Platinum mount. What a monster! Feeling extremely lucky to own the mount, Zhang Yang started his own attack on the incoming skeleton. 1-840. Even though Zhang Yang was supposed to be ultra strong, his attack was only a pea shooter compared to the attack of his own pet. After a short skirmish, Zhang Yang had wasted close to 20,000 HP to kill both of the elite tier monster. Zhang Yang took a short amount of time to fully recover, using bandages. On board the ship were 10 and more skeletal monsters. Zhang Yang drew their attention with Spear of Obliteration and killed them one by one. After clearing every monster he could see, Zhang Yang tried to find his way into the ship's interior. The problem was that the cabin of the ship was sealed shut. If he wants to get inside, he would have to find another way in. Zhang Yang searched all over the ship's rear and gave up, after he could not find any entry points. He then mounted the turtle and swam towards the bow of the ship. Along the way, he had killed another 10 and more crew members before arriving to the ship's front. At the frontmost of the ship, there was a huge man, wearing the ship captain's hat, steering the ship. The man was shouting commands like, "Man the bridge," or "Raise the sail." Captain Mordor, Greysilver, Spectre. Level, 78. HP, 780,000. Defense, 800. The boss was obviously one tier higher than the normal monster. Having a perfect body with no decaying muscles, the only part that made it non-human were the glowing, emerald green flaming eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 341, Floating Clouds Guild. Chapter 341, Floating Clouds Guild. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Zhang Yang did not rush into the battle with the boss first. Instead, he spent some time to clear out the other monsters, using Spear of Obliteration and killing them one at a time. Zhang Yang was not stupid enough to rush into the herd and fight them all once like he usually does. These monsters were all elite tiered. If he rushes in crazily, he would probably be in trouble. With Mordor standing there, minding his own business, Zhang Yang successfully killed all the monsters without triggering the boss fight. It took him a brief 10 minutes before the boss was the only target left for Zhang Yang to kill. He was still, in fact, shouting commands, as if there were still crew members around to listen to him. Now that everything was ready, it was time for the boss. Zhang Yang patted the turtle and charged towards Mordor at an amazing speed. Land breather, cried Mordor as Zhang Yang entered his range. The boss shifted his hat to one side, drew his curved saber and bellowed. Lo and behold, mateys. 'Tis time to shed some blood. With no monsters around, Mordor's command was for naught. After a few seconds of unresponsiveness, Mordor turned around and frowned when he noticed there were no one around to assist him. Mordor leaped forward to slice at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang intercepted the attack without block and counterattacked immediately. Compared to Zhang Yang's sword attacks, the mythical turtle attacks were much higher than Zhang Yang, and were actually causing significant damage to Mordor. Curse ye! I'll slice off your hands and feet, fare me fishes, bellowed Mordor with rage as he swung his sword, cutting through the water and striking Zhang Yang's armor with such force that sparks started flying underwater. Zhang Yang laughed and provoked him more. You can try. You're be a small fighter. Ye dare to be spouting nonsense in presence of the great Mordor. I have scuttled more scallywags than ye have eaten hardtack. It seemed that Mordor had the mouth to keep up with witty chatterboxes like Zhang Yang, but out of the blue, the boss thrust his hands out. Right then, the muscles and skin on his hands immediately rotted away, leaving a clean, meatless bony hand, and touched Zhang Yang. Ding! You have received the effect of decaying touch. Defense has been decreased by 100 points. Lasts for 30 seconds. Soon after, a second strike came again, causing decaying touch to gain another stack, decreasing Zhang Yang's defense by 200. The problem with this skill was that unlike cripple defense, decaying touch could be stacked by more than 5 times. In just half a minute, Zhang Yang had completely lost all his defense. 572. The boss damage gradually increased as Zhang Yang's defense decreased. Each strike dealt at least 4,500 damage. His DPS was decreased to at least 1,500. AR. Ye be impressed. Now ye know how strong Mordor be. Mordor scoffed through his panting breath as he continued slicing at Zhang Yang with all his might. Witness the power of Mordor. Water Dragon Rush. Shoom. 2 tornado-like whirlpools were formed by the swing of the boss and headed towards Zhang Yang. Each whirlpool was the size of a regular human and was at least 3 meters long. Although Zhang Yang did not know what was the skill about, he knew it was not something that he should touch. Zhang Yang quickly maneuvered the turtle away to safety and attacked the boss from another angle. Since the whirlpool's movement speed were slow, Zhang Yang was not worried about it since they were fairly easy to avoid. Mordor continued trading blows with Zhang Yang and conjured 2 more whirlpools. Slowly, the numbers rose. All of the summoned whirlpool moved slowly, and were heading towards the boss's direction. Zhang Yang quickly moved away. Right now, he wanted to kite the boss away from the whirlpools. Although he succeeded in kiting the boss away to a safe location, the whirlpools followed. As if they were conscious, they followed the boss and headed towards Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang frowned, but it was not a huge problem for him. Zhang Yang then kited the boss all the way from the front of the ship to the rear. Luckily, the boss had only 780,000 HP. Since Zhang Yang and the turtle were combined, their DPS had reached to 6,000. He only needed 2 minutes or so to kill the boss off. Zhang Yang used 1 count of Shield Wall, Turtle Shell Defense, Berserker's Heal, a bottle of Level 4 Healing Potion, a bottle of Fountain of Life, and the set effect of the set equipment, to kill the boss without any hitch. Once Mordor was killed, Zhang Yang had lowered his guard and had recklessly got caught in the whirlpool. He was then sent spinning out of control for 10 seconds before he was able to escape the whirlpools. If he had been caught in them during the battle with the boss, it would have definitely spelled a certain doom for him. Zhang Yang realized his mistake and patted the turtle to speed towards the battle loots. Mordor's drops were fairly average. Zhang Yang picked up 3 counts of gray silver equipment and 7 green copper equipment. However, he was slightly lucky. One of the gray silver drop was the equipment fragment of the Fireglass necklace. These few days, Zhang Yang had amassed a total of 3 Fireglass necklace fragments. He had also obtained 1 fragment from the auction house. Right now, he had gained the final piece and was ready to forge the complete necklace. Now that he thought of it, he was almost level 80 before finally managing to forge a level 70 assembled equipment. No one could predict that a level 80 boss would directly drop a level 80 violet platinum or yellow gold necklace for him. If that was the case, this Fireglass necklace would be for naught. It could not be helped. Assembled weapons were mainly created to sort of compensate the extreme rarity of high-tiered weapons and equipment. If assembled equipment were easily obtained, it would completely throw the game off balance, and cause the mass majority of players to seek out assembled equipment instead of actual equipment. At this current rate, even players would have the same chance to obtain strong equipment without burning a hole in their pocket, or wait too long before they could obtain one. This balance was to allow a proper scale of power between lower-level players and higher-level players. Everything was set to be balanced. Zhang Yang kept all the battle loots and was heading to the internal cabin when he noticed something from afar. A group of 9 players were heading towards his direction. Zhang Yang was baffled. The map was extremely huge to begin with, allowing players to choose a variety of areas to grind their level. Since that was the case, the players heading towards Zhang Yang were not here to train. Furthermore, Zhang Yang was currently located deep within the lake. Like HP and MP, when a player dives into water, they will have a breathing gauge. Slowly and surely, the gauge will run out, and if the player did not resurface to catch a breath, they will be drowned alive. Only those who possess water mounts like Zhang Yang could dive deep into the lake to grind. Now that everything was established, the players did not possess any mounts and were swimming by themselves. Obviously, their main target was the ship. The Flying Dutchman. The ship was moving slower than a snail could crawl, but it was always constantly moving. Plus, it will always remain underwater. Without guidance from a certain quest, Zhang Yang truly believed that the players would never spend their free time swimming underwater just to search for this ship. Although the movement speed of the players underwater was slow, the ship was even slower. Without much effort, the 9 players had arrived the ship's rear. Now that they had arrived, Zhang Yang checked their profiles. Everyone had the same guild tag Floating Clouds. Based on their equipment set, he could distinguish that one of them was Guardian, 2 Hunters, 2 Thieves, and the 4 remaining players were Cloth Armor Wearers. All of them had the buff underwater breathing, most probably gained by consuming a potion. Among the 9 players, the highest leveled player there was the person named Wind Up 30 Feet. The lowest level player was Brandon Knights at level 70. Every one of them noticed Zhang Yang and started raised their guards. One of them, the Guardian named Snow Wolf. Lake, with the dots, one approached Zhang Yang and said politely, "Excuse my sir. Could you please shift your business here to someplace else? This ship belongs to the Floating Clouds Guild." It was a polite, civil request. However, beneath it, there was an intangible sense of unmeasurable pride and arrogance. Zhang Yang could deal with that. Even if the player was genuinely courteous, Zhang Yang had no intention of surrendering the place to them. In his previous life, he had picked up news that the Flying Dutchman's boss, Van der Waals, Dunkirk, would drop treasure maps. These maps will lead players to a treasure that rewards them with extremely rare and powerful equipment, or even skill books. However, there were limits. The fourth kill of Dunkirk would not drop any treasure maps. As per usual, the first kill would have the big drop. The treasure maps dropped would surely lead to the best of the best items. After all, they were pirates, and they did steal from the best. Still, they had limited lifespans and they could only steal so much in their lifetimes. It was not like the treasure they had amassed could provide for all players in this game. Zhang Yang could swear that the current boss right now has not yet been killed even once. That would mean the kill that he was about to execute would drop the jumbo loot. With a bonus, the treasure map that the boss will drop later will be the best of the best. That was why Zhang Yang would not surrender the ship to them, for a single, polite sentence. Especially when they were wearing the same expression that practically saying you should consider yourself lucky that we did not kill you on sight. Zhang Yang smiled lightly and revealed his own profile information. He was never a man who favored a fair fight. If his title would scare the 9 players away, it would be for the best since he would not want to be accused of being a bully or something. Zhan Yu, Crypt Slaughterer, Physician's Friend, Hero of Snow Sprite City, Warrior of Centaur, Hero of White Jade Castle, Level 78, Male Human, Guardian. The sudden, long title that appeared on his head had clearly scared and blinded the 9 players from floating clouds. He is Zhan Yu, the leader of the champions of the Soaring Swords competition. The MVP. The Guild Master of Lone Desert Smoke. The only guild in China that has 2 battle teams participating in S-Class Professional League. Everyone chanted their discovery, and some of them were clearly showing fear. There was a saying, people lived and left the world with their name. Zhang Yang was now the man greatly feared by almost everyone in the entirety of China. Snow Wolf. Lake, assumed to be the party leader of the group of 9, had looked at Zhang Yang and said, so what if he was Zhan Yu? He is just one man. And there are 9 of us. What are we afraid of? If we tuck our tails and run away, the name Floating Clouds will forever be tarnished. Right now, we are underwater. We are all slow. He is slow. We have so many ranged attackers. Surely we can kite him to death, said one hunter named Heartless Aqualuna. Wind Up 30 Feet nodded in agreement. If we kill him, it will be a massive boost to our guild's name. Also, when he won the Soaring Sword competition, he won 2 Violet Platinum equipment. Perhaps, we could get that off him. That would be a huge bonus, said everyone with a sudden glint of greed in their eyes. At the current stage of the game, Gray-Silver tier equipment were the bread and butter for all of the players around. Every piece of equipment could be sold for as cheaply as a few hundred gold coins to 1,000 gold coins based on their bonus attributes and effect. Weapons were usually expensive. Even though yellow gold were fairly common nowadays, those who were wearing yellow gold equipment were part of large guilds. Even then, only the higher officers of the guild had the privilege to put on yellow gold equipment. Obviously, Zhang Yang's little merchandise shop was a major provider of those equipment, and they were categorized to that of the prices of cars and houses. Yellow gold equipment that turned up in the open market were mostly forged by farming assembled equipment fragments which were hunted from Gray-Silver boss. Those were sold up to 10,000 to even 100,000 gold coins. Weapons, rings, and necklaces could go as far to even more than 100,000 gold coins. Violet Platinum equipment were literally priceless. You can never find them in the market. Across the entire China region, one sword stroke has won, while the rest of the Violet Platinum equipment were in possession of Lone Desert Smoke. If yellow gold equipment were worth so much in the first place, what would a Violet Platinum equipment go for? 1 million? Or more? Just like when yellow gold equipment has made its first debut to the market, the first Violet Platinum could fetch up to 1 million. There was a reason why greed was among the 7 deadly sins. Because of greed, these 9 members of Floating Clouds would willingly fight Zhang Yang, not knowing that he would basically massacre them all without a flinch. The intention to kill had already steeled in their will. Even if they lost, they will only lose a bit of experience points. They stood to gain a lot more from killing Zhang Yang. All of them started to breath raggedly. Zhang Yang only needed to read their expression to know what they were thinking of. Zhang Yang sighed heavily. If they want a bloodbath, so be it. He shall grant them a bloodbath. Shush. Wind Up 30 Feet shot the first arrow and started the attack. Ding. You've been attacked by the Snow Wolf Lake Party. You have 10 minutes to return fire. With the system giving Zhang Yang the green light, all members of Floating Clouds, present at the field, had their name tags turned red. Zhang Yang lightly hummed and the mythical turtle swam like a speeding bullet towards the cloth armor class players. Even though he was not sure which was the priest or the spellcaster, when the battle starts, the persons having a progress bar above their heads will display the spell names and he could easily differentiate which class was which. Everyone knew that Zhang Yang had the multi-target AoE skill, Horizontal Sweep. That was why when Wind Up 30 feet shot the first arrow, all of them had fanned out, not allowing Zhang Yang to catch them all at once. As expected of the mythical turtle, at such an amazing speed, Zhang Yang had arrived at the nearest spellcaster in just 2 to 3 seconds. How is he so fast? Everyone was baffled. Was he using some sort of hacking program? How could he possess such insane speed underwater? 6, 724. 8, 242. The mythical turtle attacked once and used Tear, and had dealt close to 15,000 damage in an instant. That spellcaster had only over than 13,000 HP. He was killed in such a speed that he was not able to use any evasive skill such as Ice Frame or Apparate. Everything that had just happened in a flash. Whack! Wham! Bam! All sort of attacks, spells, debuffs had landed on Zhang Yang. But at his current level of equipment, physical attack class equipped with grey silver equipment would be lucky to deal over 1,000 damage on Zhang Yang. On the other hand, spellcasters' attacks were strong. Their attacks could easily reach over 2,000, but after the barrage of attack, Zhang Yang only lost close to 10,000 HP. However, he was mounted on the mythical turtle, and with both of them sharing their HP bar, Zhang Yang had pushed his maximum HP to 85,900. With that amount of HP, he was technically far stronger than any elite tier monster around. That 10,000 damage that he had just received was nothing but a mosquito bite. Immediately, Zhang Yang consumed a bottle of mobility potion and eliminated the debuff from Blast Wave. Zhang Yang controlled the mythical turtle and flew towards the other surviving spellcaster. Zhang Yang's current target was not as stupid. He knew that the attack from the mythical turtle was ridiculously strong. In defense, that spellcaster activated Ice Frame without a second thought. 1. Snow Wolf Lake. Snow Wolf Lake, Chinese, is Hong Kong's first modern musical. The title combines the Chinese name of the two main characters. Wolf in the title refers to the main male protagonist, and Snow refers to the main female protagonist. The lake refers to a plot-related element. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 342, Crimson Gold Crab. Chapter 342, Crimson Gold Crab. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The mythical turtle mount, possessed by Zhang Yang, had given him the highest advantage in underwater battle. Whichever target Zhang Yang chose, the turtle would swim towards his target like a homing missile. On the other hand, the poor enemy could never surpass Zhang Yang's speed and could only use skills to evade and survive. Zhang Yang had the natural athletic ability that was able to move behind his opponent during a battle. That was proven during the fight in the battle arena. Now that he had the mythical turtle with him, he was able to chase after two of the thieves and one of the guardians, not giving them any single chance to attack him. Once the spellcaster had activated Ice Frame, Zhang Yang had pulled the reins and had headed towards the last spellcaster. They had a total of 3 spellcaster and 1 priest. When he had turned his target to the last spellcaster, he too had activated Ice Frame. Zhang Yang turned around and headed straight to the priest. Knowing his power, Brandonites drew in a deep breath, and opened his mouth, and activated Terror Shriek. Terror Shriek causes fear to all targets within 2 meters, making them to turn around in fear. Lasts for 5 seconds. Cooldown time, 1 minute. Zhang Yang responded quickly with Warrior's Will, and dispelled the effect on him. Brandonites was shocked and quickly cast a Holy Shield on himself. He knew that he would never beat Zhang Yang in a contest of speed. Since escape was not an option, might as well try to heal a little. 2, 726. 8, 073. 8, 874. The first attack was greatly diminished by the Holy Shield. Close to 4,000 damage was absorbed by Shield. However, the next attack, Tear, by Mythical Turtle and Zhang Yang's sure critical strike, Destructive Smash, had landed cleanly without any reduction in damage. With their combined attack, they had emptied Brandonite's 13,000 HP and had him immediately sent to the graveyard. 2 down, 7 more to go. The battle had only started for 5 seconds, and 2 members were already dead. The party had lost their composure. With the priest killed, and the other 2 spellcaster yet to come out of their ice frames. Seeing them acting in hysterics, Zhang Yang laughed and shot towards Wind Up 30 feet. Breaking shot. Pack. Zhang Yang was finally struck. The turtle stopped moving and Zhang Yang's character started to wander like a drunkard in the water. Make a move. Have him controlled, screamed Snow Wolf Lake in the party channel. Thieves! Get to them and have him stunned. Old fart, you first. Have him stunned for 10 seconds with ambush and kidney shot. Winter Melon. Take turns with the old fart, and we could at least stun Zhang you for 40 seconds. I don't believe that we can't kill that guy in 40 seconds. Smokey. Gunner. Get out of your ice frames and hit him. Believing that they may have the chance to defeat Zhang Yang, every surviving member of the party regained their confidence. However, planning to have Zhang Yang killed and actually doing so is a whole other world of difficulty. A player's movement speed was reduced during underwater movement. After they enter stealth mode, their movement speed will be further reduced. Their speed was so slow that you would be wondering if you were watching a slow mo video playback. Even though Zhang Yang was rendered immobile by breaking shot for 4 seconds, it was not enough for either thieves to reach Zhang Yang. Even if the other hunter, Heartless Aqua Luna, could lengthen the dazed duration by firing another breaking shot, it was not enough for them to reach Zhang Yang. During that time, no one dared to attack Zhang Yang. The effect, dazed, was just a temporary state of immobility that could be easily dispelled by applying the slightest damage to the target. All of them were waiting for the thieves to start their chain of stunning before they could attack for as long as 40 seconds. Zhang Yang grinned. With a sudden twist of his body, Zhang Yang rushed towards the spellcasters who were already out of their ice frames. Spellcaster were natural tank killers. Zhang Yang had to destroy the 2 targets as his first priority before the others. Apparate. Both of them blinked away and were able to move 10 meters away from Zhang Yang. However, even if they could evade the first charge, they could not do the same for the second rush. 10 meters of distance would only take the mythical turtle half a second to travel. Pack. 3 down. Zhang Yang could not help but feel extremely impressed with the mythical turtle during PvP. During traveling, the turtle would regain 50 focus points, and would ensure that every attack on the enemy could include 1 normal attack and 1 activation of tier. The accumulated attack damage would sum up to 15,000. Zhang Yang only needed to plant 1 more strike to kill most of all the non-tank player characters. Speed kill. All spellcaster had been killed without breaking a sweat. Now that his natural enemies had been dealt with, the rest should be an easy task. It took him less than a minute to completely wipe them all flat and send them to the graveyard. The 2 thieves gave him the easier kills. Since the beginning, they never had the chance to attack Zhang Yang. Instead, Zhang Yang had managed to catch their movements before they could enter stealth and had cast horizontal sweep, killing them both with a normal attack and tier. When the storm hits, there is nothing that you can do. After clearing the battlefield, 3 of the 9 players had dropped a total of 3 equipment. Zhang Yang helped himself and took them all. Zhang Yang had given them the warning signs, but greed had clouded their judgment and had caused them to pay the price. Everyone would have to take responsibility of their actions. Zhang Yang took his chance to enter the cabin. However, he did not rush into the hall. Instead, he waited on the inside. If the attackers revived and decide to leave, Zhang Yang would leave them in peace. But if they decide to make a comeback and ambush him while he was inside the cabin, Zhang Yang would be ready to launch a counterattack. After a while, Zhang Yang saw them reviving. Disappointed in their next actions, Zhang Yang sighed. Humanity's greed is immeasurable. After reviving, they had recovered back to full health and were headed towards the cabin again. However, to the least of their expectations, they did not predict that Zhang Yang would be waiting for them at the entrance of the cabin. Zhang Yang consumed a bottle of Rage Potion, Grade 4 Transmutation, and activated Horizontal Sweep in a swift motion. The attack had caused everyone in the party to be in a disarray. Since they were all heading towards the entrance, they were all grouped together closely. Because of that, the Dark Enigmatic Sword had able to trigger its effect and had blasted them with 2 waves of 4000 plus damage. All of them had lost more than half of their maximum HP. Zhang Yang then cast a Blast Wave and stunned them all shortly. One by one, the turtle had been able to attack with quick snaps, killing them and dropping more of their equipment. Zhang Yang then leaped into the group with the Heroic Leap, stunning them for a longer period. With this wave of attack, 3 spellcaster had managed to save themselves by activating Ice Frame. However, it only bought them 10 seconds of additional time, and nothing else. In the realm of the underwater, the mythical turtle prevailed. None shall escape from it. 10 minutes later, everyone revived again, but this time, Zhang Yang struck preemptively. Everyone was killed instantly since they had only 20% remaining HP after being revived. After 3 rounds of killing, Zhang Yang had managed to collect a total of 10 gray silver equipment. It was a great haul. Zhang Yang waited to strike again, but the bodies that were slowly floating up to the surface disappeared. they had all revived directly at the graveyard. However, Zhang Yang was cautious. Instead of heading into the cabin immediately, he waited for close to half an hour for them. It could be a trick. They could pretend to have given up and come back again only to strike him from the back. However, as time passed, Zhang Yang had convinced himself that he was being overly cautious. Perhaps, they had really given up, and were scarred for life. Zhang Yang humored himself and went into the cabin after waiting for 30 minutes. Inside the cabin were a number of spectral pirates. They were all hiding in the shadows and would wait until Zhang Yang was close to them before striking. However, their methods would never work against the combined strength of Zhang Yang and his mythical turtle. After some time, Zhang Yang felt that he had memories of floating clouds of his past life. Zhang Yang thought hard. He remembered the name, but could not recall why would he remember them. After killing on and on, Zhang Yang had finally associated them to his memories. In his previous life, Floating Clouds was a rather famous guild. They had even managed to enroll themselves in the S-Class Professional League, with good rankings. The guild master's name was Blue Phoenix. Some said that she was a beauty to behold. There were 3 vice guild masters. They were called Handsome Suppressed, Weed Lord, and Tooth Fairy. These 4 players were best friends in reality. They had been together ever since they were in primary school, all the way to graduation from a university. Their bond was practically unbreakable. Besides their friendship, the 3 males really liked Blue Phoenix. This had led Blue Phoenix to be in a tight spot. Since their friendship grew deep, whomever she chooses will lead the same outcome. One of them will be happy and the other 2, or 3 will be sad. Eventually, Blue Phoenix chose Handsome Suppressed. Weed Lord and Tooth Fairy had nothing to offer but blessings for those 2 and silently moved out of the love triangle. On the day of their wedding, both Weed Lord and Tooth Fairy had incidentally obtained bad news from the drunk Handsome Suppressed. Blue Phoenix had chosen him was because he had raped her while she was intoxicated and had impregnated her. This news had led both Weed Lord and Tooth Fairy to be extremely mad and had killed Handsome Suppressed in a fit of anger. Both of them were sentenced to prison for 20 years and 22 years respectively. Blue Phoenix was saddened by the death and had left the game and the guild, leading to the disbandment of the guild ultimately. When Zhang Yang first joined God's Miracle, it was at the time when Floating Cloud was just disbanded. That was why he did not recall much about the guild. Now that Zhang Yang had thought about it, he was contemplating whether to or not to give a piece of advice to all 3 of them. Zhang Yang may not be a savior of humanity, but if he could save 4 players with a lift of a finger, why not? However, there was the catch. What should he say? Since the incident had yet to occur, and their relationship was as strong as platinum, it'll just appear that he was antagonizing them. In the end, Zhang Yang sent an anonymous, mysterious, foreboding message to remind them of their friendship, and if they refused to listen, he could do nothing else. For now, Zhang Yang placed the matter about Floating Clouds at the back of his head and continued on killing more and more spectral pirates. Shush! A fiery red shadow shot past Zhang Yang in a flash. Zhang Yang turned just as quick and smiled when he saw what it was. The fiery red shadow was a tiny little crab, roughly the size of his palm. The opaque red shell was so vibrant that it seemed to be dyed in blood. The crab remained stationary and stared at Zhang Yang while snapping its tiny claws. Its eyes were constantly shrinking and popping back out. Crimson Gold Crab, Rare Yellow Gold Battle Mount, Beast. Level, 0. HP, 50. Note, can be sealed. Zhang Yang swiftly contacted Haning Shui and said, "Hey Snowbee *TCH, take the lover's charm from Ice Cube and come to me. Here's the yellow gold battle mount that you had always wanted." Zhang Yang could only hear a sudden cry of happiness before she hung up without saying another word. Zhang Yang shrugged and put on the lover's charm, Yang. Not soon after, a white light flashed and Haning Shui appeared right beside him. Shocked, Haning Shui struggled for a moment before she could adjust herself to the underwater environment. Zhang Yang laughed for a bit and handed the mermaid's lungs to her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 343, The Ghost Captain. Chapter 343, The Ghost Captain. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The Crimson Gold Crab's main attraction point was that its color was extremely pleasing to the eyes. Perhaps it was because Zhang Yang was reminded of the color of blood. Haning Shui was clearly delighted at the sight of it. She quickly took a sealing leash out and used it on the crab. The little crab was shocked. Like a real-life crab, it actually tried to run away when Haning Shui approached the little critter. 23%, 36%, 45%, pack. Fail. That's 100 gold coins wasted away, cried Han Shui bitterly as she took out another sealing lease and used it on the crab. 17%, 57%, 89%, 100% success. This bloody woman's luck is off the charts. She had managed to capture the little crab after 2 tries. Zhang Yang was feeling a little envious of her when it all changed into pitiful laughter when Zhang Yang tried to imagine how Han Shui would sit on the crab, walking sideways. That being said, now that Han Shui has arrived, she might as well join Zhang Yang for a little killing spree. It would be nice to have someone healing him. The two of them proceeded deeper into the ship. Even though Han Shui was slightly slower, Zhang Yang could go on further and take on monsters without Han Shui needing to be present right on the spot during the battle. Zhang Yang had more than 80,000 HP. He could at least hold his own before help arrives. Before he ever got in danger, Han Shui would already reach him and cast a simple heal, and regeneration, and be on her way. Other than that, she could do nothing much and gain the share of experience points. The small party of 2 killed their way in and gained a decent amount of experience points, causing the little crab to almost reach level 30. It was almost ready to be mounted. The reins of the Crimson Gold Crab, Yellow Gold Battle Mount. Use, summons or unsummons a mountable and battle-ready Crimson Gold Crab. The Crimson Gold Crab can travel both on land and in water, and grant you a 100% increase in movement speed. During underwater travel, the mount will grant the user the ability to breathe underwater. If you were to perish during a mounted status, the pet can be summoned again after 10 minutes. You can only have one active mount at a time. Casting time, 2 seconds. Level requirement, 30. Bound. The Crimson Gold Crab was somewhat a jack of all trades. Its movement speed on land was not too fast, and it was not too slow in water. A jack of all trades, yet master of none. Still, Han Shui was extremely pleased with her catch. After all, she had just obtained her first mount. A yellow gold at that too. She was so happy that her smile was from ear to ear. The Crimson Gold Crab had 2 skills. The first being the common, shared life, and the second one was, Sharp Claw, which caused 100% melee damage to one target. When the crab had finally reached level 30, Han Shui had made herself comfortable on the crab and had started to ride it. Zhang Yang turned to witness the sight and laughed uncontrollably. Han Shui raised an eyebrow and said, "Dummy, do you really think that you're cool when you're riding a turtle? Well, at least I have style. While you, well." Zhang Yang burst into a huge laughter as Han Shui kept quiet, finally realizing that her crab was walking funny. "Humph." She scoffed disgruntledly. "This maiden simply likes to walk horizontally." Zhang Yang laughed even harder. With the mount taking her wherever she wanted to, Han Shui movement speed was increased. Still, her speed could not match up with that of the turtles, but she never got left behind. With the growing level of the crab, Han Shui was able to contribute a little bit of damage in battle. However, the damage was insignificant due to the level gap suppression. Without much time, the second floor of the ship was almost cleared. Until they reached the 3rd floor, they came to a small room and saw a man dressed unlike that of a crew member. He was neatly dressed and was seen focused on scribbling something on a piece of paper. There were many compasses and measuring tools laid messily on the table. Navigator 0, Grey Silver, Spectre. Level, 79. HP, 790,000. Defense, 400. Without the help from Han Shui, Zhang Yang could easily defeat this Grey Silver tier boss with a few ulti skills. Now that he had Han Shui with him, he could go wild. Within 3 minutes, Zhang Yang had reduced the boss to a pile of rotting bones, without breaking a sweat. The boss did not drop anything of value. If only the boss would drop a fragment of the assembled equipment, Zhang Yang would have gained some good yellow gold equipment. However, the items that Zhang Yang picked up were all gray silver and green copper. All of those items were fated to end up in the little merchandise shop. The party continued on, and as the Crimson Gold Crab grew, the faster the party proceeded. That being said, it would never match up to the mythical turtle. With haste, the party took on the 3rd and 4th floor quickly and swiftly. The two of them had finally arrived to a rusty door, where the last boss awaited them behind it. The last boss was a short, middle-aged man. Although he was small in size, he was well built. Wearing the standard pirate outfit and hat, the most iconic symbol of a pirate captain was the iron hook on the left wrist of the man. The man was lounging at his desk with both of his feet on top of the desk. On the side of his old, rotting wooden chair was an open treasure chest. He was jubilantly counting the gold coins pieces by pieces as he stacked them on the desk. As he counted, he tossed the coins back into the chest by his side. There was an extremely similar smile on his face that Zhang Yang could immediately identify. Ship Captain Edward, Dunkirk, Yellow Gold, Spectre. Level 80. HP 8 million. Defense 1,500. Zhang Yang grinned and turned to Han Shui. Woman, see that smile on his face. It's exactly the same as yours. Instead of being mad of the insult, Han Shui smirked and scoffed. Oh please. He's not as beautiful as I am. Narcissistic queen. Excuse me, this maiden prefers the word confident. You know, I just realized this. Why did you start calling yourself maiden? Listen here you swine. I am but a young maiden. Besides, I'd haven't, you know. Oh my god. This woman is going to cause a whole lot more trouble. Fearing for what comes next, Zhang Yang quickly ignored Han Shui and rushed towards the boss. Edward, Dunkirk. Give me all of your treasure. The boss area of aggro effect was huge. Zhang Yang had only stepped 2 or 3 steps forwards, and he had already noticed his presence and had lowered his fet from the table. Only when Zhang Yang had provoked Edward with his words, he slammed the desk and closed the treasure chest. He stood up frantically and swept all the gold coins on the desk into his pockets. He walked off the desk and pulled out a chipped saber from his waist and got into his combat stance. Ye be regrettin' ye words, boy. I be chip pin flesh before you're popped out from ye mommy's womb. Ding. Shying. Sparks flew when Edward's sword clashed with Zhang Yang's shield, even when they were underwater. Han Shui was far from where Zhang Yang and the boss was. Instead of joining the fray herself, she stayed back to heal Zhang Yang from a good distance. Han Shui was rather smart. Since the boss could possibly have one or many kind of AoE skills, it was best for her to observe the battle from a safe distance and enact her role as a healer properly. On the side note, her crab was only level 58, it would not contribute to the battle much. The risk of her standing close to the boss to allow the crab to attack was not worth the damage. Minus 7,774. Edward, Dunkirk's attack was strong. With a single, undefended attack, he could easily deal more than 8,000 damage on Zhang Yang, after all the damage reduction and absorption passives. Zhang Yang was a professional guardian. He would not allow his block to be wasted for even a second. Each block was used right on time to ensure the maximum effective usage would be applied. Thus, within 6 seconds of battle, he had only taken 2 attacks. In 6 seconds, Zhang Yang would nullify roughly 15,000 damage. The boss DPS would be roughly at 2,500. This kind of attack would be nothing for Han Shui to handle. Zhang Yang would not need to activate any defensive skills or use healing potions. Even though the boss HP was hellishly long, Zhang Yang could take his slow sweat time to grind him down to 0 since Han Shui, the super healer, was by his side. Ye scoundrels! Damnation seize ye souls! AR smash ye heads in, bellowed the boss in a fit of anger. With his left hook hand raised up high, a ceiling full of gold coins started to rain down. Ding! Edward, Dunkirk has used Mountain of Treasure. Ding! Ding! Schwash! Countless gold coins rained down upon them, and quickly, the flood was practically flooded with gold coins. Quickly, the coins rose from the floor and had already reached to Zhang Yang's and Han Shui's knee levels. Even though they were on mounts, the heavy metal that dropped from the sky had buried them deep in the sea of coins. The massive pressure of the coins had encased the both of them, with only their heads popping out of the sea of coins. Neither of them could move. Wham! Taking the chance, the boss rushed towards Zhang Yang and attacked him furiously. Worried, Zhang Yang forcefully turned around, ignoring the boss just to check on Han Shui. Hey! Dummy! Stop fighting! Quick, take the coins! Let's fill up our inventory with all of these coins. Han Shui was swimming among the coins, dipping her hands in the sea of coins. What a miser, dot. Since their characters were trapped, Zhang Yang could not use block, and Han Shui could not heal, and from over 80,000 HP, Zhang Yang took a great deal of damage and his HP was reduced down to half in just 10 seconds. Luckily, the skill, Mountain of Treasure, was not permanent. Once the effect duration ended, the coins in the room disappeared into thin water. No! Not my money! No, cried Han Shui in despair. Angrily, Han Shui turned to the boss and glared at him murderously. She went up front to the front lines and fired a punishment ray at him. You rotting piece of stinking pirate! Give me back my gold coins! Woman, please, at least heal me first! Zhang Yang screamed at her. Han Shui was still puffing with rage. She glared at Zhang Yang and tossed a regeneration and turned back to the boss. Gritting her teeth, she said, Dummy! Kill this boss and get this maiden's money back. The money did belong to the boss, not you, said Zhang Yang awkwardly. listen to me when I'm talking. This maiden's money is this maiden's money. Please stop using maiden this maiden that. No one talks like that anymore. Humph. Edward's skill, the Mountain of Treasure, was considered to be an ulti skill that was capable of immobilizing every player for 10 seconds. If any other tank were to face the boss in place of Zhang Yang, they would surely have perished if they could not cast Shield Wall or Sacred Protection in time. On a side note, Shield Wall and Sacred Protection were 2 long cooldown skills. If the boss's Mountain of Treasure was cast every 30 seconds, how could any tank survive? Here's where battle mounts came into play. They basically extended the HP of players, turning everyone into tanks, and tanks into super tanks. If mythical turtle rarity was green copper instead of a violet platinum, the bonus HP granted would be at most 10,000. Even with his current equipment, Zhang Yang would face great difficulty in surviving the 10 seconds immobilization. That is why higher rarity battle mounts were extremely valuable. None shall be taking me treasure, laddie, I bellowed Edward again as he swung his sword menacingly at Zhang Yang, creating ripple of wave with each strike. Han Shui had stopped attacking and was focusing on only healing Zhang Yang. Even though having a high maximum HP was beneficial in a battle, having 10,000 HP and 100,000 HP gave healers a lot of work. Han Shui had been healing non-stop for some time and had only managed to restore Zhang Yang HP to over 60,000. Slightly annoyed, Han Shui complained begrudgingly. Dummy! Could you not have such beefy HP? This maiden is tired of healing you. If I did not have that much HP, we would both have been dead a long time ago, Maidennut. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 344, Treasure Chest. Chapter 344, Treasure Chest. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The mechanics of Edward Dunkirk's skill, the Mountain of Treasure, were really complicated. There was no fixed interval to it. It could be as frequent as once a minute, or it wouldn't even occur after a certain period of time. If Zhang Yang had not been lucky enough to stumble upon the mythical turtle, he would have already been gritting his teeth, thinking of 1,000 ways to defeat the boss. As expected from an open-world boss. The game developers had turned off their common sense while designing open-world bosses. There was only one strategy, to take as many players as you can, and to overpower him with numbers. If 10 was not enough, bring a 100. If 100 was not enough, bring 1,000. Or even 10,000. Edward Dunkirk was supposed to be defeated via such a crude, inefficient strategy. However, even attributes designed for such numbers were shattered with the appearance of a single violet platinum battle mount. It should have taken more than 1,000 players to take on the boss, and yet Zhang Yang and Han Shui were able to fight the boss. Just the 2 of them. As the boss's HP slowly, but steadily dropped from 100% to 80% and 60%, the boss would shout out the same old line over every 10% HP loss. Give up. The booty shall be mine and mine alone, and after the line, which was quickly getting old, he would wave his metallic hook arm and throw sharp hooks with chains in all directions. An iron hook did up to 10,000 damage, and the boss actually sent 3 waves of hooks out per cast. If players did not have any life-preserving skill active, they would surely be killed. Not even the current tanks with their best equipment could survive after taking that huge amount of damage, let alone the other more fragile classes. Luckily, Han Shui had the Crimson Gold Crab at level 58 now, and having the rare, Yellow Gold Battle Mount had pushed her HP up from 14,320 to 31,240 HP. Coupled with Zhang Yang's Vitality Aura, Han Shui HP had surpassed 35,000 HP, enough for her to endure attacks from the meteoric iron hooks. Even though there was already the existence of tiers among items, monsters, and bosses, bosses alone were separated by yet another category. Edward was a yellow-tiered boss, and the final boss of a map. A player might be able to defeat a yellow-gold tier boss in any random field, but if they think that they could defeat Edward Dunkirk without paying the blood price, they will only be mopping the floor with their own blood. It was different for Zhang Yang and Han Shui. They had underwater battle mounts. It was natural for them to be able to handle a boss such as Edward. After some time, Zhang Yang managed to bring down the boss to 5%. Edward Dunkirk's green emerald eyes suddenly burst into bright red flames. His entire body was dyed in red as if someone has just showered him with blood. The deep red color of his entire body emitted some kind of ancient power that was not to underestimate. Ding! Edward Dunkirk has Berserk. All damage increased by 100%. Crap! The boss has gone Berserk. In his normal mode, Edward was already overwhelming. Now that his attacks were doubled, that would only spell instant doom for them. Frantically, Zhang Yang reached out to Han Shui. Use, Dance of the Heaven and Earth. Okay. Shush. Shush. Two shadows emerged from both Zhang Yang and Han Shui and headed straight to Edward. The shadow morphed itself into two humanoid warriors, wielding two swords and tore into Edward's body. -10000. -10000. Grua. The boss bellowed with so much rage that it released a shockwave that pushed them back a few inches. In a flash, the boss waved his hands and cast the Meteor Iron Hook skill. It now had a 100% buff to it. Zhang Yang turned with such speed and cast Sacrifice on Han Shui. He then activated Shield Wall and protected both of them. 10 seconds after the Dance of the Heaven and Earth, the boss had still over 150,000 HP. Shield Wall ended at the same time. -17345. Edward sliced Zhang Yang with a quick stroke and dealt the strongest damage Zhang Yang had ever received. WTF. The boss is just too strong, cried Zhang Yang in horror. B*TCH. You best stay close to me. If the boss throws another iron hook out, I will use Vanguard Aggression. As expected, during Berserk mode, the boss did not follow his original pace. Just 10 seconds after the first iron hook skill, he cast the same skill over again. Luckily, the boss skipped Mountain of Treasure. If he had used both skills at the same time, they would have been dead. Zhang Yang frowned. His brows were furrowed as he concentrated extremely hard to survive and attack at the same time. Turtle Shell Defense. 90% damage reduction for 10 seconds. The boss had 100,000 HP left. 50,000. Turtle Shell Defense ended. Rearm. Shield Wall, Vanguard Aggression. 40,000. 30,000. 20,000. 10,000. 0. Nu. Curse, ye. Edward growled his last as he tumbled down to the cabin floor. His lifeless body floated aimlessly around the cabin like a dead fish. Fua. We did it. Zhang Yang let out a breath. He had used up all his skills in the process, and if the boss had still survived for a few seconds, the bodies that would be lifelessly floating around the room will be theirs. Anything could have happened. The boss could have done something to turn the table around at any point when he had his last 1% of HP. Zhang Yang stretched his body and was happy that he survived the entire ordeal. On the extreme end, Han Shui was extremely disgruntled. With a face that could have sent shivers down anyone's spine, she turned to Zhang Yang and said, "The boss had just attacked us with a room full of gold coins. Yet after his death, he had only dropped 8 gold coins. What is the meaning of this?" Zhang Yang swallowed his saliva and said, "Calm yourself, woman. I'd rather he dropped a couple of equipment than a few more coins. One yellow gold equipment could be sold for at least a few 10,000 gold coins. Think about it. Having equipment is not the same as being drowned in a sea of gold coins. I think the only two people who would love that would be Scrooge McDuck and you." Han Shui glared angrily at Zhang Yang but suddenly burst into huge laughter. The two of them happily waltzed towards the loots to collect them. They had collected a total of 3 yellow gold equipment, 8 gray silver equipment. All of them were level 80. There was one more item, and it was a piece of treasure map. When Zhang Yang noticed the piece of treasure map, he knew immediately that it was the most valuable item that the boss had just dropped. Since Edward Dunkirk would only drop 3 pieces of treasure map in his own life, the first map will lead to the best treasure chest. Earth Spirit Gauntlet, yellow gold, heavy armor. Defense, plus 40. Vitality, plus 134. Strength, plus 54. Dexterity, plus 27. Equip effect, absorbs 104 damage upon being attacked. Level requirement, 80. Among the 3 yellow gold equipment, Zhang Yang had obtained a pair of gauntlets. Han Shui had obtained a magic staff. Even though it was not as strong as a violet platinum tier, it was still fairly powerful. Bloodstone staff, yellow gold, magic staff. Magic attack, 1198 to 1598. Equip effect, increases your magic critical rate by 1%. Level requirement, 80. The last piece of yellow gold equipment was a leather armor hat. However, despite being a yellow gold tier, its attributes were not too good. The bonus vitality was too much, while the strength and dexterity boosts were too little. It was not suitable for any attacking class. Zhang Yang just placed it together with the rest of the gray-silver equipment and kept in his inventory, ready to be sold in the little merchandise shop. As for the treasure map, Zhang Yang kept it to himself. "Hey silly you, are we going to hunt for the treasure now?" said Han Shui excitedly. Zhang Yang nodded. Hell yeah, dot. Han Shui smiled from ear to ear. The treasure map was drawn very explicitly and had indicated that the treasure chest was at the west corner of the Great Lake Vala. The two of them left the ghostly ship and made their way to the treasure chest. Zhang did not want to resurface to travel on land, but instead, he insisted to travel underwater, since it was much faster for him, and he wanted to collect more herbs. Although the distance to their destination was far, Zhang and Han Shui chatted and joked with each other happily without realizing that 2 hours had already passed. They reached their destination and Zhang found his inventory having an additional stack of devil's algae. The destination was a small island the size of a basketball court, approximately the size of a stadium. The land on the island was extremely scarce and was practically a large, mountainous route. The mountain alone was at least 100 meters tall. There was a huge, obvious problem with this island. The mountain alone bore no trees. In fact, the entire mountain was completely brown and clean. If one would compare this mountain with the face of a teenager, this mountain must have been taking care of its face really well. The two of them went on shore. The moment their characters moved out of the water, their clothes were instantly dried, as if they had never been submerged in water. This feature was set to allow maximum comfort for the players. On land, there was no use riding the turtle anymore. Zhang then unsummoned the mythical turtle and brought out the gold-eared bear king in its stead. Han Shui, on the other hand, remained seated on the crimson gold crab, walking horizontally, which led to Zhang bursting into huge laughter. There were no signs of any monsters spawning on this deserted island, allowing both Zhang and Han Shui to reach the foot of the mountain relatively fast. They traveled around the mountain before heading up, since there was literally nothing there to explore. On the far side of the mountain, they found a cave which was blocked by a huge stone. Zhang tried to attack the stone but ended up damaging his sword, losing 10% durability. Stupid me! Zhang cried in anguish. Luckily, they found a way to move the stone. It was a door to the cave and could be opened easily. Zhang followed the description of the map and found a palm-sized round stone sitting on the rock by the side. Han Shui read to Zhang the means to operate the stone and instructed him to turn the stone, which acted as a knob. 3 turns to the left and 7 turns to the right, then, 4 turns to the left, 2 turns to the right. What? Slowly, woman, dot. Sigh, 3 left, 7 right, 4 left and 2 right. Okay, I think I got it. Ka. The stone door then turned and rolled to the side and exposed the entrance to the cave. The moment Zhang and Han Shui set foot into the cave, the torches on the wall lit up by themselves and revealed the interior of the dark cave. Oof. I would have preferred the door opening by saying "Open Sesame." That would be way cooler, said Han Shui. The two of them entered the cave and proceeded deeper. The cave was huge. It was so huge that Zhang could not even see the ceiling. The pirates had basically hollowed out the entire mountain from within. The place was practically glowing with gold and silver luster. With the light being emitted from the torches on the wall, the treasures glimmered with rainbow-colored lights that filled the place with a vibrant, metallic gleam. Zhang made a bet with himself that the woman would jump into the sea of treasure and start swimming in it like a certain cartoon duck that he had seen when he was very young. Among the stacks of treasure, a huge stone statue of a warrior that stood right in the pile of treasure. It was positioned there as if it was tasked to guard the treasure. Zhang kept his guard up, worrying that something might trigger a battle. Han Shui, on the other hand, commanded her crab to march right into the sea of treasure. Ka. Before she could get off the crab, the stone statue started rattling. Dust that had accumulated on it started to fall off the status. Rock and tiny debris rained down from the ceiling. The entire cave shook. "None shall take our treasure," said the statue as it came to life. It opened its eyelids, revealing a pupil-less pair of eyes, and swung the stone axe at Han Shui. 4892. Han Shui jumped and shrieked when she took the damage. She returned to her crab and hurried back to Zhang. Zhang was already laughing maniacally when Han Shui came to him. Consequences of being too greedy, woman. Humph. Stop talking and start killing. Dummy. Zhang patted the bear and rode into the fight. He swung his dark enigmatic sword and sliced at the stone statue. A loud crashing sound, accompanied with a bright spark, occurred when his sword struck the stone. Treasure Guard, Elite, Tool. Level, 78. HP, 78,000. Defense, 600. Elite only? Humph. Small fry. Zhang and the white bear combined their attacks, while Han Shui assisted them with her crab, and both of their attacks swiftly reduced the guard into mere pebbles. After the short battle, Han Ningxue was the first one to jump into the treasure pile and scoop up the coins, letting them flow out of her hands. She was behaving like a young girl who was playing with water in a water theme park. Zhang Yang smiled when he saw that adorable part of her. He then got down from the bear and scooped up as many coins as he could, only in a well-mannered way. With each fistful of coins Zhang Yang stuffed in his pocket, the inventory only registered an increase of a few copper coins. The system would never allow a player to have such a sudden gain in fortune. Despite that, Han Ningxue was still delighted. While she was having the time of her life, Zhang Yang got busy killing the other treasure guards in the cave. There were actually more than one of those statues, placed a certain distance from each other, and Zhang Yang spent some time hunting them so that Han Ningxue could enjoy her time here collecting all the gold coins. Zhang Yang did not mind having to kill all of the guards by himself since they did provide some experience points. After slowly collecting and killing their way in the cave, they finally reached the deepest part of the cave after only half an hour. Sitting quietly on the 3-meter-long and 1-meter-wide stone desk, was a chest that gleamed with a purple luster. The chest was not that huge, yet it was extremely eye-catching. On the outside of the chest were carvings of mythical creatures that made the chest look like it was meant for royalty. What the, a violet platinum chest? Zhang Yang shouted in surprise when he saw the chest. Even though they saw the chest just sitting there, seemingly ready for the taking, they did not throw themselves at it. After the first attack by the stone statue, they had their guards up. Standing guard beside the chest was another one of those stone statues, only that it was much taller and wielded a huge axe. Now that he was going to fight once again, Zhang Yang switched back to the mythical turtle. Somehow, he knew that the stone statue was going to be at the level of a last boss. Why else would this boss be guarding the violet platinum chest? Even though the mythical turtle might be much slower, the attack in HP, not to mention it the shield wall, like skill, completely outclassed the other pet. Zhang Yang summoned the mythical turtle but he did not ride on it. Instead, Zhang Yang rushed to the boss and started the battle. Cruck! Cruck! Crack! Countless stone pieces started crumbling down the statue and in mere seconds, the stone statue had come alive and took a huge step forward. Similar to the previous stone statues, this boss opened its stone eyelids, however, it was not the pupil-less eyes that Zhang Yang had expected. They shone brightly like the headlights of a truck. Anasia the Guardian, Yellow Gold, Tool. Level, 78. HP, 7,800,000. Defense, 2,000. Sigh, what a load of crap. We have the treasure map. Why would we have to go through more bosses? Han Ningxue complained angrily. Zhang Yang rushed ahead and entered the range of Spear of Obliteration. He then activated the skill and hurried back to the mythical turtle. There, he got on and waited for the boss to come to him instead. The mythical turtle was actually moving, but the speed was so slow that it could be ignored. Goon! Anasia growled and swung his massive stone axe at Zhang Yang. As mentioned before, even though Anasia might be a yellow gold tier boss, but its strength could not be compared to that of Edward Dunkirk. After a normal attack, Anasia would have a skill similar to that of Destructive Smash. Now that Zhang Yang knew about the skill, he made up a sequence of his skills to counter that skill whenever the boss uses it. With that, there was nothing else to be worried about. To Zhang Yang and Han Ningxue, Anasia was just an elite monster that had a longer HP and a stronger attack. It was only a matter of time before they could kill him off. After 20 minutes, Zhang Yang had turned the stone statue into pieces of stone pebbles. It was so easy that the pair was left fuming, thinking that it had not left them any loots. However, they soon realized that they had already obtained the battle loots. It was the treasure that the stone statues were guarding. They were only there to see if players were worthy of claiming the treasure. Muahahaha. Treasure! Woohoo! Cried Han Ningxue as she jumped on the table and caressed the chest like it was her own baby daughter. Her drool almost dripped onto the lid. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 345, Blizzard Sky, Luna's Dew. Chapter 345, Blizzard Sky, Luna's Dew. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Could you please refrain from drooling all over the chest? You're gonna get it dirty, said Zhang Yang while crossing his arms. Han Ningxue pushed herself back up and rolled her eyes at him. She then opened the chest and revealed the haul. Titan's Cape, Violet Platinum, Cape. Vitality, plus 141. Strength, plus 40. Dexterity, plus 20. Equip effect, absorb 8-1 damage on attack. Equip effect, grants a 10% chance to reset the cooldown of block every time you use Destructive Smash. Class requirement, Guardian. Level requirement, 80. It's a Titan armor set. Zhang Yang was extremely happy. With that, he had collected a total of 4 pieces of the Titan armor set. With one more piece, he could activate the second set equipment effect. Great! Ho ho! This maiden has the best of hands, said Han Shui as she kissed her own pair of hands. Yeah, I'll give you a red packet when we go back. Don't stop now. Heart of the Death Knight, Violet Platinum, Accessory. Equip effect, reduces all restriction effect received by 50%. Use, immune to all damage and status restriction effect. Increases damage by 50%. Lasts for 10 seconds. Cooldown time, 1 hour. Level requirement, 80. Now, this is a real haul. This is too strong to be real. It's a bug. No. It's a cheat. Han Shui turned to Zhang Yang and raised 2 fingers. 2 red packets. Zhang Yang happily nodded his head. For 2 red packets, this accessory was definitely worth the trade. The passive skill was able to reduce the effects of all restriction skills on him by 50%. This would definitely be useful during PvP fights. For the final decisive match, the equipment could be the one thing that could turn the entire fight around. For example, when a thief has chained their stun perfectly, this item could break the chain and help the user engage in a perfect counterattack. Furthermore, the item had an active skill. Upon activation, the user would be granted 10 seconds of invincibility and increased damage for 50%. Even though the cooldown might be a little long, the skill alone was definitely worth the wait. After all, it was a Violet Platinum accessory. Han Shui continued digging around, but there was no more equipment. All that was left in the chest were 2 skill books. Paired skill, Blizzard Sky. Use, teaches you the skill, Blizzard Sky. Special restriction, cannot be learned once, Lunar Stew, is already learned. Class requirement, unrestricted. Level requirement, 70. Paired skill, Lunar Stew. Use, teaches you the skill, Lunar Stew. Special restriction, cannot be learned once, Blizzard Sky, is already learned. Class requirement, unrestricted. Level requirement, 70. Han Shui crossed her arms and asked curiously. Hey silly, what are these paired skills? It seems that the 2 skills books have something to do with each other. Look at the description, it says that one player cannot learn them both. Zhang Yang nodded his head. Paired skill are those skills that require help from another person. Like those wuxia stories, some skills cannot be used alone. It has to be done by a pair. Oh. Like Yang Guo and Xiaolong Nu's Forbidden Lover's Sword? The sword art of the horny husband and vixen wife? Since when did those 2 learn that sword art? Beats me. Or is it Fiery Fist of Fury? You're just making stuff up now. Anyhow, which skill do you want to use? Blizzard Sky? Or Lunar Stew? Zhang Yang was annoyed. After thinking it through, Han Shui picked the Lunar Stew. I'll take this. This name suits a young maiden like me. Kinda sounds like a moon goddess, doesn't it? Zhang Yang facepalmed himself. Without wasting any more energy dealing with the woman, he took the other skill book and learned it instantly. Blizzard Sky deals 5,000 chaos damage every second to all targets within 30 meters around the target. Lasts for 30 seconds. During the channeling duration, players must remain stationary. Any physical movements would cause the skill to be stopped instantly. During channeling, players would gain invincibility. Both Blizzard Sky and Lunar Stew must be used simultaneously. Both players have to hold hands to activate the skill. Cooldown time, 3 days. It was a little pitiful that the skill had fixed damage instead of a percentage-based value. It would surely be deserted in the late game stage. Compared to the Dance of the Heaven and Earth, Blizzard Sky and Lunar Stew had a longer cooldown and stronger damage. Best of all, the skill was an AoE type. The major drawback was the fact that both players would have to be holding hands. Ha ha! With Lunar Stew, this maiden will be the strongest maiden in the world. None shall defeat me, said Han Shui as she laughed into the sky. Calm your tits. Anything else in the chest, snapped Zhang Yang, already irritated at Han Shui's previous antics. There's this broken sword hilt. Han Shui pulled out something that looked like an ancient sword hilt. The condition of the sword was extremely old and brittle. It looked like it could not even be used to crack open a walnut. Useless as it seemed, there were ancient markings carved at the side of the hilt, making it somewhat important. Is this an assembled equipment? Nope. Then, what is it? See for yourself, woman. I'm not an encyclopedia. Mysterious sword hilt, use it to induce a quest. Class requirement, warrior, knight, thief. Level requirement, 70. This quest item was the last item in the chest. After Han Ningxue took out the sword hilt, the chest glowed a little and turned into millions of light particles, dispersing into thin air. Blinking in shock, Han Ningxue bellowed. What? We have been busy for a whole day and this maiden here has busted her but to serve someone ahem. Why is there nothing for me? Zhang Yang dripped a cold sweat. Well, at least you got a skill out of the deal. Please. This is half a skill. Plus, I have to hold your stinky hand to use it. Sigh. Han Ningxue sighed heavily and shrugged exaggeratedly. Fine. I'm sorry, dot. Zhang Yang took the sword hilt from Han Ningxue, since she could not trigger the quest. After accepting the sword, Zhang Yang's quest list was refreshed with a new entry. Mysterious sword hilt, difficulty level, D. Quest description, you have discovered an ancient sword hilt. You can still feel an ancient power sleeping from within the broken sword. Due to the lack of knowledge, you failed to identify the source of the power from within. However, your instincts tell you to search for an old blacksmith in White Jade Castle called Banderas. Perhaps the elder blacksmith will know something about the sword hilt. Progress, ask Banderas about the origins of the mysterious sword hilt 0 to 1. Are we going right now? Asked Han Ningxue. Not unless you still want to eat dinner? I could go and get the quest done, but someone might be grumpy later, said Zhang Yang as he raised his eyebrow questioningly at Han Ningxue. Humph, dot. Both of them tore a teleportation scroll and went back to Thunderstorm Castle. After a long day of battle, both of their equipment durability values were low and were in need of fixing. From Thunderstorm Castle, Zhang Yang went back to White Jade Castle and had the new equipment identified, placing them for sale in his shop. In the past few days, Zhang Yang had been visiting the auction house. He found that there was someone trying to stir up the market by monopolizing all the pet skill books. Zhang Yang had wanted to purchase the skill, Wild Recovery, for his mythical turtle, but had never gotten the chance, since the extremely common skill book was nowhere to be found on the market. Zhang Yang had poked around a little and found out that only the common pet skill books were affected. There were some other pet skill books for sale, but they were sold for ridiculous prices. To think that someone would try to flip prices to such an extent. Zhang Yang arrived at the auction house and decided to try his luck for a change. However, his eyes almost popped out their sockets when Zhang Yang saw the search result. The books were all there. Thousands of them. However, the price was just too absurd. A few days ago, a Wild Recovery skill book would only cost as much as 20 gold coins. Yet, in front of him, were such books being priced at 500 gold coins. What more, the auction price was not placed at a minimum bet. They were all set at a fixed price of 500 gold coins. How could anyone be that greedy? Zhang Yang did a few more taps, found the name of the seller. The player clearly did not intend to hide his identity. It was Jurassic Lover. HM. It was the same dishonest trader from his past life. Zhang Yang immediately recalled the name and the person. This player was the same player who once caused a huge market meltdown in his previous lifetime. He was the kind of person that could cause an item in the market to raise up by several 100% of its original value. His usual tactic was to buy all item at the lowest price and sell them at a huge marked up price. No doubt, this man knew his stuff. Many times that he had successfully grabbed the business opportunity and became a multi-billionaire by exploiting God's miracle market. Eventually, Jurassic Lover's tactic in messing up the market was greatly criticized by the public. Players who had to buy items from him always got riled up upon hearing the name Jurassic Lover. As of now, values like 500 gold coins were nothing for Zhang Yang, since he had a few more zeros in his own bank account. However, ethically, he was not pleased with the man's dishonest trading behavior. For him, no matter how much money he had in the world, he would rather throw the money into the river than giving them to the man. Zhang Yang then decided to buy the item later in the future. Since the particular skill book had a decent drop rate, the price would never remain at that position for long. At most, Zhang Yang predicted that the price would only last for a few days before plummeting back down. He gave up the search for the skill book and headed to the blacksmith to forge out a complete fireglass necklace. Fireglass necklace, yellow gold, necklace. Vitality, plus 59. Intelligence, plus 24. Equip effect, increases 46 fire resistance. Level requirement, 70. Zhang Yang rolled his eyes in frustration when he saw the attributes. Equipment type that increased elemental resistance were not very useful. It was a total waste of an equipment effect slot. This would only cause the equipment to nerf a DPS class player. Luckily, it was at least a yellow gold tier item. Since it was a rare drop, it could still be sold out. Zhang took out the sword's hilt and handed it over to Banderas. Master, do you perhaps know about this sword's origin? The dwarf blacksmith took over the hilt and examined it carefully. His uninterested expression gradually turned serious, and he gazed up back at Zhang with his tiny eyes wide open. This sword, I can sense powerful godly energy from this. Even though there's nothing left except for the hilt, it still has contained some power. Zhang was not expecting much from it. Surprised and slightly intrigued, Zhang asked, Master, do you have any means to restore the sword back to its former glory? Banderas shook his head sadly. The ancient art has long been gone with history. I do not possess the ability to repair the blade of the sword, although I do not claim to be the best blacksmith in the world. Others may be able to do it. However, when I was examining the sword's hilt, I sensed a strong power lying dormant. Perhaps something could happen if you awaken the power. Ding! You have completed the quest, Mysterious Sword Hilt. What a drag! It did not even reward a single point of experience. Zhang frowned disgruntledly and asked again. Master, how does one awaken the power from within? Banderas picked up the hilt and examined it. He then pointed something out to Zhang. Look here, there are 3 magic circles that have sealed the power of the sword. I fear that the power will remain dormant until all seals are broken. Master, how does one break the seal? I'm but a blacksmith, breaking magic circles and seals are not part of my specialty. Perhaps you should try and search for Marjorie. She is a magician and a scholar. She could help. Banderas returned the sword hilt to Zhang. Ding! Banderas has a quest for you, consult Marjorie. Do you accept? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 346, Level 80, finally. Chapter 346, Level 80, finally. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Consult Marjorie, difficulty level, A. Quest description, according to Banderas, you should look for a magician scholar named Marjorie. Request her help to solve the problem with the seals on the sword's hilt. Marjorie lives in a place called the Pandemonium. You will face great difficulties in meeting her. Note, Marjorie will only appear in the hardcore mode of the Pandemonium dungeon. Progress, obtain the method to unseal the power of the sword 0 to 1. Pandemonium would be an upcoming 25-man, level 80 dungeon. There would be a total of 7 bosses from the beginning till the end, which was quite a number compared to the other dungeons he had ever conquered. On a side note, the monsters in the Pandemonium belonged to a specific race in power. Level 10 dungeon had the underground crypt dwellers. Level 30 dungeon had werewolves, and so forth and so on. In this dungeon, however, out of the 7 bosses, there were 4 different forces that were vying for superiority, hence the name Pandemonium. Now that the quest needed Zhang to raid a level 80 dungeon, he had to put it aside first. He would need 25 level 80 members, a matter that was out of his hands. Zhang thought of a way, but eventually placed getting to level 80 as the main priority. He should reach level 80 as soon as possible and collect all 3-dimensional key fragments in the level 80 map. Now that he had taken such a long time collecting all the keys, he guessed that by the time he has collected all the keys in the level 80 map, he would have gathered enough eligible players to raid Pandemonium. Zhang left the blacksmith and went to the bank to take out all the previously collected, Warden's Weed, and went to the alchemy shop to buy a few empty potion bottles. To concoct a level 4 strength potion, he would need 2 counts of Warden's Weed and 1 portion of Devil's Algae, which he had already gathered. Ding! You have made level 4 strength potion X6. Ding! You have made level 4 strength potion X6. Due to alchemist's intuition, level 4 strength potion has been transmuted. Level 4 strength potion, grade 3 transmutation, usable. Use, increases strength by 100 points, and 3% critical rate. Last for 1 hour. Level requirement, 60. Zhang had made more than 400 bottles of level 4 strength potion in one go. Among the 400 bottles, 32 bottles had the transmutation effect, and he was extremely lucky to have 2 bottles of grade 10 transmutation. The effect was a 10% bonus critical rate. It was a pity that players were restricted to only 1 potion bottle effect at a time. Zhang would love to have both strength and troll recovery potions in effect. Zhang shrugged at the limitations and gulped down a bottle of level 4 strength potion before he went on to grind. In the same time, the Battle Team Professional League was still in progress, with Zhang Yang's silky soft battle team standing strong at the top of the point accumulation board. they had not lost a single round. Fatty Han's Pride and Honor battle team was not performing as well, in fact, they were the second lowest team. On the 9th of March, Zhang reached level 80. He had obtained 1 SP and learned a new skill. What was more important was the fact that he could finally put on the equipment that he had stashed in his storage bank. The first was obviously the Titan set, Titan's helmet, Titan greaves, Titan wall, and Titan's cape. After that were the 2 violet platinum rings, Ring of Imprisonment, and the Heart of the Death Knight. The last 2 was the yellow gold tier, Blazing Defensive Boots, and Earth Spirit Gauntlet. The helmet, greaves, and cape had a total of 5 level 3 gem sockets. Level 3 vitality gems could provide an additional 50 vitality, compared to the level 2 vitality gems that could only provide less than half of that, which was 20 vitality. Zhang swapped all 9 of his equipment and achieved a whole new level of power. Player, Zhan Yu. Level, 80. HP, 69,880, inclusive of Vitality Aura and Titan's set equipment set effect, 10,000 HP bonus. Defense, 2,200. Damage absorption, 1,658. Weapon attack, 2,421 to 2,621. With his godlike stats, the only lacking point was his attack power. Even though the Dark Enigmatic Sword was extremely useful in AoE attack, it was only a level 60 yellow gold. Its single target attack power was not on the same level as the rest of his equipment. Now that he had reached level 80, it was time for him to search for the remaining dimensional key fragments. The first stop was a place called the Grand Canyon of Eternal Night for an NPC named Kent Joseph. There were only 3 level 80 maps that he needed to visit. The only reason Zhang had chosen the Grand Canyon was because it was the closest to him. Still, close was a relative term. From Thunderstorm Castle, Zhang had run close to 7 hours before he arrived at the Grand Canyon of Eternal Night. As the name described, the place was a huge canyon, with endless folds of earth. This place was dubbed as Eternal Night, due to the dark clouds covering the sky, blocking the sunlight from ever reaching the surface of the canyon. With the absence of sunlight, the place was plunged into an eternal night, causing the lack of plantation, making it a place where specters could prosper. As far as the maps go, Zhang adapted quickly. It was not because he was getting stronger, but because he had fresher memories of the higher level maps. Lower leveled maps like level 50 maps were not fully explored. There were many of them and Zhang had only ventured through 3 or 4 of them before entering the level 60 border. However, there were only 3 level 80 maps. Before reaching level 90, the majority of players would likely have ventured through all of them a couple of times. However, in his previous lifetime, Zhang had been in the Eternal Night Grand Canyon for the duration it took for him to gain 3 levels. In his past experience, Zhang had never encountered any NPC named Kent Joseph. On a side note, his memories about Kalen Town were also quite jumbled. He had to rely on the quest manual to search at the north of the canyon. The description was extremely vague and Zhang had to spend more than 7 hours to find the town of Kalen. Kalen was a small, ancient town. It was not abandoned, not deserted, it was just old. The buildings were as old as the earth formed over the years. However, the town was brimming with life. There were many people walking around, and it was rather crowded. Zhang had questioned over a dozen visitors, and none of them knew who or where did Kent Joseph live. Zhang frowned, but since the quest has already led him here, there should be clues as to where he could find the NPC. A sudden idea came to his mind, and that was to ask elder occupants, instead. Zhang searched throughout the streets and found an older man seated on the sidewalk. He came up to him and asked, "Excuse me, do you know a man named Kent Joseph?" "Kent?" The man expressed a nostalgic face. "Old John's kid? Little Kent? Of course, I knew him. I remember carrying him in my arms when he was only a little kid. Why'd you ask? Is he back? If he is, he's too late. Old John passed away a few years back, due to illness, but..." Zhang raised an eyebrow. "Back? Did he go somewhere?" The old man hummed a little and said, "Roughly 20 years ago, Kent joined the army. We never heard any news from him since. Sigh, that kid, he was a kind human that was full of justice in his head. He was a nice lad. May the gods bless him." Zhang quickly asked more questions. "Where did he join the army?" "Isham, if I remembered correctly, he joined the army troops at Black Coal Sentry." "But, I don't think that he will still be there," said the old man. He then got up and walked away slowly. Zhang sighed with another piece of vague information that he had just received. With just the name of a place called Black Coal Sentry as the only hint, Zhang had no choice but to go there. After a short journey, Zhang arrived at Black Coal Sentry in an hour. Zhang Yang recalled that he had been there during his previous life. However, he had no recollection of any army troops stationed there. The land was completely dyed in black, hence the name Black Coal. The place was completely devoid of life. There was no trees nor grass growing at all. On top of a small hill were a few old and torn flagposts. It was clear that this place had long been deserted by the army. Zhang Yang made his way up to the post and examined the surroundings. Beside the abandoned station, there were many tombstones resting in peace there. Zhang Yang did a head count and counted at least 50 to 60 tombstones there. Each on every tombstone had names of the deceased engraved on them. Zhang Yang examined every tombstone and was stunned when he saw the name Kent Joseph present on one of the tombstones. Did the descendant of the 7 great generals die in the battle? The quest manual explained the key fragment was in possession of Kent Joseph, and not old John. Now that Kent was dead and buried, did the quest intend for Zhang Yang to exhume the grave? Zhang Yang contemplated for a while and finally reached a decision to become a grave robber. Since the only clue left was this grave, he had to do it. What else could he do? Dig. Zhang Yang walked the talk. He jumped down from the white bear and used his dark enigmatic sword as a shovel to dig up the dirt near Kent Joseph's tombstone. The white bear was not left out, it plunged its massive claw into the dirt and helped Zhang Yang dig away. Stop! What are you doing? A voice cried out from behind. Zhang Yang spun and saw a man at the age of around 40 years old. He was holding a bouquet of flowers that had been completely mushed up in his grip. Veteran Soldier Schroeder, Elite, Humanoid. Level, 80. HP, 80,000. Defense, 450. Note, a veteran soldier that was stationed here as a black coal sentry. What timing? He did not arrive early, nor late. He arrived just when he was needed to. It reminded Zhang Yang of an old wizard from a certain Western novel. Schroeder had arrived just in time to catch Zhang Yang digging up the grave. It was definitely part of the quest line. Zhang Yang kept his sword back into its sheath. The white bear followed and moved away from the spot, trying to hide the fact that they had tried to dig the grave. Zhang Yang walked towards Schroeder and asked, "Elder brother, why would you stop me?" Schroeder was so angry that his face turned from a furious red to the bright rays of the sun. Schroeder was so angry that he was about to engage in an unavoidable fight. Schroeder then tossed the bouquet of flower to the side and clenched his fists. "How dare you disturb those who were resting in peace? Young man! I'll teach you a lesson myself." Without any delay, the older man threw a supersonic fist at Zhang Yang. His name was immediately changed from green to red. Zhang Yang had no choice but to fight this NPC. Zhang Yang drew his sword, hopped on the bear to attack the NPC. Having leveled up to level 80, the bear's HP was raised to 32,700, with a weapon attack of 4,769 to 5,179. Zhang Yang himself had close to 70,000 HP. With both of them combined, their HP had reached beyond 110,000 HP. They had even exceeded the HP limit of normal and elite-tiered monsters. The NPC was completely outclassed. Even his attacks were puny, in comparison to Zhang Yang's. From the perspective of Zhang Yang, his defense was so thick that the NPC only dealt over 1,300 damage per hit. It was nothing but an itch. Zhang Yang did not need to rely on any ulti skills that he had. By simple hacks and slashes, Zhang Yang defeated Schroeder. However, his HP was stuck at 1 point left and had gained an immunity status. At the same time, Zhang Yang received a system notification. Ding! You have defeated Schroeder. Please make a choice. 1. Kill him. 2. Ask clues about the death of Kent Joseph. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 347, The Search for Kent. Chapter 347, The Search for Kent. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. What kind of question was that? Clearly, Zhang Yang is not going to kill him. Zhang Yang withdrew the blade that he had placed right at Schroeder's neck. Sir, I bring you no ill intent. I am Kent Joseph's distant relative. I have come back to Kalen on behalf of his father. I have to meet Kent. I will never believe it until I see his body. Schroeder got back to his feet and dusted off the dirt on his shirt. He got closer to Zhang Yang and asked curiously. You know Kent? Of course. I'm one of his nephews. Zhang Yang shamelessly established a close relationship with an unknown person. He did not even know how he looked like. Luckily, Wei Yenair was not around, or else that little brat would be teasing him for the next few days. Schroeder's face darkened. Must you disturb the spirit of Kent? Zhang Yang gripped his sword. I do not believe that Kent would just die like that. Like I said, unless I see his body in this grave, only then I will believe that Kent's soul has been taken by the gods. Schroeder sighed. There was a long moment of hesitation going on in his mind, which was reflected in his expression. You, sigh, you're right. Kent is not dead. Kent is still alive and breathing. That coffin beneath the earth is empty. There's no need to dig it up. Was that why you didn't want me to unearth it? Saved your time by explaining it, did I? Zhang Yang scoffed. He lowered his guard and asked. Why the secrecy? Schroeder sighed again. His expression was twisted between agony and extreme fatigue. It felt like he had grown much older in an instant. Young man, would you like to hear a story? Here it comes. Zhang Yang nodded his head. It is a young man's honor to listen to the tales of the elder and experienced. Well said. Schroeder's expression was slightly elevated. With a light smile, the man started his story. 22 years ago, I joined the army. You must know, this place was a huge mess. The army I speak out would just be a masquerade for something else. A word used in bad taste. Mercenary would be a better description for what we were doing, since tens of towns paid for our cause. Those of us who joined the army were from poor families. We had to risk our lives for the sake of money. After I joined the army, I befriended Kent. He was a brave and mighty soldier. Unlike me, a man who fought for money, Kent was a man who truly wished to serve the nation and its people. We were brothers in arms. Together we had killed specters, exterminated monsters, defeated bandits, and had many more adventures. We had become even closer since. Roughly 20 years ago, Kent and I were investigating in a hidden village. There we found out that the village was being raided by a bunch of bandits. Both of us then proceeded to fight. Yet, There was a sudden Schroeder glint of rage in his eyes. His voice suddenly got louder. The bandits had masks covering their faces. At first, we didn't care about it. After killing a few of them, Kent unmasked one of the bandits as they fought. It was then when we found the truth. The bandits that we had fought were our own comrades. The same comrades that we fought alongside, under the same banner. Schroeder smashed his fist on one of the tombstones. His forceful strike shattered the withered piece of cement. Schroeder did not waver. He even spat on the grave and continued. Once we discovered the truth, we went back to report about the situation. Yet, to our horror, we were attacked by those who we had called friends. We had just found out that the entire army was in it. They were all bandits in disguise. The bandits were the army. The army was the bandits. Zhang Yang had been quiet for the entire time listening to Schroeder rant. In his mind, he thought that having a family and friends who were both your allies and enemies. How could one's life be so ironic? However, they had severely underestimated Kent's strength. He single-handedly took down the entire army in Black Coal Sentry. Everyone at this post was killed. After the ordeal, we calmed down and had a serious discussion about reporting this matter. The problem was that the mercenaries were too widespread. They had already formed a strong stance in the hearts of the people. If Kent and I reported this matter to everyone, there will be war. A war so large that it would involve many casualties. Innocents will die. In the end, Kent decided to go anonymous. He hid his real identity and formed a small elite force to take down the mercenary leader Kazero. Schroeder smirked. To help his cause, I made a fake grave and spread the rumor about his death. I had spread the fake news that we were ambushed by specters and I was the only survivor. No one but me knows about his well-being. This way, Kazero cannot use Kent's close relatives to threaten him. Zhang Yang had a little dilemma going on in his head. It was better for him to have Kent dead. Zhang Yang could simply be a grave robber and take the key fragment from this corpse and be done with it. Now that the story had turned out to be this way, a certain manhunt quest awaited Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang thanked the man and asked, Sir, do you know where Kent is now? Schroeder gazed up to Zhang Yang and said, Can I trust you? Zhang Yang raised his right hand. I swear by the god of war, I am not on the side of Kazero. For I am a seeker of justice and truth. Schroeder thought about it for a little while more and revealed the truth. In that case, I will take your word for it. My instincts tell me that you're a trustworthy warrior. Kent is located at Whitestone Hills. He has established a stronghold in the name of a small bandit. However, he has never robbed from the poor. In fact, he had specifically engaged in small battles with the mercenaries to weaken their forces. One more thing, Kent goes by the name of John Smith. You have my greatest appreciation, Mr. Schroeder. Zhang Yang bowed to Schroeder and left the place. He called to his bear and rode towards the west. After another long journey, Zhang Yang arrived at the steep edge of a large hill. At the hillside, there was a huge creek, measuring approximately 300 to 400 meters tall. There were a few large trees that had grown at the side of the entrance. Zhang Yang walked closer and could feel a cool breeze blowing out from the creek. Zhang Yang followed the trail and moved up the hill. In just a few steps, there were two armed huge men ambushed him from a large rock. Without saying anything, the two men jumped at him and began to attack. Whitestone looters, normal, humanoid. Level, 81. HP, 8,100. Defense, 80. They were only normal monsters in which Zhang Yang had no interest of wasting his time on. With no intention of fighting, Zhang Yang ignored the attackers and headed straight on. The two attackers did not stop and followed Zhang Yang all the way up the hill. Intruders, cried three more attackers. They too attacked Zhang Yang. If they were not any higher or equal to elite-tiered monsters, Zhang Yang would not even draw his sword. He continued on. After a long journey up, Zhang Yang stumbled upon a large wooden gate. He destroyed it and entered the bandits' lair. Along the side of the pathway were clay houses. All the bandits that were residing in the houses came out to attack Zhang Yang. Naturally, Zhang Yang did not attack. Instead, he continued to play chase with them and had formed a long, 100 men or more train behind him. After a short while, Zhang Yang had to stop. There was a boss in his path. Team Captain of Fail, Grey Silver, Humanoid. Level, 81. HP, 810,000. Defense, 900. Before attacking the boss, Zhang Yang turned around and attacked the oncoming wave of bandits. -0. -0. -0. Zhang Yang's defense was that of a bunker. Naturally, the bandits were not able to deal any damage to him. Not even a single bit of damage was able to penetrate his defenses. Horizontal sweep. A sea of over 5000 plus damage text popped out but did not reoccur. The attack did not trigger the dark enigmatic sword effect. Zhang Yang shrugged. It happens sometimes. After the 1-second global cooldown, Zhang Yang activated Blast Wave. Compared to horizontal sweep, Blast Wave, attacks were not strong. However, its AoE range was much better and wider since it was considered to be penetrative. The more monsters, the rowdier it got, and the stronger the skill effect would be. Wham! More than 20-1093 damage text popped out, with a few being critical strikes. This time, the dark enigmatic sword effect was triggered and blasted another wave of attack. However, it only triggered once. 10 seconds later, Zhang Yang used horizontal sweep again, but it did not trigger the sword's effect until the fifth use of horizontal sweep, which dealt devastating damage to all. Zhang Yang had spent close to 5 minutes to deal with all the attackers. All in all, the dark enigmatic sword effect trigger rate had definitely dropped. Zhang Yang frowned in frustration. Equipment with percentage trigger rate, such as the dark enigmatic 2% trigger rate, had a hidden setting behind it. The written trigger rate would only be in effect when the item level and the player's level correspond to each other. However, when the player's level starts to overshoot the item level, the item's trigger rate will be forcefully dropped. The dark enigmatic sword item level requirement was level 60. From level 60 and level 70, the item trigger rate will remain the same. However, when Zhang Yang had surpassed the item level by a long shot, the trigger rate will drop. Right now, Zhang Yang guessed that the sword effect trigger rate would only be at 1% or less. After level 90, it would be lesser than 0.5%. This had been set by the developers, to make sure that players would change their equipment at a faster pace. If they had not set it that way, a low-level item that had superior item effect could be used until late game. It was a real shame that the dark enigmatic sword could not carry Zhang Yang a little further. This sword was a mass-killing machine. Looks like, by all means, the sword could only last until Zhang Yang reaches level 90 before it will be replaced. Zhang Yang sighed and summoned the mythical turtle out. After level 80, the violet platinum pet had grown vastly stronger. Zhang Yang had managed to buy the Wild Recovery skill book from the auction house when the prices had finally plummeted. So far, the mythical turtle attributes were as follows: HP, 50,480, with Vitality Aura, Defense, 2,400, Weapon Attack, 7,038 to 8,038. It was strong. Zhang Yan walked a few steps forwards and tossed a Spear of Obliteration at a fail. After that, he swiftly returned to the mythical turtle and waited for the boss to come to him instead. Intruder! You dare to stroll around Whitestone Hills? "I'll tear you apart for your imprudence," cried the boss as he chased after Zhang Yang, with a large battle hammer in his hands. Bang! Like hammering a nail to a plank, Zhang Yang took a strong blow and received 2,982 damage. A level 80 Grey-Silver boss was a little stronger than a level 70 Grey-Silver boss. However, Zhang Yang's defenses had been doubled after reaching level 80. Compared to when he was only level 79, the damage received from the boss was almost halved. Zhang Yang grinned and counterattacked. Zhang Yang's movement speed while riding the mythical turtle was so slow that he could have shoved his middle finger up the turtle asterisk shoal just to make it walk faster. Still, the boss was not player-controlled. It would never use any kiting technique and would always head into the battle and fight with the player head-on without having any strategies. After laying down 5 crippled defenses, Zhang Yang's attack was maximized. Especially the mythical turtle. On average, its attack was around 7,500. The boss's puny 450 defense barely reduced the value. The turtle had over 4,100 DPS, which was stronger than Zhang Yang's 3,300 DPS. As expected from a Violet Platinum tier battle pet. Such a strong ally. In contrast, the boss DPS was only at most 1,000. To kill Zhang Yang's current combined HP at 120,000 would need at least 2 minutes. On the contrary, Zhang Yang's and the turtle's combined DPS at 7,400 could easily dry out the boss 810,000 HP in less than 2 minutes. Zhang Yang could easily defeat the boss without relying on any survival skill. In truth, with half of his equipment being Violet Platinum tier, and the Violet Platinum battle pet, Zhang Yang was the equivalent of a Grey-Silver boss at the same level. As they continue grinding Alphal's HP down, Alphal stopped attacking at 10% HP. A progress bar appeared on top of his head. It was heal. While a player heal skill could be cast instantly, Alphal's heal had a 1-second casting time. Zhang Yang immediately cast a crash magic, but failed. Immune. In a split second, Zhang Yang activated the Ring of Imprisonment's effect to force a 2-second stun on a target. Immune. What the world? If he could not even stop the casting, why would it have a 1-second casting time? Might as well make it an instant cast. Plus 202, 500. A large, green-colored number text floated up the boss's head and Alphal had recovered close to 25% of his HP. Luckily, the boss had Zhang Yang's Destructive Smash effect, which greatly decreased the healing received. Now Zhang Yang understood why the boss had a 1-second casting delay. It was to allow players to cast a Destructive Smash. Having healed over 200,000 HP, it was still a futile effort to stop his inevitable death. Zhang Yang ground his HP down to 10% again. With no more heals to cast, the boss could only smash at Zhang Yang and fell dead. Ding! You have killed Alphal. Obtained 810,000 experience point. The boss only dropped a few Grey-Silver and Green Copper equipment, which Zhang Yang did not even spare a look and swept them all into his inventory. He then called out the bear and rode his way up the hill. Shush! A bright flash of light gleamed in the air, and Zhang Yang caught the sight of a long spear flying through the air. Wielding the spear was a large green orc that was snarling at him with his mouth wide open, revealing a pair of sharp fangs and teeth. Whitestone Elite Robber, Elite, Humanoid. Level, 82. HP, 82,000. Defense, 450. Now that an elite tier monster had appeared, Zhang Yang would not dare to be too relaxed. After all, an elite monster had a strong attacking power that could easily deal significant damage to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang pulled the reins on the bear and used Wild Charge, dashing to the orc to attack it with its paws. Based on the Gold-Eared Bear King's current attributes, he could roughly stand toe-to-toe with an elite monster without Zhang Yang assistance. If Zhang Yang were to attack it, it would end the fight so fast before Zhang Yang even started counting down the seconds. As such, the green-skinned orc was already lying in a pool of its own blood within seconds. However, even though he was that strong, Zhang Yang was not able to engage in mass killing. Zhang Yang's current pushing rate was massively reduced, due to the sharp decline of the Dark Enigmatic Sword's ability. The bear's attack was at 5,000 while Zhang Yang's current attack power was only at around 2,500. Zhang Yang was unexpectedly weaker than his own pet. He could not even compete with the bear, let alone the mythical turtle. Pets that were stronger than their owner. Looks like Zhang Yang would have to get his hands on a Violet Platinum weapon to make things right for him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 348, Unstoppable. Chapter 348, Unstoppable. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. It's sad to say that Zhang Yang's pushing speed was reduced, due to him not able mass kill. Still, it wasn't like he had the attack power of a grunt. Zhang Yang's attack power was still considered to be somewhere among the best. That being said, Sun Xinu and Wei Yin Air were the best among the best. There could be others out there who were stronger than they were. However, being combined with the gold-eared Bear King, Zhang Yang could consider himself as a one-man army. The most important factor was his defense. From the beginning till now, Zhang Yang had never needed to sit down to heal himself with any recovery items. If he had an issue with HP, all he had to do was to use Berserker's Heal. He was like a perpetual moving machine. This kind of efficiency was far superior to Sun Xinu or Wei Yin Air. After 2 hours of trekking, Zhang Yang had made his way to the second outpost of the hill and found himself another boss to defeat. 3rd Commander Balger, Grey Silver, Humanoid. Level, 82. HP, 820,000. Defense, 900. This was another green-skinned orc, with a huge build. He was holding a large wolf fawn club that would occasionally be swung around to destroy random boulders in his path. Orcs were one of the first 4 races that roamed in the Union and were the toughest, sturdiest race among all. Balger wore nothing but a pair of small leather pants. The hair behind his head was almost a foot long. It was quite manly of him to hunt in the wild. The wind would occasionally blow his hair, making it something like a scene from a movie to emphasize a man's coolness. Even his muscles were so ripped and well built. The 6-packs in his abdomen looked like shiny, fresh baked bread. Still, no matter how manly he was just a Grey Silver tier boss. Zhang Yang had no need to make any sort of preparations to kill him. Zhang Yang only needed to summon the turtle out and draw him into the battle with the Spear of Obliteration. Balger was considered to be a warrior-type monster. Aside from the normal smashing and bashing, Balger also possessed warrior skills such as Tornado Cleave, which was used once every 20 seconds, and Destructive Smash, which was used once every 30 seconds, carrying a 50% healing reduction rate which lasted for 30 seconds. This skill was used so often that Zhang Yang did not have any room to breathe. The good thing was, Zhang Yang had no need of healing at all. In less than 2 minutes, Zhang Yang had hacked Balger up and made him his B*TCH. Balger dropped a few Grey Silver and Green Copper equipment that were not worth mentioning. There was also a piece of alchemy recipe, meant for making level 4 healing potions. Even though Zhang Yang could easily buy level 4 healing potion from shops, it was just too expensive to buy in bulk. It was always better to concoct them on his own. Money was nothing to him, but the skill, alchemist's intuition, was. He could concoct a potion that could possess a transmutation effect. Since he never made any healing potions, he did not know what the bonus effects would be. After clearing the boss up and collecting all the goods, Zhang Yang recalled the bear and rode further up the hill. Along the way, Zhang Yang only encountered elite monsters. Since it was taking quite some time, Zhang Yang went on and harvested some herbs on the side. The herb, Purple Seed Orchid, was all over the hill in abundance. These herbs could be used to concoct blazing potions, which could enhance a pyromancer's attack. Overall, Zhang Yang had taken 4 hours, plowing through the hill. He had collected a total of 132 Purple Seed Orchid before he reached the 3rd boss. 2nd Commander Golini, Yellow Gold, Humanoid. Level, 83. HP, 1,660,000. Defense, 1,500. After entering level 80 maps, Yellow Gold bosses were much weaker. If Zhang Yang was in a level 70 map, Golini's HP would surely be at least 8 million. However, after level 80 maps, Yellow Gold bosses would be downgraded to make way for the superior Violet Platinum bosses. Golini was a tiny little gnome. Like orcs, gnomes had a similar green-colored outer skin. However, they possessed smaller bodies, comparable to dwarves. Zhang Yang wondered how did the dwarves end up being named dwarves since the gnomes were obviously smaller. On the side note, gnomes had trademark features such as long, sharp noses like Pinocchio. They had no hair on their scalps. Their scalps were so free of hair that they could be used as mirrors. Golini was seen standing guard on the route. In his right hand was a large battle axe that was taller than he was. In his left hand was a shield. He was obviously a tank-class monster. Zhang Yang stopped and called out the turtle. Now, Zhang Yang had the utmost confidence to fight a Yellow Gold boss all by himself, but Spear of Obliteration. -5380. Critical. How lucky. A critical strike. Golini bellowed angrily and brandished his axe, rushing towards Zhang Yang. Human. You dare to attack the great Golini? Golini will smash you into bits and make stew out of you. Zhang Yang hopped on the turtle and waited for the boss to come to him. -6024. -7423. -1976. The mythical turtle had attacked with a normal attack, followed by a tear, coupled with Zhang Yang's own normal attack. They had instantly dealt more than 15,000 damage on the boss. Ugh! What power! You've hurt the great Gulaini, cried the boss as he retaliated. Block! 383. Block, reflect damage. 1516. Shield bash. Zhang Yang had not activated the Titan's set equipment second set effect. With that, he could double the attack of shield bash to greatly increase his DPS. Block. 582. Since the boss defense was so strong, Zhang Yang had first used cripple defense on him. However, on the second cripple defense, the boss had suddenly raised his shield and blocked Zhang Yang attack. What that was surprising was not the use of food block, but the fact that he could still deal 582 damage on Zhang Yang, even with Zhang Yang's greatly upgraded defense. Zhang Yang calculated that the boss minimum damage was at least 5,000. As expected from the boss, if a player could deal 5,000 damage on damage reflective block, he must have 5,000 strength. Right now, Zhang Yang only had 1,133 strength points, which was very far from what he wanted to reach. This battle is a match between a super tank and a super tank. Player had dubbed tanks as turtles since their defense values were as strong as turtle shells. That is why, right now, there was a total of 3 Ninja Turtles fighting each other. Like Zhang Yang, the boss could use block to negate Zhang Yang attacks. However, the boss block cooldown was as long as 15 seconds, whereas Zhang Yang's block was only 6 seconds long. Any tank that did not invest in block first are useless tanks. Gulaini had all the basic guardian skills like Blast Wave, Thunderstrike, and Shield Bash. Luckily, he did not have the passive skill, Shield Oath, which could reduce 20% incoming damage. The boss damage was quite devastating since his normal attack could deal as much as 6,000 damage. Even with Zhang Yang's 6 seconds block cooldown rate, the boss DPS reached as high as 2,000. In less than 1 minute, Zhang Yang was already beaten down to his last drop of HP. Berserker's Heal. Plus 120, 360. That exaggerating healing power that had just restored all of Zhang Yang health. It could easily cause the shock of any healer, even Han Shui. Still, even with Zhang Yang's and the mythical turtle's combined attacks, the boss HP was dropping slowly. He still had more than 74% HP left. Zhang Yang would have to last for another 4 minutes before he could kill the boss. Technically speaking, even though all level 80 yellow gold bosses have suffered a slight nerf, having their HP reduced to a certain extent, they were still not something that a player could solo kill. However, Zhang Yang could do it since he possessed a game-breaking amount of recovery skills. Berserker's Heal, Fountain of Life, Healing Potions, Troll Recovery Potion that had been transmuted, Shield Wall, and if he still faced difficulties, everything could be used once more with Rearm. The best fact was that the Fountain of Life healed in terms percentages, not fixed values. Zhang Yang's lengthy HP was at around 110,000, and 50% of that would be 55,000, but Zhang Yang used his skills one by one, consumed healing potions, Fountain of Life, and even used the special effect of his necklace that could grant Zhang Yang an additional 5,000 damage absorption. It was unlucky for the boss to face a player such as Zhang Yang. He hacked and slashed his way until the boss was down to his last 10% HP. Naturally, Zhang Yang had done his part to achieve that feat, by using almost all his ulti skills. Ding! Gulaini has gone berserk. The boss entered berserk state after his HP dropped lower than 10%. 15, 782. His body glowed with the usual red light and gained a huge muscle mass. His power had grown so strong that one axe attack caused huge damage to Zhang Yang. As predicted, Zhang Yang had kept Shield Wall on standby to anticipate the boss berserk mode. The Titan Wall's equipment effect extended Shield Wall's effect duration by 5 seconds. Zhang Yang now had a 15-second long Shield Wall. Now that everything is ready, all that's left to do is to slash. Slash as hard, as fast as he could. 9%. 8%. 7%, 3%. 15 seconds. Shield Wall ended, but Gulaini still had 3% HP, 50,000 HP left. Zhang Yang clenched his teeth and focused only on attacking. 2%, 1%, 0%. Ding! You have killed Gulaini. Obtained 1,660,000 experience points. Pack. The gnome jumped in shock, dropped the axe on the ground and ran away, with his tail tucked between his legs. Zhang Yang noticed that the axe was lootable. The first battle loot from him. Gnome Commander Battle Axe, Yellow Gold, One-Handed Axe. Weapon Attack, 732 to 1132. Attack interval, 2.6 seconds. DPS, 358. Equip effect, increase 1% critical rate. Unidentified. Level requirement, 80. Zhang Yang whistled. It was a shame that it had a 2.8 seconds attack interval. Still, it was a level 80 yellow gold weapon. After having it identified, it should be much stronger than his current dark enigmatic sword. Zhang Yang had a sudden idea. He would use the axe for single monster fights, and the sword for mass kills. Zhang Yang kept the Gnome Commander battle axe, and proceeded to check on the other drops. Zhang Yang was quite impressed at what Golaini dropped for him. There was a chaos gem that could increase his inventory size, a magic scroll, and a piece of runecraft recipe. Magic scroll, extreme fervor, usable. Use, increases attack power by 30%, but lowers defense by 50%. Applies to all party member. Maximum of 10 men. Last for 30 seconds. Level requirement, 80. This magic scroll would work best during boss fights. Since attacking classes had little defense, they would not lose much defense. On the other hand, plus 30% damage would be a huge buff. Since everyone in Zhang Yang's little party of 9 had the skill, Dance of the Heaven and Earth, with the attack buff, the boss would be crying before the fight even starts, but Zhang Yang took the Chaos Gem and used it immediately, increasing his inventory space to 90 slots. It was a pity that the Chaos Gem drop rate was extremely low. Players would use it immediately. Only a few would sell them. So few, that Zhang Yang's intention to increase his inventory size to 200 would just be a pipe dream. Especially, since Zhang Yang had taken up herbalism. With Alchemist's intuition, the different types of transmuted potions had piled up and stuffed his inventory up. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 349, Bloody Shiramauta. Chapter 349, Bloody Shiramauta. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Having defeated Golaini, there were no more monsters in Zhang Yang's way. After passing through a narrow mountain path, he came to the top of the hill and saw a huge, tile-roofed house. Outside the tile-roofed house was a tall and muscular middle-aged man. He was working on a boxing bag, his shirtless body gleaming in the sun, as his rippled muscles worked. Joe Smith, Yellow Gold, Humanoid. Level, 85. HP, 1,700,000. Defense, 1,500. Note, leader of gang of bandits in Whitestone Hills. The boss aggro range was wide, so it directly rushed towards Zhang Yang with its huge fists. Kent! Zhang Yang shouted. The boss blinked in surprise, and immediately stopped attacking Zhang Yang and asked, "Who are you?" Zhang Yang laughed as he answered, "Kent. Joseph, son of old John, you kept your identity hidden for 20 years and became the leader of a gang of bandits, right?" Zhang Yang saw that the name on top of the boss head turned into Kent. Joseph and his name also turned from red tag to green tag. He was no longer aggressive. Kent was frowning as he asked, "Young man, how do you know about this?" "Schroeder, he told me." Zhang Yang answered. Kent was silent for a while, before he looked at Zhang Yang with a dangerous glint in his eyes, as he asked, "What are your intentions?" "I something from you, which looks like this." Zhang Yang took out a dimensional key, S fragment and shook it in front of Kent. How you have a soul fragment?" Kent revealed an obviously surprised expression. Alright, Alusa said he did not know what a dimensional key fragment was. Tiffany called it an ancient fragment, and now Kent is calling it a soul fragment. After a period of 1,000 years, the exact name and use of dimensional key has been lost in history and named differently by the 7 descendants of the 7 generals. Zhang Yang smiled and said, "So, you and I have some kinship. Kent, I need the fragment from you to complete a quest. What should I do to earn it from you?" Kent pondered as he said, "Although this soul fragment had powerful magic, it can no longer help me anymore." "Still, you'll need to put in some effort to claim it, as you said." Kent slowly paced in front of Zhang Yang and said, "Show me your ability first. First, you need to go to the Raven Ridge and bring me back the head of the army chieftain, Bloody Shiramauta, who is garrisoned in Raven Ridge." Ding! Kent! Joseph has a quest for you, kill Bloody Shiramauta. Will you accept it? Accept. Zhang Yang answered, "Okay, I will bring back Mauta's head to you." Kent laughed out loud and paused, then asked, "If you broke into my place here, you probably my followers who got in your way, right?" "Yes, you are right. Am I in trouble now?" "No." Kent shook his head happily and continued, "Those people were the disciples of specters, the real bandits. I recruited them, only to use them to fight against the filthy mercenaries, just a dog-eat-dog method to fight against the mercenaries. Their lives truly mean nothing to me. Damn, this Kent is so ruthless. Zhang Yang summoned Whitey, followed the mountain path and went down the mountain. Kill Bloody Shiramata, difficulty level, B. Quest description, Kent. Joseph requires you to slaughter Bloody Shiramata. This man is a ringleader in the mercenary and he is a sadistic killer who loves the sight of blood, but he is quite capable, so you better bring some friends. Hint, Bloody Shiramata is garrisoned at the east of Raven Ridge. Progress, hand over the head of Bloody Shiramata to Kent. Joseph 0 to 1. Zhang Yang went as fast as he could and reached Raven Ridge in a short period of time. This ridge was much more barren than White Stone Peak. There were graves could be seen on the ridge from far away. Also, there were red-eyed ravens that perched atop gravestones and made loud raspy calls as they took off. Raven Ridge was not high and steep, and its upland was quite flat. From the hillside, the surroundings of the ridge were surrounded by a tall wall and only a passage on the hill path could be accessed. Zhang Yang looked from far away and he saw guards standing watch atop the wall and heavily armed soldiers everywhere. These guards were level 82 elite monsters. There were at least hundreds of elite monsters already in sight, not including the ones who were within it. They also tended to patrol in groups, thus, it was impossible for Zhang Yang to lure them out separately for him to eliminate them one by one. With so many monsters at once, even for Zhang Yang, he needed to think about this more than twice. Well, better avoid these monsters and look for the boss directly. Zhang Yang thought to himself and activated Dig. Once Dig was activated, the soil beneath Zhang Yang's legs immediately became soft like water and Zhang Yang sunk into the soil. It was like swimming in the water, so he swam all the way up the hill. Dig was simply magical. Even if Zhang Yang was deep beneath the soil, he still could see the scene on the ground, right through the soil. Although the movement speed was decreased by 50% when using Dig, Zhang Yang did not need to clear the monsters, so he made really good progress. The 10 minutes duration of Dig was sufficient for him to move more than halfway up the hill. Dig's effect ended, and Zhang Yang was ejected back up to the ground and appeared in a camp. 3 guard monsters immediately surrounded and attacked Zhang Yang. Raven Ridge Guard, Elite, Humanoid. Level, 82. HP, 82,000. Defense, 450. Zhang Yang used block and normal attacks at the same time, and after getting enough rage, he launched Blast Wave, which caused the 3 monsters to be stunned at the same time. He took the opportunity to summon Whitey. Roar! Whitey immediately appeared and started clawing into one of the guards. Zhang Yang quickly rode on Whitey and his attributes skyrocketed. Zhang Yang could use Dig, but his pet could not, and only could run on the surface of the ground while following him. Therefore, Zhang Yang unsummoned Whitey so that it would not be attacked by the monsters. However, these 3 elite monsters were pieces of cake for Zhang Yang. After launching a few attacks, Zhang Yang defeated the monsters which dropped a few pieces of silk clothes. Zhang Yang went out of the camp and continued moving up the hill. At that moment, he was a quarter away from the top of the hill. Intruder! Once Zhang Yang stepped out of the camp, a flashing axe rapidly came at his head. Zhang Yang stared at the attacker and realized that it was still an elite guard, similar to those in the camp. Still not a major threat. All the elite monsters were like dummies for Zhang Yang. They quickly fell defeated and dropped a few copper coins. What a poor system! Zhang Yang sighed. In order for this system to maintain the value of gold coins, the output of coins had been severely decreased. Zhang Yang felt depressed about it as he continued moving up the hill. Although he had avoided at least 3/4 of the monsters, he still needed to clear a lot of minions in front of him. After hacking his way through, Zhang Yang finally reached the top of the hill and 30 minutes later. He turned back and thought that if he never used Dig, he would probably have had to spend at least 2 hours to reach the top of the hill. A huge camp appeared in front of Zhang Yang. There were 4 guards who were guarding the camp, and because of the camp was tightly enclosed, Zhang Yang could not see the situation inside the camp. He had no idea where Bloody Shiramata was. Therefore, Zhang Yang decided to summon the mythical turtle first, as players were not allowed to change pets during combat. After Zhang Yang summoned mythical turtle, he threw a spear of obliteration at one of the guards. -2, 567. Where did this thief come from? You actually dare to come to Raven Ridge to seek for death? Don't you know our master is Bloody Shiramata? The 4 guards raised their weapons and rushed towards Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang immediately sat on the mythical turtle and said, "I'm coming to kill Bloody Shiramata today." Big Turtle rushed towards them. Mythical Turtle immediately used its fastest speed to move its limbs. It was like a slow-motion scene. One flipper was slowly raised up, and Zhang Yang actually stared at it, waiting for the moment for it to come back down on the ground. Not even one step was made. Damn, what a shame. Zhang Yang laughed, wielded his dark enigmatic sword, and dashed towards the 4 guards himself. Big Turtle, I have already ran for 10 meters and you have not yet even made one step, what's wrong? Zhang Yang ridiculed at Mythical Turtle as he launched attacks towards those 4 guards. Luckily Mythical Turtle did not protest, otherwise, it would have definitely given a slap to Zhang Yang with a huge flipper. After a round of clashing, one of the guards with the least HP suddenly shouted loudly, Master Mauta, the assassin is here. Assassin is here. Which vulgar little thief actually dares to assassinate me? A burly man strode out of the camp. His top was undone, which exposed his hairy chest and a few ferocious scars. He held a sharp saber in his right hand, while his left held a wine bottle. He took a swig from it as he spoke. Bloody Shura Mauta, Yellow Gold, Humanoid. Level, 84. HP, 1,680,000. Defense, 1,500. The same guard who had shouted immediately rushed to the feet of Mauta and said, Master, there's the assassin. Useless crap, you could not even handle an assassin, why would I still need you? Mauta stared and lobbed the guard's head off with his sharp saber. Puff! The head rolled off and stopped at a pile of rocks. The headless body was spewing out a lot of blood like a water spring. His body soon fell over. F***ck, that was so cruel. It really was the bloody Shura, cruel to his followers as well. Ha ha ha, Lord Kazalo had me stay back here for these few days, I was getting terribly bored, and now someone automatically shows up in front of me. At least I get to have some fun with this toy now. Mauta put the saber on his shoulder and strode towards Zhang Yang, his saber still dripping with fresh blood. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 350, Search for the Titan's Chestplate. Chapter 350, Search for the Titan's Chestplate. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Zhang Yang hastened the fight to his limits, as fighting one boss and 3 minions at the same time would be ridiculous, even for him. He quickened his attacks upon the elite guards. Fortunately, those 3 elite guards were already close to death. Under Zhang Yang's storm-like bombardment, they soon fell, groaning their last. Fool, I'm going to slice you into pieces and make you scream for 3 days and 3 nights. Now, entertain me as you struggle futilely against my might. Mauta smiled evilly as he swung his saber at Zhang Yang. -6, 273. The boss damage was very high, more than 6,000 points of damage in a single slash. Although the HP of yellow gold bosses in level 80 area maps were reduced, their attacks were still very strong. Zhang Yang rode on the mythical turtle and stood motionless at that spot like a dummy, as he could not even move around to change positions. Zhang Yang's current situation could be compared to how people would not have time to cover their ears when the crackling of thunder hammers their senses. Although the speed of the boss attack was not as fast as thunder, the mythical turtle was simply so slow that Zhang Yang had no choice but to receive all the attacks. Of course, the movement speed aside, the mythical turtle was immensely powerful. It had a high attack power and a high HP limit which were sufficient to offset the weakness of a slow movement speed. Moreover, the boss attacks were fast, so even if Zhang Yang rode on Whitey would be unable to evade the attacks. But if the boss uses any AoE skills like Rain of Fire or Frost Arrow, Whitey could at least avoid them. After Zhang Yang added 5 stacks of crippled defense on the boss, Mythical Turtle and his attacks were instantly magnified. Mythical Turtle was especially affected by this. Its tear caused more than 8,000 points of damage on the boss, and almost caused 17,000 points of damage on critical strikes. Currently in China server, there was no player's single attack could be higher than the Mythical Turtle. Zhang Yang whistled at the high values floating before his eyes. Let me hear your screams, weakling. The boss flourished his saber, drooling from the mouth as his bloodshot, dilated eyes gazed upon his foe. Zhang Yang laughed out loud, undaunted. Today, I'll be the one doing the slaughtering, Shuro. Come, I do not fear anyone. Mauta was extremely angry, his eyes bulged as he stared at Zhang Yang. 98%, 95%, 92%. Boss HP started to steadily drop. 90%. Ha ha ha, what a fun toy, let me have fun with you. The boss laughed maniacally and swung his saber, stomping on the ground. The light reflected by his saber had been transmitted into the soil, and with the boss at the center, the ground within a radius of 30 meters suddenly flashed with rays of light exiting the cracks in the ground. Ding! Bloody Shuro Mauta has released Shroud of Swords. Zhang Yang's first response was to pull on the reins and try to escape, but he was riding on Mythical Turtle, who barely budged. Zhang Yang could only sit there in resignation and receive another attack full on. Shwoop, shwoop, shwoop. Countless of dazzling swords light shot up into the sky where they blew up like fireworks. The pieces then came raining down. More swords continued shooting out of the ground as this went on. 612. 612. As the rays of light came down, 10 damage texts appeared above Zhang Yang's head, all at once. Zhang Yang exhaled in relief, as the boss ulti damage only did a total of around 6,000 HP damage. In fact, each wave of boss damage could have dealt up to 5,000 points, but Zhang Yang's immense attack immunity reduced it to slightly over 600 points. If the attackers from his party had received this kind of damage from the boss, within 10 seconds, the boss could have caused 50,000 points of damage. Besides, this, Shroud of Swords, was an AoE skill, so the party would have suffered massive casualties if they were here. Luckily, the 50,000 points of damage was not released all at once, otherwise, Zhang Yang would have cried out in dismay. Little guy, you are quite capable. Mata took out his saber and slashed it at Zhang Yang once again. The boss had been stuck in a pose for the last 10 seconds as he casted the skill, causing only around 6,000 points, which was an absolute waste of time for the two of them. Zhang Yang laughed as he said, "Bloody Shuro, I told you I'm the one who's going to chop your head off, arrogant and ignorant fellow, I will rip your bones out and crush them before your dying eyes." Mata roared with anger, with Zhang Yang's taunts getting on his nerves. Both of them continued fighting intensely. With Zhang Yang's current equipment, skills, and items preparation, he could totally fight a yellow gold boss alone. Besides, the pitiful Mata only had one AoE skill of note, which was the Shroud of Swords. This skill was designed to fight against many players, but when the boss used the skill to fight against Zhang Yang alone, it turned out to be a highly inefficient move. 80%. 50%. 20%. The boss HP depleted dramatically, as the DPS of Zhang Yang and Mythical Turtle together was more than 7,000, a value that was actually far more powerful than a normal 5-man party, but... Bastard, it hurts, I'll pay it back tenfold. I'm going to use the most brutal methods to torture you. As Mata's HP dropped bit by bit, his dialogue had also started changing from an arrogant tone to manic, angry tone of disbelief. Zhang Yang did not bother with the back and forth of words any longer and continued slashing madly on the boss. He could not let his guard down, who knew if the boss had an emergency skill, or a ridiculous berserk mode. At 10%, the boss' whole body turned blood red, and he entered his berserk state, which increased his damage by 50%. Zhang Yang took the opportunity to activate the Ring of Beastman's Ancestor as special effect. It was time for a trial run. Instantaneously, a green-skinned beastman's shadow emerged from Zhang Yang's ring. It had the look of a beastman's prophet, holding a staff that looked ancient and moved with a speed that matched its aged appearance. The summoned old beastman slowly waved the staff in its hand, and a globe of light gradually gathered up at top of its staff. The special effect of the ring releases the soul of the ancestor, and apparently, would cause massive damage to the enemy. But, this old beastman did not look like it was going to do anyone any harm, and Zhang Yang even worried that the old beastman would die of old age at any time. Ha ha ha, weakling, are you going to rely on this? Is this old man your grandfather? Ha ha ha, let me kill both of you together. Mata laughed out loud as he lifted his saber and swung at Zhang Yang and the green-skinned beastman. Dividing slash. The saber directly went through the old beastman's shadow and struck Zhang Yang. 11-202. No time to play around with a berserk boss, At that moment, the old beastman's spell was finally prepared. In fact, it had a 2-second cast time, but Zhang Yang somehow felt like that took ages. Perhaps it's due to the fact that he was on a slow turtle, accompanied by a slow shadow of an ancestor. Shush! A massive bright light emerged from the old beastman's staff and shot towards the boss. Although the old beastman was slow in motion, that massive bright light flew through the air. The boss had no chance of evading the light. It struck him squarely in the chest. Zip! A few strong flashes of electric current fizzled over the boss body, like sparkling lights that danced through his body. What a spectacular view! A debuff icon appeared on the boss head. Chaotic dance of electric current, receives extremely strong electric current bombardment, unable to move, receives 10,000 nature damage every second. Lasts for 10 seconds. Zhang Yang laughed happily and said, "You will be struck by lightning if you talk too much nonsense, didn't you know that?" By taking the advantage of the 10 seconds, Zhang Yang quickly unleashed a flurry of attacks. 10,000. 10,000. Zhang Yang and Mythical Turtle produced about 7,000 DPS, and within 10 seconds, they successfully emptied the boss remaining 170,000 HP. Ah! Mata uttered a pitiful cry, his tall, huge body collapsed to the ground. Finally, they killed the boss. Starting from the level 80 area maps, yellow gold bosses were becoming pushovers, as their HP had been drastically reduced. Zhang Yang reached out and grabbed the boss drops. Firstly, he picked up Mauta's bloody head, as it was the quest item. It had priority above all else. After completing the quest, then only did Zhang Yang start to check the loot. The boss dropped 2 pieces of yellow gold equipment, the upper parts of a cloth armor and a leather armor, which were of no use to him. The rest were 7 pieces of gray-silver equipment, which would be automatically sent to the shop. These few days, Zhang Yang had been acting alone. Lacking Zhang Yang's guidance, the number of the equipment hunted by the 9-man party had decreased rapidly, which led to Fatty Han complaining that Zhang Yang had no sense of brotherhood, and did not share any of the fortune with him. Zhang Yang laughed and divided the profits of little merchandise shop, and distributed it to his main force. Each member had a 5% share of the shop. Based on their shared system, the hunter of the equipment made no difference, and everyone would receive the money every month, anyway. The 5% shares cannot be underestimated. Although the profit of little merchandise shop was not as high as the territory, the little merchandise shop actually generated about 30 million of net profit, and 5% of it would be 1,500,000. This was a stable income, so after a year, the members of Zhang Yang's gang would become millionaires. Everyone in the main force was there because of their skills, save for Fatty Han. By bribing these people with 10 million as their annual incomes, Zhang Yang got back way more than what he's paying for. In Zhang Yang's previous life, when he participated in A-class professional league, his annual income was already more than 10 million. Besides, 100 Shots and Lost Dream were also in the S-class bracket. Zhang Yang unsummoned Mythical Turtle, and then used Burrow to leave Raven Ridge. After that, he summoned Whitey to go back to Whitestone Peak and made his way back to Kent. Joseph. Pa. Zhang Yang threw Mauta's bloody head at his feet. Kent was clearly surprised, as he bent down to pick up Mauta's head. He had a look at it, and then threw it down the hill. Young man, color me impressed. I honestly did not expect you to get the job done so soon, but... Ding! You have completed the quest, kill bloody Shura Mauta. Obtain 2 million experience points. Zhang Yang smiled as he said, so, I should have proven my strength, now. Kent crossed his arms and said, steady now, young man. Kent looked at Zhang Yang and said, come, let's fight, I want to know how strong you are. Suddenly, Kent's name changed from a green tag to a red tag. Shush! Kent swiftly punched at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang quickly raised his shield and activated, block. 12359. Block was invalid and Zhang Yang only had 1 HP remaining. Zhang Yang could not help but fall off his mount, where he sunk to a knee and started coughing out blood. Haha, young man, confidence is good, but too much of a good thing is never good. Joseph lowered his fist and his name changed back to green. Obviously, the system deliberately made the player fail. Otherwise, no level 85 yellow gold boss would be so powerful. Zhang Yang was left with no choice. Obviously, Zhang Yang would have to initiate another new story quest. Kent slowly paced back and forth as he said, if it is so easy to defeat Kazalo, I would have killed him 20 years ago. He was stronger than I am, and if you cannot even handle one of my attacks, how in the world are you going to defeat him? Zhang Yang was eating health recovery cakes. He asked, Kent, does that mean that we are going to let Kazalo continue harming the innocent people? Kent sighed, I know that there is a strong relic that can defeat Kazalo, but it is extremely difficult to get this relic. For 20 years, I have been looking around for this relic, but I am surrounded by enemies all around me. I cannot leave this spot safely. Not that I am afraid of death, but once I die, there will be no one else to fight against Kazalo anymore. Here it comes. Zhang Yang spoke up, Kent, let me help you search for that relic, You? Kent looked at Zhang Yang and hesitated, although you are quite capable, to ask you to search for a Titan chest plate would be ridiculous. An Titan chest plate. Zhang Yang's eyes shone. He speedily rushed to the front of Kent and got so close to Kent's face that their noses almost touched, and then asked, did you just say, Titan chest plate? Kent actually blushed, and he quickly pushed Zhang Yang away and said, young man, you look good and all, but I only like women, so please stay away from me. Zhang Yang laughed happily and said, Kent, tell me where the Titan chest plate is, and I will definitely find it for you. Kent hesitated a while and then said, okay, since you insist, I'll tell you, Kent looked into the sky as he started telling a story. According to legend, in the prehistoric age of mythology, the powerful god of Titans created a Titan set equipment which had supreme, godly power. Unfortunately, in the God's War, even the immortal relics were not spared. So, the Titan set equipment also took great damage in the war. The Titan set equipment lost its original supreme power, and the 8 Titan equipment set parts were scattered in every corner of the world. Although the Titan set equipment had lost its godly power in the hands of mortals, they would still overpower everything else. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.